Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 83, Library. Backlund National Library is the largest library in the world. It is a sacred place for all seeking knowledge above all else. There is a legend surrounding the library. It is said to contain knowledge of the world. The mysteries, the destinies, the hidden history, the legends, the inventions, the novels, the stories. The library holds it all within its walls. This legend draws countless people to the library with hopes and dreams of attaining supreme knowledge or truth. The library was built in the first year of the empire. The opening ceremony was grand, as the kings themselves were invited to inaugurate the ceremony. Image here. The library is a structure with a huge white dome and white marble towers. The dome was supported by gigantic pillars interspersed with angel statues. It was the third tallest structure on the continent, just after the Palace of Eternity, Royal Palace, and the statues of 6 deities. Caucasus stood at the entrance to the National Library, a wide doorway flanked by a massive white door. There were crowds entering and exiting the library from all walks of life. There were students arguing with each other as they followed the library. There were researchers and scholars going in and out, while some literally wept with joy at the sight of the library. There were Beyonders, most from Hermit, White Tower, and Paragon pathways. Surprisingly, all Beyonders looked at the library with devotion. There were also workers and employers around the entrance, helping and guiding people with their doubts and questions. In general, the entrance was buzzing with people, their faces full of hope and excitement for the bright future ahead of them. Herabergen. Caucasus thought, his eyes staring at the structure. He never fails to surprise me. This library is alive. He can feel the excitement through its wall at the arrival of people. In essence, it was sentient and conscious. Most importantly, it has a soul, a natural soul at that. He could also sense the authority of God wrapping every inch and corner of the library, which supported and anchored the entire library to the material world. It was due to the fact that the legend was not a lie, it truly contained knowledge of the world, with the exception of the cosmos and great old ones. The library was a masterpiece of Herabergen. It was damn impressive, even if he hates to admit it. He still cannot deny how impressive and magnificent this structure is. To put it into perspective, the library has so many layers and sections that the interior is large enough to accommodate many cities within it. It took him a while to extricate himself from the splendor of the library. Then he started walking into the library with crowds beside him. He stepped through the wide doorway when he heard a chug in the fabric of space. Then, the very order of space changed. Caucasus closed his eyes, trying to perceive the rules woven into the space. The rules immediately resisted his probe, but their resistance was futile in the face of authority. He finally broke through and examined it. Through the analysis, he got a lot of information about the library. It is divided into sections for different groups of people. When people walk through the door, they're automatically teleported to their most suited section, which has everything they're looking for and which is best for them. In this way, the library fulfills their desire and thirst for knowledge. The library also has many restrictions. There are forbidden sections that can only be accessed if the requirements are met, which is usually the level of a Beyonder. There are some forbidden sections, which can be accessed by only those with divinity, and another core restricted section where one must be an angel to set foot on that section. There are also numerous restrictions in each section. The information goes on and on. Caucasus eventually made it to the top floor, which can only be reached by librarians and angels of 6 gods, while analyzing the information. He was now standing on a red carpet-covered platform with 2 railings on either side. He could tell the entire floor was shaped like a tower. When he looked up, there were endless bookshelves stacked on top of each other, extending into infinity. There was no ceiling in sight, and each bookshelf was enormous and wide, holding an almost infinite number of books. There were also some floating shelves around the structure. Image here. The smell of paper and magic assaulted his senses immediately, and it felt like a treat to his mind, calming him down in the ocean of tranquility that permeated the library. He finally glanced at the old man standing on the platform's edge. "Welcome to the National Library, Excellency." The old man bowed to his attention. "It's an honor to have you." Caucasus nodded in response and looked at the old man, Hermes. Hermes can be considered one of the most important pioneers in human history. It was he who invented the language of Hermes. He was also one of the first people to successfully become an angel after the pathways were known. "How are you, Hermes?" Caucasus asked as he walked towards the Hermes. "I'm fine, Excellency." Hermes replied respectfully, then continued. "Diana and the others are upstairs." He gestured upward, knowing the reason for the sun god's arrival. Caucasus nodded and asked about his sworn brother. Is Herabergen still there? Or has he already left? Herabergen, the god of knowledge and wisdom, is said to often stay in the library. It was why Beyonders had a pious expression on their faces when they entered the library, which was almost like a god's sanctuary to them. The rumor is actually true, Herabergen stays in the library quite often. It was his church that built the library with the aim of extending his influence throughout the empire. The anchors of the gods were severely affected by the divine miracle of Aucasus, which made the religion of the sun become the major religion of the empire. To counteract his influence, each of the gods took their own steps to address the problem on their shoulders. Herabergen's solution was the library, which has been successful as his anchors have been recovered since the library was open to the public. God of knowledge has already left, Excellency. Hermes said, looking at the sun god. Aucasus did not press on this matter, as he already knew that Herabergen must have left after being informed of his arrival. Herabergen and he were never on good terms because of their opposing personalities, even when they were both king of angels. He was very narcissistic and conceited during his time as the White Angel. Herabergen always looked down on him because of his character, which obviously did not sit well with him at all, which led to their strained relationship. How are they? Aucasus asked, pushing away his thoughts about the past. Hearing his question, Hermes took a small book out of his coat pocket and handed it to him. Aucasus took the book and opened it, seeing the analysis, the account of the therapy of his angels. Hermes began, summarizing their situation. Their minds and their souls were severely affected by the secrets of the cosmos. He spoke solemnly, knowing that the sun god really cared about his angels. The cosmos destroyed their perception of the world and made them see the world in a very different light, which only made their situation worse. If not for the authorities of three gods which were healing and holding them together, they would have been on the verge of losing control. Aucasus nodded as he listened to his report, continuing to leaf through the book in his hands. Hermes looked at the sun god as he went on. Eventually they managed to recover, even though it took a different length of time for each of them to get out of the abyss of despair. The first to recover was Lucas. His speedy recovery can be attributed to his faith and love. Hermes's expression becomes subtle, his faith served as a pillar of support and his love aroused a sense of responsibility in him, although he was very frustrated that he was weaker than the one he loved, but on the whole, all this helped him to accept reality faster than the other two. Lucas. Thought Aucasus, looking at account of Lucas in the book. As expected by him. He was not surprised, because despite appearances Lucas's will was the strongest of all his angels. Hermes then moved on to the angel of miracles. Blaze took it hard. He was always curious about the truth behind his sufferings and torment. As a result, it had a profound effect on him. What bothered him the most was the fact that his advancement path had been cut off, and even his lord was powerless to help him. He recovered given the number of suffering and pain he endured on his journey. It allowed him to adapt, or should I say, he became numb to it in the end. Hermes felt the surroundings become scorching hot at the moment he said those words, so he immediately continued in a bit to dispel the tension in the air and save his life. However, his faith and friendships allowed him to overcome it. It was one thing that brought his heart back from the abyss. In the end, it would be more appropriate to say that he adapted to the reality than accepted it. He finished with a relieved sigh, for he felt the suffocating aura of God dissipate with his words. Blaze. Thought Aucasus, shaking his head in frustration. There's really nothing I can do. His hands are tied when it comes to mysterious pathways. The fate of these paths is in hands of celestial worthy. He was far from having the power to tamper with it. Finally, he sighed, feeling powerless even though he was a literal god. While he was thinking, he flipped through the book detailing Blaze's situation. Hermes continued, interpreting the silence as a sign. Diana's condition was the most troubling of all. She was the one who was most affected by the secrets. She thought she was close to the truth, only to discover her ignorance. She thought she was powerful, only to discover she was too small. She thought becoming a god was all there was to it, only to realize how naive she was. Her hopes and dreams were crushed, and the only thing that kept her from sinking into abyss of despair was her love. However, she eventually recovered due to her finally coming to terms with reality and accepting it for what it is, even though she loathes it. But, when she considered the terrifying future that lay ahead of all of us, she managed to push it through it all. It rekindled her desire for power, but this time she wanted to become more powerful in order to protect all those dear to her in the dark future. She also didn't give up on her dream of finding the truth, in fact, she was even more determined after everything that had happened. Diana. Aucasus thought with a relieved sigh, leafing through the pages on Diana one last time before closing the book and putting it in his coat pocket. Hermes, thank you for helping them through this difficult time. Aucasus said on their behalf. Even though Hermes said it in a way that only implied his angels made it through on their own, he knew Hermes was crucial to their recovery, guiding and supporting them throughout the process. I owe you a favor. He promised. Your Excellency. Despite being shocked, Hermes wanted to deny it. It's what you deserve. Aucasus cut him off. They are above right. They are expecting you. Hermes responded, his hesitation caused by the sun god generosity fading. Caucasus nodded and began to float upwards to the bookshelves. He finally looked down at Hermes and said, "Don't let anyone bother us." Hermes nodded and exited the top floor, leaving Caucasus alone. For a few minutes, Caucasus flew among the floating bookshelves before reaching in the middle of the floor. He floated in front of a large, wide shelf, which was present in the middle of the stack of bookshelves. He flew to the shelf and pulled out several books in a certain order. With the last book pulled out, the shelf faltered before revealing a dark corridor. Caucasus jumped to the floor of the corridor and headed for the innermost part of the National Library. Chapter 84, Angel of Sun and Destiny. Caucasus entered the innermost part of the library where the most hidden secrets and history are kept. This room can be considered one of the most dangerous places on Earth. He surveyed the room, which was surrounded by bookshelves and gave off a terrifying aura that could drive most insane just upon contact. The room was lit by dim sunlight filtering through the round panes of the ceiling. In the center of the room is a silver table with 22 chairs, surrounded by a mystical aura. His angels sat on chairs around the table. Amazingly, they sat on chairs with symbols corresponding to their pathways. They were reading various books while waiting for him. Lord. His angels immediately rose from their seats and bowed upon noticing him. "Sit," said Caucasus, waving his hand. Then he went and sat down on the main seat of the table. The symbol of the fool behind the main seat changed to the blazing sun as he took the seat. "How are you?" Caucasus asked, addressing everyone, placing a hand on his chin. "We're fine." Blaze spoke and leaned forward. Though the truth was bitter, it was better to know than to live in ignorance. Lucas nodded in agreement with Blaze. It took a while to get through everything. But in the end, this brought about a better change in us, a change we always needed. Caucasus listened to them, observing the state of mind and soul, which was much better than the previous week. They have almost recovered from having had such secrets forced upon them. Finally, he focused on Diana, who looked nervous and anxious. Noticing this, Lucas reached up to hold her hand, then gave her a firm, encouraging look. Blaze waited patiently for her to get a hold of herself. Meanwhile, Caucasus was staring at the books on the shelves, her eyes shining purple. The books contained information about the ancient gods and other deep mystical knowledge involving the astral world and the spirit world. To his surprise, the books even contained basic information about him and other gods. He knew Herabergen was the only one who was capable of writing such books without worrying about the repercussions. "Have you met Herabergen?" Caucasus asked Blaze, eyebrows raised. "Yes, we met him. The god of knowledge came to this section and met us by chance." Blaze replied with a strange expression, memories of the event flashing through his mind. "No, didn't I say before? I think he wanted to meet us. It was by no means a chance or coincidence." Lucas frowned at Blaze. "Then, why would he be so surprised when he saw us?" Blaze asked, with confused eyes. "I don't think he was faking it. I honestly don't know." Lucas shrugged before returning his attention to Diana. They were not nervous or fearful even when they meet the god of knowledge, though he was the enemy of their lord. Their confidence was not without foundation, it was due to the support of their lord and also amicable nature of the god of knowledge. "Well," Caucasus said nonchalantly after hearing their conversation, leaning back in his seat. "It doesn't matter much. Maybe he didn't expect all of you to make it to this stage. He wasn't worried that the Herabergen would do anything with his angels. The dragon was very shrewd to know better than that." Blaze was surprised by the Lord's words. He didn't really think about it in that perspective. He didn't really know how to feel about it, pride. However, he found that his heart was still indifferent. Caucasus looked at Diane, who had finally managed to get herself together. "I'm fine, my lord." Diana said this as her purple eyes regained their radiance and she clutched Lucas' hands tightly. Caucasus nodded. He could see that her anxiety and nervousness were due to her upcoming promotion and future, not the cosmos. "Do you have any questions about cosmos or great old ones?" He then asked them, crossing his hands and staring at them. He knew they must have some doubts and questions. This was inevitable as he skipped some information when he told the legend. They all looked at each other for a moment before Lucas spoke for them all. "Lord, Mother Goddess of Depravity." "Mother Goddess of Depravity." Caucasus was not surprised and answered patiently. The Creator awakened. His awakening led to convergence. Mother Goddess of Depravity was born from the part of the Creator, so she was most affected, a part of her spheroid and characteristics broke away from her and then landed on Earth. It later became the pathway of Mother and Moon, while the part of the Serphoid has managed to repair itself and become an independent spheroid, brood hive. The Mother Goddess of Depravity had lost her status as a pillar and been relegated to the Great Old One, but she is still the strongest of all the Great Old Ones. She is on the Crimson Moon. She is the one you should all keep an eye out for. She has already begun to project her power into our world via her pathways, but Umbella and Amon-Isis are doing everything they can to stop her. The atmosphere at the table was solemn and heavy. How about Edward? Blaze inquired quickly, his brow furrowed. Does the mother tree of desire? You don't have to be concerned about him. Aucuses interrupted and quietly assured them. I'll handle his problems. They nodded, but they didn't understand why they had such a bad feeling after hearing from their lord. Blaze suppressed the feeling in his heart and looked at Diana, who shook her head as if she understood him. Then, he nodded, took a report from the bag by his chair and handed it to his lord. These require your attention, my lord. Aucuses took it and opened the report, which showed the profiles of 2 people. His eyebrows rose in surprise when he looked at the first one. There are 2 people most qualified to be promoted to angel. They have passed all the necessary tests and requirements. We just need your approval to proceed. Blaze said solemnly, leaning forward and crossing his fingers. They are Laius Wilson and Madeline Wright. Blaze continued, Laius's case was special. He got your blessing. It helped him a lot during his promotion to higher sequences. Aucuses looked at the report as he listened to Blaze. Laius Wilson, the kid who preached to him about his own glory and might. He gave him a coin, which was actually a blessing in disguise, on a whim at the time. He didn't expect the child to grow so quickly. Laius was an orphan raised by the church. He grew up in a strict ecclesiastical upbringing, so his belief in Aucuses was unshakable. After graduating from church school, he was accepted into the Lightbringers. It was then that Blaze noticed the blessing in him and, with high expectations, assigned him to be captain of the squad. He did not disappoint the expectations placed on him, and accomplished an impressive feat. He led a massive operation with the goal of crippling the influence of the Demonis family, and he was partially successful despite nearly losing his life in the hands of the primordial Demonis. Diana saved him from her by stating that he has the blessing of the eternal blazing sun, and that killing him would undoubtedly draw the attention of the eternal blazing Sunday. In the midst of this operation, Laius was also promoted to saint. He is someone who prioritizes his faith above all else. His ambition is to be recognized by eternal blazing sun and to serve him forever. To summarize, he is a zealot. Well, he deserves it, Aucuses thought, taking a pen from his coat pocket, signing his name at the end of the report and approving it. Then he looked at the next account of another saint, Madeline Wright. Madeline Wright, an error pathway beyonder. Her life was a tragedy, a fate that all beyonders of the mysteries pathway must face. She lost her family in the midst of the conflict between the 3 churches. She then became a thief and a vagrant. She became a thief not because she wanted to, but because it was the only way she could survive. Her decision was also influenced by the fact that she was born as a Sequence 8 error pathway beyonder. Her life as a thief was as difficult as one might expect. Then, it all went wrong when she made a bad decision while stealing and was caught by a beyonder in a higher sequence than her. She was abused and raped when she was only 13 years old. Eventually, she was saved by church members who also arrested her abuser. They took her to church, where she was allowed to attend the church school after some background checks. That incident left a huge shadow in her heart, haunting her. It took a long time for her to emerge from the shadow cast by that incident, and what pushed her over the final hurdle was a desire for power. The incident sparked a desire for power sufficient to protect herself in this wretched world. This caused her to push past her limits and nearly lose herself several times along the way. However, it paid off in the end, as she was now a saint and archbishop of the church. That's one strong woman. Aucuses thought as he looked at the last page of the report, which showed the number of times she nearly lost control, which was staggeringly high. He finally gave it one last look before signing his name on it, approving her ascension. She was truly fit and capable of becoming an angel of the pathways of mysteries. Let them become angels. Aucuses stated as he handed over the approved report to Blaze. Their honorifics will be Laius Wilson, Angel of the Sun. Madeline Wright, Angel of Destiny. Include them in the Bible so that they can get enough anchors for the promotion. Chapter 85, Character Illustration. Aucuses, Eternal Blazing Sun. Lilith, Earth Mother. Diana Knight, Goddess of Wisdom. Lucas Reyes, Angel of Light. Blaze Larson, Angel of Miracles. Amon-Isis, Evernight Goddess. Amon, God of Deceit and Trickery. Adam, Angel of Imagination. Chapter 86, King of Angels. Aucuses handed the approved report to Blaze, who took it and put it back in his bag. Before we proceed with the ascension of Diana, Aucuses said, catching their attention. I have missions for all of you. Seeing their serious and curious eyes, Aucuses continued and turned to look at Blaze. I need statistics on Beyonders of Mysteries pathways, Blaze. It doesn't matter if it's low sequence or high sequence, I need figures on all of them. My lord, I am not capable of accomplishing such a feat, Blaze said, his head bowed. Lucas, assist Blaze with this. With both of you, it should be possible. Aukas's rubbed his chin while pondering. If you discover any abnormalities during the process, at all costs, report to me immediately. His voice was solemn and stern. Blaze nodded and accepted the mission, while Lucas asked uncertainly. Lord, abnormalities. He wanted more clarity on abnormalities. To be precise. Aukas's answered, as his face turned solemn. Resurrection. Blaze and Lucas were taken aback. Resurrection wasn't anything out of the ordinary, many gods could perform it, albeit in different ways. However, because their lord had specifically mentioned it, they knew there had to be something amiss with the mysterious pathway. Has it anything to do with Lord of Mysteries? Blaze guessed broadly, but he didn't dare delve deeper into the risky subject any longer. I will definitely assist Blaze, my lord. Lucas said as he accepted the mission. However, he immediately inquired about the mission. May I inquire how much time we have? Can we include Madeline in the mission as well, my lord? You can take your time. Aukas's answered considerately. After Madeline becomes an angel, you can include her in the mission. However, do not drag it, and, once again, if you discover any irregularities, notify me immediately. He emphasized. I have a bad feeling about the whole thing. Diana thought as she listened in. After witnessing their lord's solemnity, she is almost certain that this matter is related to the pillar. She didn't ask any questions about it, though, because it's clear that their lord doesn't want to elaborate. Finally, Lucas and Blaze agreed to the mission and nodded. The reason Aukus is assigned such a significant mission was simply to be certain. His presence is a major variable in the entire world. As of now, the future has been completely altered as a result of him. This may be unknown to gods or even outer gods, but it cannot be said of Celestial Worthy, who is literally known as King of Time and Space. His actions brought about a lot of change, but the fate of the pathways of mystery still remains unchanged. However, he needed to be certain just in case. Diana. Aukus said, putting the dangerous thoughts aside. Yes, my lord. Diana responded, leaning forward in her seat, her face solemn. After you become King of Angels, you will lead an army to destroy the Zoroast and Zerdal families. Aukus assigned her a crucial mission. All churches will lend a hand in mission, as the gods have already agreed. I will destroy those families. Diana stated solemnly, her eyes filled with solemnity, knowing the significance and importance of the mission. If the Empire wishes to participate in the mission, allow them to participate because it will ensure the mission's success. Aukus added as he rose from his seat. Diana accepted his instructions. She knew it was best to ask the Empire to join the mission as well, because Angels of the Mysteries pathway are almost unkillable. To ensure success, it is preferable to besiege them with a large number of troops. Let's get started. Aukus said this while drawing a blazing sun in the air with light as a medium. Diana, Blaze, and Lucas rose from their seats and walked towards their lord, who was now standing near the room's entrance. Aukus finished it and waved his hand. The sun symbol arose in the air and shot to the room's ceiling. Then it merged with reality, altering the natural order. His order erected a barrier based on the laws of reality. This barrier is so powerful that it will be able to temporarily block any divine intervention extending into this room. You can do it, Diana. Lucas kissed Diana on the cheeks and hugged her. His hands trembled as he hugged her, despite his calm and encouraging words. You can do it, Diana. He stated it again. Don't worry, dimwit. Diana reassured him. I'll be fine. She hugged him one last time before leaving his embrace. I can't wait for the afterparty. She said quietly, implying something. Lucas' mood was lifted by her words, and he smiled broadly. Diana snickered at this pervert. She calmed down after a moment and focused on Blaze, who was waiting for her. Rock it like you always do, Diana. Blaze smiled. Blaze. Diana smiled and hugged him before speaking. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Go, Diana. Blaze laughed, shaking his head. Hey, I'll find a way. You note that? Diana glared at him. Let's see about that in the future. Blaze said, pointing forward. Now, go. It's already time. Diana sighed and nodded, giving them both one last look before turning to approach their lord, her clear eyes glinting. Are you ready, Diana? Aukus inquired, his gaze fixed on her. I am. Diana stated firmly as she stood in front of her lord. Think again, you're about to enter a far more dangerous stage full of cunning and terrifying opponents. You will be entering a wretched path, a path filled with darkness, solitude, and peril, Aukus said. You can't go back and change your mind once you've made your decision. Diana remained steadfast despite his warning. Aukus smiled and pulled out a potion filled with sizzling purple liquid. He then handed it to her. Are you ready, Diana, to face your idol? As Diana took the potion from his grasp, he inquired. Diana remained silent for a moment, her gaze divided between the potion in her hand and her love. I never tried to be like him, I always worked harder to surpass him in the future, she said with a smile, her purple eyes gleaming with determination. Caucasus encouraged her with her final nod. Diana took a deep breath, and her eyes became clear. She finally drank the entire potion in one gulp. Her body disintegrated into abstract and conceptual information, which soon morphed into a divine and sacred purple eye. A terrifying aura erupted and descended on the entire world with the appearance of the divine eye. Caucasus protected Blaze and Lucas while looking into the divine eye. With her ascension, he sensed that the very rules of reality were changing. The concept of knowledge was the most affected, the concept itself was gradually converging on and merging with the eye. As he was thinking, various esoteric symbols appeared around the divine eye. It wasn't just a symbol, either. It was a substratum of reality, or, to put it another way, a projection of truth. The symbols buzzed and blended with the eye. The eye immediately became illusory and ethereal, causing the spirit world to overlap with the material world. The eye dimmed even more, as if it were about to fade away and merge with the endless information of the spirit world. Caucasus knew the most important part of the ascension had arrived. He narrowed his eyes and looked up. The divine gazes of the gods were already directed here. He also felt Artisan's gaze from the floating continent. However, whether it was Artisan or the gods, they did not intervene, after noticing the aura of sun and order covering the entire room. Caucasus turned his gaze to the divine eye, having deterred them all with his power. Diana had already succeeded, as the divine eye shone with blazing light and materialized. The divine eye then transformed into Diana, who was dressed in a long purple gown and wore a purple crown on her head. Her closed eyes opened, and her pupils were dark without light. An illusory symbol of a purple eye appeared before her, then imprinted itself between Diana's brows. The entire spirit and material worlds began to gently shake as an aura of authority was draped over the world. It heralded the birth of the King of Angels. Chapter 87, Vision. 100-meter-tall mountain stood in a hidden area of the northern continent, surrounded by dark green trees that were almost black in color. A pitch-black mausoleum stood majestically in the middle of the mountain. The majority of the mausoleum was part of the mountain range. A small portion of it showed signs of man-made construction and polishing. It truly defined what it meant to be a mountain mausoleum. Thus, the mausoleum didn't look like the pyramid. Instead, it appeared to be a colossal mountain. It wasn't exactly symmetrical either, but it was certainly majestic. The sky was dark without the sun or moon, pure dark, like Vantablack. Oil lamps with flickering fires on black poles surrounded the mountain as the only source of light in the hidden place. A flash of light erupted near the mountain, morphing into the figure of Caucasus, who was dressed in a black suit and trousers, with a white dress shirt and gloves over his hands. His hair was unkempt and reached his neck in the back. Caucasus inhaled deeply while dusting his suit with his right hand and holding a torch lit with golden fire from the sun with his left. It's been a few hours since Diana's ascension, and despite their insistence that he attend their party, he left because the Solomon's mausoleum requires his immediate attention. Well, that's depressing. After finishing the suit, he contemplated the mountain. The surrounding area was deafeningly quiet. A silence that is maddening. A silence of void, broken only by the sound of slow breaths and the beating of his divine heart. Literally, every sound he made boomed across the hidden area, shattering the oppressive silence. He ignored the sounds and closed his eyes to perceive the order of reality. He felt a suppression on him before he could even sense the rules of reality, preventing him from analyzing reality. The suppression was like a wall, restricting his authorities from investigating the reality. Caucasus did not use brute force to break through the suppression because he was able to perceive an aura just as the suppression descended on him. The aura was so veiled and concealed that it could possibly elude the perception of gods. Despite the fact that it almost escaped his notice, he caught it. He was successful because of his efforts to comprehend the law of order through the hermit's uniqueness. It enabled him to perceive any change in reality, no matter how minor or insignificant. As a result, he discovered the aura, which was, albeit insignificantly, influencing reality. Caucasus raised his right hand, folding all of his fingers except the ring finger. His pupils constricted as a wisp of pure darkness laced with golden particles appeared at the tip of his ring finger, floating directly above his fingertips. His authority surrounded the wisp, preventing it from touching his finger. He didn't dare let it get close to him. This was a manifestation of the aura he managed to capture during the suppression. He focused on the wisp, his irises turning a gold and purple mixture that gleamed in the darkness. All-seeing eyes. He gazed through the wisp, his vision revealing a dark, distorted, and chaotic world. Spots of pale golden light illuminated the darkness. The rules of reality manifested and materialized with the appearance of the spots of light, causing the entire twisted world to tremble. The light spots symbolized chaos, while the materialized rules symbolized order. They began to converge in the middle of the dark world, under the emergence of an irresistible force. Roar. A terrifying roar filled with resentment and unwillingness shook the dark world. The roar appeared to come from the materialized rules and spots of light as they converged. They all seemed to be alive. They appeared to be resisting the convergence with all their might, but their order and chaos were insignificant in comparison to the mighty force causing their convergence. They ultimately merged to form a harrowing golden figure. Occuses could finally perceive and determine the aura, which originated from this figure. The aura was created by combining order and chaos. It was anarchy. Without giving him time to process the revelation, the world shook and trembled, drawing his attention back to the golden figure. Boom. As the majesty force began binding the golden figure, it began to struggle fiercely. It roared in defiance, shattering reality and shaking the world. Sensing the struggle, something reached out from the infinite void to the golden figure. Occuses noticed ethereal gray fog appearing, with a tentacle extending out of the fog, as an eerie aura filled the dark world. Shit. He quickly closed his eyes and cut the connection. In reality, golden blood flowed from his eyes, and his face contorted slightly in pain. His shirt and hair were drenched in sweat. Sensing his state, Occuses tapped his glabella with his index finger without opening his eyes. A blazing sun emblem appeared. It shone brightly, lighting up his figure. It purified him of any influence or corruption, despite the fact that he had none. He still went through the purification. He then purified himself several times, checking his body for any abnormalities. He discovered no problems, but he did not give up and retrieved the hermit's uniqueness. In the uniqueness, he tapped the symbol of the purple eye. The symbol quickly absorbed the surrounding light and became corporeal. Then it broke free from the book and spread out before floating above him. The divine eye flashed with light, reflecting Occuses and seeing completely through him. Occuses checked his body and soul over and over with his connection to the eye. He eventually concluded that he has no issues. Occuses opened his eyes, which had been healed. His figure had returned to its prime, as a result of the purification process. Occuses laughed as he gazed up at the sky. I was really courting death. His laughter had turned self-mocking, relieving him of the tension and anxiety that had accumulated in his chest. He finally sighed deeply. Celestial worthy. Son of chaos. He honestly didn't expect his probing to reveal the scene of celestial worthy sealing the son of chaos. Even though, he predicted that the specialness of the mausoleum could be related to the son of chaos. Still, for fuck's sake. Occuses took a breather, hoping to calm his raging emotions. Still, he didn't expect that aura to be directly related to the son of chaos. Was Celestial Worthy aware of his intrusion? At least, he didn't think that Celestial Worthy did, because if he noticed his prying, the consequences would be far more terrifying than just his eyes bleeding. Fuck. Solomon. Occuses cursed. I will make sure you regret returning to the world. Occuses was finally able to calm his raging emotions, after cursing Solomon. He didn't dare to think much into this dangerous vision after making sure he was fine once more. Well. He raised his hand, red flashing across his fingers, extending to form a sword bathed in red light, emitting an aura of twilight. Twilight sword. The most powerful weapon in the world. The legend was not made up. His sword's sheer power can reduce many grade 0 artifacts to dust. It is more accurate to refer to it as a god-level artifact. If an archangel can bear the power within his twilight sword, he can stand up to even the gods. The sword was crafted from the sequence 2 characteristic of Sun Pathway. It has followed him through countless battles and has been drenched in the blood of many great beings who once dominated the world. The sword wasn't always called the Twilight Sword, nor was it always this powerful. When he stabbed the sword into the heart of the Creator, it transformed, becoming stained with the blood of the Creator. The Creator's blood mutated the sword, imbuing it with the authority of Twilight. As a result, the Twilight Sword was born. Just in case. Occuses thought, looking at the sword. Son of Chaos. He looked at the mountain mausoleum in front of him. Let's get this over with. He began to make his way towards the mausoleum. Chapter 88, Sasra. Occuses stood in front of the 40-meter-tall black door engraved with symbols and images. He was familiar with the images and symbols because they represented Solomon's law and rules, as well as the pictures depicting the unique culture and tradition of the Solomon Empire. Overall, it exuded a heavy aura while depicting the magnificence and uniqueness of the Solomon Empire. Looking at the massive door that seemed made for giants, Occuses was unfazed. Under the authority of chaos, the entire reality of this specific space is hidden and concealed from the outside world. The authority shattered the entire reality surrounding the space, causing it to collapse into chaos. It then coated the area, isolating it from reality. The chaos can even block divine probes for extended periods of time, as it did with him. It's also extremely dangerous. He could only enter space because of his authority of order, which neutralized chaos, but it still took hours to get through the chaos. Other gods, unlike him, will have a much more difficult time finding and entering this location. Ocasys looked, his hands clenched around the twilight sword. Finally, he reached out and touched the massive door. Crack! With his touch, the invisible rules that bound the door disintegrated, containing the authority of chaos. After the shackles were removed, the door rumbled as the images and symbols on it lit up. When Ocasys saw the image and symbols, they began to absorb the little light from their surroundings. Seeing all of this, he deduced that they would all soon turn corporal and try to attack him in a bid to defend the mausoleum. This should be Solomon's defense mechanism. The angels in the pictures and rules in the symbol each held power, and if materialized into reality, it could easily kill an archangel or banish a king of angels. Impressive. Ocasys reflected as he admired the intricacy of the defense mechanism. The mechanism's ultimate goal was to expel any intruder into the cosmos. Despite the fact that he appeared to be thinking, his hands were already moving to shatter the door. With his index finger, he touched the blade of his twilight sword. A blaze of twilight erupted from the sword clinging to the tip of the finger upon contact. Ocasys then pointed his finger at the massive door. The blaze of twilight shot from his finger and landed on the door. It exploded into orange light particles that spread and covered the entire structure in an instant. Rumble. Twilight illuminated the door, and the symbols and pictures began to peel off and disintegrate into dust. Under the authority of twilight, the door soon followed suit. Ocasys waited for the entire door to crumble before entering the mausoleum. He entered the interior of mausoleum after a few moments of walking along a dark corridor. Ocasys, you've finally arrived. A deep voice echoed around the mausoleum, causing him to look up. The interior of the Black Emperor mausoleum was empty. There was nothing except the pitch-black walls, the high platform in the middle, and a statue in front. That was unexpected. Ocasys thought, his gaze narrowing at the statue in front of him. I'm starting to hate these surprises. The statue depicted a hanged man on an inverted cross, surrounded by deep darkness filled with filth and degeneration. Sasra. It's surprising that we'll meet again in this way, Ocasys said, looking at the hanged man. And you seem to know I was going to be here. The darkness around the statue surged, as a deep voice echoed out, thundering across the mausoleum. I knew you were coming, Ocasys. You are the only one capable of locating the last mausoleum. Ocasys listened carefully, his grip on the twilight sword tightening. He was seriously considering slashing at the statue and destroying the phantom of Sasra rather than having a reunion conversation with his former lord. Sasra isn't physically present, but he can project his power through the statue, which acts as an anchor connecting to his main body in the godforsaken land. He can clearly see that Sasra must have anticipated his arrival a long time ago, as he was able to prepare and establish this anchor. Finally, he decided not to rush into the battle because he wanted to find what Sasra was up to. It's amazing how things have changed. Ocasys smirked, pointing his sword at the statue. I never expected to see the mighty creator standing guard to protect the things of others. The darkness surged widely, and Ocasys sensed anger and bone-chilling malice emanating from within. Sasra spoke, his voice calm and majestic, despite his emotions. You're still as sharp-tongued as you used to be. It appears not everything had changed. Ocasys stared blankly into the darkness, unresponsive. You've changed, Ocasys, Sasra continued. I'm sure you've had this said to you before. But, let me emphasize it again, you are different, Ocasys. Even after hearing such things about him, Ocasys remained calm and composed. Is that why you've been waiting for me here, Sasra? He realized and inquired. The future was consistent and obvious. Sasra responded bluntly, his voice deep and mystical. Until not long ago, everything was in order. Then, it shifted. The future had shifted beyond recognition. I was perplexed by the abrupt change and couldn't figure out why or how it happened, because my remaining authority doesn't allow me to see the future in depth, only the pattern and surface of the eras. However, after thoroughly analyzing everything, I was able to make some progress. I discovered that there is a new variable in the world. That variable was the one that caused the change. I had my doubts on Lot, but I was never certain until now. It's you, Ocasys. Sasra spoke up, shaking the mausoleum. The variable is you. Ocasys remained silent for a moment before confirming that Sasra did all of this just to meet him personally and confirm his speculations. How did Sasra achieve this? He honestly had no idea. Even his all-seeing eyes could not through the veil of Sasra. And then what? He inquired, his lips curving into a smile. Are you going to try to kill me now? Are you afraid that I will triumph in the end? He was purposefully asking these questions, diverting the conversation in a different direction. Afraid. Sasra burst out laughing, clearly enraged. Sasra was unusual. Even though he was a part of Creator, he was quite different from Creator. He was a completely different person, bearing no resemblance to the creator, at least the creator he knew. This is reflected in the fact that he had no idea Sasra was part of Creator until the formation of the Rose Redemption, when Sasra revealed this secret to him and others. "You're quite amusing, Aucuses," Sasra said loudly, his laughter dying away. "Because of your presence, the future is constantly changing. It is taking an unknown path with infinite possibilities, where the outcome could be anything. So, Aucuses, don't be too arrogant. Our fight will not happen anytime soon." He went on, his voice tinged with rage. "However, I am waiting for that moment which will decide everything. Prepare well, Aucuses, so you don't come to regret betraying me." Boom. The statue of the hanged man shattered, and the darkness faded away with his final words. Aucuses sighed, seeing Sasra's anchor disintegrate as it was destroyed by Sasra himself, who had left after saying those words. He needs to reconsider Sasra's power. He thought Adam was terrifying, but now Sasra is equally so. Adam must have also discovered that he was a variable as well, but he didn't mention it, which was understandable given his personality. Now, as he pondered the future, he felt a pressure on his shoulder. As Sasra stated, the future is taking an unknown path with infinite possibilities. If he wants to win in the end, he must seize every opportunity. Aucuses set aside his heavy thoughts and concentrated on the platform in the mausoleum. There was a pitch-black throne in the center of the platform, with a golden kettle on its seat, covered in mysteries and complicated symbols. The outer god, son of chaos, was sealed in that golden lamp. He can detect the same aura of anarchy that now permeates the entire lamp. Well, he now understood why Aura of Sephiroth was attracted to this place. The magic lamp began to tremble, as if it had detected his prying. The golden light shone from the wick at the mouth of the magical lamp. The light radiated from the lamp's core. It was extremely viscous, like water that had been heavily sweetened. It ejected and morphed into a distorted and blurry golden figure. Son of Chaos. That was fascinating to hear. The golden figure said, his gaze locked on Aucuses. "So, Sun God, you must have a lot of questions for me, right?" Aucuses gave the golden figure a deadpan expression before raising his hand and drawing a sun emblem with light as the medium. "Wait." The golden figure trembled as he sensed the seal. "Listen, I have some information for you concerning him. However, Aucuses ignored him and waved his hand, causing the emblem in the air to shoot towards the magical lamp. Boom. The sun emblem slammed into the lamp, sealing the golden figure and aura of Sephiroth within the wishing lamp. The golden figure became illusory and ethereal, as if it were about to vanish at any moment. He laughed, shaking the mausoleum, sensing his obvious failure at bewitching. "You will regret this, Sun God. You will eventually return to me, pleading for my help." His ominous voice echoed around the mausoleum before his figure faded away completely. Aucuses remained silent, completely ignoring the words of the outer god. He'd be a fool to respond to the question of the Son of Chaos, who was once the embodiment of anarchy. The aura of Sephiroth, which was previously part of Son of Chaos, was covering the magic lamp. He could draw power from it at any time. If he had responded, the Son of Chaos would have distorted his response and immediately bound him under his order. Finally, he raised his hands as the magical lamp floated towards him. After obtaining it, he gave the mausoleum one last look before leaving this hidden place with a flash of light. A golden sun appeared and imploded from where he had vanished. The pure and scorching light illuminated everything. The mausoleum, mountain, and hidden location all collapsed into the ocean of light. Chapter 89, Antigonus. Aucuses appeared with a flash of light in a remote valley of the northern continent. He looked at Solomon's only remaining mausoleum. Others had been destroyed by him in the previous week. For this week, he was wandering the world, disrupting Solomon's resurrection plans. During his journey across the northern continent, he also visited St. Milan, Trier, Fenepotter, Roberg, Bexlas, and many other cities, admiring them and analyzing the changes brought about by the Industrial Revolution. The beginning of the Industrial Revolution had the greatest impact on the world trend, resulting in the most significant and immediate effect, urbanization. The steam engine eliminated the problems and difficulties that the industrial sector faced, revolutionizing it. It led to mass migration, with people flocking to the cities in the hope of a better future in the industrial world. In this competitive environment, some succeed and become wealthy, while many others fail and become social outcasts. Such scenarios could be found throughout the empire, resulting in a plethora of tales and stories to be embedded in the fog of history, some remembered, some forgotten. However, most of the drastic changes brought about by the revolution didn't even reach the world's upper echelons. No matter how wealthy or rich a mortal becomes, he cannot attain nobility in the United Empire, which is reserved for angel families and consuls of empire. The empire's upper echelons are also angels and demigods. No mortals are allowed to hold positions of power. The extraordinary persists to reign over the mundane. This is an iron law of the universe that cannot be broken in any way. Aucuses' thoughts wandered as he made his way towards the mausoleum in the valley. The mausoleum, like Solomon's other mausoleums, was majestic and one of a kind. It was pitch black in color, erected and supported by colossal pillars, each with an image of angels engraved on it. He finally made it to the mausoleum and stood in front of the massive door. Solomon's fated resurrection would fail and fade if he destroyed this mausoleum, as it was the last one standing. However, this was just a fleeting thought as he began to exert his authority of order. The entire mausoleum was illuminated in brass light, which quickly morphed into law symbols and magical labels. Then they all blended into the reality surrounding the mausoleum. Ocasys used his authority to impose various rules that concealed and protected the mausoleum. It was also used to keep an eye on the entire structure. He was doing everything he could to ensure Solomon's successful resurrection and that nothing interfered with the process. Solomon's resurrection is essential. It would be the final straw that would bring the empire crashing down. It will eventually lead to the Four Emperors' War. The kings of empire, on the other hand, were peculiar beings. He doesn't need to say much about Elitsa, as it is pretty evident to all already. While Trunsoist, the keeper of the order. Ocasys never trusted him and never will. In the beginning, he was obedient to him and other gods. He is, however, gradually changing. He'll soon discover that it's the gods who are upsetting his precious order. Ocasys would not be surprised if he betrays and turns against them in the end. He may appear weak and cowardly to many, but such people are often the ones who surprise everyone in the end. However, this was insufficient to compel him to halt Elitsa or Trunsoist on their path to godhood. He will allow it to happen. In the end, he will also end it. Ocasys set his thoughts aside and gazed at the night sky, which was filled with gleaming stars. The deserted valley was near the northern continent's edge. The battle should have been over by now. He considered, his perception broadening. Soon, he saw angels and archangels fighting. There were 3 kings of angels as well, adding to the chaos. This was the siege of the Zeridal and Zoroast families, led by 6 churches and the empire. He frowned at what he saw. He decided to go there himself after some thought. Ocasys' closed eyes opened as he vanished from the valley in a flash of light. Ocasys descended on the battlefield without making a fuss or letting his presence known. The sky was overcast with thunderclaps, while darkness and twilight flashed across the battlefield. Ocasys looked around and discovered castle ruins, as well as angels of 6 gods battling the angels of the Zeridal and Zoroast families. This was not a fight in the least. It was a one-sided slaughter, with dozens of church angels encircling 4 angels from 2 families. They are only alive because of the ridiculous survivability trait bestowed upon them by the mysterious pathways. It doesn't change their fate, though. It was only delaying the inevitable. Ocasys walked through the ruins, ignoring the battles of angels, until he sensed the aura of the King of Angels. He arrived at the edge of ruins after a short walk. He was met with the corpse of a middle-aged man, infested with maggots, lying on the ruined ground. 2 people were standing near the corpse, one of whom had long black hair and was dressed in a blue suit. His face was formal, and his eyes were a deep blue. His face was solemn as he stared at the body. While the other was a man whose appearance resembled both old age and youth, with hair that was half white and half black. He had dark eyes, a handsome face, and a thick, black tuft of fur on his cheeks. It was Mr. Dor, Bethel Abraham, and Antigonus, son of Phlegria. Well. Ocasys sighed, his head throbbing. It's getting out of hand. He was immediately aware of what had occurred. Zeridal should have been besieged by Antigonus and Bethel. This happened in the original timeline as well, during the War of the 4 Emperors. It had changed now, most likely as a result of his presence. Zeridal died, and there was no hope of his resurrection. It was unsurprising given who was besieging him, Bethel Abraham. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to Antigonus' hand, which held a translucent mask with the symbol of a fool on it. That's the uniqueness of the fool. He thought, his eyes gleamed. However, Fool's uniqueness did not pique his interest. Honestly, he didn't want to be anywhere near it. But what bothered him was the significance of what had occurred here. Antigonus wants to be the king of angels of the Fool pathway, and eventually to become the Fool himself. A death wish, that is. Ocasys' eyes were tinged with a mixture of purple and gold as he focused on the Antigonus. His all-seeing eyes saw right through Antigonus. Antigonus' life, memories, and fate. It was laid bare for him to see, like a book he could open and read at any time. Ocasys only gave it a passing glance, focusing on Antigonus' fate and mind. As expected. He discovered something, just as he had predicted not long before. The entire situation struck Ocasys as strange and bizarre. He always had the impression that there were invisible strings attached to everyone and that they were being manipulated. He is now certain that someone is attempting to manipulate Antigonus into becoming king of the angels. Chapter 90, Considerations. Ocasys' eyes dimmed as he finished analyzing everything about Antigonus. He discovered many anomalies in Antigonus' mind and fate. Antigonus' fate had been tinkered with, as had his mind. It was a very delicate and precise manipulation. It could even be considered flawless, because the person manipulating Antigonus did not introduce or alter his self or mind, they simply magnified his desire for promotion and his deep fear and hatred of Ammonices and Occuses. Yes, Antigonus also seemed to hate him because his home and country were destroyed by Diana during the Seven Nations War. Coming back, the manipulator was using this to push Antigonus in the direction they desired. They also made sure to tinker with his destiny so that Antigonus didn't find any coincidences and only thought everything was reasonable. The manipulation was also very subtle and concealed. It was intricate enough that other gods would not notice anything wrong with Antigonus at first glance. But it's a pity they ran into him. He didn't have to think long to figure out who they were. There aren't many people in the world who can pull off such feats. It was none other than the sons of Creator, Adam and Ammon. He can already guess what their motivations are for doing this. Occuses finally looked away from Antigonus as he finished inferring the entire situation. Nothing, not even Adam, could stop him from taking the attend mysteries from them if he wanted to. He didn't, however, after considering the future and dangers. He didn't want to make too many changes to the fate of the mysterious pathways and end up attracting the attention of celestial worthy. In the original timeline, Adam and Ammon did the same thing. They appear to have helped Antigonus become the half-fool without asking for anything in return. He always thought that the entire event was suspicious in and of itself. Now, after personally witnessing everything, he can make some educated guesses about Adam and Ammon's intentions. Suddenly, he turned and looked at Bethel, his eyes turning golden and purple, narrowing at Bethel. He was well aware that, unlike Antigonus, his probing would not go unnoticed by Bethel. It will reveal his presence. But he didn't care. His all-seeing eyes saw through Bethel, but he couldn't see much because Bethel noticed his prying and used his authority to stop him. But it was enough for him to see through Bethel's basic condition. Occuses. Bethel Abraham turned to face Eternal Blazing Sun, who stood nearby. "What do you think you're doing?" His tone revealed his rage. Hearing Bethel's voice, Antigonus turned back as well. When he saw Eternal Blazing Sun, his eyes flashed with fear and deep hatred. He only gave the sun god a glance before bowing his head, not daring to look at the god directly. He also hid the uniqueness of fool in his robes. "I was prying into you, Bethel Abraham." Occuses smirked and admitted flatly. While continuing, he began walking towards them. "You always return to the cosmos, which is teeming with cunning and terrifying outer gods. Your authority can help you hide from them, but nothing is certain when it comes to the cosmos." Occuses arrived and took his place in front of Bethel, his stature towering over Bethel. His eyes began to gleam, and a scorching divine aura erupted from him, pressing down on the surroundings. As his body was covered in the divine aura of Eternal Blazing Sun, Antigonus' mind nearly exploded. His body was slowly decomposing into a vortex of maggots, but each maggot was becoming engulfed in the golden fire and disintegrated. Bethel was better, because a door symbol appeared in his glabella, shielding him from the divine aura of the sun god. He quickly stabilized himself and tapped on Antigonus' collapsing body. His authority also encompassed Antigonus, also shielding him from the divine aura of the sun and granting him a reprieve. Occuses ignored their condition and continued. "I don't want the outer gods to find a way through the barrier, relying on your authority in the end. I was checking for the world." His golden eyes glowed like the sun. "Do you have a problem with that, Bethel Abraham?" Bethel Abraham stared into the sun god's golden eyes without flinching. His blue iris rippled layer upon layer, his hand tightly clenched, expressing his rage at the sun god. Occuses felt Bethel's rage and anger. Bethel almost lost control of his emotions. But, in the end, he managed to pull himself together, though his anger was still palpable. Occuses was not surprised by this. After all, he had just implied Bethel as a traitor, while Bethel actually loves Earth more than anyone else. However, he was indifferent about this. Bethel Abraham has the potential to become the world's most dangerous threat in the end. Nobody can deny it, not even Bethel. He had previously pried into the state of Bethel, just to check for any corruption. In the original timeline, Mother Goddess of Depravity corrupted Bethel. He was aware of this. However, it did not specify when Bethel was corrupted. He was constantly looking for signs of it in Bethel so that he could act quickly. He didn't act directly, despite knowing the future of Bethel's corruption because his unbridled actions would not sit well with other gods or even the Empire. He wasn't quite strong enough to overwhelm everything. Coming back now, he examined Bethel's condition and discovered nothing wrong with him. He was completely normal, with no problems or issues, but sometimes the most striking thing is normal, especially when considering the future. After careful consideration, Occuses decided not to take any action against Bethel right now. He looked at Bethel, who remained silent, not daring to respond to any of his words. He gave him and Antigonus one last look before turning and walking towards the nearby mountain ruins. Antigonus groaned as he stood up, finally recovering, after the departure of the Eternal Blazing Sunday Bethel. He looked worriedly at Bethel, whose gaze was still glued to the fading silhouette of eternal blazing Sunday. Hearing him, Bethel seemed to take a breather, his emotions calming. He finally turned and looked at him, his deep blue eyes gleaming with determination, as if he had decided on something and was willing to go to any length to achieve it. Take the characteristic. It's better if we leave right away, Bethel said, looking away and pointing to the characteristic. Antigonus nodded, knowing it's for the best, and bent down to take the Attend of Mysteries characteristic. Bethel grabbed his shoulder and prepared to teleport him to the capital. Where are we going? Antigonus inquired, tucking the characteristic into his robes. We're going to the royal palace, Bethel replied, his brow furrowed. I need to talk to Elitza about something important. You're also coming, it involves you as well. Antigonus did not object. Then their figure was bathed in blue light, and they vanished in an instant with a blinding flash of light. Caucasus arrived in the ruins of a mountain that was illuminated by twilight. He can see the plants and trees around the ruins withering and disintegrating into dust at incredible rate. He also felt a bug or error in reality, which was affecting the order of reality. He soon noticed two people standing around the various cracks in the fabric of reality. One of them was a woman dressed in black armor and wielding a twilight sword. Her black hair was tied back, leaving only a few strands hanging on her beautiful face, which was also stained with blood of Archangel. Image here. The other was a man with black curly hair and black eyes was the other. His forehead was rather broad in contrast to his thin face. He was dressed in a dark suit with a long overcoat. A golden pocket watch hung from the overcoat's cuff. What stood out about him was the crystal monocle he wore over his right eye, which glistened with light. Image here. They are Diana, the angel of wisdom, and Amon, the angel of time. They should have besieged Palaz Zoroastrst. He overheard their conversation as he walked towards them. Amon. Diana seated as she walked towards the angel of time, who stood before her, her eyes fixed on the angel of time, of whom she had once been terrified. But her tone and voice now said otherwise. Can't you make it any clearer? You fucking let him escape. Amon chuckled as he adjusted his monocle. Didn't you know I was going to do that? Nonetheless, you wanted me to join in the fight against poor Palaz. He shook his head comically. Diana clenched her fist around the sword, gritting her teeth. Don't even try. You will regret it, Amon said, pointing to the sword in her hand. Your mystical enchantment is powerful and all. However, it is still a long way from the original held by Caucasus. Diana scabbarded her sword after hearing him. She huffed as she looked at Amon. I'll tell Lord about this. You will have to answer to him. Amon smiled amusedly before turning to look back, only to see Caucasus approaching them. You won't be waiting long. He has arrived. What are still you waiting for? Go and file your complaint with him. Chapter 91, Consequences. Amon POV. He is here again. How does he appear everywhere important and even at the right time? It's as if he has omniscience or something. And, nothing can escape his notice. If Hera Bergen finds out about this, he will be distraught. And, I'll make sure he hears it. Caucasus should have learned about my plans by now. He shouldn't have disrupted it, though, as Adam didn't descend. And I was correct. Something makes Caucasus uneasy. The great sun god is afraid of something. After offending all of the outer gods, he even dismissed them. But there is still something that could make him cautious. Based on everything that has happened, I assume it is something related to my pathways. What could it possibly be? I smiled inwardly, watching Diana walk towards Caucasus after sparing me a glare, unable to refute my previous words. That was unsurprising much for a little girl. I started walking to Caucasus. His fear. I chuckled with anticipation. Caucasus POV. Diana walked up to me and bowed in a respectful manner. The honorific. It didn't bother me as much as it had in the beginning. I've grown accustomed to it. Tell me what happened. I inquired, my gaze fixed on her. She wanted to say something, but she seemed distracted by her soiled appearance, with her face and body covered in blood and mud. While still bowing, she wiped the blood from her face and quickly cleaned herself with a wisp of wind she summoned. My lord, the siege was mostly successful. Looking up to me, she said solemnly. Then she cleared her throat and began to briefly explain the war. The Zeradal and Zoroast families anticipated and prepared for our assault. They fortified their homes and lands with a plethora of artifacts, creating a nearly impenetrable fortress. Oh, Solomon seemed to be extremely generous to his subordinates. That's unexpected. We assumed the artifacts were the legacy of the Black Emperor. He should have left it for his faithful subordinates. The artifacts came from various paths, such as the Door, Fool, Moon, and Wheel of Fortune. Some of the artifacts were not even angel level, but they cleverly used them from a defense and attack formation combining artifact power. They designed it so that the artifacts enhanced each other's power and compensated for their weakness. It was extremely well thought out. She said it with wonder, while I listened patiently, unsurprised. As I previously stated, their fortress was impenetrable to even angels. I concluded that it could even take me some time to completely break the formation. However, time is what we didn't have. It would give those families a significant advantage over us. The Empire's army has still not arrived. So Israel decided to pray to his Lord. We didn't object after considering our situation. Then, Lord of Storms delivered his divine punishment on both families. The effect was far superior to what I expected. Except for angels and archangels, almost everyone and everything in the lands was disintegrated almost instantly by the thunder bathing them. I believe Lord of Storms kept them alive for us to deal with. The Empire's troops arrived just as the Lord of Storms' divine punishment ended. Her expression was subtle in that regard. Then, in accordance with the arrangement, the angels and archangels were besieged. Our angels were faced by angels from noble families. Ammon and I besieged Palaz Zoroast, while Antigonus and Bethel besieged Zeradal. Everyone should have won by now, except us. She drawled, bowed her head, and avoided looking at me. I can see how she feels responsible for what happened, as she was partially responsible for the failure, as Ammon stated. What occurred? Despite knowing everything, I inquired. Ammon. She returned her gaze to Ammon, who was standing nearby, and he was just listening with interest, seemingly with no intention of interfering with their previous conversation. It was Ammon. He used his power to give Palaz a chance to flee. Palaz didn't hesitate and seized the opportunity in desperation. I said, glaring at Ammon. You really don't care about the consequences, do you? Then I noticed a flash of disappointment in his eyes, which, despite being hidden, did not escape my all-seeing eye. Disappointment. I thought as the gears in my brain turned again, analyzing the situation. Did he already expect me to find out about his plans? Oh, inferring from it in this way, he should be very perplexed about subsequent actions. I chuckled quietly to myself. According to Ammon's character, he may have wanted to deduce the truth from my words and expressions. However, I didn't even bother bringing up their plans. It was completely unnecessary after I decided not to interfere with them. I can already guess their plans for manipulating Antigonus. It should be an experiment. An experiment to determine the strength and status of the will of celestial worthy. They are pushing Antigonus towards godhood solely for that. They are playing with fire. Even though this was just my speculation, it could very well be true because Ammon and Adam really have the audacity to do something like that. In the original timeline, I knew how this would end. However, because of my presence, things are changing now. I finally sighed inwardly, my mind racing with the possibilities of what could happen. I'm going to meet Ammon Isis anyway. It's better to decide on Antigonus' situation after discussing it with her, I decided. I continued, still peering at Ammon. Ammon, your actions are considered traitorous to the Empire. I have no such intentions, Caucasus. He gave a half-hearted smile. You should know this better than anyone. He pointed out. Still, I wasn't going to let him off the hook, he had to pay for what he had done. I ignored him and pulled a scroll and a pen from thin air, signing his name on it. Then I threw it at Diana. Diana caught the scroll and opened it to read it, her face finally showing a smile after reading the contents. As a citizen of the Empire, you have harmed the Empire for personal motives. Ammon, you will be tried in the royal court in front of the entire Empire. I declared and willed the order to Ammon. The order appeared in the form of brass chains and bound him. Ammon still smiled calmly, not resisting at all, as if he knew it was futile. I, invoking the authority of God, revoke your status as consul of the Empire. I declared once more, but this time I made my voice heard throughout the Empire. Now. I dismissed him with a wave of my hand. Get lost. Don't worry, Caucasus. Ammon smiled as the brass chain began teleporting him to the capital. I will prove my innocence in the so-called court. You, blasphemer. Diana charged and slashed her sword at his throat, her eyes filled with rage. Ammon looked at the charging sword, his monocle gleaming. The twilight sword that slashed at Ammon abruptly turned and pointed to a nearby mountain in an erroneous manner. Boom. Under the slash of twilight, the mountain crumbled and disintegrated. Goodbye, little girl. Ammon smiled and waved at her before disappearing. Diana stomped her feet on the ground in frustration, cracking the ground and trembling the mountains nearby. I'm sorry, my lord. She finally bowed to me. I couldn't control my emotions. It's nothing. You don't have to be so concerned about him, I said. If he gets on your nerves, just ignore him. You can get the better of him in that way. He hates being ignored. Diana calmed down after taking my words to heart. Then, she approached him, holding a blue bag with various characteristics. We got these characteristics from the war. You can distribute it based on your wartime contributions. I gave the order while looking into the bag. However, send the angel characteristics to my kingdom. We'll figure out what to do with it. Diana nodded and slid the blue bag away. Diana, notify the legislature. That, I will be invading the southern continent, I went on. Maybe Umbella and Badheal will show up too. Simply inform them of this. Yes, my lord. Diana said, despite being taken aback by his words. Does the church have to take part in the invasion, my lord? She inquired immediately. No. I replied with a shake of my head. It's only me. I went on, pulling out another document and handing it to her. Finally, at all costs, let Parliament pass this bill. The document is a bill draft pertaining to pollution control and regulations. After finishing everything on my agenda for this event, I teleported out of the ruins, heading to Trier for some respite and alone time. A/N. How was this chapter? To be honest, I've always preferred writing in the third person because it gives the story more flexibility. But, after reading a comment on the previous chapter, I decided to give it a shot. I'm not sure if I'll continue to write in first person. It simply depends. However, I decided to still do POVs in third person for some important characters. Chapter 92, Music. St. Milan. It was a magnificent city built on the riverbank. It was a city with narrow avenues and small places to sit and eat, and it was also a place to unwind as people went about their daily lives. Sky towers stood in the center, surrounded by thousands of houses. The towers were graced with a twilight-bathed sword emblem at the top. The sky was eve of the evening, when there is the strength of day and the softness of night, and the city comes alive with music and light. St. Milan was well known for its liveliness and openness. It was always buzzing with noise and music, no matter what time of day or night it was. It was also filled with the vibrancy of life and the resolution of twilight. It was a contradictory city, yet that was what made it oddly beautiful. The city believes in two gods, Earth Mother and God of Combat. Image here. In the city square, crowds gathered around a gentleman who sat on a high stool holding a guitar. He was dressed in a white inner shirt and black trousers. His white hair was messy, his irises were golden, and his demeanor was laid back. There was a black suit spread out before him, with numerous golden coins gleaming in the twilight of the sun. It was none other than Aucassin who was on his journey. He arrived in St. Milan yesterday and is actively exploring the city. He also became well known in the city as a busker, a person who sings or plays music for money on the streets. What was the reason for his actions? He simply wants to. There was no other greater or deeper goal. It was just him having fun in his own way, doing things he couldn't do in his previous life. One of those things was music. He had always wanted to perform in front of a large crowd. It was just a small dream in the back of his mind that was crushed due to his horrendous talent in that area. But, talent is no longer an obstacle. Aucassin smiled at the onlookers and began strumming the golden-coated strings. He began playing one of his previous life's favorite songs. The song reminded him of his favorite earthly memories. House of Memories, Panic. At the disco. A beautiful woman stood in the middle of the crowd, attempting not to be noticed by the white-haired men. She was going so far as to use her authority to ensure it. She was clad in a long green gown that accentuated her already otherworldly beauty. Her eyes were as red as the crimson moon, and her blonde hair swayed brightly in the twilight. Lilith, Earth Mother, is who she is. She looked ahead, past the gaps in the crowds, after ensuring her concealment. She noticed a slender man with long fingers and a quirky side smile, Aucassin, began playing a somber melody while gingerly caressing a cherrywood guitar. Music fills the air spontaneously, like waves filling holes in beach sand. The sound rushes in and around everyone in the square. Some react to the melody, while others continue to chatter, but it always speaks to them in many ways, drawing them in. A low melody was heard. The melody was a veil-like, sorrowful dream that fell into their minds. Lilith closed her eyes and let herself sink into the sea of melody. Soon after, she fell into a melancholy dream. The somber dream was about love and parting, about a boy and a girl in their youthful naivete, only to be confronted with cruel reality, about their first love, about their glorious years. Her thoughts were gradually drifting into her painful memories of the past, which were buried in her heart. But the dream was shattered when the music became loud, with a deep and gloomy melody. It drew her back to reality, and she looked at Aucassin, whose face had lost his quirky smile and had become reminiscent. She moved cautiously forward through the sad crowds to get closer to him and get a better view of him. When she saw him reminiscing about the past, though, she clenched her hands. She arrived right in the middle of the second line, just in the right spot to get his full figure without being noticed by him. As she approached, the tragic music became increasingly higher and boomed out across St. Milan. People from all walks of life began to gather in the square, their faces filled with curiosity and sadness. Those who couldn't get here simply stopped what they were doing and started listening to the music filling the air around St. Millen. Lilith was struck by the tragic atmosphere created by the music. The melody was like dark clouds threatening to turn into a large storm. The light in the city square suddenly dimmed, prompting Lilith to look up, only to see dark clouds gathering in the sky of St. Millen, heralding the arrival of a storm. Lilith became more aware as her perception broadened. She felt the melody vibrating through the fabric of reality. It was as if reality was echoing with the music, dancing to the Orcus's tune. St. Millen was filled with tragic emotions. Everyone who heard the song, no matter how old or young, male or female, rich or poor, felt the deep emotion conveyed by the music. Many people's eyes welled up with tears as they recalled lost loved ones. Many elderly people closed their eyes in agony, recalling the smile of a long-gone loved one. Many adults experienced regret and grief as they recalled their first love. At the melodies of Orcus's, the entire St. Millen was filled with a depressing atmosphere, and everyone's heart was seized with their own sorrow. Lightning streaks began to flash across the dark clouds, and heavy rain began to fall on the magnificent city. It was as if the entire sky was reverberating with sorrow of all. Such a scene and phenomenon should have made many people realize the musician was no ordinary person. However, whether extraordinary or ordinary, they were too engrossed in the ocean of melodies to care. Patter. The rain poured down on Orcus's, but he didn't seem to mind and continued to play, his eyes glowing with melancholy. Lilith gazed at the Orcus's as the rain poured down. She was almost out of breath as the melody echoed in her mind, carrying tremendous power and stirring up a painful memory she didn't want to recall. The memory depicted her standing atop a corpse of humans dressed strangely, surrounded by the ruins of sky-rising buildings. The crimson moon hung high in the sky, illuminating her figure, which was covered in human blood, while her eyes were wide in terror, seemingly in realization of her actions. That memory was like an abyss, drowning her slowly in wave after wave, and she was powerless. As if sensing her predicament, the melodies changed, illuminating the abyss and pulling her back into reality. The music became high and solemn, and the audience noticed that the tone of the music became a little more rousing, as if gentleman who was playing guitar was trying to show them his great faith in life, encouraging them to face the pain and move on. The higher pitch was extremely upbeat. Many of the audience members exhaled deeply and then let out long sighs, as if they were expelling all negative emotions. Then came the final movement. Orcus's strummed down the golden strings with incredible speed. The movement of the Orcus's was so fast that the audience's eyes couldn't keep up. Coming out of their grief, everyone became excited, and people began to applaud in the midst of Orcus's playing. Orcus's finished with a heavy strum on the final string, and his smile returned. The sun shone through the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the St. Millen and returning vibrancy to the magnificent city. The entire audience around St. Millen applauded for Orcus's, which rattled the city. As cheers filled the streets, the crowd went crazy and wild. The sky was almost completely covered in gold coins as they were thrown towards the coat in front of Orcus's for his outstanding performance. Orcus's smiled and bowed as he put down the guitar. Lilith awoke from her trance and turned back. She hurried away from Orcus's, wiping the tears from her cheeks. "I am sorry." A soft, apologetic voice interrupted her emotions. A/N, serious question, guys, should I open up a Patreon? Is my writing worth it? Chapter 93, Apollo. The environment becomes silent, as if all sounds have ceased to exist. Lilith turned to face Orcus's, who was being surrounded by people holding books and papers. It was chaotic, despite the silence. He was smiling at them, but his apologetic gaze was fixed on her. His eyes gleamed as well, as if he could see right through her. Then he moved his lips. "Please wait for me. I'll be right there in a second. The people here are far too enthusiastic." His soft voice echoed right beside her ears, tickling her earlobes and turning them crimson. It also shattered the silence. Hearing his apology did not make her feel better, on the contrary, it filled her heart with rage. "Bastard!" Looking at Orcus's, she yelled. She only gave him one last look before storming off into the oncoming crowds. Orcus's sighed as he watched her vanish with the crowds. "May I have your autograph?" A teenage girl stood in front of him, holding a piece of paper. Her other hand twirled her skirt nervously. His attention was drawn back to the crowds, and he put his thoughts and concerns of Lilith aside. He knew she needed some alone time for herself, which is why he didn't rush after her immediately. Orcus's finally looked around at the swarm of people, who were much more docile than before. It was because of his manipulation. He brought order to the chaos of the crowds. He was actually forced to do so because the crowds went crazy with admiration and fanaticism for him. He even witnessed some Beyonders attempting to jump through the crowds in order to catch a glimpse of him, regardless of the collateral damage to the surroundings. If he hadn't done that, St. Millen would have fallen within hours due to the populace's sheer enthusiasm for him. The order only allowed those who were truly inspired by his music to approach him. His order is ethereal and subtle, leading people to believe it is normal and reasonable. They will find nothing wrong with situation, and some may even believe that only those people are qualified to get close to him. He must acknowledge that authorities can be both convenient and all-powerful. It is entirely dependent on the God who utilizes it. What else could I have hoped for? While looking at the girls and other people's fanatical eyes, Aukas's thought. I really shouldn't have been so engrossed with music. He sighed helplessly. He is a conceptual being. Even if he tried his hardest to restrain his authority, his every action would still affect concepts of reality, albeit in a minuscule scale. Previously, while he was playing, his order authority subconsciously reacted and began influencing reality based on his emotions. This is why there was a thunderstorm and rain while a sad song was being played. Well, that's a new way to use order authority. He jotted it down. He didn't mind bringing his guitar to a war of gods. That would be a sight to behold. He chuckled, picturing the reactions of gods. Aukas's tucked his jumbled thoughts away and examined the teenage girl's paper in his hand. The music notes for the entire song were written on the paper. It was perfect without a blemish. She also appeared to have started deducing music lyrics for it. That's quite impressive. He thought, peering at the girl again, causing her to blush and look away. She was no ordinary person, but a beyonder of the Hermit Pathway, Sequence 6. She was also a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, which is actually now led by his angel, Diana. Her fate changed. That's not surprising given that she's crossing paths with me. Now she'll be connected to the fate of Diana, huh? A future angel. He reflected, seeing the change in her fate. What is your name? He finally asked, pulling a golden pen from his pocket. Athena. The adolescent girl strutted out while blushing and shaking. Aukas's smiled and signed the paper. He wasn't going to sign his own name. Names have power. Name, huh? What should my stage name be? He pondered. Athena. Greek, so it shall be. He signed his stage name on the paper and handed it back to Athena, who caught it in a hurry. Just then, a flash of light illuminated them, with a click in the background. Athena jumped up in surprise, but calmed down when she realized it was just a camera taking pictures of her new idol and her. She looked at the autograph with her name and the name of her idol while making a mental note to go get a copy of that picture. Apollo, the signature was in cursive writing. Apollo. She recited it with zealous eyes. However, before she could catch another glimpse of her new idol, the oncoming crowds pushed her back. So all she could do was carefully stuff the paper into her bag and walk out of the square. She planned to go to a branch of the organization and tell everyone about her idol. The music played by her idol, Apollo, was unique. It was not as tedious as classical music. It was distinct. It was loose. The music so clearly expressed the feelings of the heart. She can already see the impact of her idol. It will usher in a completely new genre of music and spark a musical revolution. She thought with anticipation, while repeatedly checking the condition of the recorder to ensure its condition. She did everything she could to keep it safe because it contained the music's recording. Under the twilight, Athena walked out of the square with a silly smile. Meanwhile, Aukas's was still dealing with a swarm of fans, actually feeling quite enlightened about the problems of celebrities in his previous life. Lilith laid down on the grassy ground of a mountain peak in the Valley of Mountains near St. Million. It was surrounded by a slew of other steep mountains, each with an abandoned Gothic castle perched on top. When Lilith looked up at the night sky, she was greeted by sparkling stars and gleaming constellations. It restored her long-lost tranquility. The respite of nearby trees swaying in a gentle breeze, and the sound of crickets at night. All of this brought her peace, slowly healing her scarred heart. She let out a sigh, expelling all of her negative emotions and finally finding peace under the night sky. Lilith sat up, folding her legs and resting her back against the trunk of the tree. Her gaze was still fixed on the night sky. She was aware of what lay beneath. A vast, endless, and unknown cosmos beyond the divine eye. A totally distinct world. A universe full of wonder and danger just waiting to be discovered. Something long buried in the depths of her mind stirred out and resurfaced the last time she fixed her gaze on the cosmos. It was that recollection. A memory that revealed her true origins, which she had always wanted to know. She was, however, horrified and terrified by the revelation. It nearly brought her down. The memory brought back the emotions that she experienced at the time. The pure horror and terror came crashing down on her mind, overwhelming her. She understood why her mind and heart buried that memory instinctively. It was too much for her to bear, even for her now. If such a revelation happened when she was the sanguine ancestor, she would have lost control on spot. Even now, she buried it away immediately, not wanting to recall it all. It put a tremendous strain on her mind and soul. But, it was all shattered by Aukas's sad song. It brought back the memory, which she eventually suppressed with the emotions that followed. However, it had an effect on her in the end. Human. She mused, her lips curved in irony. I used to be a human. She extended her hand to the sky, as if to touch the stars. As that thought flashed through her mind, her calm heart became stormy. Caucasus. With that thought, an image of a white-haired man with a peculiar smile flashed across her mind. When she saw the image of the white-haired man, her stormy heart calmed down. She also felt bad about her outburst at him. He should not have meant any harm at all. Suddenly, the image of a white-haired man shimmered before her eyes and moved towards the mountain slope, perfectly combined with a vague figure who appeared to be trekking towards her. She didn't have to think too hard to figure out who it was. She rose from the grass and approached Caucasus. They were soon face to face. I'm sorry. They both said it at the same time, causing them to stumble and making the situation even more awkward. A/N, I've made the decision to open a Patreon. Meanwhile, I'll try to write more chapters. After I've accumulated at least 12. I'll post the link. My college has already started, so it may take some time. Chapter 94, Recipe. Here. Caucasus smiled as he handed her a cup of coffee. I brewed it precisely how you like it. I crushed the coffee beans. I also ensured that the water was sufficiently hot. He went on to enthusiastically describe the entire process, breaking the awkward atmosphere around them. Lilith finally smiled and took his coffee that she ever so enjoyed in her hand. Come on. She indicated with her hand. Let's sit down first. Caucasus nodded and followed Lilith up the mountain's green slopes. They were both carrying a cup of coffee as they walked towards the tree in the moonlight. The atmosphere gradually became calm and serene. Lilith and Caucasus sat in the shade of trees, sipping their coffee in silence while gazing at the stars in the night sky. I am sorry. Caucasus said, breaking the silence. I should have stopped playing the music as soon as I noticed you. It's fine. Lilith smiled, shaking her head. You didn't mean any harm. If we are bent on apologizing, I should be the one more sorry. Caucasus wanted to say more, but sighed inwardly after feeling her guilt through her words. How are you? He asked abruptly, interrupting her emotions, while turning and peering at her with his hand on his chin. The gentle breeze blew through his messy white hair. Despite gazing at the unfathomable golden eyes that contrasted spectacularly with his messy white hair, Lilith remained unaffected by the charming man. She could even see a glimmer of concern in those deep, mesmerizing eyes. But, did she still feel anything? Nope, not at all. She looked up at the sky, away from his gaze. Her face remained calm and soft, expressing no signs of her inner turmoil. I'm fine, Caucasus. She replied quickly, while blowing off the steam from her coffee and looking up at the sky. Many thanks for the coffee. I really needed this. Caucasus noticed a flash of pain in her eyes. He sighed and didn't press into this situation anymore. His music was also tinged with reminiscence. It will evoke memories, whether tragic or sad, it didn't matter to his music. He played it to push people to confront the tragic event while maintaining faith in life and finally moving on. He can guess that his music must have evoked some dreadful memory of Lilith, looking at her worse condition. As usual, your coffee is divine. She continued, her gaze fixed on the coffee. Then, she jolted, as if recalling something. Where is the recipe? You promised to give it to me the next time we met. So, where exactly is it? Her face was expectant, while looking at his coat pocket. She yearned for his coffee recipe. She was always bothering him about it. The coffee was well worth the value. It was truly divine, and she was very curious about how he made it. I forgot. Caucasus scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. I was away dealing with Solomon's plans. It was hectic and tedious, as Solomon had left behind well thought out and intricate plans. He continued, purposefully ignoring her increasing glare. Caucasus. Lilith spoke up to interrupt him. But he kept going, forcing her to yell at him. Caucasus. Stop. What? Caucasus said, his face blank. His gaze, however, was fixed on her beautiful face. That took her a long time. He finally looked at the beautiful face that had stumped her heart. She is truly, she. Allow him to emphasize it once more. There are no words to describe the beauty of Lilith. Lilith felt a piercing and intense gaze on her face. The gaze was wanton, moving down her face, neck, and finally to her breasts. The audacity, this jerk. She was thinking with her heart racing in unusual emotions that she didn't want to acknowledge. She immediately spoke up, trying to keep his attention on her face. She also wore an indifferent expression. There's no need to act any longer, Caucasus. You said the same thing last time I asked for the recipe. You did forget, didn't you? It seems like you always forgot when it's about me. I just want to make the coffee with my own hands for you. Aukas's grumbled in his heart, but didn't say anything out loud because it would shatter the fragile barrier between them. Yes, there is a wall. It's a metaphorical barrier that neither he nor Lilith wished to breach. It was preventing them from admitting their feelings for each other. It was what kept them both from taking the next step. Aukas's was aware that Lilith was aware of the wall. How did he find out about that? Honestly, it was just a gut feeling. He unconsciously smiled, though it wasn't a happy smile. But he quickly regretted even smiling in that way, as Lilith, who was already very unstable, noticed. Are you smiling? Lilith asked, and it was the final straw that broke the camel's back in her heart. Your smile now resembles the one you had while playing the guitar. She whispered. The reminiscent smile. You had it while dreaming about the past. You also have it now. Does this coffee often remind you of her? If it's so special, why do you always give it to me? Her words completely revealed her jealousy after hearing his sad song about love and breakup. Oh. Aukas's approached her and flicked her brow with his index finger. You dolt, it was just a song. It was not even my original. To alleviate your doubts, I have not fallen in love with anyone in the past, that was a time when I was just messing around. He came to a halt, looking at her dazed and dull eyes, which were most likely caused by his flick. You know what? Let's go. He spoke abruptly. The atmosphere around them was becoming increasingly tense as time passed. He didn't like it at all. So he made a decision. Where? Lilith awoke from her trance, caressing the spot where he flicked gently with her hands. To Trier, the city that never sleeps. Aukas's spoke up, rising from the ground and reaching out a hand to her. Lilith looked at his hand in silence before looking right into his golden eyes and asking in a solemn and serious tone. Was there really no one? No. Aukas's said, while his heart arose with strange happiness, seeing her all jealous. There wasn't anyone. He emphasized it again. Lilith still didn't take her hand right away, instead staring at him before finally sighing and taking his hand. She stood up as well, passing the cup back to Aukas's. I finished it, here. She said, looking away. I'll give you the recipe. Aukas's said, taking a pen and a note from his coat. No. Lilith declined, pressing her hand against his fingers and preventing him from writing. What? Aukas's was perplexed. Didn't we just fight? I'd prefer it if you always brewed it for me. You don't have a problem with that, do you? She cut him off with an enchanting smile. Absolutely not. Aukas's responded after a brief daze caused by her shocking words. It had a profound effect on him. Truly profound. He also grabbed her hands tightly, sliding his fingers against hers, tying their hands together like a knot. He stuffed the pen and note back into his coat pocket. Lilith asked, nodding and ignoring his clinging actions. Where are we going in Trier particularly? It's a surprise. Aukas's spoke mysteriously. Let's go. He continued without giving her another chance to ask a question. Lilith and Aukas's faded away in a blinding flash of light from the mountain. Chapter 95, Lantern Festival. Trier. The city that never sleeps. The night didn't seem to bother the bustling city, which was dotted with lights. It was as if the streets had become veins of light around the heart of the metropolis. It was different from St. Milan, even though it shared a similar vibe with it, but it thrived with people and cultures from all over the world. Trier was the cultural epicenter of the entire world. The city has always been vibrant, regardless of the time of day. It was full of cultures and traditions from all over the world. And, despite the great differences in ethnicity and customs, the city has never had any form of xenophobia, but rather has been hospitable to everyone. This was possible only because of the Golden Order of Aukas's, which was subconsciously influencing the minds of citizens. It was a lively and colorful city, with countless stories and tales. In the streets of Trier, Aukas's and Lilith headed towards the city center, where music and light were concentrated. They passed through monolithic towers and painted structures. Every corner of the street was buzzing with activity, even though it was already 10:30. Aukas's had a quirky smile as they ran down the sidewalk, rushing through the crowds of people on and off the sidewalk. Lilith followed, holding his right hand. She smiled and shook her head when she realized he was getting excited by these little things. Her beating heart, however, told her what it was all about, quite clearly. They weren't invisible. People saw them as they ran around them at an inhuman speed. The eyes on them were filled with surprise, strange and shocked. But she didn't care. All she was concentrating on was Aukas's watching his figure race before her. It will take time if we continue like this, Aukas's said without looking back. Let's speed up. Speed up? Lilith asked dubiously between her runs. She actually wants to suggest that they can just teleport instead of running around like that. But, her surging emotions already got the better of her logic, so she didn't care anymore and let Aukas's spoil and indulge her. Aucuses smiled and turned to look at her. Then he answered her question with action. He jumped off the ground, breaking the ground around him. He also released her hand and landed on the roof of a Gothic house. Come up. Aucuses said, watching her as he gestured for her to get on the roof. Lilith came out of her trance and jumped up too, smiling at him. Unlike Aucuses' boisterous actions, she was graceful as ever. Eventually, she landed lightly on the roof, without harming anything. Let's go. Aucuses stepped forward and waved his hands. We don't want to be late for that event. Lilith nodded, not urging him to explain about the event. Then, she took his hand, widening her smile. Aucuses turned and ran on the roof with his hand in hers. Under the light of stars, they crossed the city of Trier, jumping from roof to roof, leaving a trail of light. They also attracted a lot of attention by jumping around the city. However, that didn't stop them at all. They had smiles on their faces. They enjoyed the silence as they blazed towards the city center. Lilith looked at buildings and people passing by as her heart was filled with surging emotions. She felt the invisible ties that had always bound her loosen every minute she spent with Aucuses. We are here. He suddenly yelled and jumped from the roof to the ground, and she also plummeted with him. They landed on solid ground, with an arched entrance ahead. It was decorated with sunflowers and tulips. There was also a blazing sun emblem in the center of the arch. Lilith stared at the decal as she entered the town square through the ornate archway with Aucuses. She was immediately blown away by what greeted her. The fumes of cigars and cigarettes filled the air in a hurry to fold with aromas of alcohol and wine. Lanterns and boards filled with the emblem of sun. Blazing music everywhere. The smells of food stalls surrounded by impatient people. It was chaotic with bustling people and a cacophony of sounds, but it made her feel strangely calm and serene. What is this festival? Asked Lilith, puzzled. She pointed to the celebration in the city square. Did you introduce it recently? Lantern Festival, replied Aucuses, his moving eyes fixed on the lanterns sold in the stalls. It's a new festival that I introduced this year. They walked into the crowded town square while chatting and holding hands. What is it for? Lilith asked, rather intrigued by his festival. Is it for your birthday? No. Aucuses chuckled at her curious words. My birthday is September 22nd. Lilith immediately jotted down the date in her mind. Aucuses continued, guiding her to the food stall. I introduced the Lantern Festival to honor the fallen during the War of Seven Nations and the Night of the Blood Moon. It's also a way to let go and start a new life, while the lantern symbolizes illuminating the future. Overall, it's a very complex festival that. He went on and on about the festival. Lilith was astounded by the festival introduced by Aucuses. She saw more in this seemingly simple festival. Her perception expanded and changed, and the people in her vision became little suns, which told of their faith. She soon saw Backlund, Fenepotter, St. Millen, Roberg, Bose, and the entire northern continent. From her vantage point, she was a swarm of suns illuminating the entire continent. She suddenly realized something. The power that Aucuses wields over the world is steadily growing. His believers outnumber her and other gods' worshippers by a wide margin. This festival is also increasing his followers. In the end, not even the gods will be able to shake his hold on the world. I should have paid more attention to the festivals. She thought, clicking her tongue. She also made a mental note of the Aucuses methods, which she will surely use to strengthen her anchors in the future. Hey! Aucuses waved his hands in front of her face, bringing her back to reality. What do you prefer? After gaining her attention, Aucuses inquired. Strawberry or vanilla? He directed his finger to the ice cream. Vanilla. Lilith answered, after a getting grip on reality. Aucuses nodded and went to the ice cream shop, leaving her to ponder her own thoughts about festivals, while tapping her hands and looking at lantern shops. He returned in a few moments, holding 2 cones of vanilla ice cream and passing one to her. Here. He said this as she took a cone from his hand. What made you like vanilla? He inquired, his gaze fixed on her. It simply tastes better than the other favors. Lilith responded, her brow furrowed. But, when she saw his strange expression for her response, she inquired, pressing the subject of vanilla. Why are you asking this? I just want to know your favorite flavor. Aucuses said, turning away from her with a strange smile. Aucuses' smile felt so off to Lilith. So, she didn't back down and walked in front of him, blocking his path. She asked again, her gaze fixed on him. What dirty thoughts are going through your head, Aucuses? Aucuses sighed and grabbed her hands. He drew her in the direction of other food stores. This festival is hosted by my church. There are food specialties from all over the world. Come on, I'll buy you everything. He dodged her question, as he really didn't want to answer that. She bickered about it, and Aucuses did his best to appease her. Nonetheless, the atmosphere between them became warm and ambiguous. Chapter 96, Ramen. The aroma of food wafted through the square as people streamed between the food stalls. All different flavors of food from around the world were beautifully presented on the stalls. Surprisingly, there was a man dressed in a lavish suit performing mind-blowing tricks in the kitchen of a side stall. In no time, a huge crowd gathered around his stall. In the crowd, Lilith was holding a plate, eating a pie while silently watching a man who was cooking for her. The man in the lavish clothes was none other than Occasus. She and Occasus strolled through the food stands, tasting dishes from around the world. There really was a wide variety of food at the Lantern Festival, from grilled fish from the southern continent to mooncakes from the Kingdom of Night. It was a feast for her tongue. Occasus took her to each of the stalls and let her taste everything. It is truly an eye-opening experience. She didn't refuse it, although she hadn't been used to eating anything for centuries. But it was Occasus who personally brought everything to him, so she decided it was time to try something new. She munched through the dishes with Occasus. It was an exhilarating experience, she must say. And, everyone should do it at least once in their lives. And during their journey through food heaven, Lilith asked Occasus something, after seeing her not-so-subtle enthusiasm for food. She asked him if he could cook too. Occasus immediately nodded to her question, sporting a big smile. Then he asked quite eagerly if she wanted to try his cooking. She obviously did not reject his offer. Then, Occasus very politely borrowed a stall and started cooking. As for why she was flabbergasted, it is because Occasus' cooking was different from what she thought. It would be better to say it was some kind of little show rather than actual cooking. His exaggerated movements as he manipulated the golden fire from the oven, as well as many other similar tricks, really opened her eyes. Seeing him cooking caused many profound questions to arise in her heart. How can he look great in any situation? Is this charm brought by the path of the sun? Nope. It should be natural. It should indeed be. Lilith finally pushed her chaotic thoughts aside and looked into kitchen, focusing on Occasus, who kept shooting a glance at her. She smiled softly in response, quite knowing that this was what Occasus wanted to see. She already knew Occasus liked her. If she hadn't been wrong, Occasus should have known about her feelings as well. Although they acknowledged their feelings, they did not dare express it to each other. It was excruciating. She really wished she could smash the earth to release her pent-up emotions. Lilith took a piece of cake while trying to contain her surging emotions. There was really nothing she could do about the complex situation between them. Concealment, her identity as Umbella, many others, she even had the slightest suspicion that Occasus had already discovered her identity, which should be impossible given the efforts of the ancient sun god and Amon-Isis to make sure that the concealment was infallible. Still, she didn't care about any of that in this moment. She just wants to enjoy this moment without worries or burdens. She also clearly realized that her actions were totally illogical from the standpoint of a sentient, logical, and divine god. But, as the famous saying goes, love makes fool of us all. Suddenly, people around her exclaimed, her eyes narrowed to the booth where Occasus finished his cooking show. The aroma of the dish immediately filled the air and made everyone's mouth water. Despite this, no one approached the stall, as they noticed the chef cooking for one, exuding an intimidating aura. Occasus placed a single bowl on the stall counter with 2 chopsticks right on the edge of the bowl. The bowl was filled with hot ramen in a broth seasoned with miso. It had several with steak, hard-boiled eggs, vegetables and toppings on hot miso. Come on. Occasus invited her as he took off his apron and washed his hands. It's ready. Lilith walked over and sat down before everyone's envious eyes. Then her eyes sparkled at the sight of the unknown dish. It caught her attention with its aroma alone. What is its name, Occasus? She asked with vigor, picking up the chopsticks near the bowl. Ramen. Occasus replied, leaning on the counter with his hands on his chin and staring at her. Miso ramen. Lilith nodded, figuring out how to eat with these strange sticks. It wasn't difficult, and it only took a few seconds. Then she began, accompanied by Occasus' eager and expectant expression. He seemed to be more eager and anticipatory of her eating than she was. With her nimble fingers, she smashed the chopsticks into the noodles and, with only one of her sticks, pushed it back into her mouth. The flavors exploded in her mouth, making her hum with pleasure. It was sweet and salty one minute, spicy and sour the next. The contrasting flavors melted surprisingly perfectly in her mouth. It was almost like a miracle. No. It's truly a miracle in itself, as it was her love who made it personally for her. The crowd around the cabin had already dispersed in the wave of Occasus' hands, leaving them both alone. How is it? Occasus asked, his eyes full of expectation, leaning forward. Lilith didn't respond, instead continuing to eat the noodles. Occasus watched her bulging cheeks patiently. He chuckled at the sight, knowing she must be enjoying his cooking. He sat in the chair, his elbow on the counter and palm on his chin, his gaze fixed on Lilith, dreamy. Lilith finished it swiftly. She immediately raised her bowl and shouted. Another one. She looked around and noticed Aukas's scorching gaze fixed on her body, but she didn't care about his unbastful action any longer and let him have his look. But that doesn't mean she's going to abandon the Nautilus. No. Continue until I tell, Aukas's. Her yelling finally jolted Aukas's out of his trance, and he blazed through the kitchen wearing a wide smile to cook for her. Lilith smiled, after seeing pure joy radiate from him simply by cooking her another bowl of noodles. She waited patiently, staring at the ridiculous but wonderful show of Aukas's, which made her laugh and chuckle many times. Her eyes slowly softened and she looked at her dolt, who had done so much for her. The atmosphere between them grew warm and cozy by the minute. When the clock struck 11:55 p.m., Lilith finally placed her last bowl of noodles on the counter, breathing a sigh of satisfaction. Beside her was a series of bowls stacked on top of each other. That's more than enough, Aukas's. She laughed when she saw him go into the kitchen again. She was still elegant and composed, despite her eating so much, which also didn't seem to affect her at all. How was it? Did the flavors go well together? Were the noodles soft? Aukas's immediately bombarded her with numerous questions as he walked towards her. Lilith smiled when she saw him so expectant for her answer. It's out of this world. Now it is also my favorite dish. She replied indulgently. Of course. The abrupt change in Aukas's tone and expression caught Lilith off guard. After all, given who made it. He persisted in his narcissism. His narcissism. Oddly, Lilith loved the proud, narcissistic expression on his face. It also surprisingly accentuated to his already handsome face. Lilith laughed, covering her mouth with her hands, as her heart felt so surreal and happy for this night. She didn't want it to end at all. Aukas's leaned towards her, raising his eyebrows in a questioning look at her sudden laughter. However, the warm atmosphere was soon interpreted by the sounds of the crowd signaling the start of the great festival. Chapter 97, Dance. Lilith turned and looked back, only to see people walking towards the center of the square with a paper lantern in hand, faces filled with emotion. Come on. Aukas's said quickly, jumping over the counter. We don't really want to miss this. This is an important part of the festival. His words made her turn around, but she immediately was greeted by her hand, which she took without a second thought. Aukas's pulled her closer to him, and they headed for the market area of the town square. They reached the market area. The shops were already closing as people were walking out with lanterns in their hands. I shouldn't have lost track of the time. Aukas's grumbled, shaking his hand. Contrary to his impatience, Lilith looked cautiously down the street and found a bright stall with children in front. Calm down, Aukas's. She said, reassuringly pointing to the shop. I found one. Here it is. Let's go. Aukas's said, with sparkling eyes. He dragged her to the shop, without slowing down, much to her chagrin. Eventually, they reached the shop, which finally calmed Aukas's, much to her relief. They waited for the children before they finished shopping. Aren't they cute? Lilith asked, smiling. Her eyes softened unconsciously at the sight of the children. They indeed are. Aukas's nodded, his tone soft. A thin smile formed on her lips as she tightened her grip on her hands with Aukas's. They waited. Finally, it was their turn when the children ran to their parents with lanterns in hand. Lilith and Aukas's went to the counter with a woman dressed in brown clothes, the proprietress. The proprietress already had the lantern in her hands. She politely nodded at them. Congratulations. The proprietress smiled and abruptly handed them the lantern. On the paper lantern was an emblem of the sun and the moon, which shone in the presence of Lilith and Aukas's. The sun and moon lantern was intended for a couple entering their new life. It was a way of wishing for a more stable and happy marriage. What? Lilith asked, bewildered. Then the realization finally hit her when she saw the symbols in the lantern. No, we are. Thank you. Aukas's interrupted, earning him a glare, but she didn't refute him in the end, much to his glee. The proprietress smiled knowingly when she saw their interaction with each other. I wish you happiness in perpetuity. She handed them the lantern. Aukas's took the lantern and tossed a golden coin with his blessing to the proprietress. The proprietress' face brightened when she saw the golden coin. She looked up after putting it in the counter to find the couple gone. They were cute, she thought, smiling as she shook her head. Aukas's and Lilith had already reached the center of the crowded town square. There were adults chatting, children dancing, worshippers praising the sun, and lovers embracing each other. The night was alive. The air was filled with an abundance of emotion and warmth. The lights shone on the square and the city. The bell tower's hands told tick-tock, signaling the start of the festival. Lilith and Aukas's stood in the middle, hands folded, eyes filled with expectation, hesitation, and confusion. We are doing it. Lilith whispered, her eyes looking for assurance in the men in front of her. We are. Aukas's said, his eyes as bright as the sun. We are really doing this. There is no more backing down. Lilith smiled, brighter and more beautiful than the crimson moon itself. She finally said, "Let's begin, Aucuses." Aucuses nodded, his smile breaking at her words, and his eyes filled with joy. They held hands in the starlight. They began. Lilith held the paper lantern as Aucuses lit it with the golden fire of the sun. The lantern was also blessed by Lilith to withstand the fire of the sun. Soon, the lantern was blazing in the golden sunlight, brighter than any other lantern held by the people around it. "Nice job getting all the attention," Lilith said, rolling her eyes as she felt the stares on them. Aucuses just chuckled. Obviously, he wasn't going to make their lantern look ordinary. Just then, an ethereal gong sounded through the city, announcing the arrival of midnight. "The lights around the city have gone out and the silence has consumed the city. Let's do it," Aucuses said, taking a deep breath to calm his emotions. Lilith nodded and raised her hand. They held the lantern of the sun and the moon in their hands. Under the night sky, they both lifted it skyward, keeping their eyes fixed on each other. Eventually they let go of the lantern and let it fly to the cosmos. With them first, the people around them followed suit, as the atmosphere became serene and still. The lantern slowly rose to the sky, like stars illuminating the dark sky of the cosmos. They were like a serenade with the emotions and stories of many. In the light of the lanterns, Aucuses drew Lilith to him, placing his hands on her hips, bewildering her. "Up for a dance?" Aucuses asked with raised eyebrows and a challenging tone. Lilith smiled and calmed down, then abruptly taking his hands in response and answered with a confident smile. "I am." She pulled him into the crowd as Aucuses snapped his fingers, used his authority. The music comes straight from heaven. Aucuses and Lilith were dancing, holding each other under the attention of all. They fell in step, letting the rhythm guide their movements. All the landscapes and people around them have faded. There were only Lilith and Aucuses. Her crimson eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Uncontrollable feelings raced through Lilith's body and her fingers tingled with joy. Her hand touched his cheek. Her body acted on its own, with no chain to hold her back from this pure paradise. Aucuses pulled her close to his chest and wrapped his arms around her neck. He noticed her golden hair falling over her eyes like a curtain, blocking out the light. He yearned to gaze into those crimson eyes. Lilith wanted to pull her hand away to push her hair back, but his hand clung to hers. He carefully placed her slender hand on his shoulder. He delicately tucked her lock behind her ear, and her emerald eyes twinkled back at him in surprise. Her lips traveled to his ear as she whispered ever so softly. "You know how to be romantic." She rested her head on his shoulder. They continued dancing, too absorbed in the music to stop. Time passed as their feet moved in the footsteps of the foxtrot. At this moment, they were no longer eternal blazing sun and Mother Earth, but simply a man and a woman in love. "Aucuses," Lilith whispered softly, feeling his intense gaze on her lips while they danced. In the next second, Aucuses leaned forward and held her tightly. He gently planted his lips on hers. Chapter 98, Morning. The rising sun shone through the clouds, illuminating Trier. Aucuses sat on the balcony, twirling a glass of wine in his hand. His gaze lingered on the sleeping figure in the room. His heart was full of emotions just looking at the peaceful face of the figure in the bed. That sleeping figure is none other than Lilith. Aucuses sighed and chose to drink her wine and distract himself from her. Yesterday, he was so careless with Lilith, they both walked on thin ice, nearly breaking through concealment several times, but at the last moment managed to pull themselves together and avoid the terrible disaster. Yes, a disaster. Lilith's concealment is far from what would be considered normal. It was quite convoluted, a mixture of many authorities that complement and balance each other. It really is a work of art. He thought as he sipped the wine. He wasn't bantering or sulking by saying that. It really was a work of art. He really didn't know how else to describe Lilith's concealment. To elaborate on this, her concealment has fooled the world itself, which includes all concepts of reality, angels, and even gods. Lilith had fallen, which is recognized and accepted by the world in every manner, destiny, history, and divination. It was a fact and a matter of certainty. Much like in the case of Lilith, Earth Mother is recognized as Umbella by many, even Badheal himself. There wasn't even a silver of doubt and suspicion on anyone's part, despite Earth Mother's strange situation. Nope, there was no doubt at all. Aucuses' thoughts were interpreted through a strange image that popped up in his mind, abruptly. The image showed a man with a majestic golden beard, dressed in a priestly robe and carrying a silver cross. He seemed to be praying to a figure nailed to a giant white cross while clutching the silver cross. The atmosphere was sacred and divine. Suddenly, the priest turned, his pious eyes gradually becoming pure and innocent. He said softly, "Everything is reasonable." Aucuses' hand trembled, the wine almost spurted out of his mouth at the sight of this strange and frightening image. He immediately put down his glass, rising from the rocky chair. He placed his finger on the side of his head. He began to purge that image from his mind, literally. He materialized that image and transformed it into pure information, then proceeded to burn it with the golden fire of the sun. All of this was happening in his mind. After ensuring its destruction, Aukas's opened his all-seeing eyes and connected with his golden order. He started browsing and checking everything. About 10 minutes later, he sat down with a sigh as he picked up an entire glass bottle of wine and gulped it down. There were no issues or influences with him or around him. And, as he previously stated, Lilith's concealment is too high on the level. This can be proven again by the fact that he was just thinking about it, then it led to whatever that was with Adam in it. Putting his thoughts on Adam aside, he didn't even want to think about him, as it only made his mood worse and more terrible than it already was. Now, after purging the thoughts of Adam to ashes, Aukas's refocused on the situation. Lilith's concealment, if broken hastily, will literally lead to catastrophe. War and blood will wash the earth. The darkness and the light will shatter each other. They will tear everything down with them. Everything ends in chaos. In chaos, the Creator will rise again, beginning a new era. That was one possibility of what could happen. To summarize, their situation is quite complex and dangerous. Did he, however, regret his careless actions? No, not at all. Last night was one of the most memorable nights of his life. While spending time with Lilith, he was filled with passion and joy, unconcerned about his problems and difficulties. He didn't regret it all. Love makes a fool of us all. Aukas's deeply resonated with the saying while finishing a bottle of wine and ruminating on the previous night. He exhaled a long sigh, as if expelling all his surging emotions and finally calming down. The light of dawn shone through the crowds and illuminated his figure. He got up from his chair and walked through the sliding wooden doors into the room. He could already feel Lilith waking up as the light of dawn shone on her face. She should be half asleep by now. Aukas's went to the bed, looked at her lying down. Her facial expression was stunned as she continued to roll over in bed, trying to find a comfortable position to go back to sleep. Aukas's approached the bed and looked at her as she lay there. Her expression was groggy as she turned around in bed, trying to find a comfortable position to fall back asleep. With hesitant eyes, he leaned forward to kiss her forehead, causing her to groan and gradually awaken. Aukas's smiled seeing this. Then, he walked into the kitchen to prepare coffee for Lilith. Yes, they were staying in the hotel room after the restless night. He knows it sounds so wrong. But nothing happened between them other than a long kiss. They didn't even say and discuss anything about it after that and continued to dance and drink until 3 a.m. Lilith was literally wasted, despite being a god. It was too much for her. The difficulties and problems between them were to take their toll on her. Aukas's carried her to the hotel and booked a room for the night. Then he laid him carefully on the bed, making sure she felt warm and comfortable. At that time, she finally let go of her guard and fell asleep in her bed. As for him, he also slept in the same bed for an hour before getting up when the sudden realization of all that had happened struck heavily on his head. He then went to get a bottle of wine and started sulking about his own thoughts and memories. Within a minute, he finished brewing the divine coffee the way Lilith liked it, poured it into the 2 cups and took them into the bedroom. Lilith had already awoken. She was in a trance, staring out the window while still wrapped in sheets and refusing to leave her bed. Aukas's approached her with a smile. Here. He gave her the coffee and brought her back to reality. Then NKS, Aukas's. Lilith stammered, trying her best to get a hold of reality. She took the coffee from his hand without trying to look at him. She then blew the coffee before taking a sip, calming down. Aukas's sat beside her in the bed, with one leg in the bed and another hanging, drinking coffee. The air around her tightened in tension and pressure as sunlight filtered through the fiberglass windows, illuminating their figures. Lilith caught her breath after taking another sip of coffee. She seemed to have finally mustered enough strength to turn around and face him. Your coffee is excellent as always. She stopped abruptly, her wide eyes fixed on Aukas's body. Her brain seemed to shut down for a moment. Her tips of her ears turned crimson. Put on a shirt, bastard. Lilith snarled, snapping out of her stupefaction when she saw his grin. Aukas's was only dressed in pajamas, revealing his chiseled body to her. Her heart was nearly overflowing with strange emotions as she was struck by the sight. Why? Aukas's leaned in, their faces inches apart. Don't you like what you see? He whispered subtly. Lilith returned his stare, stealing a glance at his body and gulping. Her heart pounded in her chest. But she shouldn't let herself fall again. She immediately used her divinity and authority to suppress her emotions. Despite his previous words, Aukas's felt the atmosphere was not improving. Put on a shirt, Aukas's. She spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. You should know that we can't. She stood up, placed her hand on his chest, and pushed him away. Fine. Aukas's groaned, grabbing his shirt from the hanger and putting it on. Lilith sighed when she saw him in this state. Her heart hurt as her feelings returned. I'll get ready. We can then go to a restaurant. She compromised. Caucasus nodded dully as he watched her head for the bathroom. What will become of us? He thought with a sigh. He continued to drink his coffee under the light of dawn. In a restaurant in the upper part of Trier, Caucasus and Lilith sat facing each other, eating spaghetti in silence. Both of them avoided discussing the events of the night and the morning, but this did not dispel the heavy atmosphere that existed between them. Finally, Lilith spoke and broke the silence. So, why are you invading the southern continent? She really wants to release the tension between them by addressing at least some serious topics. About their relationship, she can only sigh thinking about that. Caucasus put down his fork. His stoic expression eventually loosened at her question. He took the glass of grape wine and answered between his drinks. I am going to kill Tolzana and take away the uniqueness and characteristics of the chained pathway. Tolzana is the future chained god who was polluted by Mother Tree of Desire in the original timeline. His response made her stop eating. Lilith put down her fork and said with serious eyes. Is it for your angel again? Yes. Caucasus nodded, without hiding it from her. It's for him, but I'm also doing it to make sure the divine slut didn't have anchors to spread her corruption or send her power into our world. Lilith was used to his disrespect for the outer gods, so hearing him say divine slut didn't surprise her, but she still had to say that nickname is quite fitting for Mother Tree of Desire. She didn't question his intentions because she already knew Caucasus cared about his angels, and even she paled in comparison to him in this regard. Caucasus, after all, is allowing his angel to become a god. It's risky. Lilith folded her hand, implying something. Salinger's situation is still unknown. I believe there is a major problem with him. What kind of problem? Caucasus inquired, raising his brows and sipping his wine. Lilith gave him a hesitant look. Out of concern for him, she finally said it in a roundabout way. The kind that can endanger the entire world. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I will not invade Biome directly. Caucasus stated matter-of-factly. You will be there for me even if there is a problem. He laughed. Lilith's eyes twitched as she responded. I will undoubtedly be present. I will also notify Badheal. He'd be delighted to take part, as he's concerned about the Salinger situation. Would you like to accompany me on the invasion? Caucasus nodded and inquired candidly. No, Caucasus. Lilith rose from her seat. Two gods invading a continent will almost certainly spark a war of gods. At that time, Salinger will not tolerate our actions. It's best if you go alone, but I'll keep an eye on you from the astral world. Her eyes filled with emotion as she suddenly paused. Her eyes also shimmered with a flash of deep darkness. She continued, observing his every reaction. I have to leave, Caucasus. I can't stay here any longer. Go. Caucasus stated flatly, as if he was unaffected by her sudden words. I'm sorry. Her words lingered in the air as she vanished before him, leaving him alone once again. Caucasus sighed, sipping his wine before returning to his spaghetti. Chapter 99, Southern Continent. Chaos. There was only chaos on the cursed land called the Southern Continent. The very concepts of reality have been affected by it. The line between death and life has long been blurred. The Southern Continent is a cursed land in the mouths of northerners. The legends that come from here can terrify even a war veteran. It was such an eerie place, in and of itself. There is no law or justice in this forsaken land. It was literally hell for the weak and heaven for the strong. It follows the law of the jungle to this day. This land, as one would expect, was primitive, barbaric, cruel, and primordial, perfectly inheriting the characteristics of the Dark Age. For this alone, many gods, including Caucasus, hated this continent to the bone. But they couldn't do anything about it, as the Southern Continent was a tricky place. This forsaken continent was always the subject of many legends. It was said to be teeming with devils hungry for souls, evil spirits who relish torturing their victims in the most gory ways, frequent bloody massacres. The doors of the underworld were always open, so be careful where one may pass. The filthy, the stories go on, painting a terrifying picture of the cursed land. The legends are true. The underworld and the abyss have a deep connection to the Southern Continent. It was brought about by the deities they both represent, Salinger and Farabadi. This is what made the continent so tricky and difficult, even for the gods. Despite the fact that the lands are anarchic, there is still some form of government with the goal of keeping the madness and chaos within the empire's borders. It is ruled by the Biome Empire, which was founded by Salinger. However, the empire was not all of the Southern Continent. There are other powers as well, such as the Devil faction and the Chained faction, which all have some power on the continent, though not as much as the Biome Empire. The Devil faction consists of the Beria, Enderail, and Noise Angel families. They believe in the dark side of the universe, Farabadi, who is the god of the abyss. He was the only remaining ancient god. The Chained faction is led by the king of angels, Tolzana. He was born in the Second Era and later became the subordinate god of Kvastra. After the fall of the ancient gods, he benefited greatly and succeeded in becoming the king of angels at the end of the Third Era. He was also a member of Ro's redemption and participated in the last war. He was recognized as the king of angels who, along with Bethel Abraham, had the greatest chance of becoming a god. The Empire and other factions frequently engaged in conflicts. Farabadi and Salinger did not get along well, but they were forced onto this continent due to pressure from the gods at the start of the Fourth Epoch. They can only come to terms with one another while also manipulating their subordinates to sabotage each other's dominance. Tolzana tried hard to remain a third party in these disputes, but in the end, he was drawn in without even wanting or trying. The southern continent is a chaotic and perverse place overall. Although it ought to have remained the same, something changed on the morning of the 1st of May. Everyone felt something distinct in the air, whether they were angels who were above all or the lowest mortals. But they truly weren't able to pinpoint what it was. However, they undoubtedly felt a disturbance that literally made their own souls tremble. The disturbance made the chaos wane. The demons and spirits disappeared from the surface of the earth. The cultists, who were leaving destruction and bloodshed in their wake, now sat submissively in their base, trembling. A sliver of relief was felt by the shackled mortals. All around the continent, small to large changes were occurring simultaneously. The order returned and chaos vanished from existence, as the very concepts of reality became free. It was in the air all around them, and everyone could feel it. It was as though the very continent was jubilant over someone's arrival. On this specific day, the sun was extremely hot as that someone in many people's minds sat at a restaurant, having a black coffee. That someone was none other than Ocuses, who had just invaded the southern continent. He didn't keep quiet at all, instead, he stopped reigning in his powers, which spread across the entire continent and heralded the advent of the Golden Order. In the only developed area of the empire, the city of Byam, which is the capital of the Byam Empire, Ocuses was sitting in a restaurant in the upper part of the city. The capital is relatively large, nearly the size of Trier, and follows the general layout of northern cities. There are, respectively, aristocratic, industrial and residential areas. Yes, after the United Empire discovered a new maritime route, the Industrial Revolution did indeed reach the southern continent. When both empires possessed items they wanted from one another, trade between them naturally started. Ocuses was now savoring the black tea, which was a specialty of the Byam Empire. It was fantastic. The trip was well worth it. As he savored the aftertaste and considered the situation, Ocuses hummed in thought. Salinger will be able to see right through any attempt he makes to conceal or hide his existence. He realized there was no use in hiding it, so he just brazenly entered the continent while making his goal and action extremely plain using his order to Salinger. Salinger. As the name went through his head, Ocuses' visage soured. He is very certain that Salinger should have already made a secret connection with the River of Eternal Darkness. Salinger is perhaps even more dangerous than Sasra for this reason alone. He constantly had a horrible omen whenever he thought about Salinger, which only increased his resolve to kill Salinger. He would make certain that Salinger did not survive the War of the Four Emperors. He will see to it that death itself perishes away. While taking a sip of the black coffee, Ocuses observed the blazing sun at the center of the sky. He can sense the connection between the underworld and the abyss on the continent. They were contaminating the continent inexorably and slowly. Now that he was here, the link between the southern continent and the abyss became weaker, but it still exists. Whether it be the underworld or the abyss, it is a sensitive area that even he didn't want to enter unless absolutely necessary. Ocuses asked with a smile after finishing the black coffee and raising the empty cup to the sky. It tastes far better than I anticipated. Would you like one? In my opinion, you're really missing out on this. His voice caused the nearby trees and plants to rustle before withering away and turning to ash. The ash swirled in the air before landing on his table, forming words. Ocuses. Focus on the present situation. You are already this close to starting a war of the gods. Everyone is focusing on you. You don't really want it. Ocuses continued to press, ignoring the words. I can place an order for you and bring it later. For a brief period, the ashes were carried by the wind and swirled, seemingly unsure of what to say. It eventually calmed down. Order one for me and bring it to me afterward, not right now. The sire of Salinger is already coming to meet you. Ocuses' grin widened at that. He then placed another order with the waitress. That was Lilith, who is currently in Astral World, directly over the southern continent. On this invasion, he wasn't the only combatant. Although they are not personally present, Lilith and Badheal are also with him. So, if conflict breaks out in the end, they will descend on the southern continent, regardless of the consequences of doing so. Just then, a man with tan skin and long black hair approached him. He was dressed in a deep black robe with golden thread embroidery. His icy, indifferent eyes were accompanied by a golden bird-shaped crown on his head. The air became cold and waning just from his presence, as if death itself had arrived. He was none other than Isaac Eggers, the Emperor of Biome and Death Council. A/N, I managed to find some time to edit this chapter that I wrote on the weekend. So here it is. Still, the updates for this week will be low due to my college work, as I said before. Chapter 100, Awakening of Death. Your Excellency. Isaac Eggers bowed, showing the respect due to a god. It didn't matter whether he was Emperor of Biome or Consul of Death, such titles meant little to the person before him. Although he did his best to appear respectful and polite, his tone still remained cold and indifferent. Caucasus didn't care and gestured to the seat. Sit down, Isaac Eggers. Isaac obeyed and sat down, putting his hands on the table and interlacing his fingers. He kept his head down and dared not look again at the laid-back god in front of him. At the same time, the reality around them switched, revealing a vast mountain range with a green valley in front. They sat in the middle of it all. Isaac was still calm, despite noticing the change in scenery around him. Isaac Eggers. Caucasus' eyes gleamed as he gazed at Isaac. He saw through Isaac's mind and soul. There wasn't a single ounce of humanity in Isaac Eggers, which is not surprising since he was born as a mythical creature. His soul was tainted with the eerie power of death, which controlled him in more than one way. His memories contained no information about Salinger's recent whereabouts, he only knew that Salinger isolated himself in the underworld for centuries. He had not yet since come out of the underworld. In conclusion, Isaac is no more than a slave to Salinger. Caucasus almost thought Isaac was nothing more than a puppet if he hadn't noticed Isaac still has some self-conscious in the depths of his subconscious mind. It must have been the suppression specific to the pathways of death. Caucasus analyzed, the high-sequence beyonders of death pathway can completely suppress the low-sequence beyonders. They can even turn them into slaves. Caucasus wouldn't be surprised if Salinger enslaved all the high-sequence beyonders in his path. He has always been known for his madness and paranoia. Even though it is now just Isaac who has come to meet him, Isaac is fully capable of representing Salinger. Despite being aware of this, Caucasus will put on a show because many gods are watching this location. Even though they made an effort to be as discreet as possible, it still didn't escape his notice. Amon Isis, Hera Bergen, Leodoro, Cheek, and even Farabadi were all in his line of sight. They are putting in bids for the best moment. At this very moment, tension pervades the entire world. Salinger's situation has always been a mystery, even to the gods. Doesn't your father want to come with you? Caucasus asked, leaning back in his chair, hands clasped and eyebrows raised at Isaac. Isaac felt immense pressure on his body and soul just because he was under the sun god's gaze. He tried his best to stabilize himself using his connection to the underworld. A wave of silent darkness appeared from the depths of his soul, quickly covering his entire mind and soul, freeing him from the sun god's oppression. Caucasus frowned upon seeing the silent darkness in the depths of Isaac's soul. He actually felt danger from the darkness, which was emitting an immense aura of death. He looked away and didn't try to gaze into the darkness. He instinctively knew that if he continued to investigate, things wouldn't end well for him. River of Eternal Darkness. Caucasus guessed with a heavy heart. My father apologizes. He feels very guilty for not being able to come in person to welcome Your Excellency into his kingdom. Isaac said in a low voice. Your Excellency, I invite you to Biome Palace on behalf of my father. The royal family has prepared a sumptuous ceremony for. Enough of these useless pleasantries. Caucasus interrupted him, his tone rather blunt. That's not what we both want, is it? So, cut to the chase, Isaac Eggers. Isaac paused for a brief period, his eyes glistening with pale fire. The silent darkness in Isaac's body was growing by a moment's notice. Oh. While placing his hand on the table and his palm on his chin, Caucasus thought. Salinger is rather restless. He is sure that Salinger is preparing Isaac to serve as a vessel for his descent. When the eerie silence was finally broken, Isaac spoke in a hushed voice. My father questions the reason for your unexpected visit. Caucasus smiled and leaned forward, still holding his pose. It has nothing to do with the Biome Empire. So tell your father not to worry. At the end, he chuckled lightly. Your Excellency. Isaac said, trying his best to show a serious expression, the entire southern continent is my father's kingdom. So, whatever you plan to do will affect the empire one way or another. He paused, raised his head, and looked directly at the sun god, his deep, dark eyes slowly eroding in pale fire and his aura rising far beyond even the archangels. A part of the spirit world began to tremble and rumble as waves and waves of spirit storms shattered countless spirits throughout the spirit world, signifying the wrath of the eternal sleeper, death. The sky dimmed as an intense cold engulfed the world. The cold went deeper into the air. It was in the chest, in the hearts of many. Something terrible was about to happen. It was the last thought of many spirits, who were crushed to dust by spiritual storms. Many angels shivered to the bone, as they felt something awaken. It is something primordial, rooted in every being in every world. It's death. He's awake. Caucasus concluded as he felt the commotion in the spirit world. Azek continued. His expression changed to one of indifference. His demeanor transformed, taking on an emperor's bearing. He looked like a completely different person after the transformation. Allow me to ask again, what is the reason for your invasion of the empire? My father asks for your answer. If not given, he asks you to leave his kingdom immediately or face the consequences of your impudent actions. Caucasus laughed, his deep laugh echoing across the continent. The whole continent began to shake. The sun in the sky was bright, brighter than ever. It emitted a glare that blinded countless people, who were curious. Salinger, if you want war, I would be happy to give you one, he said without backing down at all. With his words the sky changed, twilight and life graced the sky, illuminating the sky in a mixture of orange and green glow. The plants and trees in the valley around them grew towering in a moment, before withering away in orange glow. From the ashes, plants sprouted again, absorbing nutrition from the ashes. It died and grew, again and again, forming a cycle of life and death. An eerie aura filled the world. The earth itself trembled, as if afraid of what was to come. Caucasus clutched his hand, ready to summon his sword, should Salinger decide to descend through Azek. Although everything seemed to turn into a very terrible situation, war of gods, Caucasus thought otherwise, as he considered the predicament of death. The sinister aura suddenly dissipated without warning. The chaos in the spirit world subsided, allowing many breathe a sigh of relief. Everything fell silent as life and twilight left the way they arrived, giving way to peace and breaking the cycle of life and death. Azek returned to normal, nodding his head and speaking in a raspy voice that spoke volumes of his pain and suffering. My father sends his regards. He also hopes that your excellency would keep your word. Your excellence, I'll be leaving. He bowed as he continued. You can find me in the Biome Palace if you have any problems or inquiries. Caucasus only smirked in response. Then he took the remaining wine and drank it, watching him go. Well, that went smoothly, he thought, flashing a smile at the gods. At the same time, a faint whooshing sound echoed through a region filled with deep, illusory darkness. There was a glow in the dark that showed a clear, colorless river flowing without beginning or end. The river was ethereal as it flowed in the endless darkness. In this perpetual darkness, a pale fire flared up, morphing into two hollow eyes overflowing with madness and pain. Caucasus. A deep voice filled with anger, madness, and hatred thundered through the darkness, rumbling it. The ethereal river, however, cut off the voice as it started to agitate restlessly, as though it had picked up on the distraction. A painful grunt could be heard. Along with the river, the still darkness around it surged, attempting to stifle the restless river. In the enduring gloom, the struggle of power and will continued. 100. I still couldn't believe that I had reached here. I am also back. My college work ended by Thursday. I'll have a lot of free time for the next few days. I already wrote 3 chapters yesterday and 1 this morning. Here is 1. I am still planning on opening a Patreon. I will try to get it done by this week. I am planning on 10 chapters ahead. Chapter 101, Cursed Ones. Mount Etna. The tallest mountain in the southern continent, with its peak piercing the sliding clouds. It was dressed in evergreens down to its crowns of silvery white. The mountain has guarded the souls of this land for an immeasurable time. This was the paradise for the cursed ones. Cursed ones, they call them, rather discriminatory and yet befitting of the race. The cursed are the beyonders of the chained path. The path had always been controversial all over the world, even more so than the adjacent path, the abyss. The controversy surrounding them is so high that most of the villains in the best-selling novel are based on them. They also appear in all the scary stories that mothers use to bring up children. From all of this, one can clearly see that they are hated and loathed by everyone. This was mainly due to their mutant nature, which is abhorred by everyone. People did not care even if they were human beings before becoming beyonders of the chained path. They were persecuted and abhorred regardless. Some children born on this pathway were even burned alive due to fear and disgust. Their discrimination and persecution reached a climax in the Third Era. Humanity has regained dominion over the planet under the banner of the ancient sun god. More importantly, they got their freedom from the non-human races. The Dark Era ended. However, it also left undeniable scars and trauma on everyone. The memories and history of that time have always haunted mankind. This has caused humanity to develop xenophobia towards non-human races. People are united in this, regardless of the extraordinary or the ordinary. All of this culminated to cause one of the bloodiest massacres in history. The mutant hunts. The entire mutant race was nearly wiped out in the hunt. Many were crucified and burned. Chaos ensued across the continent. The cursed blood dyed the lands in between. Crises of despair and hatred reverberated around the world, reaching the Creator. It was one of the darkest times in history for humans and mutants. The ugliness of humanity was shown to everyone. They have unwittingly become the same monsters they feared and loathed. The angels and archangels knew of the events at that time. However, they didn't stop it. Some even participated discreetly, releasing the hatred they had accumulated from that dark age. In the darkest times, fate always prefers someone to be the savior. That savior was Tolzana, who managed to ascend to become king of angels. He single-handedly retaliated against humans for the suffering of his race. His actions and existence saved his race from extinction but made the situation worse than it already was. People were afraid. The title of King of Angels struck fear in everyone's heart, walking all up. It caused mass paranoia. A war almost erupted in the middle of the third epoch. However, the Creator intervened just at the right time to prevent this. He dispatched the entire army of his angels to quell the conflict and negotiate with Tolzana. The result of the agreement was that Tolzana was given a sanctuary to build a paradise for his race away from human eyes. This dark period of history was erased from reality, burying the cruel and inhumane atrocities of humanity. That sanctuary was the Etna Mountain. It was a haven for mutants. Even though at the dawn of the fourth epoch, the isolationist policy of the Etna was removed and they opened their doors for trade and commerce with the outside world, they still tried to keep minimum contact with the humans and outside world. The Etna Mountain is surrounded by a huge city with strange buildings that didn't fit the aesthetic of the Stream era. Atop of the mountain was a black castle that perched on the edges. This was the holy sanctuary of mutants, as it was the residence of their god and savior. However, the holy mountain was now trembling, as the scorching rays of the sun shone on it, illuminating the entire mountain. Crack! The mountain began to show cracks that began to spread from the peak to the ground, causing dust and stone to slide towards the city on the ground. The mutants scrambled in panic and despair. They felt the trembling of the mountain. It was as if the mountain itself was crying out for what was about to happen. Inside the black castle, Occuses walked through the long hallway. The walls were filled with murals depicting the history buried beneath. In the middle of it all, there were words carved in blood. We remember. The hallway was empty and messy. It was as if someone had just evacuated, knowing of his descent beforehand. Occuses looked at the brutal murals. It was truly a dark time. It is not that he and the other kings of angels didn't know of the happenings, but they just didn't care. In the end, though, under the order of the Creator, they were forced to intervene and managed to form an agreement. As a result of the agreement, the two races' relationship was severed, resulting in peace. Later, Tolzana became a member of Rose Redemption and participated in the final war. Occuses didn't have much of a relationship with Tolzana, it could only be considered an acquaintance at best. Putting away his thoughts, Occuses walked to the end of the hallway where a large black door stood. His footsteps echoed across the silent hall. He pushed the door open, causing it to creak loudly, revealing a dimly lit room with bookshelves, a table, and a fireplace. It was the study room. At the table, a man was present, sitting in the main seat with his hands forward on the table and his fingers crossed. His gaze seemed to be fixed on the door, as though he had already been waiting for the arrival of Occuses. A puppet with roses intertwined around its body was present right next to him. It emitted an eerie and terrifying aura. Occuses just gave the puppet a glance before focusing on the man, who was now looking at him with a calm expression. The man was none other than Tolzana, king of angels of the Chained Pathway, who would also go on by another alias in the future, Chained God. The puppet near him was the uniqueness of the Chained Pathway. Surprisingly, for the leader of the mutant race, Tolzana was dressed quite in a humane way, wearing a checked black suit and trousers. As if noticing the meaning in his eyes, Tolzana said, a calm smile forming on his lips. I just put it on, especially for this meeting with the most powerful human god. My mythical form would have been inconvenient. Don't you think so too, the great and merciful sun god? While walking into the room, Occuses smiled at his not-so-subtle sarcasm and sat in the opposite chair, facing Tolzana. You seem to anticipate my arrival. He asked, ignoring the sarcasm, raising his brows and placing his hands on the table. Tolzana rose from his seat and made his way to the puppet on the table. He picked it up and said, though his gaze remained on the puppet. I actually didn't until a few hours ago. His voice was low as a whisper. It was her who told me. He pointed up, indicating the cosmos. She told me about your arrival. She told me about your purpose. She told me about your wickedness that lies beneath your so-called kindness. His voice became hoarse as he said every word, while his eyes flashed with hatred and despair. He suddenly paused and tried to stabilize his deteriorating condition. Go on. Occuses said, tilting his head. He asked curiously, as if he was very interested in details. He also didn't seem offended by Tolzana's words at all. Tolzana put the puppet on the table. His twisted expression loosened, his eyes became serene. He once again assumed a calm smile. She showed me the ugliness of human nature. It was darker and more twisted than anything that I had ever laid eyes upon. After making me realize all of this, she told me that I could save my kingdom from your divine punishment. She told me that I could even kill you and also take revenge for atrocities committed against us. All that was needed was for me to perform a ritual and embrace my desire for revenge. I should no longer be chained. What did you choose, Tolzana? Aucasus said, his countenance still calm, despite the terrifying meaning hidden behind the words of Tolzana. What do you think I chose, the great and merciful sun god? Tolzana asked back. His eyes gleamed with madness, his lips rose to form a twisted smile. Aucasus was silent for a moment. His eyes were observing the state of Tolzana. He was already on the verge of losing control, his mind and sanity were being consumed by madness and murmurs. It was only due to his sheer willpower that he managed to keep the last of himself stable for his final conversation. You didn't. He answered, you didn't fall for her bewitching. Even though I don't know much about you personally, I at least heard about your love and compassion for your own race. Tolzana broke down, quite literally. His mental and physical bodies were collapsing. The murmurs from the starry sky thundered ever so loudly in his mind, consuming his sanity. His body began to slowly wither, as white straps with roses appeared around him. They were like chains binding him. However, Tolzana ignored his condition, tears welling in his eyes, his hands trembling. I want my race to survive. I can't do that to them. I can't bring such a disaster on them, even if it means that I will die at your hands. Please. He begged, you can take my life. I don't care about that anymore. I want to ask for one last request. I request of you, the great and merciful sun god, that you grant a sanctuary to my race after my demise. Aucasus stood up from his seat and walked towards him. He caught the collapsing Tolzana by his shoulders and lifted him up from his kneeling position. He could tell that Tolzana was at death's door. He also knew that Tolzana was forced into this situation due to his own actions. But, did he feel any guilt? No, not at all. This was a cruel and dark world. He had been through hell to get where he was. His journey of peril still hasn't ended. And, if he wanted to survive in the end, he needed to seize every opportunity to increase his odds. Many may loathe or hate him for his indifference. However, he didn't care. And, he's not going to change himself for anything or anyone. Get up. He said solemnly. I promise, Tolzana. I will provide your race with a sanctuary under my own name. In the future, a new god will ascend from your pathway. He will lead your race into prosperity. He will also slay her and usurp the authority of desire from her, breaking the curse of your race. I promise this, Tolzana. Thank you. Tolzana whispered, his crumbling face forming a thin smile. Aucasus let him go and nodded, while looking upwards at the ceiling. With his nod, the ceiling, walls, and castle faded away from the reality. The rays of the sun shone on the crumbling figure of Tolzana. In the rays, a phantom of a divine woman descended. Her descent caused a deep autumn scene with withering flowers, grass, and mushrooms across Etna Mountain. The phantom embraced Tolzana's crumbling figure, relieving him of his pain and suffering in the final moments of his life. The phantom also drained his life, dragging him down in an act of returning to the land, returning to the mother's embrace, peacefully. The smile on the face of Tolzana faded and his eyes lost their light. His body collapsed into ashes in the embrace of mother, returning to the mountain of Etna in perpetuity. Chapter 102, Black. Aucasus stood on the deck of a boat, leaning against the railing, his face aglow with the last orange rays before sun beckons the stars. He gazed upon the vast sea ahead, his lips bearing a semblance of a smile, just enough to show that he was enjoying the view. He was looking into the horizon, where the sky and sea were merging together. The color was almost black. The setting sun was in rich crimson color, almost as though it was dyed in blood. It looked as if the red sun was sinking into the water like a piece of live ember, and the heat made the air around the sun shimmer. The sky was almost dark and the first stars could be seen. It was a mesmerizing scene. Aucasus gazed at it in silence, his mind wandering somewhere else. Aucasus. A voice interrupted his reverie, but he felt happiness rather than displeasure, as the voice graced his ears. He turned and looked, letting his back lean on the pillar near the railing while crossing his legs and hands. There was a divine woman standing in front of him. Her otherworldly beauty was illuminated by the twilight. She was none other than Lilith. Surprisingly, she wore different attire than usual. She was clad in a sleeveless black gown embroidered with crimson lines. Her golden hair falls down to her hip, leaving the tips of her locks white. There was a symbol of moon in between her brows, gleaming in the twilight of the sun. Lilith noticed that Aucasus suddenly went into a daze. She chuckled and went forward towards him. She flicked his forehead with a mischievous smile, adoring her lips. It snapped him out of his fake daze. It was an act. She knew it, but she didn't break it either. Gaining his attention, she asked, walking backward and clutching the side of her gown with both her hands. She lifted it up lightly. How is it? I decided to finally change it and try something new. She lied. Black has always been her favorite color. The attrite that she wore when she was the sanguine ancestor was always a mix of black and crimson. So, it couldn't be considered trying something new. It's just her slowly returning to her true self, only for Aucas's alone. Black looks great on you. Aucas said, while walking towards her. He caught her hand, raised it to his lips, and kissed in between her fingers. You look amazing. Lilith smiled at his compliment, while trying her best to remain calm and composed despite the tinge of bliss coursing through her body from her fingers. She immediately took her hand from his hold. Aucas smirked at her action. He asked, folding his hands, I didn't expect to see you here. Do you miss me that much already? It's been only 2 days. As if. Lilith snorted, though her crimson eyes gave away the truth to Aucas's. She noticed this when she saw his widening grin. I just came here to check on you after what happened with Tulzana. She admitted, dodging her eyes away from him. Aucas's had been too silent after the death of Tulzana. When she observed him through the astral world, it really started to bother her. Here. She continued, taking out a box out of nowhere. I made this. Aucas's took the box with surprise plastered across his face. He opened the lid, greeted with an aroma mixed with various flavors splashing across his face. It is ramen. Miso ramen. Oh. Aucas said, his eyes sparkling at the ramen. I didn't know that Earth Mother could actually cook. Lilith pouted, it wasn't that hard to learn. Now, stop with the jokes and eat it. Aucas nodded, though his smile stretched a tad. Come on, let's sit. They made their way to the chairs on the deck and sat down, facing the setting sun. That's beautiful. Lilith thought, gazing at the mythical scene on the sea. Suddenly, her attention was drawn when a cup of black coffee was brought to her face. What? Aucas said, noticing her sudden silence. You didn't think I would forget, did you? He sounded aggrieved. No. Lilith said, her heart filled with emotions. It's not that. She paused, as if lost for words. Then, she continued with a forced smile, almost immediately. Thank you. Aucas saw a flash of pain and sadness in her eyes as she took the black coffee from him, which caused him to sigh, but he didn't press on this. They both began to eat and drink in the silence of twilight. Lilith was afraid. She was afraid of how things were going on between them. They were walking on thin ice. Even though they tried their best to ignore their responsibilities and troubles while meeting each other, she knew that they couldn't go on like this. As for what made her afraid, it was the future. Her concealment cannot be broken. She knew what kind of horrible consequences would happen if her concealment was broken hastily. It will destroy all the plans of Amon-Isis and her opportunity to retrieve the uniqueness of the moon pathway from Amon-Isis. It would lead to war. A war in which she would be forced to stand against the one she loves. Just thinking about that possibility tormented her heart and soul. She needed to find a way. No, she will find a way to deal with their situation. Amon-Isis. Lilith thought, her dimmed eyes regaining their brilliance. She was drinking black coffee while her thoughts were wandering. She was still not completely sure how Amon-Isis would react, even if she had known Amon-Isis for thousands of years. She can only hope. Pushing her thoughts aside, Lilith focused on Aucas, who had already finished the ramen. How is it? She asked. Aucas answered with his actions. He gave a chef's kiss. A warm smile formed on the lips of Lilith. She looked at him in the illumination of the twilight. She didn't want this to end at all. She wished they could be like this forever. Suppressing her surreal emotions, Lilith continued, her eyes filled with concern. Are you okay, Aucas? I am fine. Aucas said, shaking his head. The death of Tulzana just got me thinking about a lot our world and lives in general. You don't need to worry though. He continued with a bright smile. I often go through this emotional stuff. I will get over on my own. Aucas. Lilith sighed, seeing his act. She can clearly see that he is totally sulking in his own depressing emotions. Come on. She said, grabbing his hand and standing up. Where? Aucas asked, putting away the glass and box in a different space. There is still half a day before we reach the northern continent. She said briskly. I think we shouldn't waste it sulking. There is a party going on in the cabin with games and much other stuff. She was speaking while pulling him into the cabin, while Aucas just followed her, shaking his head. Finally, the sun set into the ocean, heralding the advent of night. The entire ship was in a festive mood as the couple danced under the sky. Meanwhile, in the spiritual world, Amon-Isis floated, dressed in a layered black gown. Her beautiful face was covered in a black veil. Her mere presence calmed the chaos in the spiritual world. However, her beautiful face behind the veil suddenly frowned, and her heart was troubled. Chapter 103, The Choice of Amon-Isis. Spirit World. Amon-Isis was holding a wisp of ethereal darkness in her left index finger. She also held the crimson moon in her other hand, which was aligned right above the wisp of darkness. The crimson moon was illusory, allowing her to see through the celestial body and gaze into the wisp of darkness. She was using all of her authority to peer through the mysterious wisp in her hand. The wisp was also coated in her authority, restricting it from acting on the surroundings. Time ticked on. Amon-Isis stayed unmoving in her place, her gaze still fixed on the wisp. Suddenly, her eyes shimmered before her gaze became deep and piercing into the wisp through the crimson moon. Boom. The wisp exploded. A surge of darkness erupted from it, like a tsunami devouring reality itself in its path. Rumble. A part of the spiritual world rumbled under the aura. However, it quickly calmed down under the quick action of Amon-Isis. Amon-Isis closed her eyes as dark blood began to pour down from them. Ignoring this, she immediately took a cup embedded with the dark gems. At the same time, she raised one of her hands, holding the crimson moon high up, letting the moon fly from her hold. The crimson moon began to expand while shedding its moonlight on the surging darkness. The crimson moonlight materialized in the form of a veil. It began to intercept and cover the surging dark tsunami within it. Amon-Isis floated away from the darkness. She raised her cup in her hand and willed the crimson moonlight. The dark tsunami trashed against the veil, causing it to dim and become illusory, as though it might disappear at any moment. But, under the control of Amon-Isis, it managed to remain stable. The veil completely enclosed the darkness. It began to shrink and move towards the cup held by Amon-Isis. When it reached right above the opening of the cup, it was the size of a pebble. Amon-Isis's hands trembled, as beads of sweat fell down from her face. Ignoring the seething pain, she took out a lid and pressed it on the opening of the dark cup with the pebble in it, effectively sealing it. Amon-Isis let out a weak sigh, her figure bleak, as though all her strength had been drained for the seal. She looked at the cup with a grim expression. Finally, she looked up and around one last time before returning to her kingdom. In tenebrous heaven, after 10 minutes, Amon-Isis laid in her bed. Her eyes closed and her hands went over her forehead. She had taken off the veil that was covering her face. Her chest rose and fell steadily, as though she had already fallen asleep. However, her mind was wandering towards the events that happened today. River of eternal darkness. She thought, her heart troubled. No, troubled would be an understatement. She was anxious, perturbed, dismayed and worried. It had been a long time since she felt such an emotion. It is all due to an event that happened today. She was right. Salinger got his hands on the tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness. She is sure now, after doing the dangerous prying into the wisp of darkness. The wisp originated from the primordial river. The prying also took a heavy toll on her. But, it didn't matter much, as she finally confirmed her guesses. The confirmation, though, escalated the entire situation to another level, as it involves a spherote. She knew something terrible was going to happen with the combination of primordial river and Salinger. If she didn't stop this, she knew she would die in the hands of Salinger. Maybe her fate will be even worse, considering how much Salinger hates her. Amon-Isis used her authority to calm her emotions. She still has time. Salinger shouldn't be able to suppress the primordial will in river. Until then, she has time. Ancient Sun God told her that the primordial river had already managed to escape a part of the seal and flowed out. Ancient Goddess of Death, Gregis was the first to come into contact with it. She built her underworld around the river, using it as the foundation. After her fall, the ancient underworld was inherited by Salinger, who was pushed to the edge by Amon-Isis. So, he made a desperate choice and inherited the underworld rather than building his own. Now, here she is facing the consequences of her own actions. Amon-Isis got up from her bed, sighing. She waved her hand. With a whoosh, a cup of coffee appeared and floated in front of her. She drank it. Her emotions calmed down. Drinking coffee is one of the habits that she still hasn't let go, despite the ever-changing times. It helps to calm her emotions and become clear-headed. Her thoughts wandered again, as she took sips of coffee from the cup. To deal with Salinger, she needs allies. She alone is not enough to bring down Salinger. Allies are not what she lacks. Leodoro and Hera Bergen would surely join her side if she revealed a bit about the grave situation. She frowned at that thought. Her frown deepened more as an image of a man flashed through her mind, as she thought about allies. Aucuses. The image depicts Aucuses. Amon-Isis purses her lips, thinking about him. To be honest, she felt complex whenever she thinks about Aucuses. Aucuses was an enigma to her. However, he wasn't always like that to her. She and Aucuses go way back. They meet in the Second Epoch, during the Dark Era. Aucuses was the first to follow Ancient Sun God. He was also the first angel under ancient sun god. She met Occasus when he had just become an angel. Her first impression of him was too narcissistic and arrogant for his good. From his look at that time, she knew that he also didn't like her at all. They didn't have much interaction, despite crossing paths with each other many times. It was due to their first impression, though the actual reason was the chaos of that era. They had too much on their plates already. They could care less about socializing. Then, the second epoch ended. Ancient sun god ruled the world. She and the gods had no choice but to submit and acknowledge his rule. In the new era, Occasus and Amon-Isis met again under the arrangement of the ancient sun god. Occasus was assigned to her temporarily. He was asked by the creator to work under her for a period of 200 years. It may have seemed to be just a simple assignment on the outside, but she knew it was a punishment for Occasus. Occasus was a menace in the third epoch. He waged war just because he could. He used the name of the creator to justify all of his atrocities. His arrogance knew no bounds. The biggest event in the third epoch was caused by Occasus. The War of the Abyss. Occasus declared war against Farabadi. This war slowly began to affect everything and everyone, forcing other kings of angels and even her to personally enter the battlefield. It was a terrifying war, which ended in a human victory. Farabadi ran and hid in the abyss with the remnants of his race. However, victory was not without cost. Millions died. All due to a man who just decided one day that he wanted war. Amon-Isis honestly didn't like Occasus. Their differences and the enmity between them were palpable enough for others to take notice. So, ancient sun god then decided to punish Occasus for his reckless actions by sending him to work under her. It didn't go as well as one would expect. Occasus was arrogant. He wouldn't listen to anyone else's command except that of ancient sun god. Their relationships deteriorated further due to this. However, it all changed on one night, a drunken night. Occasus somehow managed to get himself completely drunk and confronted her in a bout of anger and sadness. He subconsciously blabbered about a lot of personal things. It was there that she got to know more about Occasus, which he was always trying to hide from others. It made her see him in a completely different light. The next morning, Occasus clearly remembered everything that had happened, obviously. This made their situation very awkward, as Occasus shared a lot about his life that he never told others. To make things better, she told him about her own story. It was unlike her to do such a thing as sharing secrets. But, on that day, she didn't know what went over her mind. She decided to tell him. Their relationship got better. He compromised with her that he would follow her instructions only if he so wished. He did follow most of her instructions, though, in the end. They went on many expeditions to destroy the remnants of the mythical race. He even helped her to spread her faith very publicly, right under the nose of the creator. It was one of the crazy times of her life. In human terms, she and Occasus could be considered friends. However, things changed. He betrayed the creator and caused the cataclysm. In the ashes of the world, he became a god. In the end, he changed. She knew that he was different from the Occasus that she knew, yet similar at the same time. He had become an enigma. With his change, the world too soon followed. She predicted, through her authority, the war for the Pillar, Almighty, would not happen for the foreseeable future. Occasus, Leodoro, and Hera Bergen will maintain a delicate balance between each other despite their wars and battles. No side will have an absolute advantage. This will result in stability between the pathways of Almighty. She also had a hunch that none of them had a chance to become the God Almighty. But, everything has changed now. The source of change is Occasus. The balance had been broken by him. When the empire collapses, the battle for the Almighty will begin. Everyone will be forced to choose sides. This was a battle that none could avoid. She must choose a side. Amon-Isis had a gut feeling that this choice would affect her entire life. It all comes down to who she will side with in the end. She needs to think and decide carefully, as she will be betting everything on her choice. Amon-Isis drank her coffee with an unusually serious expression, her thoughts still lingering on the choice. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/AaronFraser. A/N, is my Patreon page coming up without any problems. Chapter 104, Floating Continent. 10 years later, Northern Continent. Artisan knew it was time. The most important moment in his life had finally arrived. He stood before the window of his bronze tower, quietly gazing at the miracle that he had built. Despite the blood, sweat, and tears that were shed in the process, he never wavered in that path. He kept going, just to reach the ultimate truth. His miracle, the floating continent, was a wonder in and of itself. The continent was about 1/3 the size of the northern continent. The continent floated in between the provinces of Trier and Backlund. Despite the steam and machinery, the continent appeared to be no different than a natural paradise. The steam still didn't change the tone of the continent. It would not at all give the first impression that it was created artificially by someone. The continent had a self-sustaining environment that could easily support millions. It can also travel into astral world safely while protecting its inhabitants, as it is covered in a thin protective layer that can withstand the authorities of the astral world. It took Artisan tens of years and thousands of experiments to finally invent the protective cover that could protect the continent from the attacks of other gods and authorities of astral world without needing his support for a long time. The continent was enormous. It was covered in green and blue. The huge forests and vast seas covered most of the continent. It was vibrant, teeming with life. In the middle of it all was a city. It was a strange city, even by the standards of the new era. There were towering skyscrapers. There were huge airships coursing through the air, going and returning from different parts of continent. Suddenly, a steam train whizzed through the skyscrapers. There were no rails in its path, indicating that the train was floating in the air while traveling. The advent of the train also rattled the windows of skyscrapers. It looked as though it might break at any moment. However, the families that lived in the skyscrapers were still eating their breakfast leisurely, not caring about the condition of the window at all. The architecture of the skyscrapers was heavily steampunk. It seemed made of metal and gears, with bridges connecting various skyscrapers together. People could be seen walking towards their daily work through this bridge. There were also floating structures in the clouds, which were mostly towers reserved for esteemed researchers and innovators. In the middle of this utopian city was a towering cathedral. The cathedral's entrance was adorned with the emblem of the god of steam and machinery. It was depicted in a solid triangle filled with symbols of steam, gears, and levers. The entrance was packed with people who were entering with pious eyes. Their eyes even became zealous and frenzied at the sight of the sacred emblem. The cathedral shimmered in brass light, holding immense power within it. It was the heart of the city, no, civilization. This was civilization in and of itself. It was a miracle. Even the gods themselves cannot deny this fact. Gong. The holy bell in the spire of the cathedral rang, echoing throughout the floating continent, signifying the beginning of the apotheosis ritual. Artisan gazed out from his tower, filled with a plethora of emotions, at his miraculous continent. "Let's begin," he said, with anticipation. He made his voice heard across the world. Sequence 0, Paragon. The apotheosis ritual for Paragon is to construct a miracle of civilization that should be far ahead of the current era and drink the potion for advancement under the reveal of this said miracle to the world. Northern Continent. The United Empire was filled with jubilation. Crowds began to gather in public areas across the empire. They are gathering to witness the miracle of a god. The cities of Backlund, Fanepotter, St. Millen, and Trier were packed with people who came from across the empire to get a chance to witness the miracle up close. In the city square of Backlund, people packed together around a curtain that shimmered in the light of the sun. Diana, Lucas, and Blaze walked into the square through the arched entrance, looking around. "Where did the Lord say we should gather?" Lucas asked with doubt. "A bench at the edge of the square," Blaze answered, while letting his marionette search through the crowds. "He told us to gather there." "Which edge?" Lucas asked, pointing at the 4 edges of the square. "I am trying to find out, Lucas." Blaze said, glaring, "Give me some time." "Calm down, Lucas." Diana smiled. "Nothing is going to happen to me. You don't have to be so concerned over this." Lucas snorted at that. However, his tense expression relaxed with her reassuring words. Diana chuckled, her heart warming. She knew that the idiot was so concerned about her, which resulted in him getting all worked up. This was all due to the apotheosis of Artisan. The influence of Artisan was also growing exponentially day by day, making Lucas worry even more. The religion of the god of steam and machinery was now the second largest in the United Empire. On the 7th year after the formation of the empire, it was recognized by the Golden Order and became orthodox. Since then, the influence of Artisan has begun to skyrocket. The inventions and revolution that followed were all rolled out in the name of Artisan. He wasn't anonymous at all. This resulted in the entire new era being dedicated to Artisan. It was named the Era of Steam in his honor. This will all result in Artisan becoming one of the strongest gods immediately after his ascension. This fact is what should have made Lucas so worried. To be honest, Diana was afraid and nervous, despite her previous confidence. She was going to face Artisan, her idol, in the future. If she wants to win, she must surpass him in every possible way. This is what stumbled her. She was really not sure whether she could achieve that in the end. To surpass her idol. "You will do it," Lucas said, as if noticing her self-doubt and inner struggle. "You will surpass him. I believe you will do it." Diana sighed, hearing his reassuring words and feeling the weight of expectation on her shoulders. "I needed to hear that, Lucas." Diana smiled, her tone low, almost a whisper. "Thank you." Anything for my love. Lucas said with a quirky smile. But, he didn't press on this subject, and asked about the big news. How did the royal court let Angel of Time get off that easily? They were standing near the arch, while Blaze was searching for their lord with closed eyes. Amon. Diana grumbled while rubbing her brows. Amon literally switched the facts, making the truth the falsehood. He just got away like that. Honestly, I wasn't surprised. After all, Amon is known as the god of deceit and trickery. Those titles aren't there for nothing. However, I made sure that his nickname, Blasphemer, was known to all. It made him pretty infamous around TH. I found them. Blaze interrupted, opening his eyes and looking at them. Let's go. Diana said, hearing him. The ritual is about to start soon. I will tell you the rest afterwards, Lucas. She continued, to which Lucas gave a patient nod. Then, they made their way into the crowds, going towards the left edge of the city square. Them. Diana finally asked, while pushing through the crowd. Is the Lord not alone? Blaze's expression became subtle. There is Earth Mother as well. Earth Mother. Lucas repeated, with an upturned eyebrow. He lowered his voice and looked around twice before whispering, Do you think our Lord and Earth Mother? Lucas. Diana pressed her hand over his mouth, glaring at him. Don't pry into the affairs of God. Our Lord may be benevolent and partial to us, but we can't say the same about Earth Mother. I was just curious. Lucas said, taking her hand away from his mouth with force, which spoke of his mood clearly. Don't be. Diana snarled, making Lucas glare back at her. Guys. Blaze walked towards them and pulled them apart from each other. Stop with your bickering. We are almost there. It's better if we don't leave a bad impression to Earth Mother. Lucas and Diana snorted, looking away from each other. However, they managed to remain quiet for the rest of the way to the left edge. They soon saw a wooden table in the shade of a building. It was present in a place that would give the best and most perfect view of the curtain in the middle of the square. Their Lord and Earth Mother sat on a long wooden bench, with cups of coffee placed before them on the table. Come on. Aucasus said, waving his hands at them. It's about to start in a few seconds. They immediately made their way towards the table and took seats opposite of Earth Mother and their Lord. Just as they sat, a deep voice thundered across the sky and earth. Let's begin. The voice immediately drew all of their attention to the curtain, as cries of shock and wonder began to reverberate around them. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 105, Apotheosis. Let's begin. Artisan said deeply, his voice resounding across the world. Start the engines. The entire floating continent rumbled lightly, as huge mechanical doors under the continent began to open, revealing humongous thrusters. In the machine control, Cardinals hurriedly gave everything a final check. The engine condition, the situation of the protective layer, the defense mechanism, the radar, so on. After the confirmation, they looked at the red button in the middle of the machine control in unison. Finally, a woman clad in silver robes walked out of the group while emanating a terrifying aura, which told of her sequence, Angel. She went near the button. With a deep breath, she slammed it with her palm, using all her power. The entire machine room lit up with illusory and colorless light. Boom. The thrusters under the continent ignited with illusory light. The thrusters trembled heavily before emitting a gargantuan amount of energy with force and power to make star destroyers look like firecrackers. Rumble. The continent, which had been unmoving for a millennia, finally began to ascend under the propulsion brought by the thrusters. Artisan sat solemnly on a bronze throne in the tallest tower of the floating continent, overlooking and checking the entire process. He tapped the armrest of the throne after noticing the success of the first stage. With his action, the material rules around the continent began to change and shift. The space surrounding the continent has also started to shimmer. The entire floating continent was in a different space, adjacent to the reality of Earth. Artisan created the entire dimensional space using his authority over the material rules. He can manipulate space to some extent, as he has deduced a way to achieve that, using his authority and knowledge over material laws. But now the dimensional space has begun to collapse under the action of Artisan, revealing the continent to the world. With a chug of space, the floating continent appeared in the sky of the northern continent. It was visible around the world without any obstruction. The miracle of civilization dawned on the world with the hymn of the holy bells resounding across the world. Great God of steam and machinery. You are the embodiment of essence. You are the protector of craftsmen. You are the brilliance of technology. Your name will be sacred in the annals of history. You led us through the crises of war and disaster. You gave us the sacred knowledge. You led civilization into the new era. You gave us a life of stability and order. May your kingdom bless our souls. So, we shall be reborn as your servants in your divine kingdom. You are the paragon of our civilization. Under the divine miracle, prayers began to echo around various cities in the world. The believers shed tears from their pious eyes as they gazed at the miracle of civilization. Great God of steam and machinery. You are the embodiment of essence. You are the protector of craftsmen. You are the brilliance of technology. Your name will be sacred in the annals of history. You led us through the crises of war and disaster. You gave us the sacred knowledge. You led civilization into the new era. You gave us a life of stability and order. May your kingdom bless our souls. So, we shall be reborn as your servants in your divine kingdom. You are the paragon of our civilization. The prayers resounded again, but there was a change at this time. The voices of millions of believers became one. It all sounded together in order. Great God of steam and machinery. Great God of steam and machinery. The prayers thundered across the world, like waves and waves of tsunami, shaking the entire world. Every incarnation in the prayers seemed to hold an invisible yet terrible power. The powerful incarnations tore through the sky, scattering the clouds heading towards the floating continent, cracking the space in its path as well. The terrifying power accumulated from the prayers of millions collided with the floating continent. Boom. A dazzling light erupted. It was colorless and illusory, made up of countless illusory esoteric symbols and objects. That was the light of civilization. The illusory light illuminated the entire world, shining into the hearts of every human being equally, regardless of their differences. At this sacred moment, Artisan stood up from his throne, surrounded by the illusory light of civilization. His body was slowly collapsing into formless light particles under the corrosion of light. He ignored his condition and raised his hands, twisting them. The potion for Paragon appeared in front of him. He calmly took the potion to his lips and gulped down the entire potion at once. His body completely collapsed into formless light particles and scattered into the light of civilization. He slowly began to combine and assimilate with the light, becoming one with human civilization. It won't be long before Artisan completely loses himself and is led by the light of civilization, to become the spirit of civilization, a logical and rational being dedicated only to the preservation and advancement of civilization. As if noticing his perilous situation, a blazing light shot out of the void. It seemed programmed by Artisan to interfere with the situation just at this time. It revealed picture-like projections across the light of civilization. Some of them recorded humans' helplessness and misery when confronted by supernatural beings. Some of them used an epic-like brush to reenact scenes of humans fusing with beyonder ingredients to gain strength and save the race. Some described the distinct cultures and traditions brought about by the Black Emperor, while others carried various points of view, books, and inventions. Some of them resembled the dawn of the present world, starting from machinery that spewed steam, the buildings that rose higher and higher. It didn't stop there, as a massive image appeared in the projection, dwarfing everything else. It depicted the ruins of a long-forgotten civilization and the miracles that they achieved without the use of any extraordinary means. The contents made the seemingly thin scroll exude a heaviness and majestic aura that quickly enveloped the entire reality. It could make anyone who looked at it feel the grandeur of this civilization, which even managed to pass on the fire and flourish again. The history left behind by hundreds of millions of humans before and after the apocalypse was vast and magnificent. Being imbued with the history of the entire civilization, Artisan's mind was thrown out of the light of civilization. With his mind as a core, Artisan slowly began to reform his body and guide the fusion of the Paragon Potion and his body. The final and most dangerous step of the apotheosis ritual began. If the ritual is to be successful, he needs to reform his body and fuse with the potion of Paragon. Time passed as gods and angels gazed with anticipation upon the floating continent illuminated by light of civilization. Suddenly, a hymn sounded from within the light of civilization. That sound shook the hearts of all, including even the gods themselves. It resounded far into cosmos, altering even the outer gods. The hymn was more than a sound. The gods felt it ever so clearly. It was different. It was beyond. It was the entire cosmos, whatever we could see, touch, hear and feel. Moreover, it was all that was within their perception and all that was beyond our perception. It was the core of the very existence. It was the substratum of all the things and all the beings of the entire universe. It was an eternal song of the divine. It is continuously reverberating in silence in the background of everything that exists. It was the truth. The hymn was fleeting. It went away quickly, only leaving an indelible imprint on the hearts of gods, while other beings were unable to grasp the hymn within their minds. It was a blessing in disguise, as their feeble minds may never be able to bear any form of truth. With the hymn fading, an illusory light shot out of the tower in the center of the floating continent, illuminating the world. At that moment, all machinery creaked together, while esoteric knowledge emerged in the most brilliant minds of civilization, giving them enlightenment and inadvertently advancing the entire civilization by leaps and bounds. The spiritual world and material world were illuminated together under the illusory light. For a moment, both of these worlds seemed to combine together under this light, reducing reality into countless esoteric and illusory symbols and objects. The illusory light converged immediately, forming a figure made of metal and gears. He had 4 black wings, as well as 4 legs and 4 hands. His glabella had his sacred emblem and his eyes were all white. Image. The Birth of Paragon. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 106, A Roads. Under the light of the sun, Aucasus got off the carriage, looking at the steamed cathedral. It's been a year since the ascension of Artisan and 11 years since his invasion of the southern continent. 11 years flew by for him. Even though a lot happened around him, he remained the same as always. There have been a lot of changes in the past few years. The most influential change was due to ascension of Artisan. His ascension caused the entire human civilization to have a significant leap in every sector. It finally broke through the limitations of civilization, laying the foundation for a future steampunk civilization. There have been inventions being made almost every day, making the lives of citizens easier and more comfortable. A major advancement in steam engines completely reformed the entire travel industry, which reduced the minimum travel time between major cities from days to hours. It accelerated urbanization even more. The revolution was not only limited to the industrial sector, many others were also affected. The most major one was the art revolution, or as it goes by another major name, the Renaissance. The Renaissance began due to the revolutionary change brought by a single artist. That artist was given the title of Father of the Renaissance as an honor. The artist was none other than Apollo. The Renaissance was sparked by his painting, Lady of Silver Moon, which depicted the Queen of the United Empire, Sylvia Abraham, and his song, House of Memories. Apollo's art and music didn't get that popular at first, but the situation changed when the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun announced that Apollo was the blessed of the sun god. It was said that the sun god personally sent a divine oracle to inform his church. As one could already expect, the unique art of Apollo was blown up with popularity and acclamations, as the status of blessed was made public. Thus, resulting in the Renaissance. Aucasus' eyes twitched as he thought of his other identity. This was not his plan at all. It was Diana and Lucas. They were behind the entire Renaissance. He just told them to use his other identity, Apollo, when displaying his paintings. However, they ended up causing such a ruckus by using the identity of Apollo. He wasn't angry at them for this, as their intentions were to help him from the start, even though they didn't get his approval or instructions beforehand. Overall, the Renaissance benefited him greatly. He got numerous anchors through his identity of Apollo, so much so, he was actually considering whether to add the title, God of Music and Art, to his honorific name. However, this was just a passing thought in his mind. His attention nowadays was always fixed on preparing for the upcoming war, the situation of his angels, and Lilith. Diana almost digested half of her potions. It may take another half a century to completely digest it. Meanwhile, she has already started forming her own organization. She took control of the remnants of the Mosaic ascetic order. With them as the foundation, she started developing her organization. This origination was recognized as orthodox by his Golden Order not long after its formation. Aucasus will have to grant her hermit uniqueness soon, as it will be essential for Diana if she wants to analyze the laws of the world and, from them, create one on her own. Then, there was Edward, his angel of redemption. Edward's condition had gotten considerably worse in the past month. All of his actions to prevent this failed one after another. He was finally forced to consider the final option. Putting his heavy thoughts aside, Aucasus walked towards the steam cathedral while making sure of his concealment. He is in Elanso, one of the small towns in the United Empire. This town believed in the god of steam and machinery. And, actually, it has no significance in the grand scheme of things. He still came here, though, just to steal a mirror from Artisan. He wasn't worried about attracting the attention of Artisan by stealing the mirror, as the mirror was only considered a low-level artifact by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Even if it was stolen, this wouldn't even reach the ears of Artisan. He was so cautious because he didn't want anyone to know of his next actions. That mirror was the most important part of his plans. He can't have it known to even those who are closest to him. Aucasus didn't want to waste any time, as he wanted to go meet another god before the advent of night. So, he teleported directly into the core of the cathedral, where all the artifacts were kept in a sealed state. He found himself in a dimly lit room surrounded by various artifacts. They were all placed on a black platform with chains around most of them. In the middle of it all was a silver mirror, lying quietly on the platform. He walked towards it and picked up the mirror with his right hand, poking its surface. Rhodes, I know you already sensed me. So, don't try to hide or act anymore, otherwise I will throw you into the sun. Aucasus threatened, seeing no response from it. The silver mirror trembled, as if it was afraid. On its surface, clear words began to take space. Oh, the great and merciful Sun God, forgive me for my previous impudence. You can ask me any question, great Sun God. Orcus's mouth twitched as he read that. He somehow felt as if it was looking at him like a dog whimpering for forgiveness. Any? He asked, with raised brows. Yes, any. It immediately replied, as the words on its surface shone brightly. Orcus peered deeply at the mirror before asking. What is your origin, Rhodes? The forming words on the surface flickered, as an eerie aura filled the room. I came from underground. It said, with words flashing blood red. Not that. You know what I'm actually asking about, Rhodes, don't you? Orcus said, his tone low as a whisper. So, let me ask again, what is your real origin? My origin, the underground, It said, but suddenly the words glitched and disappeared. The mirror became visibly dim and withered, while his surroundings became quite, abnormally quiet. Did I break it? Orcus thought, ignoring the atmosphere. He opened his all-seeing eyes and examined the mirror. Rhodes was fine. But its condition is strange, as if its consciousness went dormant while attempting to answer his question. In the mirror, however, he sensed a connection. He can even see that the connection has been strengthened further now. Orcus didn't pry into the connection. He already knew where Rhodes was connected to. The Chaos Sea. Rhodes is connected to the Chaos Sea. Orcus knew of this fact way beforehand. In the original timeline, Adam used Rhodes as an anchor to summon the Chaos Sea and then placed the second blasphemy slate in the Chaos Sea, just before he walked into the True Creator and began to merge with True Creator, in a bid to revive the ancient Sun God. At that moment, Adam had already begun to slowly regain his control over the Chaos Sea. So, when the ancient Sun God finally revives, he will have complete control over the Chaos Sea. It was a perfect and flawless plan. Coming back, Orcus was now holding the same mirror that had access to the Chaos Sea. Attaining such an important artifact, which will ensure that he will not completely lose to Adam outright, should have made him feel at least exhilarated, but his eyes told a completely different tale. He was hesitant. He was hesitant enough to consider the mirror, despite it being the most important and key part of his plan, as this would be his doorkey to the Chaos Sea. But, its origins. Orcus deeply suspects that the mirror was made by God Almighty himself. His hand holding the mirror trembled with that thought. It was a far-fetched guess. He knew that, but the striking hints and actions of Rhodes in the original story, though. Orcus took a breath to suppress his restless emotions. He looked at the mirror in his hand silently, as his hesitant eyes became firm. He cannot let go of this opportunity, despite the dangers that may lie ahead of him by making this choice. He wants to win in the end. It isn't going to be easy, as he needs to give all it takes to even have a sliver of chance against the Creator and the Almighty. He finally sighed, putting away the mirror in his kingdom. He added, fix the mirror, to his long list of agendas. Orcus disappeared from the Steam Cathedral, teleporting himself to the Amantha Mountains. On the highest peak of Amantha Mountain, Orcus stood, looking at a towering and illusory black door. Amon Isis. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 107, Deal. Rumble. The illusory door materialized, emanating a divine aura. It slowly opened, as the sunlight in the sky dimmed, heralding the arrival of night much sooner. Ignoring the changes in the sky, Orcus strode into the door of the divine kingdom. Boom. Upon his entrance, the doors immediately closed and became illusory, before completely disappearing from view. In the tenebrous heaven, Orcus walked. His heart felt unequally calm, though his thoughts were wandering while gazing at the divine kingdom of Amon Isis. I really should name my divine kingdom. He thought with slight embarrassment. Unlike the divine kingdoms of other gods, his divine kingdom didn't have a title. It's just that he forgot to give it one. He made his way towards a tree in the middle of the divine kingdom while coming up with suitable names for his divine kingdom. His path was lined with night vanilla and moonflowers. There were souls peacefully sleeping across the expanse of the flowers. They obtained their final rest in the arms of Amon Isis. The night sky in the divine kingdom had a gigantic crimson moon. The crimson moonlight bathed his figure while he made his way towards the center of the kingdom. The moonlight is. Orcus can sense extreme power within the thin moonlight, the power opposite to him, the power of negativity. It is Een. As he was thinking and analyzing the moonlight, Orcus finally reached the center of the kingdom. There was a luminescent tree with a table right under it. The tree glowed all over, emanating a weak white glow, illuminating the table with a figure. The figure was a woman dressed in a long black gown and a veil. She was sitting on one of the two chairs at the table. Hello, Orcus. The woman said, gesturing for him to sit down. Sit with me. Orcus gave a simple nod as a response. Then, he went to the table and sat on the remaining chair, though his sharp eyes never left the figure of the woman. "What do you want?" the woman asked, her ethereal voice making anyone unable to grasp her true emotions. "Coffee or tea?" "Coffee, Amon Isis." Aucasus responded, looking away and surveying the tree and castle on the peak. Amon Isis waved her hand, and a flash of crimson moonlight swept across the table. It then disappeared as fast as it came, leaving behind a cup of steaming coffee. "Here." She handed it to him. "It will calm your heart and mind. You need it, as you look quite troubled." Aucasus glared at her before taking the coffee and sipping it. His heart felt peace under the tranquility brought by the coffee. "I must say," he said, looking at her, "if you ever decide to become a therapist, you will make Adam run for his money." "You are overpraising me, Aucasus." Amon Isis smiled, a smile visible through her gauze. She continued. "Now, why have you come to visit me?" "I need your help," Aucasus said bluntly without bothering to go around the issue. Amon Isis didn't seem surprised. "What help do you need?" Aucasus stayed silent for a moment. He was contemplating the entire situation once again. "The price," he mused. "What the hell will she ask of me for this?" "I need you to put my angel to sleep," he said, breaking the silence. "Eternal sleep." Amon Isis nodded, seemingly not bothering to ask for further details about his angel. After seeing her agreement, Aucasus immediately asked in a low voice. "What is the price, Amon Isis?" "Price?" Amon Isis whispered, the darkness thickening around her. "I will ask for it in the future, when destiny finally converges and the great change begins." She paused, the atmosphere around them becoming eerie by the moment. "You understand, right, Aucasus?" They glared at each other, invisible sparks erupting from their confrontation. "Come on," Aucasus said, dispersing the heavy atmosphere. "We need to go to my kingdom. I don't like this deal at all," he thought, while extending his hand to her. Amon Isis caught his hand. Then, she and Aucasus teleported away in a flash of light that illuminated the entire divine kingdom, driving away the darkness for a fleeting moment. In his divine kingdom, Aucasus and Amon Isis appeared inside his white castle. They were standing in front of a white door that was bound by numerous silver chains, each coursing with the power of the sun and knowledge. Such a powerful restraint. Amon Isis walked forward and examined the chains. The chains had numerous authorities within them: knowledge, order, sun, disorder, and mainly restraint. It was all combined, complementing and suppressing each other, with the goal of supporting the authority of restrain. The authority of restrain should be from the chained pathway. The silver chains are also too intricate. She can pry into the basic structure, but she still had no idea how Aucasus managed to accomplish something complex as this. She is even sure that the silver chains are powerful enough to bind a god and suppress their authority. It was such a killer weapon right here in the hands of Aucasus. It's a pity. Amon Isis finally thought, feeling pity over these chains. The chains were already on the verge of breaking apart, as the power of desire kept assaulting the chains. It will soon become scarp, and the authorities within it will dissipate. Aucasus walked towards the door and pressed his hand against it. Boom. With his actions, the silver chains shimmered, before separating from the door and falling onto the floor, shaking the entire castle. Then, the door opened, revealing a long and narrow corridor. "Let's go," he said, his face stoic. "My angel is inside, bound by the golden chains." Amon Isis nodded. She followed him into the corridor, while surveying everything. She can see numerous law symbols and objects embedded in the walls on both sides. The very fabric of reality in this specific place was woven with numerous rules upon each other, strengthening reality to an unimaginable level. The rules were suppressing mystery and enhancing reality in a bit to stop the power of desire. How much time did he spend on this? She marveled, all just for an angel. Amon Isis felt complex as that thought passed through her mind. "We are here," Aucasus said, interrupting her thoughts and making her look forward. There was a wide area in front of her, with two pitch-white pillars in the center. There was a man bound in the middle of the pillars by golden, shimmering chains. Amon Isis felt actual danger from those golden chains. Those chains are much stronger. Suppressing her feelings, she asked frowningly. "Is it still not enough?" "No," Aucasus said, shaking his head. "It is still not enough. It was only delaying the inevitable." Amon Isis' frown deepened at that. She was truly feeling the might of an outer god. Even such powerful and divine chains cannot contend with the great old ones. She knew the perilous situation of this angel under Aucasus. It wasn't a secret. A lot of gods came to know of the situation naturally after Aucasus' invasion of the southern continent. In light of this, she even suspects that Aucasus deliberately released this information. As for his purpose, even she couldn't guess. "I can help," she deliberated. However, I am not sure my authority will be enough to save him. Just do it. Aukas's smiled, though it wasn't one of happiness. It's still better than nothing. Amon-Isis nodded. The chains rustled as the man who was bound by them lifted his lowered head, revealing his condition to her. The man, Edward, angel of redemption, had lost much of his youthful semblance, reducing him to a state of near death. His skin was wrinkled, resembling the bark of a tree. There were also numerous tree branches growing out of his very skin all over his body. His eyes were closed, as blood seeped through his cheek, burning it. My lord. He groaned, his voice hoarse and painful. Is that you? Yes, Edward. Aukas's responded in a low voice, it's me. My lord. Edward said, while grabbing the chain that bound him, kill me. Kill me. He screamed, rattling the chains and shaking the pillars. Please. He whimpered, his voice becoming low, almost a whisper. Kill me. Aukas's looked away from him and nodded at Amon-Isis. Amon-Isis walked towards Edward. She immediately felt a malicious gaze from the starry sky. Ignoring it, she pointed her finger at Edward's forehead. Sleep. She murmured deeply, causing the surroundings to dim and darkness to descend. A burst of darkness erupted around Edward, combining and assimilating with him and the chains that bound him. She used her authority over sleep to try and suppress the malevolent will in Edward. Her authority also combined with the authorities in the golden chain, strengthening the restraint. The golden color of the chains turned dark golden as they tightened their restraints over Edward. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire divine kingdom of Aukas's started rumbling. Edward floated from the ground, his body stretching and folding in inhumane ways. He then opened his mouth wide and let out a silent scream that shattered reality. Aukas's and Amon-Isis no longer restrained their authorities, as they felt the anger and rage emanating from the starry sky. Boom. The entire room was illuminated in a mixture of light and darkness. In the outside world, the sky changed. The sun and moon appeared next to each other. The night and day interchanged. Chaos ensued. After a few minutes, they were able to finally suppress the will after pouring all of their power into the dark golden chains that bound Edward. Edward floated down to the floor. His painful expression loosened, turning peaceful, he fell into eternal sleep. Amon-Isis looked worn out and supported herself by leaning on the pillar. She took a breath and nodded finally to Aukas's, before leaving his kingdom for tenebrous heaven. Aukas's steadied himself, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He studied Edward one last time, mainly his eternal sleep. After confirming that he could wake Edward up from eternal sleep at any time with his sun authority, he sighed, a sigh filled with emotions. I am sorry, Edward. He whispered. For this and for the thing I am going to do next. Aukas's left, his words still lingering in the air. His plans are already set in motion. The wheel of history is about to turn. In the new era, death, order, disorder, and war will reign supreme. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 108, Time. Time is deceptive. It gives off an impression that it was with one but passes away without one's knowledge. 100 years. A century has passed. Trunsoist looked back at the past while getting himself ready for a meeting. Though the world around him was ever-changing, he still remained the same. A man who desires order above all else. They labeled him foolish and laughed behind his back for having such a hopeless dream. The words of his fellow consul still stung his heart. You are nothing but a tool for the gods, Trunsoist. Do you think they care for your precious order? You should have already seen through the truth, yet you are unwilling to confront it. You are still pathetic and weak. Nothing seemed to have changed at all, Trunsoist. You are still a coward as you were back then. Trunsoist looked at himself in the mirror, his mind still reverberating with the words of his fellow consul. He was still as a statue, his brass eyes fixed on his reflection. Let me help. A voice sounded behind him. His brass eyes softened as the voices faded away from his mind. He turned back, assuming a bright smile. A hand was placed on his collar, helping him tie the bow tie. Trunsoist looked at his love, Aurania, who was so focused on his tie. His bright smile broadened a tad, as he let her help him. Are you okay? Aurania asked, finishing with the tie. I am fine. Trunsoist replied, trying his best to hide his emotions from her. Is that so? Aurania said, your eyes say otherwise. Trunsoist looked away, cursing himself under his breath. Aurania smiled and continued. It's going to be fine. The gods will give a solution. Trunsoist looked at her in silence. His heart flared with anger at her words about gods. He suppressed his emotions while walking away from her, towards the door. He also avoided making eye contact with her. They do always have a solution to all problems, don't they? He said it with a smile, picking up his suit from the sofa and wearing it. It's like they already knew all that was about to happen. I even feel. He stopped himself from saying something very blasphemous. Trunsoist. Aurania frowned, walking towards him. It's useless to be angry at the actions and intentions of gods. After all, they are gods, those who are above everything, including order. She said this with concern and warning evident in her tone. She also seemed to understand his source of anger with the gods. I know. Trunsoist murmured lowly. I know, Aurania. But. He drawled, his eyes filled with pain, as he gazed at his city and empire through the strained glass window. Aurania held his hand, as if noticing his pain. She grabbed his hand tightly with her warm hand. Trunsoist continued, looking at her. The empire is about to fall. Aurania said, placing her other hand on his cheek and gazing deeply into his golden eyes. My love, you have always known that. The moment that the gods made that decision, you were aware that this day would come. She moved her hand to his heart. Deep in your heart. It's just that you didn't want to face it. You were hoping that you were wrong. You were aiming to make all of this work, despite knowing it was futile from the beginning. Her words directly stung his heart. Trunsoist looked up, covering his face. He walked away from her, not wanting her to see him in his vulnerable state. It's okay. Aurania hugged him from behind, whispering in his ear. It's okay. Trunsoist looked down, his face was covered in shadows, making Aurania hard to grasp his emotions. She waited, though, not letting him get out of her embrace. He finally whimpered. Am I a coward, Aurania? Yes. Aurania replied, walking in front of him, her voice solemn. Yes, you are a coward, love. It took you almost a century to gather enough courage to propose to me. She chuckled, showing off the diamond ring on her finger. I almost lost my patience. I wanted to propose myself, rather than wait any longer. Her words made Trunsoist feel a roller coaster of emotions in seconds, leaving him still as a statue, his gaze fixed on Aurania. So, yes. You can be a coward in some ways. She continued with a smile. Yet, you are also the most bravest person I have ever seen. Trunsoist, even when you knew it was futile, you tried to keep the empire stable and better. Even if you know that the whole world will stand against you for trying to pursue your dream in the future, you will still walk on the same path regardless. You are far stronger than. Her words were cut off as Trunsoist pulled her close to him, kissing her on the lips under the light of the sun. His glowing eyes told of his intense happiness. The intense kiss went on until Aurania thumped his chest with her hand, causing him to groan and let go of her, their lips separating. You are going to be late. She smiled, dusting away non-existent dust from his suit. The gods always expect punctuality. Trunsoist gathered himself, his eyes becoming clear and firm. He exhaled a sigh, as if expelling all his negative and depressing thoughts. You are accompanying me, he said, taking hold of her hand. But. Aurania hesitated. The gods. At least until before the meeting. Trunsoist immediately said. Aurania nodded, causing him to smile. Let's go. He finally said, walking towards the door with her. They walked through the long corridor and reached the foyer. Trunsoist opened the door, greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of citizens and flashes of light from the cameras. They greeted the people while boarding their steam-lined carriage. With them in, the carriage moved on its own, emitting a chug of white smoke from the pipes. The carriage traveled through the empty lane going towards the royal palace. The streets have always been evacuated before they usually travel. While his thoughts wandered to the most recent important event, Trunsoist stared in silence at the ever-changing capital. The balance between the 6 gods had been broken. The only thing that keeps the gods from going at each other's necks should be the contract between them. It was all due to the action of the eternal blazing Sunday. He gave away the uniqueness of the hermit last week to his angel, Diana. His action caused much joy for his enemies. Eternal blazing sun should be greatly weakened for a long time after giving away the hermit uniqueness, either due to burden or loss of authorities. It was inevitable in the end. Trunsoist knew the enemies of the sun god wouldn't want to miss such a precious opportunity. But the contract should be holding all of them back. However, the contract between the gods should also collapse with the empire, causing the war of gods to erupt immediately afterwards. Trunsoist always felt the entire situation was far from simple. The sequence of events was too coincidental, as if deliberately arranged by someone. Eternal blazing sun. Trunsoist guessed with a heavy heart. Honestly, he hated the sun god more than any other gods. After all, the sun god held the authority of order, yet his actions only resulted in disorder and chaos. It wasn't just hate. He also felt fear and dread whenever thinking about the sun god. Now was no different, though. The dread deepened at this moment with his guess. He didn't dare think about this anymore. Suppressing his blasphemous and dangerous thoughts, Trunsoist looked ahead at the castle and statue of the gods silently. Aurnia was also looking at towering statues of gods. Her eyes flashed with pain and hesitation, while gazing at the statue of the Earth Mother. In their own thoughts, they finally arrived at the Palace of Eternity, the royal palace of the Empire. They got out of the carriage, holding their hands together. Then, they entered the castle under the salute of Beyonders around the castle. After a few minutes, Trunsoist and Aurnia arrived in front of the massive black door. Rumble. The door opened, sensing their arrival. Aurnia nodded, her encouraging eyes gazing at him. She then let go of his hand. Trunsoist walked into the doorway while taking a last look at his love. He finally turned to the front and took a breather to calm his restless emotions. He checked himself, as well as the time on his pocket watch. Boom. The door closed after he entered. Trunsoist walked to the statues of the 7 gods at the end of the large room. God of Steam and Machinery was recognized as an orthodox god by all the 6 gods. Thus, his status was elevated to the same level as that of the 6 gods after his ascension. When he finally stood before them, numerous divine wills descended on this room. The eyes of statues lit up. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 109, Disappearance. Trunsoist looked at the 7 gods. The gods who were above all, including order. He fared far better under their divine aura than the last time he met them. Under the divine pressure, he stabilized himself while letting his order share the pressure with him. He had already become Hand of Order during the first 5 years of the Empire. He brought order to humanity for the advancement ritual with his own hand. He segregated the classes, sectors, provinces, and many more. Now, he also used his authority to restrain his thoughts and emotions. He didn't want the gods to see through his hate for them. Though, he had a distributing inkling that the gods already knew and they couldn't care less. He took a deep breath and bowed to the 7 gods. Your Excellencies. The statues of gods disappeared, replaced by the projections of the 7 gods. They towered above him, unleashing their divine might without restraint on him. Get up. Earth Mother said softly, breaking the silence between the gods. Tell us, Trunsoist. Why you requested an audience with us. Trunsoist stopped bowing and gazed at the 7 gods. He immediately noticed a difference. It was palpable enough, even for him to notice. The divine aura of the eternal blazing sun was weaker than that of other gods. His golden eyes were dim, quite similar to setting sun. Eternal blazing sun turned and looked down on him, as if noticing his scrutinizing thoughts. The sun god averted his gaze after just sparing him a glance. His eyes were indifferent and divine. Trunsoist breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, restraining his blasphemous thoughts. He finally said, under the gaze of gods. Bethel Abraham, Mr. Door, had vanished from the Empire. He didn't immediately bring up the main topic, but instead told the gods about the problem with Mr. Door. Bethel Abraham disappeared from the face of the earth. Nobody knows where he went. He didn't inform anyone, like he usually does, before leaving for faraway places or even the cosmos. He just disappeared one day, silently. Trunsoist investigated on this. He asked Alitza, Amon, Antigonus, and Sylvia. And there was no clue to where he actually went. Though, Amon was making an obvious guess about the situation of Bethel, Cosmos. He was in Cosmos. However, Sylvia told him of a secret when he mentioned whether her grandfather had traveled to Cosmos. She said that the gods would know. Her grandfather always informs the gods before he leaves for the Cosmos. So, Trunsoist is now asking the gods of Bethel. The disappearance of Bethel Abraham was not made public yet. Only the consuls know. Bethel Abraham is too important for the Empire, even more so now. His presence is absolutely required to keep it all together. Yet, he is nowhere to be found. Bethel Abraham. God of knowledge and wisdom said, his starry eyes twinkling. His tone, though, was heavy. You don't need to worry about him. We will take care of the situation. The other gods were silent at that, as if they had already discussed this matter and had managed to come to an agreement. Trunsoist still wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by Evernight Goddess. She said ethereally, Bethel's situation has become tricky. I can see your worries, Trunsoist. But, his disappearance was a betterment for all. Trunsoist frowned, his confusion was pretty evident. However, the gods didn't seem want to elaborate on the situation of Bethel anymore, as they remained silent. Does the goddess mean that Bethel's presence would have brought disaster? Trunsoist analyzed, why? He couldn't understand, as he wasn't aware of the secrets of the cosmos. Go on. Lord of Storms said impatiently, noticing his thoughtful expression. We don't have all the time in the world. Suppressing his doubts, Trunsoist brought up another major issue. The Biome Empire had cut off all trade with us, Your Excellencies. They are also attacking all our ships without any provocation from our side, resulting in tensions between the empires. I predict a war. The Biome Empire will soon declare war on us. The god of death had already awakened. He had regained control of the Biome Empire. He had been implementing radical decisions in the Biome Empire. Death was also said to have declared total war on the Devil faction. The entire southern continent is in chaos even more than it already was. The only faction that is not affected by the chaos is the Chained faction, as they have received the blessing and protection from Eternal Blazing Sunday. Trunsoist even suspects that Eternal Blazing Sun is slowly expanding his influence into the southern continent through the Chained faction. The entire Chained faction has already started to believe in the Angel of Redemption under Eternal Blazing Sunday. It was said that Tolzana named Edward as his successor. Everyone believed it without a shadow of a doubt or question, because there was a detailed and ancient record that Edward was related to Tolzana, but got separated from him during the chaos of Third Epoch. As for Tolzana, he was said to have gone into indefinite seclusion. Trunsoist can only sigh at the might of the Eternal Blazing Sun, who is altering history and reality to his whim. Even he wouldn't have sensed this change, if not for being an archangel. Salinger. Lord of Storms snorted, his figure flickering with sparks of lightning. He will be the least of our worries in the coming chaos. I don't know if you are pretending or truly ignorant, Leotaro. God of Combat retorted, his orange eye behind the helmet gleaming in twilight. Salinger's situation is strange. We all know it. He managed to suppress Farabati and even sever the connection with the Abyss. Even after all of this, do you still think that he is no threat? There should be a limit to one's arrogance. Watch your mouth, Badheel. Lord of Storms glared at God of Combat, his voice shaking the entire royal palace. Trunsoist can even hear the rattling of thunder and rumbling of the land, while having hard time resisting the tyrannical aura of Lord of Storms. This is no time for us to fight. Earth Mother said in a soothing voice, trying to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Over such small things. However, she failed. Trunsoist only felt the tyrannical aura increase by the moment. It was like a tsunami crashing down on him, ripping him apart. A waning light also filled his vision. He found it difficult to even think further. He was desperately using his authority to resist the might of the gods, despite knowing it was futile. His blurry vision saw two towering figures standing up from their thrones, while other towering figures remained unmoved, as if they didn't care at all. Enough. A calm yet powerful voice sounded, bringing peace and tranquility with it. Trunsoist felt the aura of tranquility cover him. His injuries healed in an instant, bringing him back to his peak state without any sequelae. He deeply felt the power of the gods at this moment. He stood up from the kneeling position, stabilizing himself. Even though he anticipated the cracks between the gods, seeing it himself made him realize how much worse the situation really is. His hands were clenched tightly, as he remembered the sense of powerlessness he felt facing the might of gods. However, his attention was soon drawn to the ethereal voice of the goddess. There is no point in arguing like this. Evernight Goddess said, even though we have our differences, if push comes to shove, we should unite to deal with the coming calamity. Lord of Storms snorted and retracted his aura, taking his seat. God of Combat also returned to his seat. The tension between the gods dissipated with just the words of Goddess of Night. The other gods remained silent, as if agreeing with the Evernight Goddess. Eternal Blazing Sun and God of Steam and Machinery didn't speak or express their opinions from the beginning of the meeting. Their expressions were indifferent. Okay, now. Evernight Goddess looked down, focusing on him. Let's get to the main topic, shall we, Trunsoist? Trunsoist nodded, taking a deep breath. He finally said. The Black Emperor is about to resurrect. Chapter 110, Decision. Your Excellencies, the Black Emperor is about to resurrect. Trunsoist said, his voice solemn, if there is no problem, he will resurrect by the end of the year. It would most likely cause a convergence. The uniqueness and characteristics will return to him at the moment of his resurrection. His Majesty, Black Emperor. The one he betrayed. Trunsoist felt complex looking back at the past. So much has changed. Deep inside, he still questioned himself whether the choice he had made was correct or wrong. The doubts only deepened when he realized the very gods he worked under were disruptors of the order. They never wanted order or stability, nor did they care about the lives of the citizens. Despite his blasphemous thoughts, Trunsoist knew, as his love said, there was no point in getting angry at gods. At that moment, a deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart, making him feel empty. Suppressing his feelings, Trunsoist continued. Alitza felt the spiritual imprint of Black Emperor in him awaken recently. Amon and Antigonus both tried to suppress it. However, they ultimately failed. After this, Amon concluded that the Black Emperor is about to resurrect. Trunsoist didn't expect the revival of His Majesty. The news came out of nowhere. He felt pretty complex over the entire situation, as he didn't know how to face his former lord, whom he had betrayed. Just thinking about him made him feel troubled. His Majesty's resurrection also exacerbated his skepticism on gods. He knew the Black Emperor could revive through the mausoleums or if the order they established was still present. However, Eternal Blazing Sun had already erased the twisted order of the Black Emperor. The only way His Majesty could be resurrected now is through the mausoleums, which the gods should have destroyed knowing that. Yet. We know. A deep voice thundered. It struck his mind and heart like a sledgehammer, again and again. Trunsoist looked up at the Eternal Blazing Sun, who was the one who spoke, confirming all of his doubts and speculations. It would be an understatement to say he was angry at this moment. His heart was burning with rage. Why? He really wanted to yell at them. He didn't understand. He didn't understand their intentions at all. His raging emotions nearly broke through his restraint, which would have most likely caused him to do something very stupid enough to anger the gods. It took all of his willpower to suppress his raging emotions while taking a breather on the outside. Oh. Eternal Blazing Sun raised his brows, his tone amused. You seem to be holding a lot back in your heart, Trunsoist. It will not do any good to you in the long run if you keep holding back and suppressing it. I am all ears, if you want to share it. No, I am fine, Your Excellency. Trunsoist said, his voice trembling. However, his thoughts completely told a different story. They didn't care at all. Alitza was right. I am nothing more than a puppet to them. He didn't even care to restrain his thoughts anymore. Earth Mother said softly, Aucuses, don't tease him like this. He is already going through a lot. You are going to break him. Her tone was one of concern, as if she really cared about Trunsoist. Trunsoist felt the gaze of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. It wasn't indifferent, but was one of anger. Those divine golden eyes glared at him, as if wanting to blast him to smithereens. He somehow knew that the anger of the Sun God was due to the concerning words of Earth Mother. Once again, he couldn't understand the gods at all. Before anything radical could happen, Evernight Goddess spoke up, after looking daggers at Earth Mother, who just chuckled back. We know, Trunsoist. We also knew the consequences that might come with the resurrection of Black Emperor. It will affect the entire empire. So, in this situation, why didn't Alitza Tutor come to this meeting along with you? Trunsoist wanted to say something in defense of Alitza to the gods, but he found himself completely lost for words. Well. Eternal Blazing Sun said, leaning back in his seat, placing his palm on his chin. Can we just get to the point, Amon Isis? There is no need to beat around the bush like this. Just look at Trunsoist. His loss for your question says it all. Alitza Tutor betrayed us. Evernight Goddess turned her glare at Eternal Blazing Sunday. She asked with raised brows, which were visible through her gauze. So, Aucuses, what is your opinion on how to deal with Alitza Tutor? Let him die. Eternal Blazing Sun said, his tone languid. His fate is already sealed one way or another. The resurrection of Solomon will cause convergence enough to tear apart his characteristics, and with them, his soul and body will follow the same fate as well. He suddenly chuckled. And, our indifference to his actions may be the best punishment for someone arrogant like Alitza Tutor. Evernight Goddess was silent, as if agreeing to the suggestion of the Sun God. Lord of Storms nodded in agreement, though his displeasure was palpable for all to see. The other gods also agreed with the Sun God. At this point, Trunsoist was actually calm, despite hearing the gods who had casually decided the fate of Alitza. His heart was already numb. But, what about the angel families under Alitza Tutor? God of Combat asked, tapping the armrest, which told of his concern. And, the consuls of Tutor will be tricky to deal with. Let us decide that after the resurrection of Solomon. God of Knowledge and Wisdom expressed his opinion after remaining silent for most of the meeting. We already have a lot on our plates, Badheal. God of Combat nodded and didn't say anything more. Sensing the ensuing silence after that, Earth Mother finally brought up the most important situation that needed to be decided by the gods. So, what do we do about Trunsoist? Trunsoist's heart thumped heavily at that question. The gods began discussing his fate right before him, though this time, they didn't allow him to listen in. He didn't know whether to consider this kindness or cruelty on their part. But, his attention was already drawn to their figures, his heart nervous. He observed, Eternal Blazing Sun seemed to suggest something, but Lord of Storms and God of Knowledge immediately retorted back with angry and frowning expressions. However, Eternal Blazing Sun just responded with a sneer, much to the anger of Lord of Storms. The God of Sky rose from his throne in anger, cracking it. Eternal Blazing Sun also didn't hold back anymore. Light and thunder filled his vision for a moment, before being swept away by the aura of life. Earth Mother stood in between them, calming the Sun God down. Lord of Storms also retracted his power, after Evernight Goddess gave him a look. They returned to their thrones. The goddesses are really powerful. Then, the gods continued their discussion. The god of steam and machinery finally participated as well. After about 5 minutes, the gods finally stopped their quarreling. They seemed to have decided on his fate. Trunsoist clenched his fist, blood pouring out of his clasped fingers. His eyes and expression were still calm, despite his surging heart. Trunsoist. Eternal blazing sun spoke, his voice majestic and solemn. Trunsoist looked at the sun god, waiting for the judgment of fate. Do you want to become a god? The sun god asked. It would be an understatement to say that Trunsoist was stunned. But, he immediately collected himself and answered the sun god. Yes. He immediately replied, his eyes clear and firm like never before. Trunsoist knew that his answer was hasty. He didn't even think twice about it. However, deep down, he knew this was what he wanted. This was what he desired the most. That decided it. Eternal blazing sun smiled, looking at the other gods. He finally stood up from his seat, with other gods as well. Come to my kingdom when you are finally ready, Trunsoist. His words lingered in the air, as the projection of eternal blazing sun collapsed into light particles. The other gods also left after sparing him a scrutinizing glance, ending the meeting of gods. Trunsoist was left all alone in a daze. His mind was still thundering with the last words of eternal blazing sun. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 111, Love and Family. Backlund. A gentle breeze blew through the deserted entrance to a golden cathedral. It had a striking steeple and an engraved sacred life emblem on the outer wall. The emblem featured a baby surrounded by wheat, flowers, and spring water. The cathedral stood out from the surrounding structures, exuding a sacred aura of life. The interior of the cathedral was made up of halls with strained windows. In the hall, there was a neatly arranged room of pews. There was a statue of a plump and beautiful lady at the top, right in front, with ears of wheat growing from her feet and surrounded by spring water. Her dress appears to flutter, and embedded in it are various herbs and flowers, as well as depictions of various animals. She appears to be tall and holy. In her arms is an adorable infant in swaddling clothes. The statue depicted Earth Mother, the goddess of life and harvest. A woman dressed in crimson knelt in front of the god's statue. Her hair was long and curly, and her eyes were crimson. Aurnia, the queen of blood moon, was the woman in question. Aurnia clasped her hands together and leaned down towards them. I repent. She muttered. Her voice was filled with agony and pain. There was no candle in the cathedral, allowing the crimson moonlight to filter through the windows and illuminate the statue of Earth Mother. Earth Mother has always been a mysterious god. Her origins were hazy and strange. It sparked numerous debates about the true identity of the Earth Mother among the circles of high-sequence beyonders. The knowledge of gods is widespread in this era. Except for the Earth Mother, most angels knew the origins of gods. And, despite the fact that the majority of the clues pointed to her identity, Umbella, Giant Queen. But still, many people were skeptical. Aurnia knew the truth. She knew who the Earth Mother really was, Lilith, the sanguine ancestor. She had always known. Despite the passing of time, Aurnia never lost faith in her ancestor. Regardless of the difficulties and disasters on her perilous path, her devotion remained unwavering. The times had changed. The mystical races were wiped out by the tides of time. Yet, their blood race survives and thrives. It was all due to her ancestor's blessing. It wasn't she who led the race and shielded it from humanity's hatred. Without her ancestor, the blood race would have perished along with the mythical races. Her ancestor had always been there for her and protected her through everything. She owes it all. Yet she. I repent. She muttered, her eyes closed and her voice trembling. Her head was bowed, not daring to look at the statue. The return of the Black Emperor. Alitza Tutor's betrayal of the 7 gods. The future ascension of Hermit. The awakening of death. The restless abyss at the edge of the world. The coming era will be one of unprecedented chaos and war. Even gods may perish in the coming perilous times, not to mention the fate of those below. The blood race needed her more than ever. Her ancestor cannot always be there for them. She needed to lead her race through the coming perilous era and survive in the end. But, for the first time in her life, she hesitated, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Trunsoist. Her future husband. The relationship between them was arranged by her ancestor. It should have been a political marriage. Nothing more, nothing less. Yet, things developed beyond her expectations. She fell in love with Trunsoist. And love made a fool of her. She completely ignored her ancestor's orders and instructions. Everything is now crashing down on her. The gods' alliance will soon be broken, chaos will reign supreme, submerging order. She knew Trunsois too well to know what he'd do after witnessing the chaos of gods. At the time, as his wife and queen, she should stand with him, turning her back on her ancestor and her own race. Her heart contracted in pain at that thought. Love. Her lips raised in a bitter smile, as she kept praying to her ancestor for forgiveness. I repent. She repeated as crimson blood flowed from her hands and knees. This was a self-inflicted punishment for her blasphemous actions. The crimson blood stained the ground, reflecting the statue of Earth Mother, which gleamed brightly in the moonlight, as if it were about to come to life. My child. A soft voice was heard as the figure of Lilith appeared in place of the statue. However, Aurania just trembled, still not daring to look at the goddess who descended after hearing her prayers. The goddess made her way over to Aurania. She, too, knelt in front of Aurania, her hands resting on Aurania's clasped hands. A burst of green light erupted, illuminating Aurania, healing her injuries. Lilith then pressed down on Aurania's hands while placing her hand over her chin and forcing Aurania to look at her. Tell me. Pour it all out, she said gently, caressing Aurania's head. I'm sorry, my lady. Aurania whimpered. I'm sorry, my lady. I betrayed you. She went on to confess her feelings for Trunsois and even mention the possibilities of the future. She didn't hide anything at all. Lilith nodded and stroked her hair as she listened. Her expression remained gentle. Love. She finally sighed. Her divine eyes flashed with complexity, which Aurania missed as she was bowing and waiting for her judgment. Aurania. Lilith said as she stood up. Follow your heart's desire and pursue your love. Aurania jerked her head up, her eyes wide at her ancestor. However, Aurania, you can't have it all. Lilith continued softly, lifting her up from her knees and holding her hands. So, pick. Love or family? She asked softly, looking into Aurania's eyes. Aurania's heart was pierced by those gentle yet cruel words, forcing her to make a decision. Her hands were clenched, blood dripping from them. The minutes ticked by. Lilith waited patiently, her gaze fixed on Aurania. Their figures were illuminated by the crimson moonlight. Aurania finally let go of Lilith's hand and walked away from her. The crimson moonlight deepened and shone brightly on Lilith's figure. Ethereally, she said. You have my blessing. She smiled. Cherish your love. Now go, you have a new life ahead of you. Thank you, my lady. Aurania bowed her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. She wiped her tears away as she turned away from her ancestor. She walked out, not looking back at her ancestor. Lilith stood motionless, her smile fading. With Aurania's departure, the church doors were closed. Suddenly, she was hugged from behind, the hands of her lover locking around her hip. Are you all right? Caucasus inquired, resting his chin on her shoulders. I'm fine. Lilith replied with a shake of her head. She placed her hand on his chest and leaned in. Really? Caucasus inquired, his voice concerned. I'm fine, Lilith pouted. I was just thinking about the future and fate. What is their fate? She continued, looking at the closed door. Trunsois and Aurania. Caucasus inquired, his brow furrowed, while his gaze was drawn to the door. Yes. Lilith tightened her grip on his hands and looked up at him. Their fate. Caucasus murmured, his voice almost whisper-like. It's a tragic one. Lilith sighed. Her eyes showed no surprise, as if she expected this. She finally asked. Ours. However, Caucasus interrupted with a smile. Now, we don't have to be so pessimistic over this. Their situation is different and ours is different. So, we may end up different than them. Lilith asked, her voice trembling, her eyes looking for assurance in the men behind her. You already know the answer. Caucasus said, tightening his hug. We will make sure of that. Lilith smiled, the heaviness in her heart dissipating slightly. Let's return. Caucasus said, my painting is only halfway done. You descended here before then. Lilith's ears tinged in crimson, as she remembered the kind of painting that Caucasus was drawing with her. Why do you have to draw me like that? She asked, glaring. It's art, Caucasus answered, before kissing her lips. Their figures vanished from the cathedral in a flash of light. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 112, Red Priest. The Palace of Eternity. The royal palace towered above the city of Backlund, surrounded by the statues of the 6 gods. It emitted a divine aura, as if it were conjured from the dream of a god. In this imaginary palace, Alitsa Tudor walked back and forth in his room. His blue eyes gleamed in anger and madness. The room around him was a mess. Every piece of furniture was broken and twisted into pieces. The broken glasses littered the floor, gleaming brightly in sunlight. Alitsa walked, ignoring the racked state of his study, which was actually caused by his bout of anger. His hands were clenched, and his mind was racing to come up with a solution, or even a glimmer of hope for his perilous situation. Why? He thought, why did it end up like this? Why? Why? Alitsa didn't know where it all went wrong. Just thinking about the possibilities behind that almost drove his mind to abyss of madness. Eternal blazing sun. He still remembers the smile of the eternal blazing sun when he handed over the characteristics of Prince of Abolition to him. Did the sun god always know the era would develop like this? Or did he himself cause all of this to happen? It doesn't actually matter at the end of the day to Alitsa, as things have already developed far beyond salvation for him. He now knew that the gods never bothered to give him a thought or consideration. In their eyes, he should always been a dead man walking. Just that thought caused his heart to burn with a fire, a flaring black fire mixed with hatred and madness. Boom. The walls of the study room collapsed, unable to bear the surging chaotic aura emanating from his figure. Alitsa expected something from the gods when they learned of his betrayal. However, there was only silence and indifference to his actions, as if they didn't bother to care at all. He looked at the towering statues of the gods through the window, his heart filled with raging emotions. In the end, he suppressed his hatred and madness, taking a deep breath. He needs to survive the convergence caused by the resurrection of his majesty. No, he will survive and prove it to the gods. Just then, an image of the brass-haired man flashed through his mind. Trunsoist. Alitsa smiled bitterly as he thought about how things turned so different for the two of them. Trunsoist is the most beloved of the 6 gods, serving as the gods' representative on earth. Alitsa jeered at him in the past, calling him a puppet of the gods. Now, looking back, Trunsoist was the one who got the last laugh over him, ironically. So, what if Trunsoist was a puppet of the gods? He doesn't have to worry about the Black Emperor. He has the protection of the gods. Alitsa also discovered that Eternal Blazing Sun chose Trunsoist over him by bestowing the Hand of Order trait to Trunsoist. At that time, he didn't think much about it. However, he can now see clearly through the action of the Sun God. Alitsa really had the urge to pray to the Sun God and ask him. Why? Why did you choose Trunsoist over me? He really wanted to know the answer, as the question was tormenting his heart. He was better than the coward in every way. However, the Sun God. He doesn't care. A gentle voice sounded from behind him, causing him to turn around abruptly. He almost attacked the intruder, but stopped himself after seeing who it was. His emotions also strangely calmed down at the sight of the intruder. The ravings of his majesty that tormented his mind went silent as well. He finally felt peace in his heart and mind after a long period of suffering. Despite this, he didn't let down his guard at all, his vigilance only increasing after noticing his sudden change. He looked at the intruder with wariness and fear. Before him stood a priest clad in a simple white cloak and a silver cross. He had a gentle smile as he looked at Alitsa. Adam, angel of imagination. Alitsa looked at the son of the Creator in fear. Adam, king of angels of the visionary pathway, was an enigma to all, even gods. Alitsa knew Adam mostly stayed within the empire. The gods should have known it too, yet they did nothing. This alone was enough to show the might of the being in front of him. If he isn't wrong, Adam should also be above the Golden Order, considering his unrestrained actions throughout the century. His existence alone challenged the Golden Order. The Golden Order is the order established by Eternal Blazing Sun when the Empire was founded. It is a terrifying order with rules and laws that bind every being in the Empire. Nobody can escape it. Even him and Trunsoist, as well as the kings of angels, all followed the Golden Order. Only gods were above the order. They also had some influence over the Golden Order, though not as much as Eternal Blazing Sunday. Yet, Adam should be above it as well, despite not being a god. Alitsa suddenly felt a tinge of jealousy, which he immediately suppressed as the clear eyes of Adam locked on him. Your Excellency, Adam. Alitsa finally spoke, giving enough respect to the being in front of him. He clearly knew the appearance of Adam at this precise moment was far from simple. It ignited hope in his dark heart. He was also surprised. After all, this was Backlund, the capital of the Empire. The influence of the Eternal Blazing Sun is highest here, yet Adam. He doesn't care. Adam said again, as if seeing through his doubts and questions, though his words now contained deep meaning. Alitsa was perplexed, obviously not understanding the meaning. Alitsa tutor. Adam continued in a gentle tone, not bothering to explain himself. The one who had been abandoned by the gods. Aukis already arranged your fate from the beginning, you are supposed to die when Solomon resurrects. He said, walking towards Alitsa. Alitsa was silent, his head down and hands clenched. Do you know they also decided the fate of your fellow consul not long ago? Adam asked, looking at the statues of gods through the windows. Alitsa looked up, his attention completely drawn to Adam, and asked. What did they decide for him, Your Excellency? Adam smiled. Under the suggestion of Occuses, the 7 gods decided to help him to become justiciar. The words of Adam thundered into Alitsa's mind, shaking him to his core. What? He asked, astounded. Justiciar. Adam patiently elaborated. The preparations for the apotheosis ritual have already begun. With the help of gods, the ritual which should have taken at least decades to complete will now only take a year at most. Why? Alitsa yelled, why are they even helping him? They should know about the true nature of the Trunsoist. Even though he is a coward, he is someone who values order above all. Adam was silent, making it obvious that the angel of imagination was not going to answer this question. Alitsa clenched his fist, blood pouring out. His lips had a bitter smile. His eyes were flashing with memories of the past. It felt ironic that the first one to become a god among them was Trunsoist, who didn't have any such dream or wish of becoming a god, unlike him. He finally looked at Adam and asked, his eyes shimmering with hope and despair. Your Excellency, you shouldn't have come here just to inform me that. Adam still had a gentle smile, listening to him. He nodded and took out a black slate with an ancient aura and handed it to him while pointing at the writing at the top. Alitsa knew it was the blasphemy slate. He took it and looked at it without asking any further questions. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Ritual, stirring up a war that sweeps the continent and gain victory. Alitsa tutor, the only way you can survive the coming chaotic time is by becoming a god. Adam said, his golden eyes gleaming. Red Priest is the only pathway where you have a chance of becoming a god. You already completed the apotheosis ritual by stirring up the 7-nation war and destroying the Solomon Empire. But? Alitsa asked, his hand holding the blasphemy slate trembling. Switching to a non-adjacent pathway. This is the only way. Adam said, in his gentle voice, that sounded so cruel to Alitsa. Alitsa looked at the blasphemy slate. He knew Adam was right. There was no other way. All that awaited him on other paths was nothing but death or even fates worse than that. He remembered the promise that he had made to himself a few moments ago. Now, he made a new promise based on the previous one. He will survive and will bring down the gods themselves. Alitsa tightened his grip on the blasphemy slate, his eyes gleaming. He finally asked, looking at the angel of imagination. Why are you helping me? He wanted to know the motives of Adam. He wasn't a fool to think that the help of the Son of the Creator was free. There must be a price, a terrible price at that. The sunlight in the room deepened, illuminating the figure of Adam, who was silent for a moment before answering with a soft smile. It's the trend of the times. War. Disorder. Death. Order. Black Emperor. Eternal Sleeper. Alitsa muttered subconsciously. Trunsoist, Lord of Order. Adam finished for him. War. Alitsa looked at the title of Red Priest in the blasphemy slate. His voice quivering. Is it fate? In a way, yes. Adam nodded. Though, this fate is not yours as you have guessed. The war angel of the Creator shall ascend to the throne of God and blow the horns of war. He will be the sword of revenge for the fallen Creator. He will be the one to slay the traitors, the fallen angels of the Creator. That is written fate. Adam said, his voice soft yet indifferent. So, what is your choice? To remain chained by fate or to break it and usurp the throne of the Red Priest from Medici? Choose, Alitsa tutor. The sunlight in the room became bright, brighter than ever. Yes. Alitsa said, his voice firm and his eyes gleaming in madness and craziness. He turned and looked at the sun in the sky, which was getting bigger and bigger by the moment. I will become the Red Priest. He declared boldly, looking at the eternal blazing Sunday. Adam nodded gently at the gargantuan sun. Then, he and Alitsa disappeared from the royal palace. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 113, Golden Tree. On tall mountains, Trier. An illusory golden gate stood on the highest peak of the Ontal Mountains, radiating endless pure light. The gate had a mythical aura, making all yearn for the eternal paradise that lay within. It was Avalon, the divine kingdom of the eternal blazing sun, separated from reality by the illusory golden gate. A brass-haired young man was trekking towards the top of the mountain while gazing at the golden gate. He was none other than Trunsoist, who was on his way to meet with the eternal blazing Sunday. Trunsoist stared at the golden door, his mind wandering to his meeting with the gods. Before, he immediately accepted the offer from the gods without thinking it over properly. However, he did not regret his choice. Though he was still nervous whenever thinking about the offer, it was due to the fact that nothing was free in this world. He also understands why the gods helped him become the justiciar. The empire needs a true emperor to maintain stability and order in the chaos and war to come. The emperor can only be a god, given the existence of the Black Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld, both of whom are also gods. So the gods choose him as their candidate, because they are not willing to step on stage themselves. After all, they have been used to being the chess masters in control of all. Trunsoist realized that even if he became a god, the seven gods would not consider him their equal. They will still see him as just a chess piece that can be manipulated to their liking. And he can understand their confidence. After all, he was only one against seven of them. They can suppress him quite easily. When Trunsoist realized all of this, he was not at all furious, on the contrary, he was very glad. While they continue to underestimate him, he will bid for the appropriate time. He will ultimately turn the tables on them. He'll destroy their chessboard, forcing the gods to come on stage. He knew it would be very difficult to accomplish his lofty goals. The eternal blazing sun is the first and greatest obstacle in his path. His heart stiffened when he thought about the sun god. Trunsoist glanced towards the golden gate while suppressing his feelings and thoughts. He took a stance of prayer with his hands clasped. He prayed. Eternal blazing sun. Inextinguishable light. Embodiment of order. God of contracts. Guardian of business. I pray for you to open the doors of Avalon. Trunsoist omitted an honorific title of the eternal blazing sun that had been used for the previous century, embodiment of knowledge. The honorific name, however, ought to have been changed at this point given that the eternal blazing sun lost the hermit uniqueness. As he prayed, the air grew oppressive and mysterious, and then a blinding beam of light fell on his praying figure. The glaring light drove Trunsoist to close his eyes. Then, the light went out as fast as it came. He opened his eyes, making sure of it. He found himself in a lengthy hallway lined with statues and paintings. And, in front of him, was a huge white door. Trunsoist was well aware that this was Avalon, dwelling of the eternal blazing Sunday. He had previously visited this place a century earlier, at the conclusion of the War of the Seven Nations, in which the six gods had won. He inhaled deeply as he made his way to the door. He used his power to restrain his thoughts and feelings, just in case. On its own, the door opened. He entered through it. A chamber filled with light, massive pillars, and a silver table with two chairs met him. Eternal blazing sun was present at the silver table, staring at Trunsoist with indifferent eyes. Your ex. Trunsoist greeted and bowed. Sit down. His greetings were cut off by eternal blazing sun, who motioned for him to take a seat. Trunsoist complied, taking the seat. He faced the eternal blazing sun who sat right in front of him. His heart was nervous. Eternal blazing sun, the embodiment of order. He was extremely anxious in front of the sun god because of the golden order. The eternal blazing sun created the golden order when the empire was first established. He was present when eternal blazing sun established it. At that moment, he became aware of the sun god's might. However, until his elevation to the status of archangel, this feeling was only momentary. With his ascension to archangel, his understanding of reality deepened, and he was finally able to observe the order in reality that bound everything in existence together. That is when he realized the truth. His heart was brimming with terror as he finally understood the golden order for what it was. Eternal blazing sun created the golden order, which is a system of concepts and laws made manifest by the sun god. The golden order resembles a golden luminous tree, with roots and branches that entwine with the fabric of the reality. A/N, I took inspiration from Elden Ring for the Order of Occuses. It's a phenomenal game. Observing its golden branches expand, entwining with reality, and gradually altering everything in accordance with its principles rattled him to the core. The golden order was gradually progressing toward becoming a prototype of eternal order. Trunsoist was alluding to the true order of reality that holds the entire cosmos together when he used the phrase, eternal order. He was confident in his conclusions because he found that the golden order was developing in a way that would eventually lead to the formation of the way of the world. Equally scary is the power that the golden order wields. It has control over reality and can alter its laws and conceptions through order. The golden order has the capacity to enslave the entire empire to its will. Only the king of angels may have a chance to defy the golden order. Eternal blazing sun and other gods were in charge of the golden order. However, the eternal blazing sun should have more authority than other deities. Trunsoist once more failed to comprehend the motivations and purposes of gods. Why did they create something so terrifying? Aren't they afraid of the possibility that eternal blazing sun usurps full control over golden order and has power over them all? Do they want to rule the entire reality? How did they? His head was filled with questions and doubts, which unknowingly made his spine shiver. You seem to have a lot of questions. Eternal blazing sun said with his trademark smile. You can ask away. I am all ears. Don't hold back. This is a necessary process. Trunsoist faced the sun god. He was overcome with a plethora of feelings, including hate, dread, fury, and so forth. His mind was racing with images of the golden tree and the chaos that the eternal blazing sun had wrought. Finally, in a raspy voice, he inquired. Why? Eternal Blazing Sun ought to be able to understand everything with only that query, so he didn't elaborate. Well. Eternal Blazing Sun replied with a sigh while reclining in his chair. Let's start with chaos. What is chaos? He asked, placing his palm on his chin. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 114, Golden Order. What is chaos? Questioned Eternal Blazing Sunday. Eternal Blazing Sun rose from his seat and continued without waiting for his response. Chaos is the most dangerous thing in existence. The surroundings changed as Eternal Blazing Sun's ominous voice was heard, unveiling an endless cosmos. Trunsoist's eyes were drawn to the magnificent cosmos. He was bemused in his heart. Even though he had previously heard Bethel sing praises about the grandeur of the cosmos, witnessing it for himself gobsmacked him. Is this the cosmos? His voice quavered a little in excitement. Eternal Blazing Sun ignored his query and went on, gesturing for him to rise up as well. Chaos is all around us. All the time. It is volatile and powerful. With those words, the scene in front of Trunsoist altered to reveal a ravenous darkness devouring the very stars of the cosmos. He could also feel the fundamental foundations of reality crumbling. The eternal order was disintegrating. The surging darkness was chaos. Order is organizing chaos. It is what brings balance and stability to cosmos. It is what delays the inevitable end. His immediate surroundings suddenly changed. Out of the fabric of reality sprouted a golden luminous tree. Its branches and roots entwined with the reality of the cosmos. It re-established the order of the cosmos. The order restrained the chaos. The cosmos's brilliance and vibrancy were restored as the lights of the stars re-emerged. The voice of Eternal Blazing Sun had Trunsoist's undivided attention now. He understood the significance of Eternal Blazing Sun's remarks. It might even provide a final answer to all of his uncertainties and inquiries. Finally, pointing at the constrained chaos, he asked. The Black Emperor. Eternal Blazing Sun snorted. I can see why you're confused. Back then, Solomon sought to twist the truth more than once. The main authority of Black Emperor is disorder. Nothing more and nothing less. Trunsoist noticed something strange and questioned the sun god, who was smiling and looking at him as if he already knew what he was going to ask. So there isn't even a single pathway that represents chaos among the 22. His voice was hesitant in doubt. Eternal Blazing Sun nodded, saying, yes, there isn't a pathway that symbolizes chaos. Everything in the universe is separate from and subjugated to chaos. It is not something that a god can directly rule over. His words caused the environment around them to alter, revealing a stunning blue planet. Trunsoist had a gut feeling that this planet was his home. But the sun god continued before he could pause and marvel at this. Do you know what occurs when the equilibrium between chaos and order is shattered? Trunsoist was about to respond, but he restrained himself after observing Eternal Blazing Sun's somber expression. The original creator will awaken. The end of the cosmos will be heralded by he who wields the power of chaos. Look. Eternal Blazing Sun pointed at the earth. Trunsoist turned to face the earth in front of him. The corner of his eye also caught the disappearance of Eternal Blazing Sunday. But his attention was pulled to the planet, as he got a dreadful feeling of impending doom from it. Crack. His home planet, Earth, started to split open as a sea of infinite colors emerged from beneath it. The reality started to crumble. Trunsoist felt something awakening from within the Earth. It was something beyond, something detached, something primordial. Boom. An illusionary, colorless light burst forth from the planet. It instantly lit up everything in existence, shattering and returning everything back to chaos. Under the brightness of the light, Trunsoist felt his mind literally disintegrate. He saw it all come to an end. He watched as his empire collapsed. He watched as his love was ripped apart under the might of the illusionary light. He watched as the sky, the moon, and the sun were shattered. He witnessed the twilight of the gods. The gods, who tower above all, fell from their heavenly thrones. In the illusionary light, their bodies and souls were shredding one after another. Indescribable beings fled in a desperate attempt to avoid the impending doom, only to perish in the process. As he witnessed it all, his hopes, goals, and dreams were torn asunder. Eventually, even his order crumbled. He was powerless to interfere, all he could do was watch as everything he cherished was destroyed in front of his eyes. He was having trouble thinking since his mind was literally disintegrating, yet these visions remained vivid as always, driving him farther and deeper into despair. Trunsoist was tumbling into the chaos as it engulfed the entire creation. His mind was suddenly twisted by a plethora of information and knowledge. It felt as though a sharp object had pierced right through to his brain before twisting. The searing pain melted his brain even further. Barrier, son of chaos, 9 spherotes, nation of disorder, above the sequence, pillars, great old ones. No, no. How can things be this way? He began to spiral into an abyss of his own despair and hopelessness, on the verge of losing himself forever. Wake up. A thunderous voice shattered everything around him as it blasted through his mind and soul, waking him up. Trunsoist then found himself back in his chair, facing the eternal blazing Sunday. They appeared to have never actually gotten up from the chairs, as if everything that followed was simply a horrible nightmare. Yes, it ought to be a nightmare. While falling out of his chair and gasping for air, Trunsoist made a conscious attempt to persuade himself. It should just be a nightmare. With tears welling in his eyes, he knelt on the ground. His scarred heart was struggling desperately to deny the truth. The more you deny, the more you lose control. He struggled to look up as an indifferent voice rang out. He caught a glimpse of the eternal blazing sun indifferently observing him. He was already on the point of losing control, as he observed that his body was slowly disintegrating into brass lights. In spite of this, he asked the sun god in a scratchy voice that was audibly racked with pain and anguish. Why did you show me all of this? He really wanted to know. That didn't give him any answers to his questions. It only made him have a complete extensional crisis, from which he still hadn't recovered yet. Eternal blazing sun sighed in exasperation as he shook his head. He spoke with indifference while his golden eyes shimmered. To help you realize, Trunsoist, to alter your perspective such that it is divine. Despite being an archangel, you continue to view the world through human eyes. The principles and ideals of human civilization continue to bind you. You hate me, right? For upsetting your precious order by being the true disruptor. How absolutely ridiculous. The sun god waved his hand at him while mockingly laughing. Trunsoist was healed as a beam of light fell on him, saving him from the embrace of death. Trunsoist wasn't in the mood to rejoice, as feelings of rage, despair, and helplessness overflowed his heart as he listened to the laughter of the eternal blazing Sunday. He rose from his kneeling position while having the sun god in his sight. Eternal blazing sun continued, in between his fits of mocking laughter. I'll tell you the truth, cold and clear. As our authority is a component of reality itself, the gods you so despise are a part of the eternal order. We are the ones who keep the chaos at bay. That caused Trunsoist's eyes to widen. While gazing at him, the sun god said, You finally understand, right? The sun god grinned menacingly as a dreadful, boundless divine aura emanated from him. His aura morphed into a glowing golden tree. It was the golden order. My will is the true order. I was never the disruptor of order. I am the embodiment of order. I define what order is. The sun god's words boomed into Trunsoist's head, tearing apart his perspective before rebuilding it and enabling him to see things from a new perspective. His eyes started to shine with a divine light. The golden tree behind the sun god caught his attention immediately. Now, he understood the tree's real purpose. The golden order assisted and assimilated with the eternal order while also strengthening reality. Its true purpose was to keep the balance between order and chaos in the world. The sun god continued, implying the golden tree. This is my order. The golden order is the name I gave it. It is a set of concepts and rules that I and other gods have made manifest. I built this order using the principle of regression. It means, regression is the pull of meaning, that all things yearn eternally to converge. The law of beyonder characteristic convergence, Trunsoist made a valid guess right away, but he had the feeling that the principle of the golden order should symbolize something deeper and more complex. Trunsoist, this is my order. It's now time for you to think of one on your own. Instead of a humane order, it should be a divine one. He quickly nodded in accord after hearing the stern words of eternal blazing sun. Now go. The sun god immediately waved his hand, illuminating everything in his field of vision with light. You may only return once you have accomplished your divine order. Wait. Trunsoist said quickly, while closing his eyes from the glare. He still has a ton of questions for the sun god. You can access my golden order. The sun god said, it will resolve all of your doubts and questions. I had enough of telling people the truth. The next time, I should let Amon-Isis handle it. Before everything in his field of vision turned white and rendered him unconscious, he even heard the grumble of the sun god. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 115, Sword of Creator. To say Medici was angry would be an understatement. The war angel felt like his world was slowly but surely falling apart. The cause of all this was none other than Occases. Medici had heard of what people call Occases, the great and merciful sun god. Ironically, Occases was anything but kind and merciful. The white angel was a monster just like him. Occases was the source of wars and destruction in the Third Epoch, although Medici was very reluctant to admit it himself. It was the truth. He may be almost the embodiment of war, but in the end, he was the sword of the Creator. He only unsheathed himself for war at the will of his lord. However, Occases was different. He was unrestrained. He waged the war just because he could. He caused disaster on a whim. He was a walking calamity. What really pissed Medici off was how easily that bastard got away with it. It was as if people purposely ignored the monster he was, focusing only on the perfect persona that he showed to the audience. To top it all off, even the Lord was partial to Aucas's. The very thought that literally caused Medici to erupt in a rage. The throne on which he sat melted into liquid as the heat of the flames enveloped the room, igniting it all. It was unfair. It was really unfair. He shedded blood, sweat, and tears for the Lord, acting as his sword, but Aucas's was the one who got all the praise when all he got was a mere nod, just a fucking nod. He was not angry with the Creator. He was just mad at himself, mad at his own incompetence, mad at Aucas's. Could it be because Aucas's was the first to follow the Lord? Is it due to the fact that Aucas's was the angel of the Lord's pathway? Questions filled his head, trying to find a reason why Aucas's was more favored by the Lord. He was better than that bastard in every way. Yet. Regardless, he still pushed himself to the limit, just to get an actual acknowledgement from his Lord. He somehow managed to push himself to face a god, not just any god, but the god of the abyss, Farabadi. The terrifying ancient god who made even the new gods tremble in fear. He stood before the god of filth, struggling against the embodiment of the abyss itself. It happened during the Abyss War, which the Aucases started on a whim. He felt it absolutely absurd now that one of the biggest events of the third epic occurred solely as a result of a sudden whim of Aucas's. Due to the oppression of the Creator, Farabadi was already restless. He was bidding for the right time. The provocation of Aucas's managed to give him just that. War raged in the lands in between, dyeing it in blood and fire. Farabadi just wanted to check the attitude of Creator with the war, but things escalated and got out of his control. Umbella and Badheal joined the war because the invasion started affecting anchors. They can no longer sit on the sidelines. The entry of the gods into the war took the situation to a whole new level. Farabadi couldn't hold back even if he wanted to. So he went all out, regardless of the consequences. Farabadi was a mad god, after all. The abyss has descended on the continent. It was what broke the camel's back. All the gods and the king of angels were forced to enter the battlefield. His lord forcefully grafted the battlefield into the astral world to prevent the destruction of the world. Here is where Medici faced the lord of the abyss. He still remembers his heart beating with excitement and elation at the prospect of facing a true god. He wanted to push his limits. He was also very cognizant of his own madness and desperation at that time. Medici, however, did not care. The result of the battle was as one would expect. He was literally trashed by the Lord of the Abyss and got himself corrupted by the filth. He still got up for battle, again and again, with only his sheer will supporting the last of him. He held Lord of Abyss, giving enough time for Amon-Isis to arrive on the battlefield. The night descended, bringing peace and tranquility to chaos. The war had ended. He was cured. However, reality soon slapped him in the face, shattering his dreams and hopes. The Creator was still same to him. He got a nod, as a form of acknowledgement. A simple nod at that. And Aucas's was off the hook for causing such a disaster on a whim, once again. It was then that Medici really realized that he was just a sword of the Creator, nothing more, nothing less. He tried to be content with his status, despite his feelings. He was just the sword of the Creator. Regardless of his feelings, time passed on. Rose Redemption was formed under Sasra's leadership. The final war had begun. Everything went according to the Lord's plan. Until the bastard suddenly told that he would go and check on the situation of the Creator. He immediately knew something was wrong with Aucas's. Not only him, but many should also have felt it. He wanted to stop that bastard from getting anywhere close to the Lord. However, his actions and his voice were silenced by the indifferent gods. They let Aucas's step into the twilight sun. Then it happened. The betrayal. The feast of betrayal. Aucas's betrayed the one who cared most about him, the one who raised him, the one who gave him everything. The Creator was betrayed by the one he trusted the most. Irony at its best. He knew his thoughts were blasphemous, but it was a cold, hard truth that he had no way of denying. Medici lost his lord and his home as well as everything on that dreadful day. He literally became a vagrant with Ouroboros and could only suppress his burning rage and escape from the eyes of traitors and gods. However, things improved when they found the true Creator and took refuge with the hanged man after finding a shadow of their lord in him. Time went on. Aucas's became a god with other traitors. Then, Aucas's did something that angered him to the very core of his being. Aucas's tampered with history. He made the world forget all about their lord while he soaked in the glory of saving mankind from a disaster that was caused by him in the first place. A hypocrite at his finest. Medici also struggled to comprehend how Aucas's constantly seemed to win. Whatever the circumstances, he managed to come out on top. On the night of the red moon, Aucas's had to face a real cosmic pillar. In the final battle of the War of the Seven Nations, Caucasus triumphed completely. The incident on Venus forced Caucasus to deal with an outer god once more. The list is never-ending. Despite the difficulties and the danger in his path, Caucasus always won in the end. It was as if, what do they call it these days, It was as if he was the protagonist. Now, the United Empire is about to collapse. Caucasus will immediately be besieged by gods on all sides. Yet, Medici had a gut feeling that Caucasus would come out victorious, like he always does. He will take a step closer to becoming God Almighty and will gain a significant advantage over the Lord. Although it was only a far-fetched guess, Medici believed in it wholeheartedly. Medici had always been holding himself back until now. And, despite the warning and persuasion from the Lord, he finally decided. He can't allow the era to develop this. He needs to change it. His Lord always considered him as his sword. Then, he shall be his sword of revenge. He will slay Caucasus with his own hand. Until then, he will not rest. One may wonder where his confidence came from. He has a dangerous way to achieve his goal. He would have worried about the consequences before, but not anymore. He will be the sword of vengeance for his Lord. Medici suddenly noticed his prey slowly entering into his trap, completely oblivious. He rose from his melted throne grabbing his red sword, and making his way outside of the ruins. Everything is going according to his plan. He will have his revenge soon. He will bathe in the golden blood of Caucasus and tear his body apart with bare hands. Medici smiled. His smile told volumes of his madness and anger. His eyes gleamed with craziness, which was deepening by the moment. Suddenly, the space behind Medici shimmered, revealing a twisted city emanating a cataclysmic aura. The war angel didn't seem to notice the presence of the twisted city, obliviously walking in his path of revenge. In the shadows, Adam stood watching Medici. His eyes seemed to shimmer with actual pity. However, this emotion faded away, giving way to indifference. He finally looked into the shadows and nodded. Caw. A crow flew out, following the war angel. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 116, Island of Peril. At the junction between the northern continent and the southern continent, an island covered in ruins was present, surrounded by a vast ocean. The island goes by the name, Island of Peril. It would also go by another infamous title in the future, Bansi Harbor. It was given that name by angels due to the many legends surrounding it. Some say that the Black Emperor and True Creator established their alliance on this island. While others say it was where the elf king Soniathrium fell, his body crumbling around the Island of Peril. The legends weren't without some ground. The entire island and the ocean around it were corrupted by the remnant power of the gods. The perilous island was shrouded in shadows. There was a ruined black mausoleum perched on the top of the mountains. From time to time, a flash of pure light erupted from within the ruins, driving away the shadows temporarily before going out. The ocean around the island surged with waves taller than skyscrapers as the stormy sky lit up with streaks of lightning. An ominous chill had set in, providing the seemingly appropriate backdrop for the cataclysmic events to come. A red light flickered on the island shrouded in shadows, driving away a portion of thick shadows and revealing a man with red hair bound by crimson chains. The red chains tightened, tearing at his flesh and shattering his bones as the man cried out in agony. His screams made the shadows around him flicker, as if they were reacting to him. They manifested as ghostly devils that swirled all around him, intensifying the ominous and sinister atmosphere. Spark! A flash of red fire shot out of the darkness and landed directly before the screaming men. Suddenly, a crimson fire erupted from the curtain of shadows. It started to engulf the island shrouded in shadowy ocean. It all began to burn in the scarlet flames. The demons screamed in agony before vanishing with the rest of the shadowy ocean. Heat seeped into the air as the scarlet flames whirled around the screaming men. The man's flesh began to scorch, making his pain even worse. A figure dressed in black armor suddenly emerged out of the red flames. At the sight of the screaming men, his lips formed a sinister smirk. The war angel, Medici. Sauron. Medici spoke in a mocking tone. Look how easily you fell into my calculations. Are you sure that you are a hunter? In order to set up a trap for Sauron and Einhorn, Medici leveraged his position of authority deriving from his uniqueness. Red Priest has authority that can alter reality to some extent. It is an evolution and combination of the powers of Conspirator and Conqueror. It essentially makes the claim that we can conquer everything, including reality. Medici set up his seamless trap on the Island of Peril, using the law of the convergence of Beyonder characteristics as his foundation. He picked this island because of its distinctiveness. It was tainted by the remaining power of 4 gods. There were powers that belonged to Caucasus, Solomon, Soniathrium, and ultimately his lord. The island was shrouded in the romance like a dense fog, hidden from the gaze of gods and other kings of angels. This is the reason Medici picked this location. However, he was aware that this cover-up wouldn't last long if the gods detected any abnormality or disturbance. However, Medici is certain that he will be able to accomplish his objective in silence, keeping the gods ignorant of his actions. The thought of success crossed the god of war's mind, and he laughed madly inside. Even though he had used his own hands to destroy the last of his lord's divine power, the war angel didn't seem noticeably out of the ordinary in his actions and behavior. The crimson fire blazed, as Medici made his way towards the bound Sauron. He then caught his scarred chin and lifted it up, making Sauron look right into his blazing crimson eyes. "You are pathetic, Sauron." Medici sneered, tightening his hold on the jaw. Sauron whimpered in pain, but his eyes filled with hatred always stayed on Medici. He rattled the chains heavily in pain and rage. Futile resistance. Medici scorned. His crimson eyes suddenly gleamed in light of madness. Slap. The war angel slapped the chin of Sauron, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream, as his jaw separated from his mouth and flew into ocean of crimson flames. The stream of blood from his broken mouth dyed his robes and chains scarlet. Despite all of this, the hateful eyes of Sauron still remained on Medici, not moving away an inch. Medici narrowed his eyes at Sauron. "Glare all you want, it is not going to change your pathetic fate. You are nothing but a broken shell of a man, Sauron. Tell me, how did you feel when you were like a dog wagging a tail just to gain the favor of that bastard, only for him to completely ignore you? Let me guess, it was not humiliation or rage, was it?" He continued, examining the reaction on the broken face of Sauron, who finally flinched at his question and looked down. As expected. The war angel cocked his brow. "You felt disappointment. Now, it is not at all insulting to call you a dog, as you are already one." Sauron kept his head down, his face covered in his own shadows. "Now, don't be so downhearted." Medici chuckled, "That bitch Einhorn is also on his way." The war angel made sure of his efficiency in his trap. He even went further to tamper with reality to increase the convergence between them. Of course, he knew this would also most likely attract the attention of Cheek, the primordial demoness. She had become obsessed with him in recent years, looking for the uniqueness in him. Still, he made preparations even for that situation. He got the blessing of the Lord. However, Ouroboros was strangely silent. Well, he was always silent. But this time was clearly different. He could feel it. The last time he had been like this was during Occas's betrayal. Occas and Ouroboros were there for each other through thick and thin. The snake was the only one who had been able to put up with the menace named Occas. They also had a lot in common. They could truly be considered friends. From all of this, one can easily understand that Ouroboros was affected the most by the betrayal of Occas. He changed a lot after that. He'd also been avoiding anything related to Occas. Coming back now, the silence of Ouroboros reminded him of that dreadful day. Nevertheless, Medici pushed the doubts and warnings in his heart aside and still went along with his plan. He really didn't want to hold back anything any longer. He wanted to make Occas to pay for everything. At that thought, Medici's lips rose to form a grim smile. Suddenly, a laughter filled with mockery and pity reverberated around him. Medici turned and looked back, his eyes widening in rage. Amon stood before him, adjusting his monocle while laughing at him. Sauron had disappeared from the crimson chains. Lil Raven. He snarled at the Angel of Time. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 117, City of Calamity. "Oh, Medici." Amon sighed, his laughter dying away. "Fate always seemed to turn her back on you." He straightened his monocle, his eyes flashing with pity. "Pity." Medici laughed, his laughter causing the crimson flames to blaze and swirl around them. It became an inferno, making the surrounding space around the island as hot as magma. The inferno rose high, connecting with the dark sky above the island, coloring it crimson. The sea around the island also surged violently, trying to smother the rising crimson flames. The Elven King's remaining power began to act on instinct, trying to quell the crimson flames. As the battle between water and fire continued, the situation inside the blazing pillar of fire at the edge of the island literally heated up by the moment. Sparks of crimson fire swept over the figure of Amon, who kept glitching in his place. The fire that burned the very fabric of reality didn't seem to harm the Angel of Time in the least. It was as if Amon had become an error in reality, completely disregarding the damage brought by the crimson flames. In this ocean of flames, the god of war and the god of deceit confronted each other after almost a millennia. Lil Raven. Medici smiled, his menacing smile illuminated by the crimson flames. "It seems you have forgotten the time when I burned all your feathers. And, you just ran off complaining to the Lord." He raised his red sword and pointed it at the Angel of Time. "Shall we see if you've improved from the past?" He sneered, his form transforming into countless afterimages that encircled the Angel of Time in all directions. An invisible tremor erupted from his afterimages, engulfing reality in crimson flames. It was his will that invaded reality and conquered it as his own. His will covered the glitching figure of the Angel of Time, erasing the error in reality and forcing the Angel of Time to return to normal. All of his afterimages manifested at the same time. They all thrusted their swords at the Angel of Time, sealing the fate of Amon. While carrying out his plans, Medici was somewhat expecting a disruption or problem to arise. But, still, he didn't think it would be in the form of the Raven in the end. He didn't hold back, knowing that the presence of the Raven would only create chaos. And, by the looks of it, the Raven wasn't here for a happy reunion either. Amon was met with a storm of sword thrusts, each capable of decimating islands. They attacked him from all sides, preventing him from escaping. He tucked his hands behind his back and smiled calmly. The monocle over his right eye reflected the entire ocean of flames. Then, for a brief moment, the entire reality and phantoms of Medici glitched together before returning to normal. Medici quickly lost control of reality, which fell into the Amon's hands. The Angel of Time created a loophole in his control over reality. Then, he stole his control over reality by using that as a backdoor. Amon was completely unharmed by the fury of sword thrusts as he was in control of reality. He destroyed all of the Medici's afterimages with a wave of his hand, leaving only the main body. Medici. He sighed and shook his head. It's best if you put down your sword and stop jumping to conclusions. I'm not here to battle you. I'm only here to make you see the truth. When he saw his sincere yet pitying expression, Medici only felt rage bubbling within him, almost like a volcano about to erupt. Amon. He snarled, his aura cataclysmic. Boom. A streak of crimson lightning appeared and headed for Amon, disintegrating reality in its path. Seeing his attempt at persuasion fail, Amon shrugged, turning to look back into the flames, nodding. With his nod, the lightning and flames froze before being extinguished by a mighty force that engulfed the entire island. Medici felt an aura, a powerful aura that reminded him of the aura of his lord. Though it wasn't as gentle as that one, it was oppressive and suffocating. It knocked him to his knees in an instant. At the same time, numerous crimson chains appeared around him, binding him and sealing his authority. Any thoughts of resistance were also stolen by Amon. It was ironic how the tables had turned against him. The hunter became the prey, falling obliviously into a trap. Medici looked up at the Angel of Imagination, his eyes gleaming with rage and hatred. Why? He roared. Why are you stopping me? Look at yourself, Medici, Adam said. You will have your answer. The gentle voice of Adam echoed into Medici's mind, carrying enormous power. It shattered all the influences in his mind that were tampering with his perception. Medici peered inside himself, alarmed by the sudden change. Then his face turned pale at the sight of his soul. His soul was covered in countless spots, dyed in a mixture of iron and blood. No. He'd been corrupted by the thing he'd been betting on to use against Aucas's. No. He might have always been corrupted by that thing. It could have been influencing all of his decisions, manipulating him. Wait, what exactly is that thing? Medici was stunned. However, before he could even process everything, a mutation occurred. That thing seemed to have taken notice, as the crimson spots in his soul began to emit a blinding crimson light. Ah! Medici screamed in agony as the crimson light tore apart his soul before shooting out of his body. Amon appeared in front of Medici. His monocle reflected the trembling figure of Medici while flashing in deep darkness with an aura of tranquility. Medici's screams died away as he fell asleep under the influence of darkness. Amon then looked up at the sky, his face solemn. The crimson light reached the sky, transforming into a phantom of a twisted city, emitting a cataclysmic light. It was none other than the City of Calamity. With a loud metaphysical boom, the island of peril seemed to tremble to its very foundations, under the influence of City of Calamity. But it wasn't just the island, a wave spread out and even deep underground, shaking the entire northern and southern continents, passing through the abyss, forsaken land of gods, and even through the barrier of ethereal grey fog at the end of the world. The entire world, including the western continent, was shaking to its very core. Amon, sensing all of this, looked calmly at the city of disaster. He seemed to have anticipated this. He turned to face Adam, who nodded gently. Amon let out an exasperated sigh before doing something completely unexpected. Aucas's. He yelled at the sky. The air became scorching hot as Aucas's divine gaze was cast here before any other gods. Aucas's divine gaze instantly narrowed at the phantom of the City of Calamity. Then. Snap. With that snap, a phantom of golden tree appeared right next to the City of Disaster. It was the Golden Order. Amon turned to face the golden tree, his monocle gleaming in the illusory light. He intended to use his power to create a loophole in the Golden Order that would allow Occuses to gain complete control of the Golden Order, overriding the powers of the other 6 gods. However, it will be only temporary. Even though he and his brother are powerful, a remnant power of Sephiroth is beyond them. This may give gods headaches, not to mention them. So, they called upon Occuses, who was only one with an actual way to deal with this. It was the Golden Order. However, the Order was far too powerful and complex. The loophole created by Amon will be promptly deleted by the power of the other gods in the Golden Order. If Amon became the error, he might have been able to accomplish this feat, but not now. Adam closed his eyes and prophesied, noticing the problem. Occuses temporarily took control of the Golden Order. The golden tree shimmered as a symbol of the blazing sun appeared above it. Immediately, the gods felt their hold on the Golden Order fade away. Occuses took complete control of the Golden Order with the assistance of the Sons of Creator. Occuses' Golden Order immediately acted, completely concealing this location from the prying eyes of other gods. During this time, the City of Calamity was not idle. It was attempting to break through the seal and send its power into the outside world. Sensing the threat from the Golden Tree, the City of Calamity wanted to act. However, the Golden Order shrouded the city, suppressing it. I shall have order. A deep voice thundered across the sky and earth as the luminescent tree emitted a shimmer of golden light, illuminating the City of Calamity. The light annihilated the concept of calamity brought by Sephiroth. Crack. Boom. The phantom of a city crumbled away into the void, while some of its remnant power fell and shrouded the island of peril, corrupting it. The rumbling of the world finally stopped after 8 seconds, with no harm visible, only the world shaking on itself. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 118, World Shake. The sun shone through the parting clouds the next morning, illuminating the world, which was still reeling from the prior night's events. The world always experiences various changes due to war and the ascension of gods. But, mortals' feeble minds cannot bear the knowledge of events, so all those changes always tend to go unnoticed. This could be clearly seen during Artisan's ascension. When he became a god, the light of civilization erupted, illuminating almost every aspect of human civilization. It also nearly merged the spirit and material worlds. However, these changes went unseen by all below angels. The last night, however, was different. It was all over the front pages of newspapers. The world shake, as they called it, had occurred all over the world, and for 8 seconds, the very foundations of the world rumbled. From frail mortals to all-powerful gods, everyone felt the rumbling. As one might expect, the world went into a frenzy, causing chaos all around. Civilization's brilliant minds attempted but failed to discover its cause. When material power fails, people always turn to mysteries. And, turn they did, they attempted to divine the cause of the world shake, only to suffer a fate worse than death, regardless of their sequence. So they finally turned to the gods, but their prayers went unanswered. In the end, the world shake event became a mystery among men, with numerous fabricated legends surrounding it. However, it was not a mystery to everyone. The gods could guess what actually occurred. And they weren't pleased at all. Phaenopotter. The City of Life. The city was decked out in evergreen, right down to its glittering gold crown. The church bells rang as the sun shone through the clouds, illuminating Lilith, who was checking her dress in the mirror. Lilith was always nervous nowadays, nervous about the change of times and the impending war. This feeling has been heightened by recent events. She didn't have to think long to figure out that last night's events were most likely related to Occuses. After all, Occuses took temporary control of the Golden Order, bypassing their authorities. It also occurred shortly after the world shake began. So the others had no trouble connecting the dots, which all pointed to her lover, Occuses. And, they were enraged, particularly Hera Bergen, Leotaro, and Artisan. They demanded an explanation from Occuses right away. Others weren't much better. Amon Isis backed Hera Bergen and Leotaro's demand, while her son remained silent. It was only her who stood with Occuses. Given the Golden Order, it was to be expected. The Order was a structure imbued with all of their power. The gods supported the establishment of the Golden Order for the sake of world stability, particularly in light of the impending events. They don't want chaos to spread from their fights and inadvertently destroy the world. Lilith also knew Occuses had his own agenda for the Golden Order, as he always does. Returning now, the Golden Order wielded terrifying power, and if it fell into the hands of one person, they could temporarily rule over the gods themselves. This was what made them all nervous. It didn't matter if it was only temporary, because the prospect of Occuses achieving that was enough for all of them to turn their backs on him. As a result, they demanded an explanation from Occuses right away. Occuses dismissed their demands without batting an eye. His action didn't surprise her at all. The others couldn't do much else because the contract was restricting them all. So they left, suppressing their rage in their hearts, and bid for the right time. This incident occurred at the worst possible time. The war for Pillar was just around the corner. Despite her trepidation, she had faith in Ocas's. He always makes plans for everything. He should have a reason for doing this. He should have. Lilith finally sighed, suppressing her nervousness and focusing on the present. She was double-checking her dress for the upcoming wedding she was attending with Ocas's. It's not just any wedding, it's Trunsoist and Ornia's wedding. She was surprised when Ocas's suggested that they attend that wedding. After all, they were gods. However, Ocas's didn't seem to care. He kept asking if she wanted to join him to the wedding. In the end, she agreed to his request, despite knowing it would expose their relationship to public scrutiny and cause problems. However, she didn't care anymore. She simply wants to spend all of her time with him. She just can't get enough of him. Ocas's. Lilith smiled. There was a lot that happened in the previous century. Despite never telling each other, they already knew a lot about each other. Her true identity, in particular. Ocas's is well aware. In the middle of the century, she confirmed it. She didn't confront him, though, because doing so would violate her concealment. In terms of the concealment, she told Amon-Isis about her relationship with Ocas's, hoping she would be considerate given the gravity of the situation. She also had no idea how Ocas's had discovered her identity on his own. After hearing her words, Amon-Isis fell silent for a moment. She then waved her hands, indicating that she needed time to think about it. And, Lilith didn't tell Amon-Isis that Ocas's already found out. In the end, she let it be. Despite how unnerving the situation was, there was nothing else that could be done. Though, deep down, she had a feeling that this was all going to end soon, one way or another. Knock. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to peer through the door and then smile. Speak of the devil. It was Ocas's. Before heading out the door, she double-checked herself in the mirror to ensure she was absolutely perfect. She opened the door to find Ocas's leaning on the doorframe, checking his watch. He smiled as he looked up at her. You're stunning. He said this while lightly kissing her lips. As always. Well. Lilith punched him on the chest lightly. Enough with the sweet words, what the hell were you thinking of pulling a stunt like that? I just did what I always do. Ocas's shrugged with a laid-back smile. That was unsurprising, Lilith expected him to answer exactly like that. She still pressed, her brows furrowed. What happened last night? In conclusion. Ocas's contemplated, before answering. Red Priest is about to be born today. And everything is coming to an end. What? Lilith wished she had misheard, as the meaning behind his words was both outrageous and terrifying. Come on, let's not be late for the wedding. Looking at his watch, Ocas's said abruptly. He then grabbed her hand and dragged her out of the house, still dumbstruck. He continued with a mysterious smile. As for the overall situation, you'll find out by the end of the day. He then drew her closer to him, their faces inches apart. It wouldn't be fun if it was known ahead of time, would it? Lilith pushed him away. Whatever you're planning with this, Ocas's. I already don't like it at all. Let's go. Ocas's sighed, extending his hand to her, without showing any intention of elaborating himself further. Lilith glared at him before taking his hand in hers. Then they vanished from the Phaenopotter. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 119, Rule the World. 4th Epoch, July 29, 1110. Backlund was brimming with jubilation. People seemed to have forgotten all about World Shake as they gathered across the city to celebrate the next big event. It was the wedding of Trunsoist, Lord of Order, and Ornia, Queen of Blood Moon. The world's most famous couple. The wedding will be held in the afternoon, close to dusk, in accordance with ancient custom. Backlund's weather was brighter than it had ever been. It was as if the eternal blazing sun himself was watching over the king and queen's wedding. Under the light of the sun, a golden chariot pulled by 4 white horses drove out of the noble square. Trunsoist was present in the chariot alone, greeting the throngs of excited citizens on the roadside sidewalks. Almost a month had passed since his meeting with eternal blazing sun, and he had to say that the meeting was the most significant turning point in his life. He realized his own insignificance on the grand stage of cosmos. He realized the purpose of the gods. He also became aware of the perilous future that awaits them all. All of these revelations changed his perspective on the world, transforming it into a divine perspective, as the sun god described it. His hatred for the sun god almost vanished after this. His previous emotions and complaints appeared almost childish to him. Even though he experienced significant change. But, in the end, whether divine or human, he was still a person who sought order above all else. It was only his perception that had changed, allowing him to truly comprehend his role in the grand scheme of things. Thus, he hadn't abandoned his goals, as the change had only served to strengthen his conviction in that regard. Moving on, he had completed the task assigned to him by Eternal Blazing Sunday. With the assistance of the Golden Order, he had derived his own divine order. He had gained access to the Golden Order, which had answered all of his doubts and questions. It made his entire process of constructing a new order more efficient, and without its assistance, it would have taken at least decades to get to this point. He based his order on a principle he devised, drawing inspiration from the principle of regression by Eternal Blazing Sunday. His principle is known as the principle of causality, and it states, causality is the pull between meanings, it is connection that forms the relationship of all things. He could guess that building your own divine order was the most important part of the apotheosis ritual of the Justiciar. As for the rest, he still didn't know. Despite his persistent prayers to the Sun God refused to reveal anything more until he completed his order. He finally decided to meet the Sun God, after his marriage with Aurania. Oh, his wedding. Trunsoist nervously shifted in his chariot, but his demeanor remained unchanged as he continued to greet the citizens. He was actually on his way to pick up Aurania from her ancestral home. This was an ancient custom in which the groom would pick up the bride from her home for their wedding. They were following this ancient tradition at the request of his love, who had insisted on it being done this way. To his relief, the carriage eventually entered an evacuated lane with no people in sight. It was already too tiring. Trunsoist also caught a glimpse of the ancestral home of the blood race at the end of the lane, which made his heart thump with excitement and nervousness. I hope everything goes well, he finally thought. Meanwhile, Alitza Tudor walked down a long black corridor beneath the City of Hope. His hasty footsteps echoed loudly as he made his way into the structure's core. Amon and Adam apprehended Medici and Sauron last night. Meanwhile, he and Antigonus captured Einhorn. Adam, the only one who can block the prying eyes of gods, brought them all to Backlund. Adam also suggested that he ascend in Backlund. He would have hesitated if it had been before, but he didn't care any longer. He wanted to send a clear message to the gods about the consequences of their own actions. Suddenly, the sound of hoarse neighing mixed with cheers rang out from the ceiling, causing him to pause and clench his hand before continuing with a frenzied look. Trunsoist. Today was also Trunsoist's wedding. Alitza laughed as he remembered Trunsoist's invitation and letter. Trunsoist clearly wanted him to be there for his wedding, despite everything that had happened. Oh, Trunsoist. You're still naive to hope for this, he thought. The fates always intended for us to be enemies, not friends. Trunsoist was a true winner in life, and Alitza couldn't deny it no matter how hard he tried. Love. Kingship. Godhood. Trunsoist had gotten it all quite easily. Those were also his dreams, but unlike Trunsoist, his path was filled with thrones and hurdles that could easily end his life with just a moment's mistake. It was unfair. Alitza's eyes glowed with madness as that thought flashed through his mind. Trunsoist completely defeated him in all aspects of life, including love. Sylvia Abraham, Bethel Abraham's granddaughter. He proposed the political marriage to gain the support of Bethel Abraham and his family. To be honest, their personalities and characters clashed horribly. So, much to his chagrin, there was no such stage as blossoming of love on his side. He kept up the pretense with Sylvia, however, for the sake of Bethel Abraham. During this time, as one would expect, the foolish woman fell in love with him, believing that he also loved her. Sylvia even tried to stop him from doing this madness, as she put it. He may have cared enough to listen in the past, but times have changed. Bethel Abraham vanished into thin air, and the Abraham family is facing total persecution by churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun and Earth Mother. So he couldn't care less about the spoiled princess. He slapped her away in rage before locking her in the tower with his authority. His thoughts were interrupted as he reached the end of the corridor and entered a hall. The hall, which featured a platform and statues of the 6 gods, was illuminated by candles hung upside down. The platform featured a long silver table with 7 chairs on the sides and double thrones in front. This was a temporary location where the Parliament first convened before the Palace of Eternity was built. It felt ironic to him that it was all coming to an end in the place where it all actually began. Alitza walked forward, ignoring the platform, suppressing his restless emotions. Following that, a new passage with a stone door at the end appeared in front of him. With a tense expression, he took a deep look into the passage, and his eyes spoke volumes about his inner conflict. He finally strode forward into the gloomy passage, his eyes becoming firmer than ever. The kings walked their own paths, both above and below. The shackles of fate were slowly crumbling as they steered closer to the divine throne, above all, with a very strikingly similar goal in their hearts. After all, who doesn't want to rule the world? Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 120, Wedding. The golden chariot came to a halt in front of the dark mansion, horses neighing in the foreground. Aurnia stood in the sunlight, dressed in a crimson gown, with other members of the blood race accompanying her. Creak. Trunsois stepped out of the chariot and extended his hand to her, his eyes hopeful and nervous. Everything seemed to stop at this point, as the gazes of all fell on the Queen of Blood Moon, who was as still as a statue. Finally, she took Trunsois' hand, making him smile, and climbed into the chariot with him. She abruptly turned to face members of her race, who were all staring at her. Their eyes spoke volumes about their pain and grief. Aurnia gave a last bow, a sad smile on her lips. Then she turned resolutely and followed her love, taking a seat in the chariot alongside him. Trunsois gripped Aurnia's hands tightly, wiping away tears from her cheeks. The horses neighed as they entered, before dragging the chariot out of the ancestral home of the blood race. With citizens' cheers echoing across Backlund, the chariot drove to the Palace of Eternity. The chariot came to a halt at the gate of the Place of Eternity as the royal couple stepped down, moonflowers falling from the tenebrous heaven itself, bringing the blessing of night with it. Trunsois and Aurnia came to a halt in their path, drawing the crimson moon symbol on their chests before proceeding into the Palace of Eternity's open doors. Boom. With their entrance into the royal palace, the doors of the palace finally closed. As the wedding nears, angels and archangels from the Empire entered the Palace of Eternity through various other doors. The wedding was taking place in the large chapel of the seven gods within the Palace of Eternity. Aucasus and Lilith arrived in the midst of the jubilation, holding a cup of vanilla ice cream in their hands and wolfing it down with relish. They didn't let their presence be known just yet. It was not the right time. They made their way outside the decorated chapel to some vacant chairs. "Is Aurnia your daughter?" While scooping up the ice cream, Aucasus asked. "In some ways, yes." Lilith nodded, her eyes reminiscent. "She was created from my blood. Not only her, but also the majority of my race. So it is not incorrect to say they are my children." Aucasus' face darkened, and she burst out laughing. "They were created from my own blood. I used my authority to create them all," Lilith clarified as her laughter subsided. "At the time, I had the authority of both Mother and Moon. So I didn't give birth to them. I just made them. Now you can put down your worries," she smirked. Aucasus snorted, but he didn't press the issue any further, instead asking in a low voice. "Did Amon-Isis meet with you again after that?" "No." Lilith shook her head. "She had been distancing herself from me lately, after I told her about us. I am sorry," she abruptly said, looking down. "I didn't discuss it with you before making that decision." "It's fine." Aucasus shook his head and smiled. "No, it's not fine," Lilith said, grabbing his hand. "We are in a relationship, Aucasus. If we are to make this work, there should be some level of transparency between us. I also understand that we are gods. There are many things and secrets that we cannot directly reveal to one another. But, at the very least, there. I understand." Aucasus interrupted, his gaze firm. "I promise not to keep you in the dark any longer." Lilith smirked as she crossed her legs. "Let's see if the great sun god keeps his promise at the end of the day." "I will." Aucasus smiled as he promised. Classical music rang out from within the chapel, drawing his attention away from her. He looked ahead. The corridor was deserted, as the royal couple and their guests had already entered the chapel. "Let's get going." Seeing this, he said. "I think it is going to begin." Lilith nodded as they rose from their seats and walked to the chapel's door. They ended up coming to a halt right at the entrance. "We are doing this," Lilith murmured, her eyes looking for reassurance in the man holding her hand. "We are," Aucasus declared, his eyes as bright as the sun. "Remember now, we are just eternal blazing sun and earth mother, not Aucasus and..." He mouthed, "Lilith." Lilith said, riling up. "So, what are we waiting for? Let us go in, mighty sun god." Aucasus laughed merrily as they entered the chapel. The classical music drifted into their ears as they entered the chapel, which abruptly came to a halt with their echoing footsteps. Lilith immediately felt all eyes turned towards them. Angels, archangels, and gods. It felt as if the entire world was centered on them. The angels and archangels stared at them, their figures still as a statue. It appears that they are still processing the scene in front of them, but only to fail miserably. The gazes came not only from angels and archangels, but also from gods who were focusing from their divine kingdoms on the palace. Almost all of their gazes were locked on them. She could sense a variety of emotions from the divine gazes since they didn't even try to hide any of it. Shock, bewilderment, confusion. Trunsois stepped down from the altar with Aurnia, a nervous expression on his face. "Your Excellencies." Meanwhile, Aurnia's eyes welled up with tears and guilt as she looked at Lilith. She was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. "We are here for your wedding, though uninvited," Aucasus said, smiling. "But, you don't mind, do you?" No, not at all. Trunsoist waved his hand, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. You are most welcome. He gestured to the front seats right away. Your excellencies are free to sit in the seats of honor. Caucasus nodded, walking towards the seat of honor with Lilith, who finally calmed Ornia down. As they took their seats, the chapel still remained silent. Well. Caucasus spoke up, his voice commanding. We shall now focus on the wedding, shall we? The angels and archangels immediately obeyed and turned to face the royal couple. They were completely focused on the event, despite their previous curiosity. The divine gazes lingered for a brief moment before leaving the royal palace. The music resumed, as the wedding continued without a hitch. The clergywoman arrived, and she was an angel under Amon-Isis, the only angel under 6 gods present at the wedding. She approached the altar, holding the Bible, and stood between the royal couple. As the music faded, the clergywoman smiled at the congregation. Honored guests, I'd like to thank each of you for coming out this afternoon, she said. The clergywoman bowed to Caucasus and Lilith while holding the Bible in front of her. Let us begin by thanking the gods for this wonderful day. They all bowed their heads and prayed, facing the 7 gods' emblems on the chapel's wall. However, some even turned and bowed toward Caucasus and Lilith. After the prayer, the clergywoman led the royal couple through their vows. It was now time for the exchange of rings. An adorable little boy dressed in a blue tuxedo approached Trunsoist and presented him with a ring. He slipped it on Ornia's finger. The clergywoman smiled and turned to face Ornia. She asked the question again and received the same answer. Ornia took her ring from a small girl dressed in pink and placed it on Trunsoist's finger. Their emotional gazes were always locked on each other. The clergywoman finally declared. By the authority vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. The crowd erupted as she brought up her hands. You may now kiss your bride. Trunsoist did so. Their lips met. And then the world changed. It's finally beginning. Caucasus smiled. Lilith suddenly jolted from her seat and stared in astonishment at the other end of Backlund. It began. The sky started to glow crimson. A dreary and disastrous streak of red fire spread along the horizon, widened and grew brighter, blocking the eternal sun. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 121, Blood Throne. Underground, Backlund. Alitza Tudor stood in front of a stone door, his right hand pressing against a symbol engraved on it. It triggered a mechanism. The gears rustled and cracked as the door opened, a steamer of light erupting from within and illuminating the dark passage. Alitza entered, his face solemn. A large, spacious hall with colossal pillars stood before him. There was a platform in the center with 3 thrones, as well as another high throne at the far end of the hall. At long last, you've arrived. Antigonus exclaimed, relief washing over him. We can't wait any longer. He approached Alitza. What made you agree to his suggestion? You should know better than anyone that Backlund is the domain of the eternal blazing sun and ever-night goddess. Alitza scowled, his brow furrowed. I know what I'm doing, Antigonus. Don't ever question my decisions again. Antigonus rubbed the back of his head as he pursued his lips. Then let us go, your majesty. He purposefully emphasized, your majesty. Alitza snorted, but he was in no mood to argue with the wolf. He motioned to Antigonus, and they started walking towards the platform in the middle of the hall from the entrance. Their heavy footsteps echoed, drawing the attention of Amon, who was suppressing the Medici, Sauron, and Einhorn on their thrones. Do you know something interesting, Alitza? Amon asked, turning back to them after strengthening his suppression on the 3 conquerors. He continued, adjusting his monocle. Trier is also known as the City of the Sun. He approached Alitza, pressing his hand on his shoulders and looking at him in the eyes. Even the divine kingdom of the eternal sun is close by. I know. Alitza said indifferently, removing the hand from his shoulders. But there's nothing we can do about it. The influence of the sun god is so deep-rooted in the continent that even other gods cannot completely shake it. However, I still require a city to serve as the foundation for my new empire. Trier is the ideal location. I already controlled the Sauron family, who ruled over the province. It'll make the transition much easier. Amon smiled as he clasped his hands behind his back. That's great and all. But have you forgotten about something, such as eternal sun's approve? Alitza cut in, his eyes narrowing in rage. Enough, Amon. You should be the most forthright about it. Amon said, I was just making sure you were fully aware of your actions so you wouldn't come to regret them later. Alitza gave Amon a cold stare. Antigonus, who had been quietly listening in, finally spoke up and interrupted them at the right time. Adam has stopped praying. They all turned to face Adam, who had finally opened his eyes and stood up from his prayer position. His bright eyes looked at Alitza. Let us get started. We don't have much time left. The gods have all turned their attention to Backlund. Alitza nodded solemnly as he walked towards the platform that connected the conquerors with others. Adam said as he gazed at the sleeping conquerors. You must kill them with your own hands, Alitza. Allow their blood to bathe your hands, and then claim their crowns as your own. Alitza took a deep breath as he listened. He could guess the significance of steps mentioned by Adam. He needed to conquer their crimson crowns. Wake them up. Adam said softly, looking at Amon. Amon nodded before adjusting his monocle. A burst of darkness erupted from the figure of conquerors before retracting back to his monocle. The conquerors awoke, and their bright eyes filled with rage, looked down at their captors. They tried to break free, but the chains that bound them only tightened with their struggle. Sauron yelled, peering down at Alitza. Alitza, I was right about you from the start. You're a lunatic who doesn't know when to stop. Einhorn spat angrily. Do you believe you have won? No, it's only the beginning. Even if you kill all of us, our spiritual imprint will follow you for the rest of your miserable life, torturing and tormenting you into the abyss of madness. Medici remained unusually quiet. He didn't even bother looking at Alitza. His emotional gaze was fixed on Adam, however. Here. Adam pulled out a blood-red sword and handed it to Alitza. Alitza Tudor, kill them. Take what was theirs and make it yours. Their possessions, families, and thrones. Conquer it all. It is the only path where you can ascend the blood throne. Amon watched the Alitza Tudor with interest, while Antigonus stood silently beside him. Alitza stepped onto the platform, sword in hand. He came to a halt in front of their thrones. He looked into their angry and mad eyes. This is my victory. His solemn voice echoed across the hall, bringing silence with it. Einhorn and Sauron looked at him with wide eyes, while Medici finally paid attention to Alitza. The silence was broken immediately, as Einhorn and Sauron yelled madly at Alitza, rattling the chains and platform. Alitza ignored the curses and walked towards Einhorn. You will pay, Alitza Tudor. Einhorn stated that despite slowing falling into the embrace of death, his eyes showed no fear. You will pay for everything. Alitza stabbed Einhorn in the chest, interrupting him. The scorching blood stained the sword, hand, and throne. This is my victory. He said this while twisting the handle of the sword. A crimson flame erupted from the stabbed heart, consuming Einhorn and burning him to ashes in an instant, leaving only a crimson crown behind. Alitza ignored the seething pain and proceeded to the next conqueror. You are the devil consumed by greed. Sauron spat, grinning madly. It'll be the end of you. This is my victory. Alitza ignored him. He then repeated the action with Sauron, who also burned away into ashes. The scorching red blood filled the platform, as the air grew thick and eerie by moment. The thrones themselves melted down. Alitza finally approached the war angel, his blood-dyed hand trembling ever so slightly. Medici looked at him indifferently. Do you believe you can break the shackles of fate by doing this? You are truly an ignorant one, he chuckled. This is my victory. Alitza closed his eyes and stabbed the war angel in the chest, disregarding his words. Medici was consumed by crimson flames. I'm waiting for you in the underworld, Alitza Tudor. He turned to face Adam, who nodded gently. Then he closed his eyes without a struggle, his body burning away into ashes, leaving behind a crown and a sword. Adam entered the platform and waved his hand at the scorched thrones. 3 crimson crowns and a blood sword floated down from the thrones and gathered around Adam. They began to merge under his authority, eventually transforming into a scarlet potion. Drink it while ascending to the throne. Adam said softly as he handed Alitza the potion. The throne of blood. Alitza silently examined the potion in his hand before beginning to walk to the high throne at the far end of the hall. He arrived at the throne steps. His grip on the potion tightened. He finally looked up at the throne, his eyes flashing with madness and determination. Alitza then drank the entire scarlet potion and began ascending to the throne. Boom. A crimson blaze erupted, devouring and burning him. The steps, throne, and hall underwent a violent change, as blood began to pour out of them, dyeing them crimson. The hall was filled with blood, scorching blood. Screams of the fallen echoed from the boiling red river, emitting a terrifying and disastrous aura. The entire underground palace rattled to its foundations as the colossal pillars melted and cracked. The crimson flames swirled around Alitza with a mighty roar, his heavy footsteps still reverberating across the hall. Alitza's figure was slowly crumbling into fragments, some of which fell onto bloody stairs or the rising red river. He didn't seem to stop. He steadily ascended to the high throne, losing parts of himself along the way. He appeared to be aware of it as well, but he didn't stop or couldn't stop because this was the only path of hope. No matter the price or cost, he will ascend to the blood throne. He will. He will. Alitza took the final step and stood before the blood throne, his figure nearly completely scorched and devoid of any of his previous noble or youthful semblance. Image here. The crimson flames raged around him, still attempting to consume him. He, on the other hand, raised his hand and snapped. His will spread from his body and infiltrated the flames. The crimson flames froze before swirling and covering his body, then forming a crimson crown above his head. He conquered it. The swirling flames reformed him, pulling him out of death's embrace. It was the epitome of nirvana. Alitsa turned to face the hall and stood directly in front of the throne. His eyes remained closed. His head was adorned with a crimson crown. He sat on the blood throne, his aura cataclysmic. Then he opened his eyes, his deep black eyes filled with insanity and madness, hailing the birth of a red priest. Image here. Alitsa looked up, muttering with a twisted smile. Aucases. Ammonices. Leodoro. Herabergen. Umbella. Badheel. His voice rumbled across the bloody hall, roaring loudly. With his declaration, the sky began to glow crimson. A dreary and disastrous streak of red fire spread across the horizon, widened and brightened, and obstructed the eternal sun. Backlund was once again exposed to the divine gazes of the gods. However, the gods did not hide their gazes this time, causing the entire Backlund to shake under the divine aura of gods. But, before anything drastic could occur, something rushed out. It simply snuffed out the cataclysmic fire brought by the ascension of Red Priest. The change began as the crimson flames faded from the sky, pierced by a burst of golden light erupting from Backlund. It widened and brightened, emitting a majestic divine aura. Crack. A crack was heard all over the world. It rang directly into the ears of everyone, from all-powerful gods to frail mortals. Hum. The golden light that illuminated the sky converged above the place of eternity, morphing into a golden contract with the signatures of 6 gods. It is the alliance contract formed by the 6 gods under the authority of the eternal blazing Sunday. The entire United Empire began to tremble under the mighty aura of contract before collapsing like a fragile sand castle hit by a powerful wave. Crack, crack. The cracking thundered across the world as the golden contract began to crumble into void with ascension of Alitsa and the collapse of the United Empire. Boom. The crack contract finally exploded in a burst of golden light that illuminated the world before concentrating on the figures of 6 gods. The shackles of restraint that had bound the gods for a century crumbled, heralding the era of chaos. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 122, Immemorial Concept. Backlund, Northern Continent. The golden contract crumbled into the void, liberating the gods. Then everything fell silent, unusually silent. It was as if the very concept of sound had been stripped from reality, silencing it all. A sense of peace filled the air, enveloping the angels. However, this did not bring them tranquility, but rather a sense of dread. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed their hearts, making their breathing heavy by the second. They could feel it. They could clearly sense what was about to be unleashed on their world. It was chaos. The chains were cracking. They can hear it ever so clearly. The crawling beast of chaos was waking up, free of the golden chains that had bound it for a century. It has returned, only to soak the lands in between with blood and fire. Roar. A mighty roar thundering from the horizon shattered the silence, sending a shockwave that shattered all glasses and ruptured the eardrums of citizens across Backlund. Dark and vengeful cloud formations began to imprint their mark on the clear blue sky, dyeing it black from beyond the horizon. As the blue sky was engulfed by a dark and dense path of clouds, strong gusts of wind were unleashed upon the city of Hope. The air became thick and heavy, as if attempting to suffocate the entire city. Boom. A flash of white lightning shattered the dark and ominous sky, symbolizing the wrath of the Lord of Storms. The lightning bolt whizzed towards the betrayer on the blood throne, carrying with it the mighty power to destroy the entire world. Rumble. The city of Hope began to shake violently as cracks emerged and land began to bulge in the center of Backlund. Boom. A pillar of crimson flames erupted from the ground, sending a wave that shattered the faces of most buildings in Backlund, where so many people didn't know what hit them before the debris from the structures around them eviscerated their flesh and bones. The crimson fire and silver lightning headed for each other, emanating a terrifying aura that began to shake the entire continent. Enough, Leodoro. A mighty voice rang out as a dazzling beam of light pierced through the dark clouds, driving a fraction of the stormy heavens away. The eternal sun surfaced from the darkness of the horizon. It lit up the dark sky and splattered a palette of gold on the surging, stormy clouds. The rays of light cast a colossal column of light throughout the silver lightning and crimson fire, melting and purifying them in a golden ocean of light. Boom. Boom. The illuminated clouds deepened and surged, unrelenting to his words. Gargantuan lightning blots filled the sky, streaming towards the eternal sun in the high heavens, breaking the beam of light in its path. But, just then, an illusory and massive green tree rose up from the place of eternity and extended into the stormy sky, as though it had encompassed the storm within itself. Wither. A soft voice echoed, causing the world tree to wither and fall, dragging the storm down with it. Roar. A tyrannical aura erupted from an island near the northern continent, signifying the rage of God of the sky. This isn't the time, Leodoro. A serene voice suddenly rang out, bringing the peace of the night with it. It dispelled the tyrannical aura while concreting on a stormy island near the northern continent. The raging island went quiet and serene as deep and thick darkness descended and shrouded it. The peace finally returned. The eternal sun shone a beam of light down into the ruins of Backlund, illuminating the figure seated on the blood throne. I, eternal blazing sun, invoke the authority of God to revoke your status as king of the United Empire, Alitza Tudor, on the charge of betrayal and blasphemy of the six gods. The divine voice of the eternal blazing sun thundered across the world, echoing deep into the souls of all, regardless of their differences. Alitza Tudor rose from the blood thorn, his mad eyes fixed on the eternal sun. He sneered. We'll meet soon, Aucuses. The eternal sun remained unchanged after hearing his proclamation. Alitza stopped bothering the sun as he noticed an illusory white tower and a twilight kingdom forming near the sun. Their divine auras united and pressed down on his shoulders. Alitza snorted, then nodded solemnly to Adam. Then, the divine gazes of gods all converged on the angel of imagination. Adam bowed slightly in all directions after calmly looking up from the ruined hall. The figures of Adam, Alitza, Amon, and Antigonus faded away from the ruined hall, bringing the bloody event to a close. Aucuses and Lilith stood on a balcony in the Palace of Eternity, looking down at the City of Hope. Backlund was in shambles. Almost two-thirds of the city had been razed to the ground. Cries of anguish filled the capital, as blood and fire smeared the ruins. Is this all part of your grand plan, Aucuses? Lilith demanded angrily. You allowed Alitza Tudor to become a god just to break the contract. It wasn't entirely me. Aucuses corrected her. Adam played the major part. I simply concealed it. Lilith approached him, her anger growing stronger as she heard his casual words. How can you still be so carefree? Most gods already turned their backs on you. The War of the Pillars is about to begin. And you've just added another hostile god to the mix. What on earth are you thinking? I will triumph. Aucuses hugged her and whispered in her ears. I will win, as I always do. His voice soothed her heart. Lilith walked out of his embrace, her eyes wide with emotion. Don't die on me, Aucuses. She finally breathed out. Aucuses sighed, flicking her brow. I won't, silly. And how can death get her hands on me when you, the embodiment of life, have my back? Lilith chuckled, lightly caressing her brow, her racing heart calmed. I am saying it again. She said. You really have a way with words. Aucuses laughed, grabbing her hips and pulling her close to him. The warm and ambiguous atmosphere was suddenly broken by a cough as Trunsoist entered. His face appeared haggard, and his eyes had become dim. Your Excellencies. He bowed, ignoring the ambiguity in the air. I have the report. Aucuses and Lilith separated from each other's embrace. They walked over to Trunsoist and took the report on the Backlund disaster, peering at it together. How many people died? Aucuses inquired, looking up at Trunsoist. 12,225,672, Trunsoist responded, his head still bowed. Lilith frowned. This is Backlund, the Empire's capital. At the very least, give it some thought before making such a decision. Well. Aucuses nodded, pulling a pitch-black crown from his divine kingdom. I was going to reverse it anyway. I didn't expect others to recover their power from the Golden Order so quickly. It appears that they were really afraid of that prospect, huh? He chuckled. The six-god contract became null and void. The four gods took away their authority from Golden Order with it, causing it to lose two-thirds of its power. The influence of the Golden Order also loosened across the Empire, while some parts even became devoid of order. Backlund was the end result of everything. If the Golden Order was still intact, it would have acted to prevent the destruction from affecting the Backlund. Alas. Are you really doing it? Lilith asked, leaning on him. Yes. I'm doing it, Aucuses nodded. This was never supposed to happen. I can somewhat control uniqueness of Black Emperor, due to my authority of order. After all, polar opposites attract one another. Trunsoist jerked up, his eyes wide at the black crown. Aucuses wore the black crown, and his bright golden iris darkened. He eventually raised his hand and pointed to the destroyed city. With his action, a ripple erupted from the crown, scattering across the ephemeral river of time and gradually shrouding it. Rewind. Aucuses declared, twisting his hand. The ethereal river of time froze as the authority of disorder shrouded it, distorting the direction of flow backwards. A miracle dawned. The city of hope rose from the ruins once again. The pollution and remnant power of gods faded away from the reality. The dead rose as their souls were drawn back from the divine kingdoms of gods, returning to life with no recollection of their previous experiences. The eternal sun in the sky cast a piercing beam of light over Backlund, illuminating every nook and cranny of the city. The air became vibrant and pristine. It all went backwards, back to before the calamity. It was a true miracle. Aukas's hand dropped as the flow of time returned to normal. The city of hope regained its magnificence and splendor. That hurt. He murmured, wiping away the trail of golden blood from the corner of his mouth. Time should be the most immemorial concept in the universe. Are you okay? Lilith inquired, holding his shoulders and supporting him. I'm fine. Aukas's nodded weakly, looking over her shoulder at Trunsoist, who was frozen in shock. Come to my divine kingdom. Your apotheosis ritual should begin as soon as possible. Trunsoist nodded quickly, still reeling from the miracle. Let's go. Aukas's said, looking at Lilith. I'm going to be very busy in the coming days. Alitza intends to make Trier his capital. Their figures were bathed in light as they started teleporting away from the city of hope. And you are allowing him? Lilith inquired, her eyebrows raised, but Aukas's merely chuckled. They vanished from the Palace of Eternity in a flash of light. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/AaronFraser. A/N, I just finished reading all of the Sandman comics after watching the Netflix adaptation. It is one of the best stories I have read. It was damn good. Chapter 123, Trier. On July 29, 1110, the United Empire fell apart with the betrayal of Alitza Tudor, one of the Dual Kings. On July 30, 1110, the Beast of Chaos was unleashed on the lands in between, causing social order to come crashing down. Except for major metropolitan cities, the territories of Empire have decentralized into anarchy. On July 31, 1110, the angels' families of Ammon, Abraham, Antigonus, Jacob, and Tamara betrayed the seven gods and swore allegiance to Alitza Tudor, who now goes by the honorific name of Blood Emperor. On August 1, 1110, chaos became the ladder for the ambitious and treacherous angels. 7 new nations emerged almost overnight, declaring sovereignty over parts of the northern continent. With their declaration, the red gates of hell opened on the continent, and war and death engulfed the lands in between. On August 2, 1110, Trunsoist, the Lord of Order, dispatched his royal legion of 10 angels to quell the chaos and subjugate the insurgent nations. At 2 p.m., however, a historic declaration was made in Backlund Square, which swept the continent like wildfire, causing many to shiver to their bones, terrified of the coming dark era. The churches of the Lord of Storms, God of Knowledge, and God of Steam announced their unprecedented alliance to the world, shattering the church's long silence in a terrifying way. They then declared all-out war on the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. The entire power of the churches was mobilized and marched towards Trier, located in the westernmost part of the northern continent. An unprecedented army of over 80,000 Beyonders marched across the continent, trembling it and striking fear into the even hearts of the bravest. In response, the churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Earth Mother also declared war, mobilizing all of their troops and entering the war. In about a week, the armies of both alliances are expected to clash in Khalid Valley between the Hornassus Mountains, blasting off a symphony of calamity. The light of stars adorned the dark heavens, illuminating the world with a silvery glow. The Divine Mountains, the Undul Mountains, graced the residents of Eternal Blazing Sunday. The Golden Mountains stood tall, visible from the farthest cities on the continent. A luminescent door floated above the highest peak, emitting a divine and sacred aura. Suddenly, a star in the sky shone brightly before descending from the dark heavens, leaving a trail of silvery light. It landed and exploded into starry blue light on the highest peak of the Divine Mountains, right in front of the golden door. The starry blue light converged and morphed into an illusory starlight door with images of swirling galaxies on it. Creak. The door swung open, a bloodthirsty aura erupting from within and engulfing the entire Undul Mountain. It almost materialized, collaging the very fabric of reality with a thick mass of blood. Alitza Tudor emerged from the twisting starlight door, dressed in red royal robes. His long red hair swayed in the hot breezes, and his iron-black eyes were filled with insanity as he stopped and looked at the floating luminescent door. He walked forward, each step trembling the mountain to its foundation. As he approached the colossal door of light, his crimson crown gleamed with an illusory light. I demand an audience with you, Aukas's. Alitza spoke, his deep and dark voice reverberating through reality, twisting it to his will. The illusory golden door emitted a bright beam of light that illuminated the Undul Mountains, making them appear as bright as day. It cleansed the bloody aura before cascading down to Alitza Tudor. Aukas's emerged from within the beam of light, dressed in his usual black and white attire, his indifferent eyes staring at the intruder. You didn't just break through the door. Aukas's smiled as he approached the Blood Emperor. I can't say I'm not disappointed. I am no fool to fall for your pretenses. Alitsa sneered, his eyes narrowing at the sun god. Well. Caucasus chuckled, his brows raised. It appears that the betrayer hasn't completely gone insane. Madness is subjective. Alitsa smiled, his black eyes shining with madness. Especially when it comes to divine. You should know more about this than I do, Caucasus. Indeed. Caucasus nodded, his indifferent eyes glinting. However, he continued with a shrug. So, I'm here, speak, Alitsa. I seek sovereignty over the province of Trier. Alitsa states his demand unequivocally. What made you think I'd agree to that? Caucasus spoke in a low and dangerous tone. You are being surrounded. From all sides, Alitsa replied patiently. You're going to lose the war. It didn't matter if Umbella sent her entire church as aid. The alliance of 3 churches, with secret assistance from Ammonices, will demolish your troops and pierce right into Trier, city of the sun. This will undoubtedly shake your anchors. They will see to it that it happens. Then, in your weakened and battered state, the war of gods will begin, and you may face 2 or even 3 gods at once. I don't think I need to elaborate on the end result of that. He continued with a twisted smile after noticing the silence of the sun god. But it doesn't have to be that way. In exchange for Trier's sovereignty, I will allow the angel families under my command to fight alongside your church. In this way, not even other gods can point this out because I am only sending troops to defend my land. And your faith in my new empire will not diminish. It's not like I can shake it anyway. He laughed, his eyes dangerously glinting. So, what do you think, Caucasus? Alitsa finally asked, his handle reaching for the hand of his red sword. Fine. Caucasus nodded simply, his eyes indifferent. What? Alitsa inquired again, his eyes widening slightly. It was as if he didn't expect the sun god to agree so easily. It's fine. Caucasus elaborated patiently. Your terms are acceptable. You can rule over all of Trier. He smiled. As for my church, like you said, you can't shake it anyway. Alitsa stepped forward, volcanic rage coursing through his veins. Don't look at me like that, Caucasus. Like what? Caucasus chuckled, cocking his head obliviously. They faced each other, their divine auras clashing and thundering. Like you always do. Your utter contempt for me is so palpable. Alitsa seethed. I am no longer an angel crawling under your feet. He yelled. I am a god, just like you. His voice echoed through the air, burning the reality as hot as the surface of a star. The world around him and Caucasus altered into an expanse of red fire and brilliant light. The madness in his iron black eyes deepened as his heart thumped heavily against his chest, like a beast rattling the chains in an attempt to break them. Chain your madness, Alitsa Tudor. Caucasus spoke in a low, deep tone. The ocean of light pierced through the crimson flames, illuminating the entire illusory world. The world faded away, revealing the unaffected Ontal Mountains. Alitsa heaved through his nose, like a wild beast freed from shackles. However, the madness in his surging eyes receded eventually. Why? Why do you choose Trunsoist over me? He finally asked. Caucasus unexpectedly answered. You reminded me of my past self. Alitsa was taken aback. Caucasus continued, shaking his head and looking at him indifferently. But even I knew when to stop. And you didn't. Alitsa silently looked at the sun god before turning back and leaving the Ontal mountain. However, he abruptly turned back, his hands clenched. This doesn't mean I'll be on your side in the coming war of gods, Caucasus. Okay. Caucasus stated, with a blank expression. Alitsa Tudor immediately left. He didn't dare to stay here any longer, as he was about to lose it again when he heard Caucasus' utter disregard in his voice. It was not the time to confront Caucasus. But it won't be long before the right opportunity presents itself. At that time, he will extinguish the eternal sun in the high heavens and bring that sun bastard down from his fucking high horse. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 124, Tudor Empire. On August 3, 1110, Alitsa Tudor declared his sovereignty over the province of Trier. The Tudor Empire was established, ruling over 1/4 northern continent. Alitsa Tudor ascended the royal throne that was rightfully his, forged by blood, victory, and madness. Under his scarlet crown, there were no cheers or jubilation. Only fear and surrender were worthy of honoring him. He was hailed as the Blood Emperor. With his ascension, the 4 insurgent nations were completely subjugated by the Angel of Time's thunderous actions, who presented those lands as an offering to the Blood Crown. It resulted in the empire's territory expanding to nearly 1/3 of the northern continent in less than an hour. In his first act, Blood Emperor declared the Lord of Storms, God of Knowledge, and God of Steam to be heretic gods in his kingdom. Steam and machinery were banned, libraries were burned, and thunder became a bad omen. The madness pervaded the air, infecting the hearts of men and releasing the primal beast within them. It all ultimately resulted in sun devotees storming a small steam cathedral in Trier. And, in an unprecedented act of blasphemy, the divine statue of Artisan was dragged down from the high altar, rupturing into pieces as it landed on the ground. A picture was taken that perfectly captured the act. It spread the act of blasphemy like wildfire across the continent. Surprisingly, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun did not intervene or try to prevent it from spreading. This event literally poured oil on top of an already raging fire, causing it to rage like a supervolcano on the verge of erupting and consuming the world in ashes. The gears of time were turning, opening the curtains for a new era, an era filled with chaos and anarchy. The Palace of Eternity stood, illuminated by the dim silver glow of stars in the dark ocean of cosmos. Tension and fear pervaded the air throughout the royal palace and even the capital, which had lost much of its usual vibrancy during the night. Silence filled the city as people huddled in their beds, homes, and bunkers, crying out to whatever god they believed in for a peaceful night. They kept praying and sacrificing to the gods just so they could wake up in the morning and see the eternal sun. Saints wandering through the shadows, unseen and unheard, witnessed such scenes all over the city. Their nerves tensed whenever they noticed an anomaly in their perception, and they immediately reported it to the royal palace before going to check and neutralize it by force. There can be no room for error. Nothing can destabilize the remaining order. In the royal palace, Trunsoist stood in front of the silver table with Augustus and Castilla, looking at the holographic projection of the northern continent that was projected from the devices attached to the silver table. They haven't left the royal palace since Elitza Tudor's ascension, as they are dealing with the anarchy that has engulfed the collapsed empire. And the churches did nothing to help them, staying completely silent until the terrifying declaration of alliance. Trunsoist was sending instructions to his royal legion, Augustus was responding to reports from angels, saints, and demigods from around the collapsed empire, and Castilla was organizing all the information from the projection of the continent, preparing a daily report on the situation of the entire northern continent. There was also an empty chair around the table adorned with white flowers and a photo of Trunsoist, Augustus, Castilla, and Sauron standing together in the same central room, smiling, as their eyes were overflowing with joy and happiness. "Rest in peace, Sauron," was written in red ink above Sauron. The atmosphere in the central room of the palace was heavy and depressing as they went about their duties, desperately trying to keep what little was left. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew into the central room through the balcony, drawing their attention. They looked up to see a hooded old man carrying a white book enter the central room through the balcony. "God of wisdom and knowledge. Leave us alone." The God of knowledge spoke as he looked at Augustus and Castilla. Augustus and Castilla complied. They only exchanged a glance with Trunsoist before bowing once to the god and exiting the central room. "Your excel." Trunsoist greeted, but paused as God of knowledge motioned for silence. God of knowledge pulled sacred emblems of other gods from his robe. He walked to the balcony, holding it all in his right hand. He finally spoke in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the sacred emblems. "Attend everyone. I stand on the balcony of the Palace of Eternity and I hold your emblems. Solomon is about to resurrect tonight." Trunsoist looked up at the night sky, unsurprised by the news. With a shimmer, 6 divine figures appeared in the dark sky, descending on the balcony of the royal palace. After hearing the message from the God of knowledge and wisdom, the gods descended with their true bodies. The tension in the air was palpable as the God of steam glared at Eternal Blazing Sun, who merely smiled back while waving his hands at the Lord of Machinery. Lord of Storms went to lean on a pillar, his scrutinizing eyes staying on the figure of Eternal Blazing Sunday Earth Mother and the Eternal Blazing Sun stood together, holding hands. God of Combat was nearby, his dazed and blurry gaze fixed on their holding hands. Meanwhile, Evernight Goddess walked over to Lord of Storms and stood silently beside him. "Now is not the time for us to be at odds," God of Knowledge asserted, staring at the gods. "We should put aside our differences and focus on Solomon's resurrection. Won't it just result in a convergence?" "So, what's with all this solemnity, Hera Bergen?" questioned Lord of Storms. "No," God of Knowledge replied, "if only things were as simple as you wish, Leodoro, I wouldn't have summoned all of you here. The situation we may be in is potentially disastrous." "Is it disorder?" God of Steam asked. "Disorder, it is," God of Knowledge nodded. "It is not necessary to be concerned about the convergence and resurrection. But, what follows after will be truly disastrous if we don't manage to stop it. Get to the point, Hera Bergen." Lord of Storms said impatiently, his narrowed eyes, though, still fixed on Eternal Blazing Sun, who was whispering something into Earth Mother's ears. The resurrection of Solomon should take 4 steps. First, the uniqueness and characteristics converge on the palace where Solomon is resurrecting. God of Knowledge patiently explained. Because the eternal order is involved, even true gods cannot stop or interfere with this step. Second, the uniqueness and characteristics combine with resurrecting Solomon, causing him to immediately return to his former status as god. Third, the former subjects of Black Emperor hear the majestic voice of their fallen emperor proclaim his return. Fourth, the step that will bring disaster to the northern continent or, more importantly, to us. His twisted order will return with the resurrection of Solomon. There was only silence among the gods as they listened to God of Knowledge. Anarchy reigns over most of the northern continent, God of Knowledge continued. The addition of disorder will undoubtedly bring calamity to the world. This wouldn't have been a problem if the Golden Order hadn't been weakened, he sighed as he looked at the eternal blazing Sunday. When the twisted order returns, it will shroud most of the reality of the northern continent. We can't let that happen because it will affect all of our anchors. The Order of Solomon will see to it that it happens. God of Knowledge finished, closing his omniscient book. The gods remained silent for a brief moment before being broken by eternal blazing Sunday. The sun god smiled. There is a simple solution to this entire problem. He approached Trunsoist, grabbing his shoulders and dragging him to the center. The birth of Justiciar will suffice to deal with the twisted order brought about by Solomon's resurrection. He suddenly guffawed. This would be an excellent way to welcome Solomon back into the world. Ignoring his sarcastic remakes, God of Steam asked, "So, you want Trunsoist to become Justiciar right now?" "Yes." Eternal Blazing Sun nodded and looked over Trunsoist's shoulder at God of Knowledge. "Wasn't this also your plan, Herabergen?" "It is." God of Knowledge said, peering deeply at him. Trunsoist has already devised his divine order. It would be no problem to begin the apotheosis ritual right away. However, he is still not an emperor. God of Combat frowned. She can take care of this issue. Eternal Blazing Sun pointed at Earth Mother. She is, after all, Earth Mother, with partial authority over the Earth itself. It also includes the land on which we currently stand. So, her recognition of Trunsoist as emperor should suffice. This is also preferable than repeating the whole coronation ceremony again. Under the gaze of the gods, Earth Mother nodded in acknowledgement. The gods then fell silent in agreement. Well. Eternal Blazing Sun smiled as he looked at Trunsoist, who was in a daze. Let's get started. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 125, Night Emperor. Palace of Eternity, Backlund. The most powerful beings on the planet had gathered in the throne room with the Lord of Order, Trunsoist. The crimson moonlight filtered through the stained window behind the royal throne, illuminating Eternal Blazing Sun and Trunsoist, who were walking towards the throne together, followed by other gods. There were 7 other thrones adjacent, 3 on the right and 4 on the left of the royal throne. Are you ready? Eternal Blazing Sun inquired, his gaze fixed on Trunsoist. Yes. Trunsoist nodded and exhaled deeply. Even though this came out of nowhere. But, I am already prepared for the apotheosis ritual due to your previous instructions. I should be able to handle it. No, I can handle it. Eternal Blazing Sun smiled. That's the spirit. Now, tell me about your divine order. Trunsoist responded, his emotional eyes peered at the bronze throne. My divine order is based on a principle that I devised. It is the principle of causality. Causality is the pull between meanings, it is connection that forms the relationship of all things. Eternal Blazing Sun raised his brows in surprise, but before he could speak, God of Knowledge interrupted, walking forward with them. Causality, you say? His starry eyes twinkled as he spoke. That's a unique concept for a divine order. Yes. Trunsoist nodded. It is not only rare, but also extremely difficult to manifest. With a smile, Eternal Blazing Sun crossed his hands and listened in. So, Trunsoist, what inspired you to create this principle? God of Knowledge inquired, rubbing the omniscient eye on his book. It was the Golden Order. Trunsoist answered, looking at the Eternal Blazing Sunday, the Sun God gave me access to it, and it was what truly inspired my principle. Herabergen. Eternal Blazing Sun intervened before God of Knowledge could ask Trunsoist any further questions. Enough with the questions. He is already under a lot of pressure, and you aren't helping. Then he looked at the Trunsoist. Now ascend to the throne. The ceremony will begin soon. Trunsoist nodded and walked towards the royal throne, while Eternal Blazing Sun and God of Knowledge stood back and observed him. You are still so insidious, Aucuses. God of Knowledge chuckled, rubbing his beard with his hand. You're manipulating him so subtly to get what you want. And, as usual, you continue to exaggerate the facts. It's a bad habit, Herabergen, and it might come back to bite you one day. Eternal Blazing Sun smirked, about Trunsoist, I just pointed him out in the path and he was the one who made the journey himself. As tension filled the air, the God of Knowledge and the Eternal Blazing Sun exchanged glares, invisible sparks erupting from their confrontation of divine auras. The Evernight Goddess stepped between them, her hands crossed. This isn't the time. Trunsoist's apotheosis is about to begin. So, please take your seats. In silence, the god of knowledge turned around and walked towards one of the thrones near the royal throne. At the sight of this, the eternal blazing sun chuckled and took his place on the throne as well. Let's begin. Evernight goddess declared, before nodding to the Earth Mother. Earth Mother arose from her throne, drawing everyone's attention. She approached Trunsoist, who had already ascended to his royal throne. I am ready. Trunsoist spoke up, his golden eyes twinkling like stars. I am ready. There is no pressure, Trunsoist. Earth Mother spoke in a soothing voice. You will ascend with the help of all of us. Trunsoist smiled as he nodded. Earth Mother went on, reassuringly placing her hand on his shoulder. Aucasus is also here to help you, even if you have a problem with the order. Thank you. Trunsoist bowed his head. Thank you for. Earth Mother smiled. Now, save all of this for later. There will be plenty of time. All right, let's get started. Trunsoist finally said, taking a deep breath. Earth Mother raised her hands, and her palm began to glow with golden light, splattering on Trunsoist. The light then began to congregate above her palm, transforming it into a golden crown encrusted with diamonds. She took the floating crown in her hands and looked at him. What shall your honorific title be, Trunsoist? Trunsoist answered, his firm eyes fixed on the crown. The Night Emperor. Eternal blazing sun snapped his fingers as he gazed up at the night sky. It is time for the world to wake up and witness the ascension of the Night Emperor. At 3 a.m., the warm amber sun awoke and emerged from the distant horizon, heralding the arrival of the day. The hue of a giant fluorescent orb ignited the dim sky and splashed the glittering, silver clouds in a multitude shades of gold as it hung low from the high heavens like a golden medallion. The sun's iridescent rays cast huge columns of light across the world, brilliantly illuminating every nook and cranny. The world awoke, as solemn and high music resounded from the Palace of Eternity, creating a grand symphony of melodies and signaling the new era. In the Palace of Eternity, Lilith stood under the light of the sun, holding the crown. She turned and faced the world ahead of her. I, Earth Mother, invoking divine authority, recognize Trunsoist, Lord of Order, as Emperor of the Trunsoist Empire. He will be the judge, restoring order to the fallen northern continent. And, he shall forevermore be known as the Night Emperor. The solemn voice of the Goddess of Life rang across the earth, striking into the hearts and souls of all people, regardless of origin or differences. The golden crown was then placed on Trunsoist's head by Earth Mother, crowning him as Emperor. The sun's rays glistened across the sky, revealing to the world the image of Trunsoist, the Night Emperor. God save the king. God save the king. That image drew the awakened citizens to a frenzied chant in recognition of their sovereign. Then, it faded away, as the rays of sun shimmered again. Eternal blazing sun stood up from his throne and walked towards the Trunsoist. He said, standing with Earth Mother. Now, Trunsoist, manifest your divine order and weave it into the fabric of reality. He raised his hand, causing the sunlight to converge in his hand, which continued to morph into the shape of a tree, ring, book, pendant, and so on. You can select a form for your order based on your preferences. I chose a tree for my golden order. Trunsoist stared intently at the ever-changing shapes in the hands of Eternal Blazing Sunday. Then he nodded, as if he had finally made a decision. Then begin. Eternal Blazing Sun smiled, encouraging him. You are now the Emperor of an empire. A empire that is currently plagued by chaos. You will be the judge, establishing order and binding the beast of chaos, and ascending to become the Justicaire. Trunsoist began by closing his eyes and raising his hands, opening them wide and above. Eternal Blazing Sun and Earth Mother stood before him, while the gazes of the other gods were also on him. A golden light radiated from both of his palms, coursing from his very core. They began to ascend and converge directly above his head, slowly forming 4 golden circles intersecting with each other, while another golden light fell in the middle of the circles, connecting them all together. Image. A vast divine aura filled the hall as the entire reality around the Trunsoist began to glitch and shimmer at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, the god of knowledge rose from his throne, gazing at the astral world. Solomon's resurrection has also begun. The astral world. Crack. In the infinite space between Venus and Earth, an invisible tremor erupted as a massive black mausoleum descended on the very fabric of reality, cracking it. Boom. The black mausoleum shook heavily before collapsing on itself, bringing the surrounding reality with it, reducing it all into a black vortex of chaos. The vortex flared up like a black, ravenous tsunami, decimated the very reality in its path. It expanded and raged towards the center of the solar system. Its target is none other than the eternal sun. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 126, Might of the Sun. Astral World. A dreadful aura filled the astral world within the barrier, stopping Venus and Mercury from continuing their orbit around the sun. Roar. A roar erupted from the swirling abyss of chaos, unleashing a shockwave that caused most of reality between Venus and Mercury to crack like a piece of fragile and brittle glass. It was as if a mad beast had finally broken the chains of order that had bound it for millennia, roaring and announcing its return flamboyantly for all to see. It was also in rage, which erupted from within its very core like a supervolcano. It flared its gargantuan tentacles of pure chaos, larger than many planets, towards the eternal sun in an attempt to completely destroy its captor. Image here. The perpetual light dimmed in Avalon, the divine kingdom of the eternal blazing sun, as a black crown and two characteristics of the Prince of Abolition ascended to the astral world under a mighty cosmic force. In Trier, Alitza Tudor stood silently on the balcony of a palace, looking at the Prince of Abolition. It flew out of his hand as a cosmic force shrouded it, ascending to the astral world. He looked up at the divided sky, half of it shrouded in chaotic darkness, the other half filled with pure beams of light emanating from the eternal sun in the high heavens. "Ready the chariot." Without looking back, he said to Jacob, "Just in case." Jacob nodded and walked away from the balcony. Alitza Tudor then gazed towards Backlund. "Trunsoist," he muttered under his breath. In the astral world, the uniqueness and characteristics appeared right above the swirling chaos. They fell into the abyss and vanished. Then, everything fell silent, eerie silence, and even the massive tentacles of chaos blazing towards the eternal sun froze in their tracks. Then, with a thunderous roar, a towering black throne erupted from within the swirl of chaos, shattering the silence. The throne was seated by a shadowy figure who faced the eternal sun. His eyes were filled with rage, madness, and even a little fear as he glared at the sun. However, the fear soon faded as rage and insanity completely occupied his dark eyes. He shook his hand and slammed into the armrest with all his might, shattering it. "Obliterate the sun." He finally spat. The colossal tentacles swept back towards the sun, their size and power increasing as they blazed towards the eternal sun, destroying reality in the process. The eternal sun, the giver of light and life, emitted a scorching light that illuminated the entire space between Mercury, Venus, and Earth in an instant. A golden chariot with 4 white horses appeared out of the scorching sun. Eternal blazing sun rode in the sun chariot, the reins in his hands. His indifferent gaze was drawn to the colossal tentacles, then to the shadowy figure atop the abyss of chaos. He sneered and raised his hand in the space. The light that illuminated the astral world immediately converged above his palm, forming a light spear coursing with surging energy comparable to that of a real star. Eternal blazing sun hurled the light spear into the abyss of chaos. The light spear pulsated with infinite power before transforming into a streak of light and coursing towards the abyss of chaos. It finally collided with the tentacles of chaos and exploded, ejecting the energy of an entire star without restraint into the abyss of chaos and astral world within the barrier. Boom. A massive explosion of light appeared in the endless space between Venus and Mercury, sending out surging energy waves that could easily decimate planets in turn. The light splattered throughout the solar system, illuminating the corrupted planets beyond the barrier. It appeared as though another sun had risen in the solar system, dwarfing even the eternal sun. It was a battle for dominance, and with each clash, reality was shattered. While abyss of chaos tried to destroy it, the ocean of light purified it. Meanwhile, the powerful energy waves ejected by the explosion began to impact Venus, Mercury, and Earth. It was like veils large enough to make Earth look like a tiny ball and also throbbing with enough energy to tear planets down to their atoms. But, just then, the god of steam and machinery appeared in the Earth's atmosphere. He sighed exasperately before pulling a bronze scroll from his robes. He then threw it into the infinite space above. The bronze scroll was bathed in illusory light before transforming into an ethereal and colorless curtain adorned with esoteric symbols. The illusory curtain grew at an incredible rate, reaching 3 times the size of the Earth before being split into 3 separate curtains. One fell downward and blanketed Earth, while the other 2 teleported to Venus and Mercury and completely shrouded them. The curtains shielded the planets from the terrifying destructive wave. They trembled frequently, but they eventually made it through the turbulence and protected the planets. The explosion subsided. The light faded, revealing a half-devastated abyss of chaos surrounded by numerous cracks in reality. The shadowy figure sat on the throne, seemingly unaffected by the previous clash. The eyes of shadowy figure were still filled with rage as he gazed at the sun god in his chariot. "Oh." Eternal blazing sun raised his eyebrows in surprise. He sighed and shook his head. "It appears that 1 isn't enough." He suddenly grinned. "How about 10? 10 spears of light appeared around the golden chariot, each surging with the power of a real star. The sight of the 10 light spears seemed to startle the shadowy figure. "It seems it is still not enough." Looking at the shadowy figure, Eternal blazing sun continued. "So, let's make it 20. The light spear multiplied to 20. They emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the entire solar system. The reality around the spears was melting away, like a candle in a fire. Finally, the shadowy figure trembled in his throne, his rage fading, replaced by fear, primal fear. "Well. Eternal Blazing Sun chuckled. That appears to be enough. Are you ready? Here it comes. He raised his hand as the light spears turned and aimed at the shadowy figure in unison. Aucuses. A mighty voice thundered across the astral world. A phantom of a hanged man rose right before the swirling chaos. Sasra, the true creator. Do you want war? True Creator asked in a deep voice that echoed across the space, shaking it. His red eye was fixed on Eternal Blazing Sun in the sun chariot. Eternal Blazing Sun narrowed his gaze silently at the hanged man. He ultimately snorted and waved his hands at the light spears. The light spears dissipated into light particles as Eternal Blazing Sun left the battlefield, his chariot returning to Eternal Sun, effectively ending the conflict. Continue, Solomon. True Creator spoke, his gaze still fixed on the vanishing golden chariot. And never, ever try these foolish acts again. Solomon's resurrection process continued under the protection of the True Creator. Palace of Eternity, Backlund. Eternal Blazing Sun and Earth Mother still stood before Trunsoist, who was forging the ring. The twisted order is about to descend on the world. He finally said, retracting his gaze from the astral world. The gods also turned their gaze away from the astral realm. Their expressions were heavy after peering at the phantom of the hanged man. A voice boomed from the sky, echoing across the material world. My subjects, your Black Emperor has returned. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 127, Justiciar. Palace of Eternity, Backlund. Your Black Emperor, my subjects, has returned. A voice from the sky rattled the royal palace. As he heard the Black Emperor's voice, Trunsoist frowned on the royal throne. It made him reflect on his past. He was born into a noble family that swore allegiance to the Black Emperor. His ancestors followed the Black Emperor and were the first to lay the groundwork for the empire. And, he came to stand for order after witnessing the chaos in the waning era. It was a difficult time. Life had no worth. People fall like flies all over the world. The sight of all the chaos and madness of that fading era shook him to his core. He was nothing more than a child at the time. And children should never experience something horrifying like that. However, reality was not always fair. This experience altered his life forever. It made him long for light, for a utopia free of chaos and suffering, and, finally, for order. His ambitions and goals propelled him through life. It enabled him to outperform his kinsmen and eventually drew the attention of the Black Emperor himself. His Majesty appeared to have noticed his extraordinaires from others. The Emperor summoned him and, to his surprise, told him of his grand vision for a better future. He aspires to build an empire that unites the entire continent, thereby eradicating the chaos brought about by the cataclysm and restoring order to the world. Trunsoist believed him without a doubt, as his heart was already overjoyed at finally finding someone who shared his dream. He didn't even bother to think about it. Oh, how naive he was back then. Then he swore allegiance to Black Emperor in order for his dream to come true, at least in this way, and for him to be a part of it. In the end, his dream came true in its own way. Under the banner of the Black Emperor, the land was engulfed in peace and order. But it was completely different from what he had expected. This was not an orderly utopia. The empire was nothing more than a new incarnation of chaos. His realization came too late. There was nothing he could do about it at the time. And His Majesty was already a god of the Black Emperor pathway. He was also an angel on His Majesty's path. So, any resistance in his heart was immediately extinguished by him. The difference between a god and an angel was so vast that an angel was nothing more than an ant to a god. He didn't give up hope, though. It was the only thing that kept him going during his darkest times. He clung desperately to hope, which was all he had left. He repeatedly tried to find a solution to the madness and chaos. Finally, the fates seemed to have taken mercy on him. His prayers and efforts were answered in the form of a silver-winged angel under the eternal blazing Sunday. The angel, known as the Angel of Miracles, showed a new path, a path filled with genuine hope for his dream. At the time, he made a choice. He took the angel's hands, and the rest was history. The memories flashed through his mind as he finally condensed his order into a golden ring. The ring gleamed in the sunlight, revealing an engraving of his principle of causality on it. Here. A solemn voice drew his gaze away from the ring and to the side. The eternal blazing sun held out a potion filled with sizzling brass liquid. Wear the ring and drink it. So, Trunsoist, your order shall shroud the lands in between. Trunsoist took a deep breath and raised his hand, catching the golden ring floating above his head. He then wore it on his ring finger. Finally, he took the potion and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. A vast divine aura erupted from him, sending a wave that swept the northern continent in a fraction of a second. His perception spread across the continent. In his eyes, there were no more mysteries or secrets. It was all laid bare for him to see. Anarchy, war, sun, disorder. There is no order in this wretched world, he thought, raising his ring finger with a golden ring and pointing to the northern continent. The reality is his slate, his finger is the pen, his blood is the ink, and his ring is the source. Then I shall bring it into being. He began. With his movements of hand, the invisible rules were written into the fabric of reality. Everyone felt it, from all-powerful gods to helpless mortals. Every word, every letter, every sentence, and every law seemed to reverberate in their minds and souls. Just then, the disorder of Solomon descended on the world. It was like the serpent of chaos, Apophis, descended on the world in an attempt to return it to its primal state, chaos before creation. Trunsoist sensed the arrival of chaos as well. He didn't even look up, just moving his hands in the direction of the chaos. The invisible rules acted, transforming into golden chains of order and binding the serpent of chaos on the northern continent's shores, preventing it from spreading its calamity across the continent. Boom. The serpent of chaos thrashed in the chains, attempting to break them. It did succeed in breaking some chains, but for every chain it broke, 10 more chains appeared in its place, holding it in place. Meanwhile, he kept etching the laws into the fabric of reality. His fingers were frayed, as he continued to use his blood as ink. As he wrote, the laws were taking effort, judging the sources of chaos and anarchy in a thunderous manner. Trunsoist's hands were slowly but steadily bringing the order into being. His laws, however, were unable to extend their influence into the Tudor Empire as Elitza was obstructing him by temporarily controlling reality around the Tudor Empire. Trunsoist was unconcerned about Elitza and continued with his order. He also noticed the golden order in reality, but it was very weak and didn't stop his order from influencing reality. His laws were written directly into the deepest layer of reality. Even the eternal blazing sun couldn't tamper with his order. His empire was shrouded in order. There is no malice or favoritism. In his empire, the churches of the 7 gods and angel families are equally bound by the law. If anyone violates it, they will be directly confronted with an attack from him, a god's attack. His frayed finger made the final stoke a reality. The blood seeped into it, and the golden ring eventually faded. An invisible tremor erupted from his hand, shaking reality and sweeping his empire in an instant. His order was established. A balance scale and a piece of white cloth appeared in front of him. He took the white cloth and wrapped it around his eyes. Then he caught the balance scale in his hand and held it high. The balance scale emitted a terrifying shimmer of light that illuminated the entire world, as everything and everyone below gods and kings of angels came to a halt for a brief moment. The very order of reality itself also became visible before dissipating. The birth of the Justiciar. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/AaronFraser. Chapter 128, War. On August 4, 1110, the Night Emperor ascended to the throne, establishing the Trunsoist Empire. The Black Emperor was resurrected from the dead and re-established his fallen empire on the northern continent's borders. The Trunsoist and Tudor empires controlled 5/6 of the northern continent, while the Solomon Empire controlled 1/6 of the continent. Another historic event occurred that afternoon. The Underworld Emperor declared war on the Trunsoist and Tudor empires, as well as the churches of the Evernight Goddess, God of Combat, and Eternal Blazing Sunday. Immediately following that, the Black Emperor declared war on the Tudor and Trunsoist empires. The Black Emperor allied with the true Creator, who brought his followers to the Solomon Empire to support what little was left after the churches of the 7 gods nearly destroyed his servants. The once proud and arrogant emperor was forced to bow before the true Creator and plead for assistance. The fallen Creator agreed, resuming their alliance. On August 5, 1110, the Blood Emperor ordered his angel families to join the war between the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the other 3 churches, declaring that he was defending his country from invasions by heretic churches. He also sent his person legions as support. The Jacob, Tamara, and Ammon families joined the war, sending trained beyonders to aid the troops of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. Meanwhile, the Night Emperor remained silent about the Orthodox Church's disputes, while secretly preparing his legion for the upcoming battle with the Solomon Empire and Biam Empire. The Underworld Emperor, on the other hand, had mobilized his entire undead army in preparation for a full invasion of the northern continent. The churches of Evernight Goddess and God of Combat finally broke their long silence by declaring war on the Biam Empire together. Due to the threat posed by death, they even managed to put aside their differences and band together under one banner. On August 6, 1110, the churches of Lord of Storms, God of Knowledge, God of Steam, Eternal Blazing Sun, and Earth Mother were still concentrating all of their troops for the upcoming legendary war. By 1 p.m., the aid from the Tudor Empire had arrived and joined the march with the churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun and Earth Mother. The total number of Beyonders surpassed 90,000, dwarfing the 3-church alliance. The 3-church alliance, on the other hand, received secret assistance from the Church of Evernight Goddess, which helped to balance the numbers on both sides. The armies of both alliances are expected to clash the following morning in the Khalid Valley between Hornassus Mountains, beginning the War of Four Emperors. The light of dawn illuminated the land, signaling the end of the dreamy night. The smell of iron and blood, as well as the scorching heat of the blazing fire, awoke the world. The final march of two armies of Orthodox churches shook the entire continent. Image here. Every man and woman in both armies could feel the impending doom. When they were young, they were told that evil would be vanquished and that good would prevail. In innocence, they believed that good was enough. But no one ever told them this would hurt, that it would cost them their lives. That there'd be no going back. No one ever told them about the war. The beautiful calamity. The tragic victory. Its tectonic plates and midnight brawls. Laughter and lies, and somersaults. It's a walk in the gardens of paradise, a lonely hikes down haunted highways. It's a chuckle through a sneer and bravery through tears. This is the war. This great epic, unceasing drama slowly unfolding before their eyes. The trumpets were finally blown. The armies arrived in the vast Khalid Valley, bringing their 7-day march to an end. The armies occupied the valley like an ocean, troop by troop, company by company, huddled together with little fear noticeable in all of their eyes. Image here. Then there was a deafening silence as the mighty armies of Orthodox churches confronted each other. The air was thick with tension, and the glare of sun was intensifying over the valley of death. The silence was suddenly broken. There was a long rolling of drums like thunder in the sky, followed by a braying of horns that shook the very Hornassus Mountains and stunned men's ears. And then, with a resounding rumble in the ground, the armies of three churches split in the middle, and out of it came the angel of calamity, Israel. He confidently rode alone on a black horse to the armies of churches of the eternal blazing sun and earth mother. I speak for the Lord of storms. His voice rang out across the valley, his black horse neighing in front of the armies of sun and earth. Does anyone here have authority to speak with me? He asked with scorn, his mocking gaze sweeping the sun and earth angels. Or, indeed, with wit to understand me. Mind thy tongue, barbarian. A beautiful woman with long green hair glared at the angel of calamity. Helena, angel of life, serving under the earth mother. Helena rode out on her silver horse, the bow drawn at Israel's heart. They strived at each other, but soon, though Helena didn't release her bowstring, Israel quailed away and rode back as if menaced by the angel of life. All eyes turned to the angel of life in the valley, wide and curious. Then they realized. Helena's arrow radiated the divine aura of the Earth Mother. Helena's grip on the bowstring gradually loosened, causing the entire ground to tremble to its very foundations. I am the herald of the Lord of storms, and may not be assailed. Israel cried out, noticing Helena. Where such ancient laws hold. Lucas Reyes, angel of light, spoke up, looking into the eyes of Israel. It's also custom for the herald to be less insolent. But no one has threatened you. You don't have to fear us until your errand is done. But, if you still insist on your foolish behavior. He exchanges glances with Helena. The threat was clear for all to see. He continued, so, state the terms, angel of calamity. Israel glared at them, enraged. Then he returned his attention to his armies. From his side, a woman in silver robes nodded at him. Her right eye flashed with an illusory divine light. Evelyn, angel of arcane, serving under the god of steam and machinery. Israel suddenly gained a lot of confidence. He smiled as he returned his attention to them. These are the terms. He eyed the angels one by one. The mob of the sun and its deluded allies shall withdraw at once beyond Trier, first unconditionally surrendering to the might of the storm, second, Trier shall be the storms forevermore, third, the westlands of Trier to the Undul mountains shall be tributary to the steam. The terms were spoken loud and clear, for all to hear. A loud laughter suddenly sounded, piercing the heavy atmosphere in the valley. Blaise Larson, angel of miracles, spoke up, his eyes gazing up at the glaring sun. His voice thunders across the valley. Israel, the sun, has never bowed to anyone, even if that one was the almighty creator himself. He looked at Israel and spat mockingly. Unlike the storm, who bends to the whims of the night ever so often. So, take your terms and be gone. The herald of Strum smiled no more. His face twisted with amazement and his eyes widened in rage. Blasphemer. Israel roared, drawing his lightning sword and charging at Blaise. His sudden attack was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The delicate balance was shattered. Charge. The roars erupted across the Khalid Valley. Blood splattered and fire flared up. The mighty armies clashed, blowing their war horns. The lightning cracked, the sun rose, illusory beams whizzed, sweat stung their eyes like tiny vipers, dripping down from their twisted faces. All around was a whirlwind of disorder and violence, a blur of color and vicious motion. The parched, panting tongues collected the dust-choked air which intermixed with the bitterness of iron. Blood pounded in their ears, drumming to a ferocious beat inside the helmet. The sound was barely loud enough to drown out the cries of men and women, the shattered white tower, and the thunder that struck the world tree. Above the lower scent of sweat was the smell of all-pervasive fear, carried aloft from clashing bodies that howled amidst a sea of scarlet liquid which drained from friend and foe alike, to soak a once vibrant field of white flowers. Image here. This was a glorious tragedy. A beautiful calamity. This was war. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/AaronFraser. A/N, this chapter is one of my favorites among many chapters that I've written until now. Chapter 129, Light and Darkness. September 7, 1110. Northern continent, unknown location. Twilight shone through the stained windows of a massive silver tower, illuminating a large room filled with rows and rows of bookshelves. The walls were plastered with drawings of advanced technologies and structures far beyond the present era. A massive telescope was erected on a platform to the side of the room, and it extended out of the silver tower through an open dome. At the center of it all was a holographic projection of Earth made of pure information, uncovering the world's tales and stories for a woman to record and witness. The woman was dressed in a long blue gown with a purple crown on her head. She looked up at the projection of Earth, holding a purple book in her hand. She was none other than the Angel of Wisdom, Diana Knight. Her face creased at the sight of the volatile fluctuations erupting from the Khalid Valley, northern continent. It dwarfed any other fluctuations erupting from other parts of the world, capable of destroying a continent. It would have if not for the authority of the Night Emperor shrouding the battlefield, preventing the chaos of war from spreading. It's been a month since the war began. It is still going full throttle and shows no signs of slowing down. The fire and blood turned the valley into a war-torn hellscape. Diana raised her hand, pointing to the valley in world projection. Then she zoomed in, the projection expanded, the edges fading into obscurity, finally revealing a ruined valley. On the projection, she saw the war unfold in real time. The authority of order does, indeed, shroud the valley, but it does not prevent prying. So, she can gather information from the battlefield through her receiver and be instantly aware of the events of the war. Her purple eyes twinkled as she scanned the battlefield for Lucas. Her gaze was drawn to the sky, where a beam of consecrated light striking the weathered white tower, collapsing it. A sun-bird soared out of the ensuing explosion of light, letting out a triumphant cry. Diana sighed, her tense shoulders sagging, as the victory cry rang in her ears. Thank the sun, he won. She thought, a wave of relief washing over her. Her gaze then narrowed as she tightened her grip on the purple book, concentrating on the armies of the three churches. Calm down. It won't help anyone. She told herself, her rage smothered. She can't leave her tower unless the situation becomes so dire that her presence in the war is required to turn the tides. Solitude is an important part of her upcoming apotheosis ritual. Still, the winds of war were not blowing in their favor. The Church of the Steam was introducing steam weapons into the war, completely destabilizing the conflict between low and mid-sequence beyonders. The hot weapons brought their troops to their knees, blasting them to smithereens. It was a total disaster for their side. However, not all was lost. For the majority of the month, the war between high-sequence beyonders was at a standstill. And to break the stalemate, the three-church alliance planned a collective siege, going all out against the Sun and Earth alliance. The Angel of Steam and Knowledge used the artifacts bestowed upon them by the gods to repel most angels from the Tudor Empire and Church of Earth Mother. Meanwhile, all the remaining Angels of Storm and Knowledge besieged the Angel of the Sun with all their might in a frontal assault. It was a battle to the death. Diana was completely focused on the battle that began last night. She even temporarily paused her analysis and deduction involving world laws in order to focus on the battlefield situation. After all, they are her family. To say the war situation is dire would be an understatement. They were completely at a disadvantage from the start of the siege. 4 Angels of the Sun versus 7 Angels of the Storm and Knowledge. The odds were already stacked against them. By the end of the battle, Madeline Wright, Angel of Destiny, and Laius Wilson, Angel of Sun, were on their last breaths from the assault from Thunder and White Tower, and others was also not far better. Diana had made the decision to descend, regardless of the consequences. But she stopped herself when she saw Blaze perform a miracle using all of the wishes he had collected over 3 centuries. He performed a true miracle by wishing for their enemy's godhood to fade away. The miracle immediately changed the tides of the battlefield. Madeline and Laius were rescued by Earth Mother and Tudor Empire angels who escaped the hold and came to their aid. While this was going on, Blaze and Lucas slayed the angels who were besieging them and won the battle. Diana took a deep breath and waved her hand at the projection after checking on Lucas and finding no problems. It turned back into Earth. The battle may have ended in victory, but the war is far from over. It could go on for years, until the gods themselves arrive on the battlefield for the final battle of gods. The current battle in the Khalid Valley is merely a prelude for the main event. She finally concentrated on the purple book in her hand, pushing aside thoughts of the war of the gods. It was the hermit uniqueness. Her lord had already granted it to her after she had digested all of her knowledge emperor potions. And she had begun her preparations for the apotheosis ritual, which is to create a new law and successfully integrate it with the world. Given the essence of her world, it was one of the most difficult apotheosis rituals. To it put into perspective, the world in her eyes is like a huge machine. The god's authorities are the parts that keep it all together and prevent it from collapsing on itself. The power source for the machine is the sun. The hyperlink that connects the parts of machines represented by door. The information is represented by hermit. The heart of machine is paragon, the incarnation of problems or mistakes is error. The list goes on and on. As a knowledge emperor, this is how she truly sees the world. So, if she wants to become the hermit, she must let the machine accept her law. This is the most challenging part. The machine is far too complex and intricate in and of itself. As a result, it will immediately reject any laws that are even remotely incompatible with itself. So, it is nearly impossible to derive a law that is compatible with the machine. This, however, was not enough to deter her. The expectations and sacrifices on her path are too great for her to turn back now. This is also her lifelong dream. Diana finally sighed, feeling the weight on her shoulders. She walked towards the table at the far end of the room. She was returning to her work, analyzing and deriving global laws. She came to a halt and looked to her side. The fabric of reality began to shimmer as a flood of information rushed towards her. Diana raised her hand and accepted it with a somber expression. The fact that the information appeared in front of her, bypassing the restrictions and defenses of her tower, indicated that it involved the gods themselves. Her pupils dilated. Edward. It can't be. Diana dashed towards the window, her heart torn by searing pain. She gazed out the window at the sky. The setting sun in the twilight sky turned white, emitting a scorching glare that illuminated half of the entire sky. A crimson moon rose from the horizon like a scene from the apocalypse. The thick darkness erupted with the crimson moon, heading towards the pure light, heralding the arrival of night. The light and darkness shimmered in the sky, revealing the eternal blazing sun and the ever-night goddess, who charged at each other with their fabled sun spear and night scythe. No. Diana muttered incoherently, tears welling up in her eyes. However, before she could process it all, the light and darkness collided. Boom. A blaze of illusory light erupted, flooding her vision and forcing her to close her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 130, Death. 10 minutes earlier, Amantha Mountains, Northern Continent. Evernight Goddess, they call her. Her origins are unknown, as are her intentions. Her true name was lost in the fables of history, only to be remembered by the godly beings who stand with her above all. However, no one can deny her power. Her arrival had caused the heavens themselves to tremble. Her action, though rare, shook the illusory river of fate, sending impacting waves that alerted fates in untold numbers every time. She rules the night. She is mankind's first darkness. She is also moonrise and midnight. She is a primal being, more eternal than eternity itself. The darkness, on the other hand, was never without its own untold secrets. A terrifying legend, fabled from the truth, told of a woman who was strikingly similar to the night, walking out of the mountains of corpses holding a dark Styx drenched in the blood of her own kinsman, her lips adorning a gentle smile throughout the act. It was as though she was carrying out an act of kindness rather than vengeance. The woman went on to be known as the bane of demonic wolves, the true empress of horror who conquered the darkness as her own crown. The night goes by many titles and names, but at the end of times, she will always remain as a survivor from the forgotten times. 4. She was Amon-Isis, the ruler of tenebrous heaven, the obscure realm of eternal darkness. Her realm was always shrouded in darkness, hidden from all eyes, mortal or divine. It was the final resting place for all who believed in her, where they found eternal peace in her arms. It had always been perpetually dark since its creation, as the sun had never graced the dark lands of tenebrous heaven. But, the eternal night has come to an end, as the concealment of kingdom was torn by the mighty hands of a god. A white sun invaded and emerged from the dark horizon, signifying the wrath of the eternal blazing Sunday. The white sun emitted blinding beams of light that smote down on the darkness, shattering it in the most viscous way. The divine kingdom was filled with brilliant light, collapsing and purging it all in an ocean of light. The entire tenebrous heaven began to crumble into void under the assault of the sun. The dark mountains, palaces, and even the crimson moon began collapsing in order with the crumbling divine kingdom. It was all coming to an end under the wrath of the eternal sun. But just then, Amon-Isis emerged from the ruins of the dark caste, unaffected by the beams of light. She looked indifferently at the rising eternal sun and the chaos it had wrought in her kingdom in a fraction of a second. She then waved her hand. A flood of darkness erupted from her. It was akin to a dark beast of judgment, reaching the bright sky and swallowing the eternal sun, extinguishing every ounce of light within the crumbling divine kingdom. Amon Isis then swept her gaze over the ruins, causing it all to fade into eternal darkness, leaving only her floating in the eternal void. She raised her hand and reached into the dark ocean above her to retrieve her night scythe. Her form transformed with a shimmer. Her torso and waist grew a pair of massive arms covered in dark hair. A crimson moon and an invisible fog also descended into her massive arms from the void. She held it all together, gazing ahead into the darkness, piercing into the outside world, to the eternal sun in the sky. Caucasus. She spoke, her voice low, almost a whisper. The darkness grew thicker around her, surging and thrashing against itself in a frantic manner. Present. The sun and moon rose from the horizons, heading for each other with all their might, sounding the symphony of calamity across the sky and earth. The gods, who had been focusing their gazes on the battle in Khalid Valley, were taken aback by the sudden celestial phenomenon. The war came to a halt as the Beyonders gazed at the sun and moon in the sky, their eyes gradually filling with hopelessness and despair. It was a cataclysmic sight. The sun's scorching rays and the crimson moon's ethereal light were unleashed on the world with no restraint. It was charging towards them with the intent of wreaking total carnage. Regardless of their sequences, they felt so insignificant in the face of the coming cataclysmic force. Many dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, laughing and crying as they spread their arms at the sun and moon veils. Lucas, Blaise, Laius, and Madeline stood together in the ruined ground, their armor tattered and their swords rusted. What just happened? Laius wondered aloud, his face illuminated by the sun. Something terrible for sure. Lucas replied, his voice low and his gaze fixed on the crimson moon. The sun? Madeline asked, her voice quivering. Laius turned to face the white sun with her. The scorching rays of the sun were like veils covering the sky and descending on them. They were too small, almost a speck of dust in comparison to the size of veil. The sun never harms his own. Blaise reassured them. They looked at the sky, as the sun and moon were closing in on each other ever so close. In the sky, eternal blazing sun and evernight goddess charged at each other with their fabled sun spear and night scythe. The sun and moon. The light and the darkness. The day and night. These primordial forces were at odds, bending to the will of their rulers. Boom. They finally collided in the sky, causing an illusory light to erupt, illuminating the majority of the world. The light vanished as quickly as it appeared, with no visible damage anywhere in the world. The sun and moon were still adorning the sky, only inches apart. It looked as though a mighty force intervened and stopped the collision of the celestial bodies. In the silver tower, Diana opened her teary eyes, gazing at the situation in the sky. Stop this madness. Earth Mother yelled, standing between Evernight Goddess and Eternal Blazing Sunday. Her glowing hands rose up at them, holding them down with the might of the entire earth. Evernight Goddess finally put her scythe away and floated high in the sky, gazing at the Eternal Blazing Sunday. Eternal Blazing Sun, on the other hand, waved his spear, breaking the earthly authority that had bound him. He then lunged at the goddess of the night, his spear aimed at her heart. Evernight Goddess stood there with her hand folded against her chest, indifferent. Stop, Caucasus. Earth Mother embraced the sun god from behind, halting his attack. Eternal Blazing Sun appeared to have finally calmed down. Even so, he continued to point his spear at the Evernight Goddess. I assumed you, for one, would understand the significance of relationships and promises. Yet, how terribly wrong I was, he seethed. You're just a cold-hearted bitch who cares about nothing but your own pathetic excuse of self. Evernight Goddess continued to stare at him indifferently, seemingly unfazed by his insults. Earth Mother, on the other hand, looked at her love with wide, sluggish eyes. Mark my words, bitch. Eternal Blazing Sun spat. I'll make sure you feel every ounce of the pain he felt in his final moments. Then I will throw you to Antigonus. I will see to it that he feasts on you to the last of your bits. He took Earth Mother's hands in his, their figures glinting in the light and fading away from the sky. Eternal Blazing Sun finally looked Evernight Goddess in the eyes. I should never have trusted you. His low voice lingered in the air as he and Earth Mother vanished in a light flash. For a few moments, Evernight Goddess floated in the air, her indifferent gaze fixed on the fading light. Then she, too, vanished from the sky in a flash of moonlight. Diana finally averted her gaze from the sky, wiping away her tears. Edward had died. The blessing he received from the Evernight Goddess was abruptly withdrawn by her, causing his situation to deteriorate beyond any hope of recovery. Her lord was ultimately forced to slay Edward himself, as all hope had been lost. She moved towards the table at the far end of the room, which held a blue sword. Diana wielded the handle with great force. Her outfit changed on its own, revealing a black fit armor stained with blood splashes. Then she dashed towards the tower's exit, her face emotionless, her eyes dull. Her figure broke into a flurry of information, surging towards Hornassus Mountain like a tsunami, leaving death and destruction in her wake. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 131, Defeat. September 7, 1110. A day that will live on in the annals of time. The sun and moon clashed, almost destroying the world. The battle between the eternal blazing sun and the Evernight goddess nearly erupted in the sky above the world, only to be stopped in the final moments by Earth Mother, saving the world from the wrath of the sun and moon. The sudden war of gods was unknown to the men. They were aware, however, that the entire tense situation on the northern continent had just escalated a whole new level. The gods, on the other hand, learned about the cause of the war immediately afterwards, through their authorities. The enemies of the sun god rejoiced at the news, as they now have the goddess of night on their side. Evernight goddess remained silent about her position at the start of the war, despite the fact that she was already leaning towards the Lord of Storms, God of Knowledge, and God of Steam. She even secretly sent assistance to their armies. The Evernight goddess had finally chosen her side in the upcoming war by withdrawing her blessing from Edward. It was a declaration of war. September 8, 1110. The Church of Evernight goddess officially entered the war, immediately sending half of their troops to the battlefield in Callide Valley, under the divine miracle of night. Immediately following that, the Church of God of Combat declared war on the Church of Evernight goddess, breaking their short-term alliance. They sided with the Church of Eternal Blazing Sunday. These abrupt changes have swept the globe, putting an end to other conflicts and drawing the attention of all the gods to the war between the 7 Orthodox churches. The true Creator also sided with the alliance of 4 churches in the war. Everyone seemed to have managed to put aside their differences in order to deal with Eternal Blazing Sunday. They were like hawks, searching for the Eternal Sun's Achilles heel in order to bring him down once and for all. Callide Valley, Hornassus Mountain. The scorching rays of the sun glinted indifferently across the hellscape, illuminating the red valley dotted with mountains of corpses. The horns of war continued to blow, sounding a symphony of calamity for all ears. The tropes collided, staining the land in blood and fire. Through their tears, the men and women faced each other with valor. They fought day and night until that was all that remained in their minds. Some fought for their life, others for their dream, for hope, for faith, for love, for honor. At the end of the day, it didn't really matter what they fought for, just like their own lives. It was a cruel and harsh truth. And now, everything is coming to an end at the hands of a descending angel. They raised their heads in unison, gazing at the sky, which had been ripped apart by a mighty roar. A crimson light erupted from the cracks and descended on them. It ripped their bodies apart, causing them to disintegrate into falling ashes in a fraction of a second. There were no screams or shouts. They just faded into thin air. Forgotten and buried, swept away by the tides of time, never ever to be remembered again. Destruction had descended on the Callide Valley in the form of Diana, Angel of Wisdom. She brought utter annihilation to the troops of night and storms by just descending on the battlefield. Dust and smoke filled the air, covering nearly the entire battlefield. Diana emerged from it, dressed in black armor and wielding a crimson spear in her right hand. The spear was emitting light stakes that were shattering reality. It radiated a destructive aura, as if it could harm a true deity. The Spear of Longinus. The mere appearance of Diana put enormous pressure on everyone, as cries of pain and terror erupted across the battlefield. Diana took a step forward, her face emotionless, her eyes indifferent. She dashed towards the sea of troops, sonic waves spreading around her, clearing the smoke and dust from the battlefield. The angels of 4 churches descended on her path and braced themselves for flight, duty and faith triumphing over despair. They attacked her with all they had. Colossal thunder cracked, a white tower rose, a tsunami of darkness surged, an illusory beam whizzed. It was in vain, however, as a swung of her crimson spear destroyed their attacks and killed 2 of them in a fraction of a second. Diana rushed towards them, her spear raised high into the sky, her eyes dull and indifferent. The angels refused to give up hope. They bravely raised their weapons and dashed towards the angel of destruction. At the tip of the spear, a blaze of crimson light gathered, emitting a cataclysmic aura. Diana aimed her spear at them as the light intensified, almost illuminating the entire Callide Valley. Stop. Through the disorder and chaos came an indifferent voice. Silver light beams shone down from the dark sky, forming an illusory stacked feathers in front of Diana. A figure with long silver hair appeared beneath the enveloping feathers, holding an inverted dark cross. Ouroboros, Angel of Fate. Ouroboros' gaze was fixed on Diana as he waved his hand at the angels of gods, directing them away from here. By entering the battlefield, you have violated numerous unspoken laws. Indifferently, he stated. Leave immediately. Or face the wrath of the gods. Diana's dull eyes finally seemed to shine with a dim light, her lips forming a tragic smile. Ouroboros. She said this while pointing her spear at him. I honestly couldn't care less. Diana charged with all her might at the Angel of Fate, aiming for his heart. Caucasus won't be here to save you this time. Ouroboros said, pointing the inverted cross at Diana, who was charging. It was I who prophesied your rise, Diana Knight. Then, I shall also be the one who breaks that fate. The angel of wisdom and the angel of fate clashed. A crimson light and a shadowy ocean of filth erupted, drowning each other within. The war between the kings of angels continued without affecting the rest of the Khalid Valley, as the authority of the Night Emperor shrouded that battlefield. Meanwhile, the situation on the main battlefield had deteriorated. A pincer movement was formed by the armies of Steam, Night, Knowledge and Storm. They pierced the sun, earth, twilight, and the Blood Emperor's troops in the middle like an arrow. Then, they charged with all their might towards the other end of the valley in one final charge. The angels who managed to escape from the grasp of the Angel of Wisdom led the charge, their face brimming with anticipation for the victory. Obviously, there was some impediment. The sun, earth, and twilight angels stood in their way. Bruised and battered. Their gaze, on the other hand, remained unwavering. It was supposed to be a brutal battle. A fight for life and death. However, as the saying goes, things don't always go as planned. Ariana, Angel of Concealment, raised her hand, which held a bright star emblem. Then she muttered silently. I pray for the silence. The emblem emitted a terrifying divine aura that swept across the battlefield, silencing the godhood of all high-sequence beyonders, enemies and allies alike. They clashed in the absence of their godhood. Many people attempted to break the silence, but their efforts were ultimately futile. The angels of 4 churches finally dashed through the valley's end, breaking the siege of the other 3 churches' angels by overwhelming them with sheer numbers. They clinched the final victory, securing their army's passage to Trier. We will lay siege to Trier tomorrow, Ariana declared, pointing her bone sword at the sky. The city of sun shall fall under our combined might. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 132, Siege. September 9, 1110. The troops of the 4 churches breached the Kali Valley, securing their path to Trier, the city of the sun. Under the divine miracle of the sun, the forces of the sun and its allies were forced to retreat from the valley to the city of Trier. The Church of Steam began carpet bombing using steam planes that blitzed through the skies of the Tudor Empire, unhindered due to the god of the sky's protection. The sudden untied assault nearly razed major cities and towns around the city of sun to the ground, while armies of 4 churches began to march towards Trier, bringing destruction and death. Meanwhile, the battle between Diana and Ouroboros ended in a tie, with neither side having the upper hand. They were also compelled to retreat to their sides. They did not, however, leave the battlefield, but instead joined the war. Diana Knight took command of her side after gaining the approval of the sun, earth, and twilight. While Ouroboros remained at war solely to restrain Diana. September 10, 1110. Under Diana's leadership, drastic actions and measures were implemented in the armies. The defenses were constructed from the Sun City to the Undul Mountains, a massive wall built from pure information. It was quite long, nearly 100 kilometers in length. And, it was erected in one go by Diana Knight using the hermit uniqueness. Diana then performed a literal miracle by visualizing a Nobel phantasm of Gilgamesh, king's signal cannon, from a tale she heard from her lord. She fortified the walls with the golden cannons, connecting them to the Sun City. All of this, however, eventually drained her and forced her to temporary slumber. September 11, 1110. The armies of 4 churches finally arrived at Trier's massive walls, and the long siege began. November 31, 1100. Trier, Tudor Empire. Blaise Larson stood atop the weathered and cracked bell tower, looking down at the hellscape, which was drenched in blood and fire. The air smelled strongly of anxiety and fear. The golden cannons on his sides continued to fire golden beams of energy, heading for their enemies. However, it was obstructed by illusory curtains woven with esoteric symbols that shrouded their adversaries. The sky was filled with dark and white clouds, with occasional lightning and light flashes. From the other side, there were also continuous attacks on the colossal walls. Some collided with the wall, while others were obstructed by dimming protective layer. Blaise looked at it all with dull eyes while manipulating his marionettes to gain information from the other side. However, his efforts were not always fruitful. The angels of knowledge have far too keen eyes for any slight anomaly. But he didn't give up, creating new and strange marionettes to get around their perception. A few seconds passed, then Blaise suddenly found his threads were cut off by a dark force. His connection with all of his marionettes disappeared. Again. Blaise sighed, dropping his hand. Then, he turned to look at the desolate city of sun, his eyes flashing with past memories. His expression was somber. Edward died. It was a huge blow for all of them. The news came out of nowhere, unexpected and disturbing. It changed not only them, but the entire world. Blaise didn't notice that until the war situation had devolved beyond hope. The realization made him surreal. A choice of a god. It alone shifted the tide of history. The Evernight goddess joined forces with their enemies. She made a choice, and it was resounding. It brought down their friend, hope, and dream. It was also the straw that broke the camel's back. The 7 Orthodox churches were at full war. This began to affect the entire world, as most of other conflicts have ceased. All of the gods are now concentrating solely on the situation and preparing for war with the sun god. The eternal blazing Sunday blaze has not seen his lord since Edward's death. Nonetheless, his lord still answers his prayers, occasionally giving instructions. Their lord should also be preparing for the war of the gods. Though, he can clearly feel it. His lord must have been deeply affected by Edward's death. It was actually quite clear to all those with keen eyes. For the past 2 months, the eternal sun has been dimmer than ever. Blaze can somewhat guess the intention behind the action of the Evernight goddess. Edward, like the rest of them, was more than just an angel under the eternal blazing sun, he was also an important anchor for their lord. And now he's died, slain by their lord. This alone would be enough to shake the lord's anchors. By withdrawing her blessing, the Evernight goddess truly struck their lord's Archie's hell at a critical moment. Blaze sighed, his eyes still dull. There was nothing he could do about their lord's situation except pray and hope for a miracle. Oh, the irony. Thought the miracle invoker, his gaze darting to the sky. An explosion of light and darkness rattled the walls. 2 blurry figures collided in the divided sky, sweeping the clouds away. It was Lucas who was fighting Ariana for 32nd time in the last 2 months. Lucas was hellbent on destroying the Church of Evernight. His insanity, rage, and despair were obvious to all. Blaze can understand Lucas's anger and madness so clearly, as he also feels it in his heart, more than even Lucas. However, he restrained himself. He cannot let himself fall. He needed to stay sensible, as he was always the rational one. He needs to be there for them when everything comes crashing down. Like as if it is not already. Blaze shook his head, shaking off the negative thoughts. His gaze finally drawing towards the war. Diana and Ouroboros. They were still restraining each other in the war while also overseeing it. Though, in terms of actual war, they were still holding fast to Diana's defense. The winds of war were not in anyone's favor. However, the Church of Steam was deploying many of their new inventions at them in an attempt to break a deadlock. Blaze even saw a massive metal puppet. The Angels of Steam, on the other hand, dubbed it Gundam. To put it mildly, it was terrifying. They only won by fully activating the King's signal cannon. Nonetheless, their losses were astronomical. To be honest, the war between the churches didn't really matter anymore. Blaze could now actually feel it in the air. The faint sense of calm and serenity in the background of disorder and chaos. The type that existed prior to the arrival of the cataclysmic storm. He witnessed their people's dwindling hope. Their hearts were gradually consumed by the darkness of despair. Their bright eyes are gradually losing their radiance in the face of the unchanging war. The armies led by the storm and night conquered their lands. Everything was gradually falling apart. The world was turning gray, with not a speck of light in sight. They did it. Blaze suddenly realized, his perception becoming clearer than ever. They actually did it. There was a rumbling in the substratum of reality. It was faint and distorted, but he could hear it clearly. The resounding rumble caused his heart to quiver and his bones to rattle. No. He muttered in agony. The anchors of their lord were shaking. Rumble. The rumbling became increasingly loud, forcing him to his knees in an instant. The ground beneath his feet was also trembling, as if the rumble had begun to affect reality itself. Ignoring the searing pain, Blaze looked up at the sky. His blurry gaze witnessed the rise of a colossal tree, only to be immediately followed by a gigantic white tower. The War of the Gods has begun. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 133, The Beginning of the End. Leodoro, the Lord of Storms, mounted his horse and rode towards Trier, heralding the tempest in the brightest sky. The continents were cracking and the oceans were surging in his path. The eternal sun in the sky was dim. Its light is weaker than ever. The god of the sky could feel it, and the anchors of his sworn brother were quivering. It was all slowly but surely collapsing on itself, sounding the symphony of Arcus's demise. It was heavenly to his ears. His oceanic blue eyes glinted with excitement. Humanity. It was the catalyst for the demise of the Arcuses. Despite wielding such great power and authority, he spent the majority of it on his insignificant and puny angels. Why did he do that? Leodoro reflected. Compassion. Kindness. It was ridiculous. Gods should not have such feelings for their angels. They are, above all, divine beings. Angels are nothing more than ants that should crawl under their feet, expressing only the utmost obedience and loyalty. However, Occasus appeared to think otherwise. He looks after his angels as if they were members of his family. That thought disgusted Leodoro. A bolt of lightning struck the sky, illuminating his path and striking down on the ocean. It set off a wave that reached the stormy sky, rolling towards the southern continent. Time really changes everything. Occasus, the white angel, changed to this. It truly astounded him to see the once indifferent and proud white angel transform into this frail being. And, indeed, at the start of the United Empire, his power dwarfed even that of Sasra, true creator. To put it mildly, his rise was meteoric. But, in the end, what difference does it make? Here Occasus was, weak and frail. His anchors were trembling. His strength was fading. And ironically, it was his own actions that brought about his fall. He had the hermit uniqueness. And it could have easily swayed Artisan's position to join his side in this war. Despite knowing this, Occasus granted it to a puny woman under him. And all he got out of it was Artisan's hatred. Nothing more and nothing less. Then, he invaded the southern continent so brazenly for another one of his angels. Yet again, he gained nothing from it, other than the offending mad Salinger. As for the uniqueness of Chained, it was actually more of a threat than an asset. Occasus' actions were utterly ludicrous. For his angels, he consciously made the worst possible choices. The consequences were now coming back to bite him in the back. The worst of the consequences was Ammonize's choice. In the beginning, she wasn't explicitly leaning on either side. However, in the end, she made a logical decision, siding with them after coming to the realization of the situation of Occasus. It was truly satisfying to see his angry yet helpless expression after Ammonize struck his Archie's hell. It was his humanity. It was truly his undoing. Leodoro rode the black horse and marched towards Trier. Avalon, the divine kingdom of Occasus, to be specific. The war has already begun. The gods of both sides are about to face each other. Leodoro is aware that there are still some unknown factors in the war. Sasra, Cheek, Trunsoist. Their participation in the war is still in question. He is, however, fairly certain that Sasra will not participate in the war of gods. It was just a gut feeling. Even if they do take part, it will have no effect on the main battlefield. He, Artisan, and Herabergen had made adequate preparations to prevent any interference in their main battlefield. This was a golden opportunity. Occasus was in his most vulnerable state. Nobody wanted to blow this opportunity. They even put aside their differences just for this purpose. Today truly marks the end of the Eternal Sun. Now, Leodoro wasn't going to besiege Occasus alone. After all, a wounded tiger is the most dangerous beast. And, the one who is joining him wasn't actually Herabergen. It didn't surprise him that much when the dragon said he didn't want to fight on the main battlefield unless absolutely necessary. It was known fact that the dragon of betrayal was never one to take chances. He was far too cautious for his own good. This didn't really matter to Leodoro because he didn't give a damn about their agreement. He had no intention of waiting for a fair fight with Herabergen. The sun's uniqueness was his and his alone. However, Leodoro could still understand Herabergen's trepidation. Occasus was a menacing opponent, whether weakened or not. However, he was not overly concerned. He will be triumphant in the end. It didn't matter even if Occasus had any last cards up his sleeve. His absolute confidence was due to the one who was joining to besiege Occasus. It was none other than. The stormy heavens were suddenly swept away in the middle, revealing a beautiful woman dressed in a layered black gown with countless sparkling specks of radiance like the stars. Ammonice, Evernight goddess. Occasus is moving his divine kingdom to astral world above Trier. Ammonice said ethereally. I noticed. Leodoro said solemnly. Let's set off and slay Occasus. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, almost a lifetime, maybe. Ammonice nodded silently. The darkness thickening around her and the crimson moon gleamed brightly behind her head. Then, they took off to the astral world, heralding the arrival of the night and storm across the material world. The eternal sun shall fall into the abyss of storm and darkness and be forever extinguished. In the bone cathedral, Ammon looked at the divided sky, adjusting his monocle. Who do you think will triumph, my zealot brother? He asked, turning to face Adam, who was praying in front of a massive cross. Adam stood up from his genuflecting position and opened his eyes. He turned to face Ammon. Who do you believe? He returned the question. For a split second, Ammon looked up at the stormy sky through the window of the bone cathedral. Occasus. He eventually responded. Adam gently smiled, his gleaming eyes looking up at the astral world, witnessing all that was about to unfold. In a realm filled with infinite light. Occasus rested his head on Lilith's lap, eyes closed and arms crossed. It is beginning. Lilith leaned in and whispered in his ear. Occasus opened his dimmed eyes and said, caressing her cheek. It is, indeed. The beginning of the end. I'll hold Herabergen off. Lilith said. Aucasus smiled and rose to his feet with Lilith. He nodded and continued asking, holding her hands. Do you not wish to say or ask anything? We made a promise to each other. And I am willing to answer any question. No. Lilith smiled, pressing her finger against his lips. I already understand. She tightened her hold on his hands, lighting kissing him on his lips. I will be there in the ramen shop after the war. Now go, Aucasus. The time is nay. Aucasus beamingly smiled. A golden flame erupted and shrouded his figure, burning his casual clothing to ashes and revealing white armor with golden, glinting streaks beneath. His iris became vertical, gleaming brightly in the golden light. Wait for me. Aucasus kissed her lips passionately before turning back and walking into the infinite expanse of light. Lilith stood there in silence, her firm gaze fixed on the disappearing figure of Aucasus, watching him leave for the war. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 134, Earth, Twilight and Demon Cess. Earth. Mason. City of Knowledge. It was a holy city for those seeking knowledge and the truth. It was filled with towers that burned like diamonds in the darkness of night. The city was shrouded in a fabled legend. It was said that the god of knowledge and wisdom frequently strolls through the streets, holding his mysterious book of knowledge, and those who can find him in the bustling city will be given the opportunity to ask God himself a question. This alone drew people from all over the world to Mason, filling the streets with hope and dreams. The city was a beacon of wisdom, shining its light on the world. However, the beacon began to dim as the light was extinguished by a powerful force of earth. The trees and plants began to sprout throughout the lands of Mason, cracking the ground and quickly growing to the height of a person. The towers, palaces, and buildings began to collapse one after the other as the whole city began to shake to its very foundations. Some of the trees were wildly absorbing nutrients from unknown sources in other places. They rose one by one, eventually reaching heights of tens of meters. The leaves were like umbrellas, and the branches were thick. The trees, which were a symbol of life, ironically reaped the lives of countless lives with their advent. These massive trees were linked together and covered the entire sky of Mason. The city of knowledge had turned into a primeval forest in an instant, raising the holy land to the ground within a few moments. Out of it rose a gigantic luminescent tree, dwarfing everything. Its branches reached the horizon, and its roots penetrated the core. It was as though the tree was trying to encompass the entire earth in its embrace. Immediately following that, an illusory white tower appeared. Every level was made up of thick books. Each book had a brass eye on it. The higher one went, the darker it got. It was filled with the aura of insanity, destruction, inauspiciousness, and disaster. It extended into the sky, as though it encompassed the entire world within itself, including the colossal tree. On the Earth Mother fought against the god of knowledge and wisdom. The boundless oceans. The surging and restless waves of the blue ocean suddenly calmed as a haunting silence shrouded the boundless ocean. It was as though they had been silenced by a mighty force. Then it appeared, rising from the depths of the blue ocean and dyeing it black. It was a bronze gate that pierced right into the end of the material world. The gate swung open, breaking the silence with a surge of still darkness, like a beast liberated from its rusted chain. With it, a structure appeared in the material world, dimming the eternal sun in the astral world just by its presence. The structure was an inverted pyramid with infinite layers stacked on top of each other, swirling into the thick and still darkness. The twisted and broken figures of countless beings morphed across the structure. Their mouths were open, tearing apart their cheeks, and they shrieked a blood-curdling scream laced with pure terror and fear. It was known by many names along the long river of time: Avenues, Tartarus, Hades, Gehenna. It was an inferno of pain and flame and ice, where every nightmare had long since come true. In this era of gods, they call it the underworld. The gates of the underworld had swung open, releasing darkness, a thick and still darkness that soared toward the eternal sun in the high heavens, as if it wanted to devour it. But something obstructed its path, a kingdom that arose from the end of time. It was adorned with countless palaces, towers, and fortified walls. Throughout the kingdom, there were numerous eye-catching murals depicting giants and dragons battling demonic wolves, mutants, devils, and phoenixes. The drawing was rough yet vivid. The kingdom was perpetually enveloped in twilight. It was grand, magnificent, otherworldly, and something that would only appear in the fables and legends of history. It was the Twilight Kingdom. The underworld and the Twilight Kingdom clashed in the boundless oceans. Still darkness and waning twilight submerging both of the divine kingdoms. In the boundless oceans, the god of combat fought against death, the eternal sleeper. Infinite sky. St. Milan. It was a magnificent city built on the riverbank. It was a city with narrow avenues and long bridges. The sky towers stood in the center, surrounded by thousands of houses. The towers were graced with a twilight-bathed sword emblem at the top. Even during wartime, it was filled with the vibrancy of life and the resolution of twilight. It was a city that was both beautiful and contradictory. The Andes mountain range, which ran from St. Milan all the way through the entire Trunsoist Empire, suddenly quaked to its core. Something was awakening, and it was transforming the essence of the mountain into a boom. The peaks of mountains exploded, spewing lava and charcoal into the sky. The rumbling echoed all over the world. It was so loud that the sky appeared to fall down and kiss the war-torn earth. The gargantuan explosion ensued, resulting in an eruption of rocks and magma erupting from the mountain into the atmosphere. The continents rumbled, as a massive shockwave ripped through the beautiful city of twilight, obliterating buildings in a matter of seconds and submerging thousands of people who were still oblivious, thus instantly ending their lives without any pain or suffering. A dreary and disastrous streak of crimson fire erupted from the volcanoes, streaming towards the dimming eternal sun in the high heavens. Suddenly, the entire Ander volcanic mountain range collapsed, unleashing a volcanic landslide filled with scorching magma, rocks, dust, and smoke onto the Trunsoist Empire. It reached from the ground to the sky, consuming everything in its pits of infernal hell. It looked as though the apocalypse had dawned early on the world. At the same time, black python-like tentacles extended out from somewhere in the material world. There was an eye at the end of each tentacle, either open or closed. Any object seen by them would instantly turn into a grayish-white rock. And anything that touched the tentacle distorted as limbs and heads stretched out, turning into a good-looking woman of all sizes. The tentacles surged towards the disastrous stake of crimson fire as the grayish-white spread quickly, destroying all matter with them. They collided with a cataclysmic aura, splintering the sky into broken shards and delivering the symphony of the end. In the infinite sky, the primordial Demonis fought against the Blood Emperor. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 135, Steam and Order. In the astral world, which was ever more abstract than the spirit world, encompassing all of the authorities and symbols of the cosmos, there was a floating continent. The continent was enormous. It was covered in evergreen green all the way up to its oceanic blue crown. It was vibrant, teeming with life. There was a city in the middle. Even by the standards of the new era, it was a strange city. There were skyscrapers, cathedrals, and steel and gear structures that creaked in unison with the rest of the continent, resounding across the kingdom. As they went about their daily lives in the city, the residents showed no surprise. It was as if the rhythm was just like the gong of a clock to them. A massive bronze tower floated in the sky, surrounded by numerous smaller silver towers. It was, however, more towering and majestic than any other, befitting its owner, the Lord of Machinery. The god of steam and machinery peered out the window of his bronze tower, his hands clasped behind his back. His piercing gaze was fixed on the setting sun at the center of the solar system. "Begin," he said. His divine kingdom rumbled as massive metal doors opened in front of the floating continent, revealing a massive laser lens woven with innumerable esoteric symbols. In the machine control, the cardinals hurriedly gave it all a final check. The engine condition, protective layer, the defense mechanism, the radar, and finally the laser, which is powered by the historic authorities of the god of steam. After the confirmation, they all looked at the silver button in the center of the machine control with bated breath. Evelyn, the angel of arcane, eventually emerged from the crowd. She took a step closer to the button. She took a deep breath and slammed it with her palm, using all of her might. Hum. Countless beams of illusory and colorless light erupted from the floating continent before converging on the center of the laser lens. It morphed into a fluorescent orb, surging with immense power. Fire. The god of steam and machinery ordered coldly. Boom. The orb ejected a blinding beam of illusory light aimed at the eternal sun at the center of the solar system, disintegrating reality in its path. The beam of light hurled towards the golden sun, carrying the mighty power to destroy an entire star system. At the same time, in the Palace of Eternity, the Night Emperor stood on the balcony, gazing at the bright sky, where an illusory beam was heading towards the sun. His finger rubbed his golden ring, the engraved letters gleaming in ethereal light. His authority shrouded the earth, sky, and ocean, preventing the chaos of the war from affecting the rest of the world. Despite this, there was still a lot of unfortunate destruction all over the world. He did nothing about it. This was war. Death and disaster were unavoidable. His eyes finally narrowed at the blinding light, and he removed the golden ring from his finger. Then he threw the golden ring into the astral world, aiming for the eternal sun. The golden ring grew in size as it ascended to the astral world. It had almost dwarfed the entire Earth by the time it left the planet and shot towards the eternal sun, even faster than the illusory beam, and it showed no signs of slowing down. By the time it reached the eternal sun, it had grown to the same size as the gargantuan star. The golden ring fractured in front of the eternal sun, fragmenting into 5 circles of light that intersected with each other, radiating a terrifying aura of order. The authority of order erupted from the circles of light, sowing rules upon rules in reality and forming a protective layer around the sun. Just then, a blinding beam of light collided with the layer, illuminating a portion of the astral world. In the starry space, the Night Emperor fought against the god of steam and machinery. On the battlefield near the capital, Trier, Laius, the sun angel, charged forward to a woman in a dark gown with a hood, his golden sword aimed at her heart. The land was scorched by blood and fire. Mountains collapsed in the midst of thunder and twilight. A white tower crumbled with the rise of an ancient clock with the handles made up of worms of time. The clashing bodies and clanging swords. The odor of blood and life. The brave cries of men and women. It was more than just chaos. It was a beautiful calamity and a glorious tragedy. Through this whirlwind of disorder and violence, Laius thrusted his sword with all his might, his mind focused only on victory and honor. The hooded woman held a bone sword, her bare feet stepping on the scorched ground, rushing towards the golden sword, streaks of darkness splashing around, her lips pursuing. As the golden sword nicked her chest, her figure shimmered and faded into the darkness. Laius' eyes narrowed, immediately using his authority. His figure emitted an endless stream of pure light, transforming the battlefield into an ocean of light. There were no more secrets or mysteries under the illumination of pure light. The hooded woman appeared right in front of him, forced out of concealment by pure light. Her sword thrust didn't pause or stop, instead increasing in force and aiming for his right eye. At that moment, Laius raised his golden sword to his face at a speed comparable to that of light. Their swords collided, unleashing a storm of light and darkness and sending them flying away from one another. They immediately stood up on the battlefield shrouded in light and darkness, their figures flickering across the light and darkness, teleporting through it. Clang! Clang! Their swords continued to clash, golden and black blood staining and thickening the expanse of light and darkness. Regardless, their attacks remained unabated, exemplifying their unwavering determination. Suddenly, the chaos and disorder on the battlefield vanished, as if they had never existed. Laius and the hooded woman stopped fighting at the same time, finding themselves abnormally weak. Their unwavering will crumbled as they were knocked to their knees. Through his bloody vision, Laius saw a stream of stormy clouds and a surge of darkness rush out from behind the battlefield, instantly covering half of the sky. A blinding ray of pure light appeared on the other side of the sky and collided with the stormy darkness. All the soldiers on the battlefield fell to the ground, falling into a deep sleep as moonflowers and night vanilla graced the land. In the astral world, in an infinite pure light filled with white flowers and florets. Suddenly, a black ocean cascaded into the kingdom, causing a portion of the area to return to the storm. One by one, the flowers disintegrated under the tendrils of lightning. In the stormy ocean, Leodoro walked out. He was clad in spiky black armor shrouded in lightning. In the strong gusts of wind, his long blue hair waved. His figure radiated a cataclysmic aura. He wielded a massive blue trident encrusted with countless blots of silver lightning. Step by step, Leodoro walked forward, dragging the stormy oceans with him and cracking the kingdom. Deep within the infinite light, Occasus pulled out a golden spear. He was clad in white armor with golden, glinting streaks. A pair of massive wings emerged from his back shoulder, composed of golden features and burning with scorching flames. Leodoro's eyes narrowed in anticipation. His stride quickened, approaching the speed of a charge. It's time to end our fight, Occasus. Suddenly, thick darkness descended on the kingdom, causing another portion of the area to return to night. In the silent night, Amon-Isis appeared, holding a SYTX and a crimson moon in her hands. She descended onto the dark ground, following Leodoro and fitting towards Occasus, who was dragging a colossal spear. Occasus looked at Leodoro and Amon-Isis, his dimmed eyes gradually brightening. Indeed, Leodoro. Once and for all. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/AaronFraser. Chapter 136, Nova. The astral world was in chaos. The clashes of the mighty beings were tearing reality apart, sending violent and potent waves deeper into the cosmos. Authorities throughout the astral world were affected and stirred, weakening the very fabric of reality in many parts of the universe. The tributaries of the River of Destiny began to merge into one, innumerable fates joining together to form a long river, infinite and boundless, illuminated by the golden sun and silver lightning. The fates converged, as indescribable beings struck to the barrier, silently watching the defining developments inside. In the void, 3 mighty gods battled it out, their authorities unleashed upon the astral world. The storm raged. The moon screamed. The sun bellowed. Lightning struck the starless void, moonlight corrupted the heavens, light raged, disintegrating it all. Eternal blazing sun, drenched in his golden blood, held his spear high above his head, emitting an infinite amount of pure light. He appeared battered and frail, as if he were nearing his end. A blue trident encrusted in endless lightning and a black scythe shrouded in eternal darkness descended and struck his spear, producing resplendent sparks brighter than any star in the cosmos. Lord of storms and Evernight goddess floated above, holding the trident and scythe. Their armor and dress were shattered and torn, stained with dark and blue blood. Though their eyes were brighter, still carrying mighty power, unlike the eternal blazing sun, whose golden eyes were dimming like a star entering twilight. The eternal blazing sun loosened his grip on the spear, allowing them to exert even more force in a bid to shatter his defense. Sparks larger than planets flaring up in their clashes. The sun god moved his hand away from his spear at a speed surpassing all the material laws of the cosmos, aiming at them. Absolute light. With a ferocious grin, he spat, golden blood dripping from the cuts across his face. Boom. A bright light erupted from his palm. Its power was unimaginable, driving away the night and storm, submerging and hurling them across the starless void. However, the storm and night were not extinguished, they flared up once more and surged with all their might towards the sun god. Eternal blazing sun stared down at them, his ferocious grin fading and his cracked spear rising, fully prepared for another round of battle. In the astral world, the war between night, storm, and sun raged on, sounding a symphony of the end across the cosmos. Trier, somewhere on the battlefield. Lucas Reyes genuflected on the scorched ground, stabbing a white sword in front of him to support himself under the suppression of the gods. As he resisted the divine aura, his body was covered in charred cracks that went straight through his core. The most beloved of the sun god, the angel of light, felt his consciousness blurring as he struggled to shift his gaze away from the sky. The eternal sun emitted blinding rays, splattering pallets of gold across the stormy darkness which encircled the sun from the ground to the sky, filling the entire world and invading the pure light of the sun. Image here. The stormy darkness had already invaded most of the pure light. No. Lucas thought, trying his best to pull up his sword and stand up to fight. He wanted to be the angel of light to the very end. If the Lord falls, he will also fall with him in the glorious battle, fighting for the honor of his Lord to the last of his breaths. But, his arms trembled violently as his breathing weakened, his vision fading away. Idiot. A voice laced with concern sounded, as his love hugged him from behind. The authority of knowledge erupted from behind, shrouding him. The divine pressure dissipated as Lucas fell out of her embrace, trembling and whizzing, his throat turning red. What on earth were you thinking? Diana yelled, tears welling up in her eyes, as she and others rushed towards him. Laius knelt in front of Lucas, his trembling hand on his scarred chest, asserting his authority. A flash of light erupted, bathing Lucas and gradually healing his injuries. Diana smashed her fists on the ground to vent her emotions before grabbing her purple book and performing a mythical reenactment of the myth of the Earth Mother. Diana. Blaze interrupted her by pressing his hands on her shoulders. Look. Diana looked down at her lover, whose body was suddenly bathed in the pure light of the eternal sun, which completely healed him in a moment. Diana. Lucas awoke, dazed at the dimming sun, as Laius stood up and walked to Blaze. Bastard. Diana hugged him tightly, tears streaming down his tattered armor. Lucas embraced her as well. Lord. Lucas inquired, his head jerking to the horizon. The stormy darkness had nearly completely engulfed the pure light. Twilight had fallen on the eternal sun. What happening on the battlefield? What the hell is happening? He yelled immediately, clutching Diana's gown and looking at her and others. Heaviness and sorrow filled the air. Diana smiled, a tragic smile that spoke volumes about her sorrow and misery. But she seemed to pull herself together and spoke to Lucas. Lucas. She said. Calm down. How can the future God Almighty fall for a small hurdle? For Lucas, it appeared as if his love was convincing herself more than him. Blaze walked over with Madeline and Laius, the faith in his eyes remained unwavering. But, just then, a familiar voice sounded. Hey, guys. It's been a long time, hasn't it? They looked back immediately. Blaze, Diana, and Lucas' eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of their dead friend, Edward, Angel of Redemption. Edward, exclaimed Lucas. You are still alive. Oh my God. Diana stood up immediately, her pupils dilating at the eternal sun. In the starless void, a blue trident struck the golden spear, as Leodoro and Aucasus faced each other, their twisted faces illuminated by light and lightning. Die, Aucasus. Leodoro roared at Aucasus, whose bright figure was waning in the darkness. Suddenly, the crimson moon rose above them, its moonlight merging with the eternal darkness, saturating it even more so. Then, the crimson darkness cascaded down, submerging Aucasus and Leodoro, freezing them. In the void that had been destroyed by the intense battle of gods, time seemed to have come to a halt. Whether it was Leodoro in battered armor covered in endless lightning or Aucasus with broken wings bathing in waning light, they seemed to have become a part of oil painting. Everything stood on the spot, maintaining their previous posture. However, a dark scythe had stabbed through the back of Leodoro, piercing through his heart as it frantically drained the life of the Lord of Storms in an act of returning to the silent darkness. The dark scythe was held in the hands of Amon-Isis, the Evernight goddess. It created a scene of eternal night with silence, tranquility, and repose. Leodoro slowly turned his head, looked at Amon-Isis, who was shrouded in eternal night. He asked in pain. "Why?" Amon-Isis just let out a chuckle. At this moment, Aucasus smirked. His golden spear thrusted into Leodoro, accurately piercing his heart. "Farewell, Leodoro," he said, his reminiscent eyes flashing with past memories. "I am the Nova," Aucasus declared, looking up at the cosmos. All exploding. Reality cremating. His waning figure emitted a scorching and invulnerable light, disintegrating the body of Leodoro. The incandescent light erupted, illuminating the starless void, the astral world, material world, and spirit world. In the midst of it all, the eternal sun rose high, as if standing above the entire cosmos, brighter and more magnificent than ever. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 137, Light. The war between the seven churches ended when pure light engulfed the stormy darkness and the eternal sun rose high in the sky, proclaiming the victory of the eternal blazing sun for the entire cosmos. Sunlight splashed across the infinite starry space, into the earth and into the hearts, igniting everything in an eternal golden glow. The colossal white tower on the earth crumbled into the void, revealing the glowing tree, also fading into shimmering particles of light. The dark underworld and the boundless oceans rumbled and sank into the depths of the spirit world, and the twilight realm shimmered in the evening light and returned to the obscurity of time. The python-like tentacles in the infinite sky slowly retreated to an unknown location, while the crimson fire in the volcanoes was extinguished almost instantly with the glare of the sun. The golden ring descended from the astral world and fell on the palace of eternity, while the floating continent in the corner of the astral world darkened and turned into obscurity under the pure sunlight. In the material world, the bells of the churches of the eternal blazing sun began to ring in tandem, echoing through the lands in between. People from all over the world emerged from their homes, hiding places, or hiding spots one by one. They began by staring blankly at the bright sky with a glaring sun. They didn't cheer, shout, or vent their emotions. Their expressions were numb and their eyes vacant. They didn't know how or why disaster had suddenly ended. However, the infinite light poured into the heart of all. It brought with it hope, igniting their minds to dream of a better times, a better future. Piety consumed the hearts of many, as warm sunlight bathed their figures. They raised their hands in yearning, drew the symbol of the blazing sun on their chests with their fingers, and chanted fervently. Praise the sun. Their chant was like a spark that ignited a prairie fire, drawing everyone together to chant in unison. Their blended voices thundered across the world, across the starry sky, their eyes filled with ignited hope. With light, hope burned brighter than ever. After all, light was the meaning to everything. Where there is light, there is also darkness. Where there is hope, there is also despair. It was like the two sides of a coin, inseparable and inextricable. The divine kingdom of the Lord of Storms on the island of Pasa collapsed on itself, bringing the island down with it. Its remains polluted the entire Sonia Sea, causing a perpetual storm to erupt across it. Then, the divine statues of the Lord of Storms collapsed one after the other, dragging down all the cathedrals of storms with them. Angels, saints, demigods, and the beyonders of the storm path on the battlefield suffered a severe mental blow, dropping their weapons and running almost immediately with despair covering their faces. Likewise, the churches of the god of knowledge, the god of steam, and the goddess of night trope successively retreated from the battlefield. On the side of Trier, however, the beyonders of the churches of eternal blazing sun, Mother Earth, and god of combat made no attempt to pursue them, as cheers of joy already rang out over the troops. Many men and women knelt on the ground with their arms outstretched to the bright sky. Their cheeks were red with tears of joy and sorrow. In the end, they won. The ethereal light of the sun shone on them as well, healing the scars on their bodies and bringing them much-needed relief. In an army tent, Lucas and others gathered, storming around Edward, bombarding him with questions about his health. "Guys." Edward chuckled, his voice still frail. "I see your curiosity, no matter how hard you try to hide it. Yes, our Lord and Evernight Goddess planned this from the very beginning. But, I don't know much about the specifics of how they came to an agreement. The Evernight Goddess and our Lord combined their powers to keep my existence concealed. Our Lord might have even altered reality and history. Then, they simply locked me in a room at the Avalon. Not that I have any complaints, the room had almost everything one could want. I stayed there until the doors opened automatically, leading right to this battlefield, to you, to the exact moment of our Lord's victory. It's quite surprising, isn't it?" Edward tried to laugh it off. Nobody joined him, and the air smelled faintly of horror. So it was all planned out from the beginning. Diana mumbled, her heart filled with horror at the might of her Lord. How far could Lord actually see? And always be right and ahead of everyone. How about your blessing, Edward? Blaze extricated himself from the shock and inquired. Wasn't it suppressing that will? She indeed took it back from me, waking me up to the endless whispers from the starry sky, Edward replied. But, using their authorities, they immediately suppressed the will. He purposely did not delve into this situation. Blaze seemed to want to ask more questions, but Lucas barged in between them, holding a cup of water and passing it to Edward. Stop with the questions, Blaze. Lucas said. Look at him already. I am fine. Edward said, shaking his head. Says someone who looks like a twig. Lucas snorted. You are not fine at all. So, don't try to put up a tough front and drink this obediently. What is this? Edward sighed, taking it. It's just water. Lucas drawled. But, feeling the glare, he continued. Blessed by the Earth Mother. Edward drank the water of life in one gulp. Endless vitality poured into his body, slowly healing him. You seem upbeat. Diana said, her arms crossed. Who wouldn't be in this situation? Lucas smiled. Diana just let out a chuckle. Meanwhile, Blaze dragged Laius and Madeline, who had been silently listening in until now, to Edward. This is Laius, Angel of the Sun, and Madeline, Angel of Destiny. Don't look at them being quite. They can be quite talkative. They just didn't want to disrupt our reunion. Hello. Edward nodded at them. Laius and Madeline greeted him with a smile. The atmosphere in the tent was warm and mellow. However, it was cut short when a blinding beam of light erupted in the tent, morphing into the projection of the eternal blazing Sunday. Eternal blazing sun motioned for silence before focusing his attention on Lucas. Do you remember what I said to you in that restaurant that day? He inquired. Milord, you said, I will get my chance in the future, Lucas uttered subconsciously. Eternal blazing sun smiled, pulling something from the light and tossing it to Lucas, who caught it, his eyes wide with amazement. These are sequence 1 characteristics of the tyrant pathway, thunder god and a card of blasphemy, Hierophant. Become the king of angles, Lucas. After leaving that message, the projection of eternal blazing sun shattered into light particles. Oh my god. Diana was shell-shocked. Her heart was once again filled with horror at the might of her lord. In a realm filled with infinite light, Occasus took a blot of lightning from the white ground while holding the remaining characteristic of the thunder god. The blot of lightning was the uniqueness of the tyrant pathway. And he was a complete mess. His body was drenched in blood, and his wings were broken, while he felt completely drained. Just then, Amon Isis descended before him. She wasn't much better, either. Her black dress was ripped in many places, revealing her body with dark blood oozing out of the deep gashes, and one of her hands was even broken. But she didn't seem to mind her appearance. Congratulations, Occasus, on one step closer to becoming the Almighty, she said with a smile. Occasus exhaled a sigh. It's only the beginning of the end. Indeed. Amon Isis nodded, but, you don't have worry. He is unlikely to return in this epoch. You have plenty of time to prepare. For a brief moment, Occasus remained silent, his gaze fixed on the bolt. I will win. He said to himself, gripping the blot. I will win. I hope so. Amon Isis said ethereally. Then, she continued. I've already altered Lilith's concealment. It's no problem for her to be herself in front of you. This is the best I could do. That is more than enough. Occasus stated as he looked her in the eyes. And, Amon Isis, thank you for everything. This is just a deal, Amon Isis clarified. There's no need. We both know that it isn't. Occasus retorted. Amon Isis's lips pursed, a complex light flashing in her eyes. Go, she sighed in the end. Lilith is already in Trier. Clean yourself first. But, don't keep her waiting. Then, I will take my leave, Amon Isis. Occasus nodded, his silhouette fading. With his departure, the infinite light in the realm was extinguished, heralding the eternal night. Amon Isis floated, shrouded in eternal night. Her silent gaze remained fixed on fading figure of Occasus. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 138, Night is Still Young. A/N, okay guys, I have started uploading on Scribble Hub. However, uploading all of the chapters from the web novel will take some time. But, I will try to finish it by the weekend. The eternal sun in the sky, illuminating a divine kingdom in golden glow, assenting to otherworldly ethereality. This was a place where a few ragged sounds could suggest a symphony. A place where chaos presents patterns, idle fantasy turns into fornication, and memories feign meaning. This was a paradise. This was a utopia. This was Avalon. Image here. A castle perched on a lush mountain with a backdrop of white clouds splattered with gold palettes. Inside the dreamy castle, Ocas's rose from the streaming bathtub, taking the towels and wrapping one around his naked and chiseled body while using another to dry himself off. He walked out of his bathroom, his golden eyes shining brightly and brimming with energy, stroking his wet head with the towel. He walked into his bedroom, making his way to a white table near the bed, where a cup of steaming coffee was already nearby the bolt of lightning. He took the coffee in his right hand, finally putting an end to his head wrestling, and threw the towel on the bed. Ocas's finally took a sip of coffee, taking in all the light breath and hot steam from the coffee. His shoulders sagged, his eyes filled with relief, and he sighed contentedly. He succeeded. Despite his nervousness and doubts, his plans all worked out for the best in the end. He can finally unwind and enjoy the brief respite. His thoughts wandered to the past as he sipped his coffee with relish. Amon Isis was the cornerstone of his plan. He confronted her soon after Edward was given the blessing and proposed a deal. He told her about the situation at the River of Eternal Darkness and Lilith's concealment, though he suspected she already knew. Nonetheless, he put forward the information, purposefully emphasizing Salinger's goal, which was to take complete control of the tributary of the ethereal river, and he was most likely on his way to accomplishing that. Then he prospered an alliance between them. He'd help her deal with Salinger, and she'd help him deal with Leodoro. He also asked her for a way to get around Lilith's concealment. It was a win-win arrangement. He wasn't sure whether Amon Isis would agree to any of this in the end. After all, whatever he could give her, Leodoro and Hera Bergen could match. Nevertheless, she accepted it after staring at his figure for a few seconds. That was unexpectedly quick. It almost made him wonder if she had any ulterior motives. But now, remembering the complex look she gave him before he left, he just laughed at previous thoughts. Then he told her about the majority of his plan, the most important part being Edward's concealment. His plan was far from simple, considering he had to deceive all the other gods, including Hera Bergen, the omniscient one. The authority of concealment held by Amon Isis won't be just enough to achieve this. He, on the other hand, had a scheme. If you want to fool the gods, you should first fool reality. He needed to change reality in order for the world and history to believe Edward died. This was not easy to accomplish without the knowledge of other gods, and the authority required was far too great. He had thought about this problem for a long time. The Golden Order was his solution. When Adam and Amon assisted him in seizing full control of the Golden Order, he used it not only to deal with the City of Calamity, but he also altered reality to fabricate the authenticity of Edward's death. And, even if Amon and Adam did not assist him with the Golden Order, he had already devised another method of gaining temporary control. Returning now, his Golden Order has altered reality. Then he and Amon Isis waited for the right moment to stage the play for all of the gods to see. Hera Bergen. While sipping his coffee, Ocas's reflected. He still wasn't completely deceived. As expected of him. His plan worked. Whether allies or enemies, the gods believed in his woven tales. Hera Bergen was still cautious to the end, not taking such a valuable risk. He kind of expected it. Omniscience is deeply concerning. But, his choice didn't matter much because his main goal in the war had always been Leodoro. The gods' war broke out. Despite his faith in Amon Isis, he devised some contingency plans in case he needed to flee the battlefield right away. He ultimately triumphed. Ocas's placed the empty cup on the table and took the lightning blot, uniqueness of the tyrant pathway. He must become a dual pathway god before the War of Four Emperors resumes, with 4 emperors now on stage and 7 gods exiting the curtains, to deal with Salinger and Hera Bergen. Ocas's finally put his uniqueness aside and rose from his bed, walking towards his wardrobe with enthusiastic eyes. He can't keep Lilith waiting any longer. Trier. Ocas's appeared in the deserted city square, littered with debris and rumble. His figure was illuminated by the gentle silvery glow of the endless stars in the black heavens. He cast a glance over at the City of the Sun, which had been heavily damaged by the war. The air was thick with sorrow and sadness. Ignoring all of this, he made his way to the center of the square, where a small ramen stall stood, completely out of place in this ruined city. Lilith stood inside the stall, dressed in a tight black gown. She was gently blowing on the broth while finishing the ramen. She smiled brightly as she noticed him. Then she took the finished bowl of ramen and placed it in front of the counter, saying softly, "Congratulations, my love." Ocas's took his seat, and without saying anything, he began devouring his love's ramen. Lilith just sat there with him, arms crossed on the counter, smiling. He ate it quickly, as if he was too eager to be done with it. "Calm down." Lilith chuckled. "I am not going to run away." "No." In between bites, Ocas's said. "I'd waited long enough. It's nearly a century." He was done in a flash, putting the bowl away and looking at her. "Let's go to my kingdom." He spoke silently. Ocas's. Lilith's figure began to change. Her blonde hair turned white, and her skin became abnormally pale, all while a white crown adorned her head and a phantom of a crimson moon formed above her. She was no longer Earth Mother, but sanguine ancestor Lilith, the ancient god described as the most beautiful of all, with another equally disgusting and ferocious side. Finally, she fully revealed herself in front of her love. Lilith looked at him, her crimson eyes shining and her voice quivering. "Do you still love me like this?" Caucasus smiled as he grabbed her hips and pulled her close to him. "I will always love you, Lilith, no matter what." Lilith smiled, a smile that spoke volumes about her happiness and relief. "I love you too, Caucasus." Under the blanket of stars, Caucasus kissed her on the lips vehemently. He looked at her as if she were the only star in his eternal night. He kissed her as if she were the air in her lungs. "Let's go," Lilith said as she moved away from him. "You know, it's not just you who have been waiting." Caucasus immediately wrapped her in a princess hug and grinned. "I'm going to make you scream tonight." Lilith rested her head on his chest, listening to his racing heart. "I expect nothing less," she said passionately. Their embracing figures faded into glittering light particles. The night is still young. Chapter 139, Honorific Name. The following day. The Eternal Utopia, Avalon. After a long and steamy night, Caucasus sat on the balcony, his eyes closed, answering the prayers in the gleaming light of the sun. The war of the gods broke the world even more than it already was. The battle between the primordial Demonis and the Blood Emperor affected the entire northern continent, whereas other god battles were limited to specific battlefields but still had global consequences. Nearly 1 million died. Disease, fire, and rot had taken the most victims with their bloody and twisted claws. The shores of the northern and southern continent become completely lifeless after being bathed by twilight and still darkness. The world was wailing. He senses it. The scars of anguish and sorrow had already penetrated too deeply into the heart, and they could not be erased even with the most fervent hope. Only the times of peace can let it heal. However, the tide of history was shifting in a direction that could lead to anything but peace and order. As the 6 gods leave the stage, the true protagonists of this era will enter and submerge the world in even more pain and suffering. Caucasus sat straight in his chair as he heard Blaze pray for a meeting. Then, he waved his hand, a flash of light erupted in front of him, and Blaze emerged, holding a stack of documents in his right hand. The Angel of Miracles bowed. "I deeply apologize interrupting your reprieve, my lord. However, this situation requires your immediate attention." Caucasus nodded and motioned for the document. Blaze handed it over to him. He opened it and flipped through the first few pages. It described the general situation with the Church of the Lord of Storms. Then he stowed it, crossed his legs, and asked Blaze. "Briefly explain the situation, Blaze." Blaze appeared to have anticipated this, as he cleared his throat and began briefing solemnly. With the fall of their god, the Church of Lord of Storms collapsed. Our Lightbringers in the Trunsoist Empire have already started rounding up all Beyonders associated with the storms. Many low and mid-sequence Beyonders are eager to pledge their allegiance to us. There are, however, some extremely pious, faithful Storm Beyonders among them. In the name of martyrdom, they even orchestrated an attack on our church and Evernight Church. Some even attempted to spread woven tales that blamed us and Evernight Church for all the suffering. The Storm Angels and Saints, my lord. Blaze took a brief pause before continuing. With the assistance of churches of Evernight, Mother, and Combat, we have captured the majority of them alive. They have, however, shown no signs of surrendering to us. He continued. The entire Trunsoist Empire was also in chaos for a while due to the collapse. Even an Angel of Storm broke the law of the Night Emperor, but he was killed by the Night Emperor himself. This radical action calmed the situation. But the Night Emperor still wants you to deal with the Storm situation as soon as possible. That's all with the Storm Church situation, my lord. Caucasus was thoughtful, tapping his fingers for a few moments, contemplating, while Blaze waited patiently. He finally made his decision. Blaze, cull all the Storm's angels and saints, as well as the most devoted followers. They'd been under Leotaro's control for far too long. The suppression between sequences in the Tyrant pathway is second only to the Death pathway. So, whether alive or dead, their wills are completely subservient to Leotaro. They are beyond hope. Blaze didn't seem surprised, merely nodding and accepting his orders. But then he asked, a little hesitantly. "My lord, may I turn one of the angels into my marionette?" "Israel." Caucasus chuckled. "Yes, you can make him into a marionette." He noticed a flash of satisfaction in his angel's eyes after receiving his approval. Ignoring that, he continued. "As for the low and mid-sequence Beyonders willing to pledge loyalty, accept them into the church. And, for the remaining angel characteristics from the storm, give it to the saints who contributed the most to the war and aid them in their ascension to angel." "Should we go through you, my lord, for every ascension?" Blaze inquired immediately. Caucasus nodded. "Yes." Send me the detailed report on the chosen ones, and I will finalize it before you proceed. I anticipate at least 4 more angels by the end of this decade. Blaze took the orders before asking a serious question about another important matter. What about the faith, my lord? What should we tell the general public? The storm is still believed in by 1/5 of the Trunsoist Empire. Occasus remained silent for a moment before responding by combining his fingers. Make an announcement. Let the world know that Leotaro has fallen and that I have seized his authority. Blaze gave a solemn nod. Then he inquired. But, the Night Emperor? Occasus said, while tapping his fingers on the armrest. I'll speak with him personally. You carry out my order regardless of the chaos that ensues. This is essential in the long run. Blaze inclined his head in agreement. Occasus then continued. Make an effort not to incite conflict between the Church of Steam and the Church of Knowledge. The gods are exiting the stage of the war. Both sides have already suffered significant losses as a result of this war. While the empires fought their battles across the continent, there is a need for a brief period of peace and stability between the 6 churches. But, if Church of Evernight or Church of Combat ask our the support to deal with the invasion of Biome, then send our troops. Faced with the growing threat of death, Night and Combat should rejoin their banner. Hearing that, Blaze asked, hesitantly. My lord, in the upcoming War of 4 Empires, who should we ultimately support? This is indeed an awkward situation. Occasus laughed. Remain neutral until I tell you otherwise. Blaze gave a nod. Occasus continued after a brief pause in thought. Begin suppressing both the Abraham and Antigonus angel families. Blood Emperor, said Blaze, surprised. Occasus shook his head. He is the last thing you should be concerned about. Despite his confusion and doubts, Blaze accepted the orders. Occasus inquired, handing back the documents. Does that cover it, Blaze? Certainly, my lord. Blaze bowed and took the documents. I'll take my leave and leave you to your rest. Wait. Occasus stopped Blaze as he recalled something important and ordered him. Remove the God of Contracts and Guardian of Business from my honorific name and replace them with Ruler of the Sky and Progenitor of Day. Blaze somberly nodded. His figure began to fade away into light particles, and he vanished from the Avalon. Occasus sighed and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes and basked in the sunlight for a few minutes until Lilith emerged on the balcony, holding 2 cups of coffee. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 140, Reprieve. Avalon. Here. Lilith handed him a cup of coffee while intending to take a seat near him. Occasus took it from her grasp, but before she could sit, he gently drew her towards him, causing her to fall into his lap. Hey. Lilith grumbled. I'm holding a cup of coffee. Oh. Occasus smirked. It doesn't matter if it completely spills on me. You often seem to forget that we are gods, not some mortal couple. Lilith snorted, but she eventually sat obediently in his lap, increasing his smile just a tad. How is it? She inquired as they sipped their coffee. As divine as you. Occasus said cheekily. Lilith's ears turned crimson as memories of the previous night flashed through her mind as a result of his words. She pushed the steamy images to the back of her mind and changed the subject, knowing exactly how this conversation would end, with him and her in bed. How did you persuade Amon Isis? Before responding, Occasus let out a sigh of disappointment. I simply stated the facts about Salinger and stated that I would assist her in dealing with him. Salinger? Lilith inquired, her brow furrowed. Did you figure out what was wrong with him? Did she not tell you? Occasus was surprised. Lilith shook her head. I assumed you two were friends or something like. Occasus said. No. Lilith cut in with an odd expression. What prompted you to think that way? From the beginning, it was just a deal between us. Though, now that you mention it, I am somewhat closer to her than others. However, it was completely due to our circumstances. And that is anything but friendship. You know. Occasus grinned. You both really looked that way in my imagination. Lilith scowled. Occasus, how typical of you. Okay. Occasus pressed his fingers against her lips, causing her to fall silent. He then continued after kissing her lips. Where did I leave off? Ah, Salinger. He was able to connect to the river of eternal darkness. A spherote. Lilith was stunned. How did he? Occasus interrupted, elaborating. He built his own underworld on the ruins of ancient underworld of the ancient goddess of death, Gregus. She was the first to actually connect to the eternal river. So, that Blackbird really had something like this up her sleeve. Lilith reminisced. It's no surprise, she was so haughty at the time. Well. Occasus nodded. She didn't matter in the end, did she? Though she lived longer than many ancient gods, she was still defeated by the Creator, who ruled over the entire Chaos Sea. Her single tributary was grossly inadequate. Just a tributary? Lilith asked, her troubled heart somewhat at ease. Indeed. Salinger should have inherited it from Gregis when he finished constructing his underworld, Aucasus said, nodding. He should have immediately faced the river and might have fought against it all this time. He continued, solemnly looking into her eyes. You know, a tributary is still dangerous. If Salinger is able to fully control it, he will be unstoppable unless we all band together. And after what had just happened, I don't see that happening. In the end, he rolled his eyes. No. Lilith shook her hand, setting their empty coffee cups on a nearby table and leaning even more on him. It won't be like that. He cannot master it even if it's just a tributary. Salinger is not an idiot. He should know when to stop. That's the issue, my love, Aucasus chuckled. Madmen often don't know when to stop. Lilith's expression became solemn as she nervously shifted in his lap. Then, she looked at them in the eyes. So you made a deal with Amon-Isis just using this? Yeah. Aucasus nodded. And, guess what? She agreed immediately to my offer. Lilith frowned. That's unlike her. I know, right? Aucasus smiled brightly. That is why I think she has feelings for me. Lilith laughed, clutching her stomach. I also think that you are just being narcissistic, Aucasus. Amon-Isis having feelings for you. Please. Aucasus scowled. Says the one who has fallen hopelessly in love with the same man. Lilith's laughter died away as she kissed him on the lips. No, I don't mean you. It's Amon-Isis. In comparison to us, her humanity is very low. However, there is also a chance she has feelings for you. But, it sure isn't love. She continued in a low tone, her eyes narrowing at him. In the end, does it really matter? No, my love. Aucasus affirmed, sensing the jealousy in the air. It doesn't matter. Lilith snorted at his smirk and turned away, though her eyes softened. Then she went on. So, in the end, Amon-Isis backstabbed Leodoro, huh? Yes. Aucasus said. Just like you're going to backstab your son in the future. Lilith let out a chuckle. He laughed as he continued. I believe we should form a club, you know, the Betrayers. And I shall be the leader. Lilith gave him a strange look. That's great idea and all. But enough with the jokes. His laughter died away as she went on. There are still a lot of important things that need our immediate attention, you know. Like Bethel Abraham. No. Aucasus drawled, his tone indicating his annoyance. Don't bring him up right now. There is still time. He hasn't retuned from the cosmos. If he does. Don't go barging in on him without me, Lilith asserted. It's far too risky, Lilith. He is most likely already corrupted by her, Aucasus said, his eyes welling up with concern. I don't want you anywhere near him. Lilith still had a stubborn expression. Can you handle the corrupted him on your own? Regardless of what you say, I'm still not allowing you to participate in that battle. And I can handle him just fine, Aucasus said, shaking his head. I will soon ascend to the status of dual pathway god. Lilith finally sighed. At the very least, bring Amon-Isis or Badiel with you to that battle. Just in case. Okay. I will. Aucasus promised. So, when are you going to ascend? Lilith inquired, her attention drawn to his final words. Perhaps this month. After some thought, Aucasus stated. Or the end of the year. Do not promote without my presence. Lilith insisted. I won't. Aucasus smiled. Lilith wanted to continue, but Aucasus interrupted, hugging her and placing his head on her neck, making his hands wander into her dress. He said silently, enough with the serious subjects, my love. Remember that this is our reprieve. Lilith glared at him, sensing his hands moving into her. But she didn't stop him at all. Wasn't last night the greatest? He inquired, his voice deep and commanding. Answer me, Lilith. Yes. Lilith murmured, biting her lip and suppressing a moan as his hands reached that spot. Then let's do it all over again, shall we? Aucasus asked in a way that left no room for denial. Lilith suddenly smirked as she pushed him back onto a chair, climbed on top of him, and positioned herself between his legs. Of course, my love. She stated vehemently. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 141, Faith and Hope. On December 2, 1110, Blaze, Angel of Miracles, made a historic declaration in Backlund Square in front of the entire empire. The Lord of Storms had died, slain by the eternal blazing sun, who had also seized his authority. The news was like a bomb that detonated in the feeble minds of mortals. Gods had always been omnipotent and all-powerful in their eyes. Above all, there were those who stood with the eternity. As a result, the prospect of a god's death stunned them to their core, little by little extinguishing the burning hope in their hearts. Faith was an important pillar of support in everyone's heart. This is especially true in these dark and desperate times. But a god had died. It demonstrated to the world that even the gods can succumb to the tide of time. So how about them? Can they even make it through the coming chaos? Many unsettling questions raced through their heads. Despair and hopelessness pervaded the world as the still darkness took their hearts, extinguishing the burning hope. Nevertheless, the historians did their job. Their quivering hands recorded history for future generations. The Holy War was a conflict between 7 churches. The gods themselves were said to have fought on Earth, pitting the primal forces of the cosmos against each other. A poetic historian even stated that the Holy War felt more like the entire world was at war with itself. The ending of the versions, however, was the same. The Lord of Storms was slain by the eternal blazing sun as the world-ending storm was engulfed by infinite pure light. The sun god then conquered the sky and ocean as his own crown. On December 10, 1110, the declaration's repercussions were still felt across the Trunsoist Empire, as nearly 1/5 of the empire's population lost their pillar of faith. Chaos erupted in the orderly utopia, leaving its imprint on the empire and threatening to tear it apart with its twisted claws. Surprisingly, the Night Emperor did not use his authority to forcefully suppress the chaos, but instead allowed it to happen, inadvertently eroding the empire's order. Meanwhile, the horns of war sounded once more as the undead army of Byam Empire, which had been stationed in the canal between the northern and southern continents, resumed their march into the northern continent, marching towards Trunsoist Empire. The Tudor Empire and the Solomon Empire both began mobilizing and marching against each other. The haze of war began to engulf the entire world yet again. December 11, 1110. Palace of Eternity, Backlund. Silvery snow bled down from cloudy sky. It fell straight and steadily without a wind, in a soft universal diffusion more confusing than the gusts and eddies of the morning. It engulfed Backlund's capital, creating an ethereal scene. There was no one in the streets, bridges, or balconies to witness this spectacle though, other than the sun god walking towards a towering door. As usual, the sun god, Occases, was dressed in black and white. The falling snow melted away around his figure. While a faint horn echoed in the background, he looked behind the desolate city. That sound was drowned out by the countless prayers ringing in his ears. He set aside his prayers for his kingdom and focused on the Palace of Eternity. The last 10 days with Lilith had been nothing but debauchery. They mostly ignored the outside world, only indulging in each other's bodies all day and night. They did, however, put an end to their revelry yesterday, as the deteriorating situation in the outside world demanded their immediate attention, no matter how reluctant they were to separate. Lilith left to the Twilight Kingdom in the morning to meet with her son to discuss the situation of death and matters concerning the ruined Saint Million. He did, however, remember to pull her for another round right then and there before she left. Occases smirked and shook his head as he remembered her glare at the time, but her swift actions and reactions told a completely different story. While deep in thought, he arrived in front of the colossal door of the royal palace, which was guarded by hawk-eyed demigods walking back and forth. Occases did not enter through the door, instead peering up at the palace's highest balcony. With a tap of his shoe on the cold ground, he floated up and flew towards it. After a few moments of being assailed by the cold wind, he gently landed on the balcony, looking ahead. Trunsoist, the Night Emperor, walked out of the study room and onto the balcony, holding 2 cups of coffee. "Congratulations, Your Excellency." He smiled and offered him a cup of coffee. "Just the way you like it." Occases accepted the coffee with a smile on his lips. They stood next to each other on the balcony, overlooking the City of Hope. "You know," he said in between sips, "you don't have to call me Excellence anymore. You may address me by name." "No." Trunsoist shook his head. "I prefer it this way. It felt strange calling you by name in my mind." "Whatever you want in the end," Occases said, looking at him. "But I don't mind if that's your concern." Trunsoist nodded lightly before turning his gaze to the City of Hope for a few moments, sipping his coffee. His golden eyes dimmed as he finally spoke. "The hope you gave them is waning." "You are mistaken," Occases stated as he looked at the desolate City of Hope. "I didn't give them hope. Even if one is God, one cannot grant hope." Trunsoist looked at him, surprised. He went on, indicating his heart. "All I did was ignite the hope. It always exists in hearts of all. One needs enough faith to discover it themselves. And I just gave them that. Faith and hope." Trunsoist murmured. "It does makes a lot of sense. As we speak, Your Excellency, mothers are taking their last breaths with their children huddled in a cold bunker, the very last goodbyes are being said to their loved ones as they leave for the war, men and women slowly marching out of the empire holding the flag in silence, their dimming eyes losing the last glimmer of hope, a pair of lovers jumping off the mountain, kissing each other one last time. Caucasus listened calmly, his eyes as indifferent as ever. He put away his empty cup on the railing on the balcony. He finally looked at him and spoke verily. Chaos. Trunsoist, sometimes chaos is necessary. A god's fall cannot be completely concealed, especially in this era. It will be revealed one way or another, though the consequences will be less severe than they are now. Caucasus decided to go ahead with it regardless of the consequences, in order to avoid any future problems with the faith. I know. Trunsoist gave a forlorn smile. There must be chaos before order. Neither can exist without the other. Indeed. Caucasus nodded, still surprised by his change. It's like two sides of the same coin. However, this does not preclude you from carrying out your order. Never forget, balance is key. Chaos and order come second. I would do well to remember that. Trunsoist muttered, his dimmed eyes brightening, but order alone will not end this period of despair and hopelessness, in fact, it may worsen the situation. Give it some time. Looking around the desolate city, Caucasus suggested. The scars will fade with time. People will eventually move on. Trunsoist nodded quietly, his golden eyes still flashing with excruciating visions and images. Who do you think you'll face first, Trunsoist? Caucasus suddenly asked, noticing his depressed heart. First. Trunsoist was silent in thought before answering. Salinger. It will be him. Inform me before you go into battle. Caucasus said solemnly. I'll fight alongside you. Trunsoist didn't seem surprised and also didn't ask any questions. He simply nodded in agreement. Then he said quietly, looking into Caucasus' eyes. Thank you. Caucasus patted his shoulders. It's always you, Trunsoist. Remember that. I just showed you the path. Even so, thank you for everything. Trunsoist bowed slightly. Caucasus smiled. Walk your path, Trunsoist. The last piece of advice I can give you is to quit bowing, not even to me. When Trunsoist heard this, he immediately looked up, only to see golden particles of light fade into obscurity. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 142, The Dance of the Living and Dead. 20th of December 1110. Nubara Valley, outside the Trunsoist Empire, near the canal connecting the northern and southern continents. The sky was bright with the dimming sun adorning the heavens, letting out weak rays, providing the only source of warmth to troops of soldiers marching troop by troop, company by company huddled together bravely and assiduously towards their damnation. Its receding light reflected their drawn swords, turning them from white to pale orange. The golden tips of the flag carried by the leading angels appeared to be on fire. The flags, bearing the Trunsoist Empire's emblem, were waving brilliantly against the dark background. The metal armor of those winged beings were laced together with cords of brilliant hues. The horses clamped nervously at the bits of their bridles, the tension and fear palpable. The angels on silver horses came to a halt in the middle of the Nubara Valley after a 10-day march. Thousands of men and women stamped on the snowy ground one last time, their sabaton-worn feet sinking lightly into the snow. There was no one in sight, just a vast expanse of blemish-free white. It appeared ethereal, and yet this beautiful sight did not calm the men and women's hearts. The ferocious masks covered their faces, hiding the rivulets of sweat trickling down, despite the cold, at the unknown that awaited them. They were as motionless as the statue, their eyes fixed on the expanse of white. Outwardly, many looked tough and brave, but their true feelings were another matter. Hatred, tension, and fear were almost palpable in everyone's eyes. Their bodies were trembling like cobwebs in a strong wind. As the unknown approached, the darkness of despair corrupted their hearts. They could hear a slight rumble of the ground, something terrible, something that every living being fears, was awakening deep within. It was death. Rumble. The earth shook and then roared. Cracks appeared throughout White Valley. A dark and thick stream of water rushed out, emitting a gloomy aura. Skeleton hands grabbed the air as the dead crawled their way into the world of the living. They were thousands upon thousands of them, rising from a surging dark river, and as they emerged, the Empire's army became jittery and began to pull back, as the clanging of dropped weapons could be heard from the ground. Hold your ground. A angel in silver armor with the emblem of the balance scale engraved upon it, demanded. The dead are no match for us. With his order, the disorder in his ranks vanished, as the soldiers stood their ground, seemingly with a newfound resolve, overcoming their fear and dread. The sky had darkened. The shadows grew thicker. A harsh war horn rang, rattling the hearts of the living. And, as the dead formed their ranks with their swords, axes, and spears, an enamour's chariot rode out of the dark river, withering everything in its path. The chariot was inlaid with obsidian and gold and was adorned with scenes of agonizing death. Azek Eggers, the former emperor of Byam, was at the helm. Azek Eggers wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden lines. On top of his head was a bird-shaped crown that radiated pure terror. It shimmered in pale flames, reached into living minds, and ignited their worst nightmares, their deepest fears, rattling them to their souls in abject terror. Only the authority and power of the silver-armored angel kept them from fleeing in dread. The death consul's eyes were indifferent, without a hint of emotion. As shadowy horses neighed, the chariot came to a halt in front of the army of the dead. With a deep pale fire igniting within his obsidian dark iris, he swept a glance at the army of living, making everyone grab their weapon with sweat trickling down their backs. Azek Eggers tightened his grip on the reins and rode slowly towards the living, as if he intended to follow the ancient laws and state his demands. The living angels' grip on their weapons loosened. He then declared coldly, without any warning. Charge! A flood of pale fire erupted from his charging figure, transforming into a massive feathered serpent with colossal wings that seemed to cover the entire sky. A burst of twilight erupted from the ranks of the living, forming a massive board sword. It rose to the sky as if held in place by an invisible hand, tearing the space in its region and precisely piercing into a descending feathered serpent. A painful cry erupted as a storm of orange twilight and pale fire erupted from the clash, capable of incinerating everything in its path. The chaos, however, had no effect on the living as order shrouded them, negating it. Under the twilight and death, the armies of the living and dead clashed. As the scorching sea of scarlet liquid stained the white snowy valley, Nubara Valley exploded in absolute chaos. Above the whirlwind of chaos and disorder, in the sky, a phantom of a twisted structure slowly emerged from the spirit world, dimming the eternal sun in the sky by just its presence. The structure was in the shape of an inverted pyramid, with infinite layers stacked on top of each other, swirling into the thick and still darkness. As if sensing the emergence, an enormous hand extended out of the eternal night, covered in dark hair and thousands of meters long, holding a dark scythe shrouded in silent darkness. Then it swung the scythe at the phantom, obscuring the sky and earth in night. With an earth-shattering roar, the phantom of the inverted pyramid was split in half. It was rolled back into the spirit world, crumbling. The armies of the living and dead still fought with all their might as the night receded away into obscurity, completely oblivious to all that transpired, just like the rest of the world. Few minutes earlier. Twilight Kingdom. Inside a majestic palace bathed in dusk, 3 divine beings were present at a long twilight table. Are you too serious about this? Looking at the Aucuses and Lilith, a sunset giant asked, his chin supported by his long hand. Yes, Badheel. Lilith nodded firmly, gripping Aucus's hand snugly. Well. Badheel drawled, then fell silent, as if at a loss for words. Whether you like it or not, we're going to marry. Lilith said, her head held high. Marriage. Aucuses was taken aback. Sometime in the future. Lilith stated. She then glared at him, noticing his still stunned expression. Right. Yes. Aucuses briskly nodded, his gaze shifting between Lilith and Badheel. Obviously. So, Badheel, do you have anything to say? Lilith had a satisfied expression before turning to face her son and asking again. Badheel chuckled. I was just taken aback, you know. I thought you were both just messing around. But now, Mother, I am relieved that you have found someone you truly love. All I can give you both is my blessings for a happy future. Lilith brightly smiled, as she nodded in joy. That's more than enough, son. We will send you the first invitation. Aucuses immediately added with her, earning himself yet another glare. Badheel shook his head with a slight smile, seeing this. However, something interrupted them. The waning dusk in the Twilight Kingdom dimmed even further, attracting all of their attention. It's Salinger. Lilith frowned, her eyes closed. He is trying to descend. Right away. Badheel's expression darkened, his long hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. It seems so. Aucuses chuckled. He truly lives up to his rumored madness. He continued, looking at Badheel, who was getting up for battle. Sit down, Badheel. Amon Isis is on her way here. She will take care of him. As if to confirm his words, the waning twilight returned to its previous state with an aura of tranquility filling the Twilight Kingdom. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 143, The Alliance of the Four Gods. As an aura of tranquility filled the air, the waning light dimmed even more than before. A ray of darkness erupted from the darkest point, heralding the arrival of the night over half of the Twilight Kingdom. The ray soared towards High Castle, up to the highest balcony, and into a room with a twilight table. It then exploded and out of it came an ethereal woman with a crimson moon phantom behind her head. Amon Isis. Lilith rose from her seat and smiled warmly at the ethereal woman. Badheel grumbled at the appearance of the woman, putting away his sword of dusk and sitting down on his chair, leaning back. Bella. Amon-Isi smiled as she greeted her. Aucuses. She also greeted them. Badheel. Aucuses nodded lightly to her. Badheel placed his hand on his chin, indifferent. Sit with me. Lilith drew her to a seat near her. Amon-Isis followed and sat. Badheel. Aucuses said deeply, looking at the sunset giant, who remained indifferent. Badheel finally snorted and waved his hand. A cup of wine floated out of the twilight and landed in front of Amon-Isis, who accepted it with a nod. The hall was filled with silence and serenity. Aucuses exchanged glances with Lilith before beginning on the issue. We have gathered here to face the threat. Aucuses said, with a solemn expression on his face. If not nipped in the bud, it may very well be the end of all of us. So, it's time to put our differences aside. He went on, his gaze passing over all of them. And band together to deal with the threat. If we are to form any sort of alliance, some level of transparency is required. Looking at Amon-Isis, Badheel said loudly. Aucuses and Lilith also turned their attention to Amon-Isis. Amon-Isis remained silent for a moment before speaking up, her voice ethereal. Salinger has found a connection with the river of eternal darkness. Is that enough, Badheel? She asked, an eerie aura filling the hall. Badheel didn't seem surprised, only a glint of realization flashed across his orange eye. It really is. He exhaled a sigh. When did you doubt? Lilith asked with raised brows. I was always skeptical. Badheel stated calmly. After all, death is closer to the eternal river than darkness and twilight. It could be regarded as a foundation for the path. He looked at Amon-Isis, who was deafeningly quiet. He continued, shaking his head. The seal on the end of the world is deteriorating. And the spherotes are extending their tentacles out into the world. It's pretty clear already after the blood moon night. So it wasn't difficult to connect the dots with Salinger's situation. Amon-Isis. His eye narrowed as he finally said. It's more than enough. Amon-Isis remained silent, her fingers crossed. Then, she turned to look at Aucuses. The meaning was obvious. That decides it. Aucuses smiled, leaning forward in his head. The alliance of the four gods. No contract. Amon-Isis added immediately. Yes. Badheel echoed with her, surprisingly. There is no need for any contract. I wasn't planning on having one anyway. Aucuses laughed. You know, I get bound just like everyone else. In relief, Badheel and Amon-Isis leaned back in their seats, their shoulders lightly sagging together. You have a terrible sense of naming. Lilith cocked her brow while smirking. You know that. I know. Aucuses shot back. So, could you bequeath a befitting title? I'll replace it right away. Lilith went silent at that, as laughter echoed across the hall. Let's concentrate on the problem, Badheel said, a slight headache forming as he considered the future. Aucuses' laughter died away, right? He sipped his wine before speaking solemnly. Salinger tried to openly descend on the northern continent, ignoring our presence and the consequences. Amon-Isis, however, foiled his attempt. But, this should be more than enough to demonstrate his madness. He continued, his gaze divided between Amon-Isis and Badheel. Salinger is fighting the erosion of the river of eternal darkness, even attempting to control it. There are also consequences for biting more than you can chew. His sanity is slipping. And when it finally reaches boiling point, our world may be unable to withstand the resulting explosion. Aucuses finished, reclining back in his chair and sipping his wine. Salinger was still in his underworld. He hasn't left since the beginning of the century. It was what caused their awkward situation. They very much wanted to eliminate Salinger. However, the underworld is in their way. They can only sit and wait until Salinger decided to leave the underworld and confront him. The tributary of River of Eternal Darkness is in the underworld. Unless they all have a death wish, they don't dare invade the underworld. And, in this war, they were already on the passive side, whether they liked it or not, as they could do nothing about the situation in the underworld. The air was thick with heaviness. Badheel looked Amon-Isis and inquired. Did you notice anything unusual during his attempt? No. Amon-Isis tilted her head. There was nothing there. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so simple to destroy. So. Badheel sighed and tapped his finger on the armrest. It's possible that his river situation is still complicated. He might even give up. Well. Lilith said, shaking her head. He could also be putting up a front to lower our guard before striking and drowning us in the river. It's definitely a possibility. Aucuses concurred. Whatever happens. Amon-Isis said, looking around. We should plan for the worst-case scenario. That is. Badheel asked. Salinger went completely mad in the process and also managed to gain a portion of the control over the tributary. Ocasys spoke up, his eyes solemn. We shall besiege Salinger at the first chance and kill him before things spiral to exactly that. It's going to hard to be kill him, Ocasys. Lilith mused, after all, he is death. There's also Sasra. Badheel said, his face solemn. Recent changes on the continent only point in that direction. I think. Amon-Isi said, ethereally, looking at Ocasys. Sasra could very well join hands with Salinger just to deal with you. Ocasys remained silent for a moment while listening to everyone before saying. It will undoubtedly be difficult to kill Salinger. Hell, the chances of us succeeding on the first try are extremely slim. But we are still going to attack with everything we have. As for Sasra, Trunsoist will most likely join us as well. He will restrain them if they interfere, and one of us may assist Trunsoist if the situation becomes dire on his side. He went on, his tone low. If, just if, Salinger could already draw power from the river of eternal darkness. Except for myself and Amon-Isis, everyone should immediately withdraw from the main battlefield. His solemn gaze was drawn to Lilith. Badheel and Amon-Isis nodded to his words. Lilith chuckled, trying to dispel the heaviness. We still have plenty of time, you know, the war may not happen for decades, and even then, Salinger may not have achieved that control. Still. Ocasys said, pressing his temples, given what has just happened, we will prepare for the worst and be ready at a moment's notice. After seeing their silence, he concluded. That concludes the meeting. We shall adjourn here once a year until the war. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 144, New Year. 11:55 p.m. 31st, December, 1110. Trier, Tudor Empire. The starlight gleamed brightly in the dark night, illuminating the city of the sun in all its silver prowess. The Sun City had regained some of its lost radiance, as the light of hope burned brightly in people's hearts despite the world's wars and chaos. The city was filled with glittering golden lights as people gathered in empty streets, balconies, bridges, and squares, each holding a lantern. Every street corner was bustling with men and women, with blaring music and chiming clocks in the background. In the city square of Trier, people danced through the armor and fumes of food and cigar. They forgot about their worries and fears, simply letting go and letting the music guide them to the beat with only happiness and joy. It was teeming with people walking back and forth holding lanterns, their gaze fixed on the city's largest clock tower on the other side. Lilith and Ocasys walked through the bustling crowds, caught up in a whirlwind of jollity and gaiety. The situation on the front lines is deteriorating. Lilith said, holding his hands. Well. Ocasys nodded, Solomon and Elitza may enter the battlefield soon. So it doesn't really matter that much. Don't be so lethargic about war, Ocasys. Remember, it was you who said, it's only the beginning of the end, Lilith chastised. I know. I was just having some time, you know, with you. Ocasys drawled, his brow furrowed. Lilith said. I get it, my love. But the time has come. Hera Bergen is still alive and well. He could be plotting something against you while you're still on reprieve with me. You don't have to be concerned about Hera Bergen. Ocasys spoke lethargically. I have a way to deal with him. That is. Lilith pressed. War. Ocasys stated plainly. Just war. Schemes will not work with the omniscient one. The only option is to fight to the death. Though, given the changing winds of time, I doubt I'll be able to deal with him in this epoch. But I still have an edge over him. Edge. Lilith snorted, her concern visible in her eyes. You have yet to be promoted. I will. Ocasys drew her in closer. After 12 a.m. My love, you can finally put your worries to rest. Lilith's smile broadened, her worries dissipating. Then she dragged him to the center of the square as the clock's handle approached midnight, as if she couldn't wait any longer. You changed the date of the Lantern Festival? Lilith inquired, pushing her way through the crowds. Yeah. War and chaos continue to ravage the world, Ocasys said, nodding. I wanted to give the rest of the world a reprieve, just as we had. So I pushed it to the new year. It actually goes very well with the new year. Lilith observed the bustling city. They finally reached the center of the square, standing in the same spot where they had both stood with each year ever since the last century. It does, doesn't it? Ocasys said, his gaze sweeping around the cheerful crowd. Then I'll make it permanent. Oh. Lilith beamingly smiled. You didn't have to do that for me. Who said it was just for you? Ocasys smirked with raised brows. He even went into detail. The Lantern Festival theme was originally intended for the new year. Lilith's smile froze, as he laughed and took out the lantern with the sun and moon emblem from Fabric of Space. You know, it's time. He went on, raising the lantern to her face to calm her nerves. Lilith finally pouted and turned away. Lit it up. Aukas's smile widened as he lit it with sun's golden fire and extended it to her. Then, just like every year, they held it together. An ethereal gong rang out across the city, signaling the arrival of midnight. The lights in the city went out, and silence descended on the city. Let's do it. Lilith said, her eyes fixed on the lantern. Aukas's nodded. They lifted the sun and moon lanterns into the sky, keeping their gaze fixed on each other, as they did every year. Eventually, they let go of the lantern and let it fly into the cosmos. The people around them soon followed suit, as the atmosphere became serene and still. The lanterns slowly rose to the sky, like stars illuminating the dark sky of the cosmos. They were like a serenade with the emotions and stories of many. Aukas's drew Lilith to him in the light of the lanterns, placing his hands on her hips. Happy New Year, my love. He spoke softly. Lilith smiled and responded with action, kissing him on the lips. Boom. The sky was illuminated by firecrackers, which exploded into thousands of specks of light. A cacophony of music filled the city of sun as the divine couple danced in the midst of the bustling crowd, unconcerned about the world. 6:00 a.m. 1 January, 11:11. The boundless oceans. Aukas's and Lilith appeared with a flash of light after celebrating through the first hours of the new year. They landed gently on the ocean, waiting for the herald of dawn. A orange and yellow bright orb emerged gradually. It began to rise higher and higher, and the colors became more vibrant. The sky and the ocean became one, and light shone across the water. The sky began to cast all of its colors into the water. The light began to shine brighter and brighter to eliminate the darkness. The sunrise glistened on the water, and the birds began to fly peacefully above it. The sound of birds chirping and the gentle breeze coming off the water bring a sense of calm. Lilith shifted her gaze away from the sun. Have your anchors been stabilized? Aukas's said, by midnight. Lilith nodded without surprise and continued. Are you ready, my love? Aukas's raised his hand. A flash of lightning erupted, morphing into a blot, the uniqueness of Tyrant. I am. Taking a deep breath, he said. Lilith leaned in for a kiss. Go ahead and ascend without worry. I will shield you from any intrusions. Aukas's nodded and walked ahead on the ocean of the floor, while Lilith stood there watching him. It's finally time. He has arrived, ready to take his first step toward omnipotence and omniscience. His eyes flashed with memories of the past, making him seem slightly reminiscent. Despite all the hurdles and obstacles in his path, he succeeded in the end. This was only the beginning. He still has a long way to go. His grip on the lightning blot became tighter. The accommodation would almost certainly not be pleasant. He wasn't just postponing his promotion for a reprieve. It was primarily to give his anchors time to stabilize after being severely impacted by the war. He even delayed the Lantern Festival to expedite the process of stabilization. And, just as he had anticipated, his anchors had stabilized by midnight. Aukas's raised his blot and looked at it silently for a moment before infusing it with his authority. The blot instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking his chest. A vast and boundless aura erupted from him, enveloping the infinite sky and boundless ocean. The accommodation finally began. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 145, The Symbol of Power. Aukas's raised the blot and looked at it silently for a moment before instilling his authority in it. The blot transformed into a bolt of lightning and struck his chest. From him erupted a vast and unbounded aura, enveloping the infinite sky and limitless ocean. An ancient will that had been weakening suddenly flared up its mighty tentacles in his soul, as if wanting to tear his persona asunder. Pain. An inconceivable amount of pain erupted from within his soul, coursing through every part of his body. To say it was excruciating and agonizing would be an understatement. He felt as though his entire body was being slowly stretched apart while being pierced by thousands of cold blades. His face twisted in agony as sweat fell from his brow onto the ocean, evaporating everything in its path. He knelt on the ocean's surface as the twisted mummers intruded into his mind. Boom. Boom. The figure of Aukas's suddenly emitted infinite blots of lightning, aimed at the sky. It spread across the entire infinite sky like thrown branches, forming a silver forest. The boundless oceans began to surge with massive waves that rolled towards the southern and northern continents, reaching stormy clouds. The continents began to shake to their very foundations, causing massive structures all over the world to collapse one after the other. A swath of dark clouds began to imprint their mark in the infinite sky, forming an abyss of stormy clouds that seemed to engulf the eternal sun. The entire world was enveloped in a cataclysmic aura. In a daze, mortal and extraordinary looked at the cataclysmic sight that dawned within a second, while gods turned their gazes to the boundless oceans, to the location where Ocas's was ascending. A dark hand reached out from the eternal night and waved at the approaching tsunami, causing the restless waves to immediately smooth out and fall apart in serenity. A massive broadsword bathed in twilight emerged from the waning twilight, sending a beam of orange light streaking into the abyss of storms, instantly dividing it in two. The storm clouds faded away in the twilight. Atop the crumbling palace of eternity, a massive inverse scale appeared, emitting a bronze light constituted of a law, sweeping the continents and stopping the rumbling from spreading further. Meanwhile, in the center of the silver forest, a massive luminescent tree rose up, dwarfing everything. Its roots reached the core and its branches reached the horizon, emitting a gentle aura. It exerted Earth's authority, temporarily halting any disaster across the globe. The silver forest faded away before it could tear the sky asunder with its tendrils of lightning. It also encircled the central region, embracing Ocas's and blocking any malicious power from interfering with his ascension. In a colossal white tower near the ruins of the Mason, an old man with long beard looked out of the window from the tallest floor onto the central region with his starry eyes twinkling. His hold on a white book tightened. His grip on the book suddenly loosened and his starry eyes dimmed as his gaze swept towards the dark hand and gigantic broadsword extending from eternal night and waning twilight. The old man sighed deeply, turning away from the window and walking to the table in between the bookshelves, where he sat on the chair in front, placing the book on the wooden table and opening it. The pages turned on their own as the old man looked around his tower, seemingly waiting for the pages to settle. Ammonize's betrayal came as a complete surprise. He deduced Ocas's was putting on a front to set up a trap for him or Leodoro, while also having a last card up his sleeve to deal with them. In the end, he did not take the risk, whereas Leodoro did. Ammonize's was the one who eventually accompanied him. Whatever card he has, at least both of them should be able to bear it. But she betrayed him. It was all a ruse from the beginning. The ruse that managed to fool both reality and him, omniscient one. The old man shook his head, a wry smile on his face. It was pointless to wallow in the past. Ocas's is already on his way to becoming a dual-pathway god. With the sun and tyrant authorities combined, he will soon become the symbol of power. He can't stop it, even if he really wants to. He has far too many allies watching his back. By this point, he realized he had mostly lost the path of the Almighty to Ocas's. But he wasn't going down without a fight, even if it meant his death in the end. He wasn't going to back down in fear or caution for his life, as he had done for most of his life. Not anymore. The old man turned to face his book. The pages finally stopped turning, settling on the final page. There was a drawn picture of a massive silver moon high in the sky, reflected in the boundless black ocean. The image was serene yet eerie, beautiful yet repugnant, purifying yet tainting, orderly yet contorted. Ocas's knelt on the surface of the boundless oceans, a pair of fiery wings erupting from behind his back, sending a blaze of golden fire at the luminescent tree, rattling it. His mind was being assaulted by twisted murmurs that were tearing his psyche apart. It was a mashup of every blasphemous sound in existence, thundering and reverberating through his mind over and over. Ocas's remained conscious despite the excruciating pain coursing through his entire body, soul, and mind, though his firm will was shaky under the assault of the ancient will. As golden blood spurted from his lips, he gritted his teeth. The murmurs increased as if noticing his deteriorating condition. Enough. He roared. The luminescent tree cracked in the middle, splintering its branches apart. Even so, the tree's embrace did not loosen, but rather tightened. Ocas's. A voice broke through the murmurs. Ocas's gradually felt love, endless love of his beloved. He could sense his angel's concern. He sensed his believers' sincere and pious prayers. His dimming eyes gradually regained their radiance. Thousands of suns bloomed in brilliance in his soul, resisting the will. The murmurs in his mind fractured as he used his authority to literally shatter it. Ocas's rose from the raging surface of the ocean, his figure bathed in light and lightning. His two long wings changed, with the feathers on the right wing encased in pure light and the other in white lightning. He finally suppressed the ancient will in his body with his sheer will and anchors, which actually weakened even further with his victory. Once he raised his hand, a flash of lightning erupted, transforming into a blue scepter. A blinding ray of light morphed into a white crown above his head. Lilith appeared above him, floating. With a relieved smile, she took the crown in her hand and placed it on his head. Ocas's finally raised his specter at the sky, his lips rising to form a psych smile. A bolt of white lightning flared up, ascending to the astral world and imploding into light. The light roared in an instant, illuminating the corrupted planets outside the barrier, nearby star systems, and even a portion of the Milky Way. It was as though a bright star rose from within swirling galaxy, dwarfing everything. It heralded the birth of the symbol of power. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 146, Amelia Jacob. January 1, 1111. The eternal blazing sun accommodated the tyrant uniqueness, becoming the symbol of power. He gained the authority of the sky, ocean, lightning, and calamity. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun changed religious canon, as the honorific titles of the Sun God, Guardian of Business and God of Contracts was removed, replaced by Ruler of the Sky and Progenitor of Day. The title, Symbol of Power, was added to the honorific title. The scared emblem of the eternal blazing sun was also altered, as now there was a clear blue sky visible with the blazing sun. These sudden changes, with the abetted calamity, made it clear to the world that the eternal blazing sun had usurped the throne of the Lord of Storms, conquering the sky and ocean as his own crown. The historians recorded all that transpired in vivid detail. As for whether future generations take the facts as fables or factual history, no one could guess. January 7, 1111. The war between the empires was on full throttle. The army of the dead laid waste to all life as the ruthless stamped across the grounds of the northern continent. The Solomon Empire had allied with the Biam Empire at the beginning of the war. The two empires joined their entire might to go on a frontal assault on the Trunsoist Empire and Tudor Empire. The small skirmishes between the Trunsoist and Tudor empires ceased, as they were forced to deal with the coming assault of the allied empires. Tudor and Trunsoist didn't ally with each other, though. But there was tacit understanding between the two of them, bringing temporary peace between them until the threat of death and the Black Emperor was dealt with. January 20, 1111. War. War raged across the lands in between like never before, even dwarfing the Holy War. The bards sang the tales of the mighty angels and valiant heroes in the cities far from the front lines. They didn't label it as a war in their songs, rather a dance of the living and dead. Thus, the moniker of the most famous war of the epic came to be through the songs of the bard and the whispers of the tale-teller, reaching into the sharp ears of the historians. They recorded it, the dance of the living and dead. April 3, 1111. The Orthodox churches finally broke their long silence and entered the war after the army of the dead breached the front lines. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, Earth Mother, God of Combat, and Evernight Goddess declared their alliance on the same day, entering the war under the leadership of the Archangel, Thunder God, Lucas Reyes. Meanwhile, the Church of the God of Steam and God of Knowledge also entered the war, siding with the Night Emperor. It had developed into a war that no one could skirt. June 23, 1111. As the war raged on the front lines, which had been saved by the troops of Orthodox churches joining the war, a new religion sprung up in the Tudor Empire, worshipping the Goddess of Wisdom. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun acknowledged the religion of the Goddess of Wisdom as orthodox while the Crown remained silent regarding the religion. The Faith and Crown. A crack was already visible for those with keen eyes to see within the empire. The religion of the Goddess of Wisdom blatantly preached that their goddess was the true embodiment of knowledge, while the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was nothing but a charlatan. March 5, 1112. Tensions between faith and the empires were at an all-time high, but a common enemy forced them all to band together, whether they wanted to or not. The dance of the living and dead continued, as the Allied troops finally pushed past the Canal with the combined might of 30 angels. Thus, the counter-invasion begins. 10 years later, on March 6, 1122. In an army tent near the front lines, the canals. A woman with flaxen-colored hair knelt down on the floor, her hands tightly clutching a sacred emblem of the eternal blazing Sunday. She muttered, her voice quivering in despair and misery. Before her were 3 candles lit up in golden flames and a white knife inserted into the cup of clear water, surrounded by white flowers. Eternal blazing sun. Inextinguishable light. Progenitor of day. Embodiment of order. Ruler of the sky. The symbol of power. I pray for God's grace. I pray for salvation. Please save my family. She whimpered out, her figure trembling as tears trickled down her cheeks, falling onto the ground. Please. The golden flames burning in the candle still burned the same without the slightest change. Believe in the might of the gods, not in their benevolence. The gentle yet strenuous voice of her ancestor resounded in her mind, as her heart sank further into pits of despair, looking at the unchanging candles. No. 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 She sobbed, clutching the emblem of the eternal blazing sun tightly. However, she refused to give up hope. She took a deep breath, pressing all her wallowing emotions. Then, she prayed, her scarred heart steeling for the terrible words that she was about to utter. I pray for your salvation in exchange for the eternal servitude of my family. Amelia Jacob was who she was, a saint of the noble and illustrious family of Jacob. They were fierce and loyal supporters of the Blood Emperor, himself. They were one of the angel families of the realm, with an archangel as an ancestor. It was more than enough to exemplify their status and origin. They were supposed to be praised, honored, and showered in glory and fame. Yet, everything was falling apart. It was already far too gone by the moment she realized the problem. Her ancestor suddenly changed. Everything changed, his behavior, actions, bearing. It was almost like he was possessed by someone else. Then, without warning, he completely disappeared from the face of the earth. Things just didn't stop there. The change was spreading like a tumor, infecting everything. The angels of her family began to show drastic changes just like her ancestor, one after another. She wasn't a fool, nor were the other high-sequence beyonders in her family. She inferred that somebody or something was parasitizing the members of her family, even her ancestor. And it had succeeded without a hitch, without causing even the slightest hiccup. That revelation sent a chill down her spine, making her heart freeze in terror. And she immediately knew who was targeting her family. Only Ammon, god of deceit and son of the Creator, had the power to accomplish this. Her true nightmare began with her realization. Her loved ones were immediately replaced the very next hour. They tried to act the same way, though the glaring differences were all clearly visible to her. Then, without even giving her time to process shock, they took out a monocle and wore it over their right eyes and greeted her in unison with their distinctive voices, their lips suffused with a smile that she will never be able to forget for the rest of her life. Her mother, her brother, and her sister. She ran to seek help, ran to escape, ran to warn others. She just ran without daring to turn back, as an amused chuckle kept reverberating in her mind. She ran to the capital, front lines, and army camps, wherever she could sense the rest of her family. Yet, what she found broke her heart ever more. He was everywhere, waiting for her, greeting her the same way through the mouths of her family. Everyone and everything was gone. The last bits of her darkening world would have collapsed if not for the bleak hope, which was also threatening to extinguish with a still echoing amused chuckle. She didn't dare stop on her journey, her heart quivering in fear at what might await her, if she stopped. She ran now to find help, to find a way to save her family. But who is capable of rescuing them from the clutches of the blasphemer, who dared to defy the gods themselves? However, there was still hope. She desperately clung to it and prayed for salvation, not caring for the prize or consequences. It didn't matter anymore. So, she prayed to him with the last of her extinguished hope. Suddenly, the golden flames on the candle flickered, as a fierce gale swept into the tent. A looming shadow was cast over her praying figure. She jerked her head immediately, only to directly look into the golden eyes that gleamed with resplendent light just like the eternal sun in the sky. She felt too small under the gaze, almost like a particle of dust. "Never forget your words," a divine voice thundered in her mind, as she felt something bound into her soul, forcing her completely unconscious. "Amelia Jacob. You and your family shall forever serve me from this moment forth. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 147, Pawn. Aucuses looked at the unconscious Amelia Jacob, looking into all of her memories to get a better understanding of the situation with the Jacob family. After a few seconds of sniffing through twisted memoirs of her, he waved at her figure, sending her to the headquarters of his church with a message for Blaze. The situation of the Jacob family, well, it was just Ammon being Ammon again. His senses swept the entire Tudor Empire in an instant. The sky and sun are his domains. Under them, nothing can escape his gaze, not even the reticent darkness. There Ammon was, sitting on a throne in a mansion in Trier, city of the sun. The angel of time looked up, smiling, as though he had noticed his gaze. Aucuses didn't bother to hide it, anyway. Aucuses walked. The scenery around him, the order of space, alerted with each step, modifying the concept of distance to his will. 10 years passed. Experiencing time, at his level, was very different from the perspective of humans. A passage of 10 years is nothing to him. Though he remained the same as before, spending most, if not all, of his time with Lilith and the rest of his time planning and preparing for the approaching fight with death, much had changed around him. The war. The dance of the living and death, as it is now famously known, was an utter disaster despite all their involvement in it. The dead know no fear, no caution, no emotion, and unlike the living, they rise and rise again at each of their falls, while the living fall into their cold and still embrace, only to rise again as one of the ranks among the dead. The Death himself used his authority for it, unleashing a disaster on the front lines at the start of the war. Though not all was lost, despite how it may appear, he and other gods also intervened, using their authorities to help their angels. They captured an absolute advantage. Then, it was shattered by Sassuar, who sent the entire Red Army that was once led by Medici, but now by Ouroboros, Angel of Destiny, into the battlefield. In response to this, Alitza Tudor ordered Ammon, Angel of Time, to enter the war, as he was the only available king of angels on their side. Diana was already deep into her research and preparation for the apotheosis ritual. It was utter chaos. He, like all the gods, sat at the edge of his chair, watching the developments of the ready to enter the battlefield at a moment's notice. And it almost erupted one time when Ammon nearly managed to kill Azek Eggers, only to be stopped by Ouroboros. The battle of the living and the dead continues on the front lines, the canals connecting the northern and southern continents, which were nearly destroyed and tainted. While the war is going on the front lines, the situation in the Tudor Empire is taking a bad turn since Elitsa didn't recognize Diana's religion as orthodox and kept silent about it. Crown and faith. Two distinct concepts, which were the foundation of the empire, were slowly cracking and starting to oppose each other. A bloody civil war is not far off if nothing is to be done about the situation. Even though his faith may triumph in the end, it will be bloody nonetheless. And he's going to put an end to it before it even starts. With a ripple of space in his footsteps subsiding, Ocas's descended before the Angel of Time, who was standing up from his throne and walking towards him slowly, a smile permeating his lips. Congratulations, Ocas's. He toasted, passing a glass of wine to him while holding another high at him. Save it. Ocas's said, not partaking in his toast and leaving him hanging. Seemingly unaffected by rudeness, Amon merely chuckled, before gulping both glasses of wine down right before him. So? He drawled, raising his brows. Why has the sun god graced his presence before me? Stop with these pretenses, Amon. Ocas's said, furrowing his brows. It's getting annoying. Trust me, the last thing you want to do is to annoy me more. Amon walked near him, looked at him in the eyes, before answering. Okay. I will leave them alone. Ocas's said, narrowing his eyes. You will not only do that. If you are to stay within my empire, you are to follow my rules and order like everyone else. You are not above it, so tuck your tails. If not. Amon asked defiantly, his head raised high, his monocle gleaming. Ocas's indifferent countenance collapsed to form a slight smirk. You are gravely mistaken about something, Amon. His smirk faded, as his golden eyes darkened with a haze, like a brewing cataclysmic storm. I will kill you. And your brother and your father won't be able to save you this time unless they wish to pay a heavy price. He cocked his head. A price in the end, they will not pay for you. Do you think you are really that important? Amon's smile faded at his words, while he continued, his words laced with indifference. From the beginning to the end, you are nothing more than a byproduct, a thing which the Creator didn't intend in the first place. You were not but anything in his eyes. And the funny thing is, you always knew the truth deep in your heart, yet never tried to face it. Huh. So much for the most courageous and defiant blasphemer. Amon's lips thinned into a line, but his gaze at him never flinched from his eyes. He finally spoke in a neutral voice. I will follow your order with all my heart, Your Excellency. It was a ruse. Ocas's knew it. Even if his half-truth remarks managed to get through the Angel of Time, it wouldn't change who he was in essence. Now it was just Amon putting up an act in front of him to save himself. Amon, the Angel of Time, will not fall by his hand. And the problems with the pathways of mysteries also completely sealed any fate of Amon becoming a god in this epoch. So, honestly, he didn't really care much about Amon, as there was already a lot on his plate that needed to be dealt with. His previous remarks were indeed half-truths. The Creator didn't really care for the existence of Amon in the beginning. Hell, he didn't even trust him with the secrets of Ro's redemption. But it changed or it would change, as Ocas's knew that in the original timeline, the Creator actually stood on the side of Amon against Klein for the final battle for the Lord of Mysteries. Ocas's snorted dismissively. Enough with that. You shall return all the characteristics that you stole from the Jacob family to them. He raised his hand. A ripple spread out, sweeping the entire Tudor Empire. He purified all the still-alive members of the Jacob family from the parasites of Amon. Amon just nodded at his order, his head hung low, his face covered in his own shadow. Ocas's finally ordered, ripples erupting from the soles of his feet. You are not to participate in the upcoming war between Elitsa and Solomon. Yes, Your Excellency. Amon said equivocally. The figure of Ocas's faded away into particles of light, as the ripples in reality subsided. However, the voice of Ocas's still lingered in the air, carrying sharp words. Don't think I don't know the plans already brewing in your head. If any of that succeeds in the end, it is only because I allowed it. You are still a pawn in my hand. You never escaped. And you would do well to remember that, Amon. Hearing that, Amon looked up, a grin forming on his lips, his eyes darkening as he adjusted his monocle. We will see about that. Then, he too was gone, leaving the room in an eerie silence. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 148, Purge. The headquarters of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, Trier, the city of the sun. Blaze Larson pinched his brows in a headache, looking at the trembling woman who sat in front of him. Amelia. He said, trying to make his voice appear as soothing as possible. If you want time, I would give you. You don't have to force yourself. No. Amelia shook her head, tucking her quivering arms in her long coat that covered her figure. I am fine. Your Excellency, Angel of Miracles, I can detail it. Blaze sighed, placing the pen and document on the table in front of him and abruptly rising from his chair, causing the other to flinch in fear. He walked towards her as she trembled, trying to get up from the chair, seemingly wanting to make a run for it. The angel of miracles, however, appeared in front of her path and made her flinch again, taking a step back. "You are not fine, Amelia," he said sternly. "Your mind was almost in shambles not long ago. So don't come knocking on my door and wasting my time again until you feel great. I mean really great. Now go back to the infirmary for your own good." Amelia nodded quickly and got around him, quite swiftly leaving the room. Her trembling legs didn't seem to bother her in the least this time. Blaze sighed, walking back to his chair and sitting down. His dim eyes were looking at the mountains of paperwork on the table that needed his review and immediate attention. God, how much he hated paperwork and Lucas, who pushed everything on his head and went to battlefield. It was meant to be Lucas's duties, while he acted as the thundering sword of their lord. But now, their roles have almost been reversed for a decade. As Lucas and other angels took to the front lines while he stayed in the headquarters, the presence of an angel was required here all the time. He really wanted to perform a miracle to let it all be completed on its own, but he suppressed that desire, no matter how tempting it was. The documents before him are of the utmost importance, many involving information from the situation on the front lines, empires, and other churches. It requires his unequivocal attention. Blaze took a sip of coffee as he took the most recent file from the table, which had a detailed report of the previous situation of the Jacob family. The Jacob family. The lapdogs of the Blood Emperor. He obviously knew the sudden and strange situation of this angel family. He had ordered his Lightbringers to keep tabs on almost all of the angel families except the Amon family. If anything is remotely determined to be unusual, it will be immediately reported back to the headquarters and an investigation will immediately begin. The investigations into the strange situation of the Jacob families quickly bore results, as the truth was actually quite easy to infer. It was Amon, the infamous blasphemer. He single-handedly brought down an entire angel family without making a disturbance in the slightest. When he heard the news of this, Blaze could do nothing, as his hands were tied on this. The relationship between their church and the crown was already deteriorating, so they could not dabble in the affairs of the chaotic retinue of the crown. The strain in relationship had actually begun with his lord's order, the order to suppress both the Antigonus and Abraham families. Faith is a powerful power that can be easily used to manipulate public masses to one's will, and in some ways, faith is even above the crown in the hearts of the citizens, especially their lord's faith. So, they manipulated the public and began to isolate the two families, even preventing news of their achievements in the war of living and death from spreading in the empire. The Abraham family was still in shambles with the disappearance of their ancestor and his granddaughter, both of whom were important pillars of the family. They just disappeared from the face of the earth with not even the slightest news for about a decade. The last angel of the Abraham family gathered enough resolve and courage to ask the Blood Emperor himself about this. After all, Sylvia Abraham was engaged to him, and Bethel Abraham was a consul for him. If anybody had any clue about their situation, it should have been none other than their excellency. Blaze had no idea whether the Blood Emperor had responded, perhaps only his lord did. But, judging the improvement of the situation within the Abraham family after that angel's visit to the royal palace, the Blood Emperor should have at least provided some satisfactory answer. Then there was the Antigonus family, who hated their lord. Yeah, Blaze knew how ridiculous that sounded, but that was the truth. The family, which consisted only of a brother and sister, actually hated their lord. It all stemmed from an event nearly 2 centuries ago during the War of the Seven Kingdoms. Diana and Medici fought their legendary battle across the northern continent, which nearly caused the destruction of the Night Kingdom ruled by the Antigonus family. Though the brother and sister duo weren't that blatant in their hate, it still couldn't escape his sharp eyes. When the two families found out about the action of the church, they did the obvious, they complained to the Blood Emperor. This was what first caused a crack in the relationship between the faith and the crown, which further deepened when the Blood Emperor didn't recognize Diana's religion as orthodox. He even heard from his lord that Antigonus somehow managed to get the support of Amon and the Angel of Imagination to sway the lingering hesitation of the Blood Emperor over the situation of the religion of Diana. So yeah, the situation between the crown and faith is at a boiling point. All that's needed is a fuse to blow the whole thing up into the air. A war of the gods will also surely erupt with this. The chances of them coming out victorious in the civil war are almost a certainty, but it will not be without a heavy loss, a loss which the empire cannot bear with the dance of the living and death going on in the front lines. And he is doing everything he can to delay that as long as possible while waiting for the defining orders from the Lord. Blaze finally looked at the document of the Jacob family in his hand, turned to the empty pages and began recording the developments of the Jacob family. They became vassals of their lord. After that, he truly didn't know any other information. He can't even divine on this issue, as it involves the gods and the king of angles. The information about the entire current situation of the Jacob family is absolutely necessary to delay the news of them becoming his lord's vassal from reaching the ears of the Blood Emperor, as this could very well be the fuse. He asked Amelia Jacob after she woke up, but the woman hadn't recovered from shock after everything that happened. However, after hearing his request, she tried to gather herself to answer many times, only to fail with stuttering and waste his time on her. Blaze also considered his other options, praying to his lord and procuring information from Diana. His lord didn't answer his prayers, and the saint he sent to her still hadn't returned yet. So, all he could do was wait, while already coming up with contiguous plans to deal with the fallout, as he had felt it was already too late. Blaze jerked his head up from the document, looking forward. A light erupted in the room, morphing into the projection of his lord. The eternal blazing sun ordered him immediately, without giving him any chance to speak. It's time, Blaze. Begin the purge. If you encounter any resistance that you are unable to overcome, simply pray to me, and I will personally send down divine punishment. The Church of Evernight Goddess will also join with us. Yes, my lord. Blaze stood up and nodded solemnly. War of Gods is about to begin. Announce a state of emergency immediately. The eternal blazing sun gave his final order. Then, his projection faded away into particles of light, leaving Blaze, who resolutely took out the sacred emblem and pressed on its surface in a peculiar pattern, causing it to light up and produce ripples in the space that began to spread out. Instantly, sirens boomed across Trier, the city of the sun. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 149, God-Slaying Legion. Astral World, Solar System. The unparalleled sun floated in the center, providing light and vitality. The brilliant sun blasted scorching solar flares onto Astral World, melting everything in its path. A golden chariot pulled by majestic white horses emerged from the surging sun, their hooves splitting the very fabric of space with a neigh and bray. The silver reins were in the hands of eternal blazing sun, who stood at the helm. He rode the sun chariot, the uniqueness of the sun pathway, at the speed of light towards the blue planet near the barrier. His golden gaze swept towards the barrier, narrowing in thought. But then two divine figures appeared in front of him, blocking his path and compelling him to pull his reins and stop the sun chariot. The divine figures were none other than the Evernight Goddess and Earth Mother. The concealment remains, Evernight Goddess observed, her hands clasped across her chest. But you have to quit being flashy if you want it to hold on. You're being unreasonable, Amon Isis, Earth Mother said with a smile, her gaze fixed on Eternal Blazing Sunday. It's a part of him, he simply cannot stop it. Eternal Blazing Sun snorted. Enough. It is no time to partake in jests and jeers. The war is about to start. Evernight Goddess swept her gaze away to a distant azure planet, her voice still heavy. Salinger shows no signs of ever departing the underworld. Give it a little time. Earth Mother spoke as she rested her hand on Evernight Goddess' shoulder. He'll have to leave someday, one way or another. The longer it takes, the more worrying it becomes. Eternal Blazing Sun murmured as he let go of the reins. But, once again, we must concentrate on the issue, which is as troubling as Salinger. Evernight Goddess finally remarked, solemnly looking into the eyes of the Eternal Blazing Sunday, are you positive about this? Yes. Eternal Blazing Sun gave a nod. With the assistance of Amon and Adam, Antigonus has already accommodated the uniqueness of the fool. They manipulated him and did a number on him. Now, the Lord of Mysteries will is waking in him. If nothing is done to stop this, then we can soon expect the resurrected pillar on our heads. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable. Earth Mother inquired sharply, shattering the brief silence. Then why didn't you just stop them before they started? Lilith, the situation isn't as straightforward as you think it is. Eternal Blazing Sun responded, his gaze riveted on his love. Ethereally, Evernight Goddess stepped between them. What has been done has already been done. Eternal Blazing Sun grunted, his gaze shifting away from the Earth Mother and toward the Evernight Goddess. Antigonus is also a member of Elitza Tutor's Legion. After I and Lilith have besieged Elitza, you can besiege him. We will also join with you after dealing with Elitza. The Evernight Goddess solemnly nodded. The Eternal Blazing Sun continued. If Solomon and Sasra decide to intervene, Badheal and Hera Bergen will handle them. I've already spoken with Badheal, and even if Hera Bergen did not intervene in the battle out of spite, Trunsoist remains. I will take care of Antigonus. Evernight Goddess nodded, her figure receding into the darkness. The war has begun. Don't kill him. The Eternal Blazing Sun stated. Be careful, Amon Isis. From behind, Earth Mother yelled. I won't. The mystical voice of the Evernight Goddess remained in the blackness as she faded away. I will. Eternal Blazing Sun looked at the darkness for a time before turning to face his love, who stared at him with her arms folded. They had a little glaring contest in the infinity of space. Come on. He finally said, sighing in defeat. Earth Mother pouted as she floated down to his helm and stood beside him, arms crossed. As the white horses neighed and pulled the solar chariot, Eternal Blazing Sun tightened his reins. "You're scared," Earth Mother murmured suddenly, glancing at her love. "You are afraid of the Lord of the Mysteries." "Indeed," Eternal Blazing Sun admitted candidly. "I am scared of him." Earth Mother peered at her love, before leaning on him in silence. The Andes mountain range. The holy mountains had turned scarlet all the way up to its black haunting crown. Under the last peak of the range lay a huge lowland. There was a massive army of 100,000 soldiers covering it like a crimson ocean. Soldier by soldier, troop by troop, company by company, they crowded together, their palms wet and their eyes ablaze. Amon and Antigonus stood close to each other at the summit, looking down at the massive troops indifferently. A thunderous footstep shook the entire holy mountain, driving fear into the hearts of the bravest men and women. Their hearts thumped viscously against their own chest. Stormy clouds stamped their cruel markings on the sky, dazzling everything as scarlet lightning began tearing through the swarthy gloomy clouds. The footsteps eventually came to a halt. There he was, clad in red royal robes with a scabbard attached to it. His red hair was crowned with a gleaming black crown. The world turned crimson with his presence. The Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor eyed his legion standing in the middle of Amon and Antigonus. He spoke, his voice majestic and loud, resounding over the planet. "Heed my soldiers, long, dark nights of trials and tribulations lie ahead of us. Not only great dangers, but also many misfortunes, shortcomings, mistakes, and disappointments will undoubtedly be our lot. Death and sorrow will be our companions, hardship our garment, constancy and valor our only shield. We must be united, undaunted, and inflexible. Our qualities and deeds must burn and glow through the dark embers of death and chaos. All hail, Blood Emperor." Antigonus stated immediately, his palm across his chest, bowing before the Red Priest. "All hail the Blood Emperor. All hail the Blood Emperor. All hail the Blood Emperor." The troops began chanting fiercely. Their eyes were inflamed with madness and bloodlust. Their chanting was jumbled at first, but the Blood Emperor brought it into order with a swirl of his finger. The shouts rumbled across the Tudor Empire like waves upon waves of a tsunami, trembling the empire. Every word in the chant appeared to contain an unseen yet terrifying force. The tremendous words ripped through the air, rushing towards the Blood Emperor, who was engulfed by red chaos. Under the authority of the Blood Emperor. It all merged into one, linking to the Emperor himself. As his crimson eyes surged into laurel black, the chaos subsided. The Blood Emperor had become one with his legion. His legion has now surpassed Medici's Red War Legion to become the strongest in human history. His legion was known as the God-slaying Legion. Its purpose is already self-evident from its name, to slay a god with the might of all. The Blood Emperor opened his arms wide. Thick crimson tendrils of lightning shrouded the sky. "Charge! Charge forth for the dreams! Charge forth for the hope! Charge forth for the honor! Charge forth for the faith! Our path shall be one that is forged with blood, victory, and madness. In our path, there is no need for cheers or jubilation. Only fear and surrender are worthy of honoring us. Charge forth, my might soldiers, and realize our greatness and dreams. Let the world quiver under our daunting march." The Blood Emperor bellowed. The angels speared their holy wings and raised their weapons to the crimson sky, joining the rest of the army in a roar. And the world quivered. Amon looked at the roaring legion. It is truly a pity to end this journey in this way. He sighed and glanced up at the sky. It was there, sweeping through the crimson clouds in a burst of brilliant light. A white blot of lightning erupted from it, plummeting onto the god-slaying legion. "No!" the Blood Emperor roared. It was, however, too late. The white streak of lightning fell on the unsuspecting and bellowing war legion. Then the world became white. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 150, War and Disorder. Divine punishment descended. And for a little moment, the world flashed white before receding, revealing a perfectly unscathed god-slaying legion. The legion's surroundings were engulfed in crimson darkness. In the embers of chaos and blood, the whole fabric of existence was warping. It was the authority of war and disorder. "Ha ha!" the Blood Emperor bellowed fearlessly, his crazy eyes locked on the brilliant sky. "Do you think I'm a moron?" He then cast a sidelong glance towards Amon. Amon looked down at the horrified troops. The tranquil darkness gleamed in his monocle. The warriors slumped on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. However, the link with the Blood Emperor remains. Through this link, Alitza summoned all of their power into him, becoming stronger exponentially. A deep, chaotic darkness descended near the Blood Emperor. A middle-aged man dressed in black regal attire emerged from it. His head was adorned with a black crown. "Black Emperor." The two emperors stood at the mountain's summit, looking at the sky with fierce eyes filled with a striking identical hatred. In the skies, Earth Mother used her earthy authority to aim her hand at the two emperors and raise her hand high towards the astral world. The two emperors did not fight back. Their figures teleported from Earth to the astral world, accompanied by the eternal blazing sun and Earth Mother. At least temporarily, peace reigned in the Andes Mountains. Antigonus breathed a sigh of relief as the unsettling muttering in his ears faded with the decreasing heavenly pressure of the eternal blazing Sunday. He turned to face Amon and opened his mouth to discuss their strategy. Suddenly, he saw a blurry figure. This person was dressed in a long, tiered black gown. Her beautiful and gentle face was covered in thin black gauze. Her eyes stood out the most, as if they were compressing the entire starry night sky. It made one feel both peace and uncontrollable fear. Evernight Goddess. Antigonus' eyes were filled with terror at the sight of the woman, and his mind flashed back to the horrible recollections of the past. His heart plummeted into the pits of sorrow, leaving him vulnerable to an enemy strike for a brief moment. And for the Evernight Goddess, this was more than enough. Antigonus was instantly erased with an eraser, as if he were merely a sketch. The Evernight Goddess then looked down at the sleeping legion, softly waving her hand. The god-slaying legion was engulfed in darkness as it erupted. She also kept this area concealed. After a few moments, the darkness broke through the war and disorder authorities and enveloped the legion, causing them to disappear forever in the darkness, serving their connection with Blood Emperor. The Evernight Goddess eventually turned to face the Angel of Time, who bowed lightly with his distinctive smile on his lips. Evernight. She just spared him a glance before looking ahead for a moment and fading away into darkness. Amon sighed as he adjusted his monocle. He began heading toward the other end of the summit, where there was an oddly placed wooden bench. Adam sat on that wooden bench with a simple white cloak and a silver cross around his neck, just like any other average priest. He was holding an empty book and was writing on the first page. Amon sat with the priest, his legs crossed, his brows raised at the book. What is the title? Intis Empire. Adam smiled gently. Palace of Eternity, Backlund. Trunsoist and Ornia strolled out onto the balcony of the majestic palace, their hands tightly together. Their eyes were fixated on the sky. The time has come. Trunsoist said, her clear eyes fixed on his love. I must confront him and put an end to this once and for all. Only one thing will prevail by the sunset, disorder or order. You will triumph. Ornia whispered softly while kissing his lips. You are always so positive. Trunsoist chuckled and shook his head. You know, there's a chance I might die. A finger was placed on his lips, preventing him from speaking. Ornia said again, her voice becoming firmer with each iteration. You shall triumph, my love. Her hand trailed to his, and she could feel his heart throbbing viscerally against his chest. Believe in yourself. At the end of the day, order equals chaos. While disorder is only a small part of chaos. It's a mere reflection. In the end, order will always win. How do you know what to say all the time? Do you practice your speeches? Trunsoist asked, his eyes narrowing with joy. Just for you. Ornia huffs a soft laugh, patting his chest after she felt his thumping heart calm. Trunsoist put his arms around her waist and drew her in closer, their faces inches apart, hot breath flooding their lungs. I will win. Trunsoist declared firmly at the end. Go, my love. Ornia beamingly smiled. And slay the Black Emperor. Trunsoist kissed her fervently and nodded, before his figure vanished into brass particles, leaving Ornia alone, her stare lingering on Trunsoist's fading figure, before running towards the edge of the balcony, her eyes set on the sky, which had already been ablaze with fire and light. The floating continent, astral world. The god of steam and machinery gazed out the window of the topmost silver tower into the limitless astral universe. My lord. Evelyn finally broke the silence by asking. The war of gods. No. The steam god shook his head. There's no point in going up against him again. He turned to face his angel. How is the project going? It's almost done, my lord. Evelyn nodded, her gaze somber as ever. All that is required for it to become total is your authority. I'll come after the gods' war is over. After some thought, the god of steam said. Evelyn nodded and walked out from the tower, leaving the deity alone in his thoughts. The god of steam and machinery shifted his gaze to the astral world, where the god battle had already begun. His authority engulfed the entire continent, shielding it from the powerful waves unleashed by the fight. The project was part of a larger plan he devised just for Diana Knight. He will strike her death knell when she starts her ascension. Even Aucuses wouldn't be able to save her at the moment. Unknown location, northern continent. Diana Knight approached the bronze tower's window, staring out into the astral realm. The gods' war is about to commence. According to her probing, the probabilities of the god falling in this fight are far too high. But she was unconcerned about her lord. Her lord's power increased exponentially after ascending to become the symbol of power. In terms of raw power, her lord should be unrivaled in the sequence 0 category. Diana finally turned aside and headed towards the globe projection. The deadline is approaching. Her preparations are nearly finished. She knew, though, that Artisan would not stand by and witness her ascension. He is bound to do something. She needs to speak with the Lord about this. Diana clutched her purple book firmly. Her figure crumbles into information, surging towards and blending with the envisioned world. Everything within went white instantly. The truth has been revealed. In the infinite space between Earth and Venus, astral world, Alitza and Solomon descended, solemnly facing forward, their hands holding their weapons. A golden chariot was dragged along the infinite starry sky by 4 majestic horses, emitting an infinite amount of pure light. Aucuses grasped the reins in one hand and the golden spear in the other. Umbella is not there. Solomon grumbled, his eyes narrowing on the traitor. It was a disgrace. He loathed this alliance with his soul. But he bore the hatred only to deal with the bigger threat, Aucuses. And the white angel will fall today. They will make certain of it. She is in concealment. Alitza answered flatly, his gaze fixated on the Aucuses in the chariot. Waiting for the right opportunity. The magnificent horses neighed. Aucuses let the reins fall and vaulted high from his chariot. The sun chariot instantly disintegrated into light particles. Aucuses descended before them, his stride shattering the fabric of reality. He spun his spear in his palm, a wide grin on his lips. From him erupted a vast divine aura, exuding infinite power and terror. The reality around him was torn asunder by the mighty aura, revealing the starless void. His steps reverberated in the astral world like the most destructive thunder in the cosmos. The mighty aura pressed down on Alitza and Solomon's shoulders, quivering their figures. Fear, which they thought they had conquered, returned, spreading its claws and piercing their hearts, flooding them with doubts and questions, freezing them. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 151, Singularity. Fear engulfed the hearts of Alitza and Solomon, as their eyes filled with haze and their minds flashed with the memories of past humiliation. Pathetic. A mad voice roared in their minds, filled with an aura of degeneration. It shattered the fear, freeing their minds from the aura of Aucuses. It is just the tyrannical aura of Aucuses. Yet you both nearly succumbed to it. Why don't you already go and kneel in front of him? Solomon's face twisted in anger and shame, while Alitza kept his indifference. However, his tightening grip on his sword, which almost made his knuckles white, told a completely different story. They didn't dare direct the volcanic anger at that voice, turning towards Aucuses, who was smiling, his eyebrows fluttering amusedly. Well. Well. Aucuses jested, his spear pointed at the Black Emperor. Look at the sight. The virtuous emperor has sided with his traitor, who backstabbed him for the world to see. It seems, Solomon, from the beginning, you were all talk. The Black Emperor's eyes filled with rage, raising a twisted inverse scale in his hand that gleamed in his black chaotic darkness. I shall not have my honor questioned by anyone, especially you, the fallen angel of the Creator. Aucuses laughed, his hand covering his face and shaking his head with sheer amusement. I am not questioning your honor, Solomon. I am denying its existence. His voice thundered throughout the astral world within the barrier, bringing silence with it. Alitza Tudor's indifferent countenance finally collapsed, while Solomon's figure quivered, emanating infinite streaks of chaotic darkness. Crack! Crack! The reality around Solomon began to crack with a thunder. It spread from the battlefield, instantly spanning most of the space between Earth and Venus, like a broken mirror. Aucuses raised his hand. A blot of white lightning zapped into existence, pulsating with sheer power to destroy an entire star system. Alitza unsheathed his blazing sword, assuming his combat stance, his eyes darting across the cracked battlefield for Earth Mother. Aucuses! Solomon roared, his scale raised high in the cracking reality. The authority of disorder was unleashed upon reality without resistance. Face my judgment. Surprisingly, the cracked reality didn't collapse into chaos. But, something emerged from deep within, a dreadful aura erupting. It was first a black dot. Even in the darkness of space, it was clearly visible, standing out. The black dot began to twist on itself, the very cracked fabric of reality also distorted with it, as if resonating with it. Aucus's face went solemn, the blot of the white lightning emitting a blinding light, as he began to pour more of his power into the blot. The blinding light illuminated the entire solar system, even beyond, in an instant. Meanwhile, time and space began to twist in the black dot. Matter was crushed into infinite density, and the pull of gravity became infinitely strong, tearing apart all the material laws in reality. Finally, it began to expand, like a dark beast of judgment, engulfing and tearing everything in its path. You can't stop it. The Black Emperor bellowed. The creator called it a singularity. Space. Reality. They, too, are powerless against its fangs. Compared to that, what is light? Sun. Lightning. Nothing. This is the graveyard of the universe. It is now also your graveyard. Fall into eternal chaos, Occuses. He waved his hand down. The black hole moved, surging towards Occuses. Everything was torn apart in its path. The solar system has already plunged into absolute chaos, reality within the barrier has been torn asunder, unveiling the starless void. Pandemonium consumed it all. Only the authority of Artisan and Hera Bergen protected the planets from getting affected by the war. Despite facing the singularity, Occuses spread his hands back, his eyes calm. The blot on the hand cracked into volatile power. The black hole was heading closer and closer, yet he still didn't attack. His figure became blurry. Occuses suddenly gave a nod. In that instant, Lilith emerged from the concealment, descending on the side of him, her palms pointing at the heralding black hole. At the same moment, Alitza, who had been waiting, appeared right behind Lilith, his blazing crimson sword stabbing, aiming at her undefended back. But, something appeared in his path with a burst of twilight, a colossal giant in silver armor, holding a gargantuan orange sword. The sunset giant dragged his sword with his long hand and clashed with his crimson sword. A burst of waning light and dreary fire erupted as they were hurtled away from the main battlefield, leaving Lilith and Occuses alone. At this moment, Lilith pointed her palms at the black hole heading for her love. Her palm glowed green, as her authority over life was exerted. Suddenly, the black hole stopped in the path, completely breaking free from the control of the Black Emperor, making him grunt in pain. With a roar, numerous black tentacles extended out of the singularity, as the infinite pull of gravity was exerted on reality unrestrainedly. Lilith, Earth Mother, granted life to the black hole, allowing it to escape the control of the Black Emperor. However, it also completely unleashed the singularity upon the astral world. If not stopped, it will begin to infinitely expand, consuming everything. Seeing this, Occuses hurtled the blot of golden lightning high up. It branched and forked above him, unveiling a golden, luminescent tree. It was the Golden Order. But a weakened Golden Order cannot deal with the black hole at all, unless... A bronze beam of light cascaded before the Golden Order. Out of it came Trunsoist, the Night Emperor, dressed in his majestic royal robes, holding an inverse scale in his hand. The Night Emperor raised his scales high. His authority of order erupted, combining with the Golden Order. Suddenly, a huge inverted cross rose near Occuses and Trunsoist, dwarfing everything. There was a hanged man nailed to it. His closed eye opened, revealing a deep black pupil. Immediately, a boundless black ocean erupted from him, filled with filth and mire, emitting a terrifying aura of degeneration. The ocean surged with massive waves, rolling towards Occuses and Trunsoist. A cluster of wheat sprouted up around the boundary between Occuses and Turnoist. Flowers, mushrooms, and trees were also among them. They intertwined with each other, layer by layer, forming a natural barrier to protect them. Immediately following that, an illusory white tower appeared. Every level was made up of thick books. Each book had a brass eye on it. The higher one went, the darker it got. It was filled with the aura of insanity, destruction, inauspiciousness, and disaster. It extended into the starless void, encompassing the hanged men and the black ocean, temporarily sealing them within it. Inside the natural barrier, Trunsoist and Occuses exchanged glances and began combining their authorities. Their hands pointed at the ever-expanding black hole. The luminescent tree shimmered as golden circles of light formed before it, which intersected with each other, forming a symbol of a gigantic ring that encompassed the entire golden tree within it. Click. A sound was heard. It was something that fell right into place, combining something with another. It was the orders of Occuses and Trunsoist. The principles and composition of both orders were perfectly compatible with each other. There was no rejection at all. For a moment, it looked as if they were originally meant to be one rather than two, and now they have combined to attain their true form. Meanwhile, Solomon was in absolute panic, feeling the volatile power of the order. Chaos sprung from him, trashing against the natural barrier in an attempt to completely destroy it. He even twisted the concept of life to make the barrier wither away. But it was useless, the plants and trees kept sprouting and growing infinitely, replacing all the fallen ones under the assault of chaos. The natural barrier still stood mightily, protecting Occuses. He looked to the sides, Alitza and Badheal were still battling each other, while Hera Bergen sealed Sasur temporarily, and the singularity was still expanding. Salinger. Solomon roared, his eyes desperately looking for the last hope. However, only the cold darkness of the astral world greeted him, there was no hope. Boom. Suddenly, the natural barrier collapsed with a burst of golden light, illuminating the solar system and nearby star systems in a fraction of a second. Out of it came Trunsoist, pointing at the expanding black hole, snapping his fingers. The terrifying authority of order erupted, shrouding the ethereal river of time. Under the will of Trunsoist, the order of flow was altered to flow backwards. The ever-expanding black hole froze as the might of time and order shrouded it. The singularity was completely suppressed under their combined power. The river of time began to flow backwards. The singularity shrank back to a dot in a second. Then it was gone, lost in the ethereal flow of time. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 152, The Dance of the Sun and Moon. The singularity fell into the obscurity of time. The broken reality was restored, the cracks vanishing and disappearing. The astral world returned to serenity, as if the war of the gods never happened. And everything was mere illusion. But the illusion was shattered by the rise of a colossal golden luminescence tree, dwarfing everything and everyone. Its roots spread to the deepest parts of the fabric of reality, and its branches extend toward the barrier. A golden ring surrounded it, encompassing the entire luminescence tree within it. It was the ultimate form of the combined order of Aucuses and Trunsoist, the Elden Tree. The Night Emperor, Trunsoist, floated in front of the Elden Tree. His demeanor and countenance had completely changed, becoming indifferent and unequivocal. He exuded authority and strictness. His eyes were blindfolded by the auric cloth, shimmering with esoteric rules and laws, while he held an inverse golden scale in his hand and a silver sword in another. A divine golden halo sparkled behind his head. Trunsoist walked towards Solomon, each step causing a ripple in reality, which spread out, shimmering the fabric of reality like a lake. Solomon calmed down. His heart was steeled for the final battle. He realized this was it. Trunsoist and him. Order and disorder. In the end, only one will prevail. His heart suddenly settled down in absolute calmness. He narrowed his eyes at his divine figure of Trunsoist. Trunsoist. You really have come so far. From a scrawny kid to an all-powerful god. The epics of heroes pale in comparison to you. You overpraise me. Trunsoist smiled, his walk turning into a stride. I am still the same scrawny kid in many ways. Oh. Solomon sneered. That does explains a lot. You are still a pawn, Trunsoist. Before to me, now to Aucuses. The strings are still there. You know it too, don't you? He pointed to the elder tree behind Trunsoist. For this, Trunsoist just chuckled and shook his head, speaking indifferently. I am nobody's pawn. It was always my choice and decision. It was my path no matter what. I forged through it with blood, sweat, and tears. I've regretted some in the past. But now, standing before you, I don't anymore. Trunsoist raised the inverse scale as he finally stopped before Solomon. The end is nigh. Only one of us shall prevail. Solomon raised his black spectre, proclaiming loudly. Come on, Trunsoist. It's indeed time to end it once and for all. Boom. The golden scale and black spectre erupted with the authority of order and disorder. With a loud metaphysical boom. Everything around Black Emperor and Night Emperor was thrown into oblivion, leaving them in what appeared to be endless darkness. Trunsoist and Solomon faced each other. Their mighty figures loomed in the endless darkness. With a resounding cling, the reality around them altered, revealing a distorted empire and an orderly utopia. It was their divine kingdom. It was their dream. It was their manifestation of their authority. The ultimate embodiment of order and disorder, they pitted everything against each other. The authorities of order and disorder clashed. The divine kingdoms collided. Pandemonium erupted, glitching reality at a phenomenal rate. With each glitch, reality altered, sometimes showing the twisted empire, sometimes an orderly utopia, sometimes something completely different, horrifying and harrowing. The rules and concepts were twisted across reality before being erased and restored by order. Every law or concept mattered and affected. They were woven and distorted, erased and annihilated. The battle continued on and on. Again and again. The order and disorder confronted each other in a war beyond mortal comprehension. In the midst of the ever-changing reality, Solomon and Trunsoist stood, their eyes fixed on each other. The war raged on in the realms beyond. Meanwhile, in the astral world, the colossal white tower that sealed a mighty being within it was shaded laurel black. Wriggling flesh began to infest the black tower, leaking thick water out of them. A crack finally appeared in the black tower, instantly spreading like a cobweb across the tower. Boom. The colossal tower collapsed on itself. The mighty hangman rose with massive waves of black water large enough to submerge planets rolled out with his accent, but something stood in its way, a hooded old man with a white book that was opened, pages flipped on their own. A myriad of pictures of wonders and miracles were recorded in it. Traitor. A mighty voice boomed out from within the black ocean, as the shadow of the hanged man appeared in the center of it all. You dare to appear in front of me. It seems the passage of time has finally given the pathetic you a little courage, the dragon of betrayal. Bergen seemed unfazed. He calmly walked towards the coming gigantic waves. He was too small in comparison to its size, almost like a speck of dust, but his divine aura dwarfed everything. For a moment, it looked as though the old man was carrying the entire world within his arms rather than just a book. There is no need for these useless jests. The rolling pages in his book came to a halt, revealing a picture of the night sky dotted with innumerable sparkles. Something was different with the night. There was no crimson moon, but a silver disk of the moon burning brightly in platinum flames. This is war, Sasra. The silver moon in the picture gleamed brightly, turning corporeal. Then, it emerged from the omniscient book, emitting an aura of purity. It was shrouded in the fog of history. After countless millennia, the silver moon graced reality again, splashing its long-extinguished silver moonlight, which seemed to burn like platinum flames, upon the hanged man. Under the illumination of the moonlight, everything that was filth was purged in absolute purity. The black ocean dissolved into nothingness, while the figure of a hanged man had silver cracks, breaking him in a sheen of argent flames of the moon. The hanged man's black eye gazed deeply at the rising silver moon, before he opened his mouth and declared, his voice still carrying might and power, booming across the astral world. Sun. A blinding sun emerged. It wasn't gold or white, but complete laurel black, emitting an aura of degeneration, corrupting everything illuminated by its black light. The black sun rose high with the silver moon, facing each other in a battle of dominance. The platinum-silver flames collided with black shimmering veils. Purity and degeneration clashed in the astral world. It was the dance of the sun and moon. On the other side of the battlefield, Badheal swung his twilight sword, shattering reality and sending Alitza flying across the astral world. Alitza Tudor stood up, charging at the sunset giant for another round, his eyes unrelenting. Crimson streaks of fire exploded with each of his footstep. However, his unrelenting stride stopped, looking ahead, his mad eyes turning solemn and resolute. With a burst of light, Aucasus and Lilith descended near Badheal, standing with the sunset giant. Their mighty auras combined, sweeping towards him and falling on his shoulders, quivering him. Aucasus walked forward, his spear in hand. It is time to end your ridiculous story, Alitza Tudor. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/aaronfraser. I will continue posting on Scribble Hub soon. Chapter 153, Eternal Death. In the astral world, Aucasus walked forward, his golden spear in hand, streaking with cataclysmic thunder. It is time to end your ridiculous story, Alitza Tudor. His indifferent voice boomed across the battlefield, as lightning cracked in the space. A tyrannical aura erupted from him, sweeping towards the Blood Emperor, Alitza Tudor. Alitza Tudor grabbed his sword tightly, his eyes eroding in madness and resolution. He declared it without any fear or hesitation. Even if I am going to die, I shall drag you all to the grave with me. Crimson streaks of fire exploded from him, forming an inferno large enough to incinerate planets in turns. The fabric of reality burned away in the embers of crimson. Alitza Tudor emerged from the inferno, his body drenched in crimson blood, his eyes ablaze in the red inferno of flame. His aura cataclysmic, shattering reality. He pointed his blazing sword at the Aucasus, Lilith, and Badheal, his lips raising to smile, a smile that spoke volumes of madness. For a moment, his cataclysmic aura even managed to dwarf the three of them. He opened his mouth as if to declare more, but he suddenly froze, his infernal eyes widening. He looked down. A dark brown wooden staff had pierced through his heart, creating a scene of deep autumn filled with withering flowers, trees, and mushrooms. Alitza slowly turned his head and looked at Earth Mother, who had a gentle expression. He asked in pain as the crimson fire in his eyes dimmed. How? In the realms beyond, Trunsoist and Solomon faced each other, their specter and scale held high in the midst of the ever-changing realities. Disorder and order are still pitted against each other, with neither side appearing to gain an advantage. Trunsoist, the Night Emperor, slightly waved his hands at reality. In between them, a gigantic luminescent tree emerged, dwarfing everything. The Elden Tree. At the sight of the tree, Solomon, the Black Emperor, grabbed his specter so tight, his knuckles went white. The Elden Tree emitted a shimmer of golden light, sweeping the ever-changing reality. The shimmer was woven with innumerable laws and rules of order, which annihilated all of the disorder in reality in an instant. The disorder tried to fight back, however, the attempts were completely futile after some resistance. The combined authorities of order in the Elden Tree erased it from the fabric of reality. It was total suppression. Absolute order was established. The ever-changing reality settled down. The golden blazing sun gleamed brightly illuminating a magnificent and colossal city with structures that seemed to reach the sky and people that seemed ever content. It was a utopia, an orderly utopia. In the midst of it all, Solomon and Trunsoist still faced each other, though Solomon's figure was quivering, becoming illusory and ethereal by the moment. Under the light of the golden sun, Trunsoist walked towards the fading Black Emperor, his footsteps resounding across the orderly utopia. He finally stood before Solomon, whispering silently. "You lost. I never had the chance to begin with, am I?" Solomon laughed self-deprecatingly, peering down at his illusory figure. Trunsoist was silent, his clothed eyes facing Solomon with an air of indifference and superiority shrouding him. This was all a delusion from the beginning. Solomon muttered in a hoarse voice, his voice becoming lower with each word, almost a whisper. After some silence, he finally looked at the blindfolded Trunsoist. "I lost." He admitted it, his head raised high. Then, Solomon threw his spectre to the ground, causing it to shatter into countless resplendent fragments. He finally said, his resolute gaze fixed on Trunsoist. "Kill me, Trunsoist. Farewell, my emperor." Trunsoist whispered. The golden scale in his hand emitted a sheen of ethereal light, illuminating Solomon. Solomon looked up at the bright sky and heaved a long sigh. His black eyes were dimming and his figure crumbled away in black shimmering particles. He finally smiled and closed his eyes. Under the illumination of light, he faded away into the obscurity of time. In the end, the proud and valiant emperor died with honor. Trunsoist looked on in silence. The white blindfold fell from his head, revealing his heavy eyes. He walked ahead, crouching down and picking up the black crown from the ground with the 3 sequence, 1 characteristics. He stood up, his hand clasped tightly against the crown, while he put away the 3 characteristics into his kingdom. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire orderly utopia rumbled, collapsing and disintegrating. The Elden tree dimmed visibly with branches and leaves withering away in eternal death. Trunsoist turned immediately and was immediately engulfed by a tsunami of still darkness, emitting an aura of repose and tranquility before he could even react. Everything was sinking into darkness, eternal darkness. A minute earlier. How? Alitza grunted in pain, looking at the floating Earth Mother. Then, he saw that she was not only surrounded by the autumn but also waning darkness. Earth Mother had never left the concealment. He jerked his head towards them, only to witness the Earth Mother's figure, which stood near Badhiel, fade in light particles. It was a projection made out of the authority of life, light, and order, allowing it to appear no different from the real body under the combined authorities. Thus successful fooling the mad Alitza Tudor, Blood Emperor. Aucasus smirked, "As I just said, it is time to end your pathetic and ridiculous story, Alti." The sun god's smile suddenly froze, his eyes darting towards Lilith. Without any warning or hesitation, the eternal blazing sun actually hurtled his spear at his love, stunning everyone on the battlefield. The sun's spear transformed into a blot of white lightning, surging with infinite power. In a fraction of a second, the tyrannical blot hit the still dazed Lilith, erupting in brilliance. Divine blood spilled across the astral world, blooming with life as wounded Lilith rolled towards Herabergen, far away from their battlefield. Badhiel looked on in astonishment. However, his eyes immediately narrowed in alarm at the withering figure of Alitza Tudor. In the place where Lilith stood, an ethereal darkness was now present. A bone hand extended out, shrouded in pale flames, stabbing into Alitza, killing him in eternal death. Badhiel felt a tinge in his eyes as he stared into the ethereal darkness. The suppressed primordial will within him surged immediately. A shiver ran down his spine as he began to resist the instinct of convergence with all his might. The worst possible situation became a reality. It was a river of eternal darkness. Salinger is able to draw power from the Spherote. Salinger. The roar of Aucasus sounded, shattering the pressure on him. Aucasus, who had always been calm and indifferent since he became a god, now radiated sheer and utter rage. "Don't let Salinger get his hands on the uniqueness of the Red Priest." Aucasus bellowed, his voice booming across the astral and material world. Badhiel immediately remembered the connection between the eternal darkness and the calamity of destruction. Their pathways are actually interchangeable. Does Salinger want to? His orange eyes darkened in the waning twilight. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 154, Combining Forces. In the astral world, the bone hands of Salinger had pierced through the heart of Alitza Tudor. The shrouded hands grabbed the beating heart of the Blood Emperor, crushing it in one swift motion, ending the life of the Blood Emperor, whose dazed eyes dimmed in eternal death. Alitza's figure withered as embers of pale flames erupted from the hand, burning through the corpse of the god. At that moment, Aucasus bellowed. "Don't let Salinger get his hands on the uniqueness of the Red Priest." The gazes of gods from the astral and material worlds shifted towards the withering figure of Tudor. Time seemed to slow down. Aucasus raised his hand and twisted it. The eternal sun in the center of the solar system dyed white and disappeared. Then, it appeared right on top of the withering figure of the Blood Emperor, letting out an inconvincible and scorching light, pulsating with infinite power. Aucasus didn't hesitate to detonate it. The eternal sun entered the state of supernova while he still raised his hands, gathering all of his remaining power into a white blot of lightning. He shot it at the bone hand. It surged with enough power to destroy multiple star systems. At the same time, Hera Bergen turned, waving his hand. The silver moon that danced with the black sun disappeared. It was teleported directly to the corpse of Elitza Tudor, emitting an infinite amount of pure moonlight, which seemed to even purify death itself. Then, as Hera Bergen spread his hands high, the omniscient book floated up with his hands. His eyes turned all white, as a phantom of a white snake biting its own tail emerged behind him. There was an illusory river with infinite tributaries flowing ethereally under his phantom of the snake of Mercury. It was the river of destiny. Using his authority of omniscience, Hera Bergen began to manipulate the probabilities of Salinger's victory. A deep and boundless aura erupted from him. Surprisingly, Sassurer, the true creator, didn't intervene or stop Hera Bergen. He just watched on silently as the all-out attacks of the gods erupted. From the material world, a beautiful woman ascended, her long hair rising up one by one as it slithered, like a python. Her figure grew in size as she exited the atmosphere, dwarfing the entire earth in an instant. Cheek, primordial demoness. Cheek pointed her soft finger at the bone hand and said solemnly. Her authority was unleashed without any resistance. End. In an instant, a cataclysmic aura erupted and shrouded the bone hand. Whatever the aura touched and graced was disintegrated into oblivion. Reality. Space. Matter. Everything fell into the arms of annihilation, fading into obscurity of the end, chaos before creation. Meanwhile, in the corner of the astral world, from the floating continent, Artisan, god of steam and machinery, floated out. Then, he snapped his fingers. In the atmosphere of the earth, an illusory light shot out, revealing picture-like projections around the earth. Some of them recorded humans' helplessness and misery when confronted by supernatural beings. Some of them used an epic-like brush to reenact scenes of humans fusing with Beyonder ingredients to gain strength and save the race. Some described the distinct cultures and traditions brought about by the Black Emperor, while others carried various points of view, books, and inventions. Some of them resembled the dawn of the present world, starting from machinery that spewed steam, the buildings that rose higher and higher. The contents made the seemingly thin scroll exude a heaviness and majestic aura that quickly enveloped the entire earth, forming a barrier protecting the entire planet. All the while, Artisan began to exercise his authority across the astral world within the barrier, not to attack but to protect. The unrestrained attacks of gods can destroy a star system, even more so now, when gods are striking with their all-out attack. Somebody has to protect everything. Near the withering figure of Elitza Tudor, Badial raised his hand high, and summoned. A kingdom arose at the end of time. It was adorned with countless palaces, towers, and fortified walls. Throughout the kingdom, there were numerous eye-catching murals depicting giants and dragons battling demonic wolves, mutants, devils, and phoenixes. The drawing was rough yet vivid. The kingdom was perpetually enveloped in twilight. It was grand, magnificent, otherworldly, and something that would only appear in the fables and legends of history. It was the Twilight Kingdom. The Twilight Kingdom suddenly underwent a violent change with a wave of Badial's hand. The entire kingdom morphed into a colossal sword, larger than planets, bathed in the orange light of twilight. The Twilight Sword shot towards Bone Hand, accurately aiming for the only flaw and weakness, shattering reality. At the same time, Trunsoist emerged from within the darkness of the astral world, his figure shrouded in the wisps of the brass light of order. He wore a black crown on his head and tied back the white cloth over his eyes. Then, he raised his scales high into the space. From him, innumerable law symbols erupted, shrouding the astral world within the barrier and strengthening reality. It joined with the authority of the god of steam and machinery, protecting the world. Then, Trunsoist pointed at the attacks of the gods and twisted his hand. The black crown over his head gleamed in brilliance. He distorted the power of the attacks of the gods, strengthening them. Though his figure looked withered upon using the authority of disorder. Simultaneously, a crimson moon rose from the earth like a scene from an apocalypse, revealing Amon Isis. Without any hesitation, the Evernight goddess swung her scythe at the pale hand. A tsunami of darkness erupted. It was the dark beast of judgment surging towards the Bone Hand. In synchronous, she also used her authority over misfortune on Salinger. The all-out attacks of the gods were unleashed within a second in immediate response to the call of Aucasus. Sun, lightning, darkness, moon, order, twilight, calamity, fate, and the White Tower. The authorities dashed towards the Bone Hand with all their might. The slowing time finally returned normal. The authorities of gods descended upon the Bone Hand. Boom. A brilliance brighter than any star in the cosmos erupted from the withering figure of Elitza Tudor. And everything went white, annihilated as the light engulfed it, whether time or reality or space, nothing was spared. In the middle of the infinite brilliance, the corpse of Elitza Tudor disappeared, disintegrated. In its place, the uniqueness and characteristics of the Red Priest, which were completely unaffected by the brilliance. Then, there was the bristling bone hand. The embers of pale flames were gone. The thick and ethereal darkness from which the hand extended out had become illusory. It looked as though it might extinguish at any moment. The bristling bone hand still tried to extend towards the red crown, ignoring the assault of brilliance, seemingly unrelenting. But someone obstructed its path. The figure of Ocas's bore through the brilliance, dying in scorching golden blood. He descended in the middle of the path and picked up the crimson crown in his hand. The eternal blazing sun didn't seem to care about his condition, which was deteriorating by the moment, as he bore the assault of brilliance that was formed by the attacks of all gods. Ocas's raised his hand, his finger pointing at the bone hand. The brilliance deepened further, disintegrating the bone hand of Salinger. How? A furious voice boomed out from the illusory darkness. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He even used the power of Surfoid to conceal his attack. Others should not be able to feel it coming at all. Yet, Ocas's. You are a coward, Salinger. Ocas's spat. The infinite brilliance finally consumed the darkness. Then, the eternal darkness was extinguished with a furious roar booming out. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 155, Crown. The War of the Gods ended. The Black Emperor and the Blood Emperor fell. Across the world, the crimson darkness emitting the authority of war and disorder was engulfed in pure brilliance. The colossal statues of the Black Emperor and Blood Emperor collapsed across the Solomon Empire and Tudor Empire, declaring the demise of the emperors for the world. In the astral world, the pure brilliance that engulfed everything receded into obscurity, making the entire solar system plunge into darkness. The sun disappeared with all of the fabric of reality within the astral world, leaving only the starless void. The three planets were unaffected by the aftermath of the battle of gods due to the protection of the god of steam and machinery. Though with the disappearance of the sun, the planets in their trajectory abruptly stopped. Suddenly, there was a golden spark, then a fire, and then an inferno, roaring in the center of the solar system. It rose high and high, morphing into a fluorescent orb, larger and larger, dwarfing everything. With a thud, the eternal sun reappeared, shattering the darkness, sending out infinite light and warmth, illuminating it all in a golden ethereal glow. The collapsed reality began to heal visibly. The frozen plants in their trajectory resumed as the gravity of the sun shrouded them, making it all slowly return to normal. The eternal blazing sun emerged from the infinite brilliance of the sun, holding the crimson crown, symbolizing victory for all gods. Sasser, the true creator, looked at Ocas's silently before leaving the astral world and returning to his kingdom in the forsaken land of the gods. Herabergen, the god of knowledge and wisdom, closed his omniscient book. His figure faded away from the astral world without staying for another moment. Artisan, the god of steam and machinery, retrieved his scroll of civilization from Earth and returned to the floating continent. Badheel, the god of combat, was near Lilith, checking in on her before turning and lightly nodding to Ocas's, his figure disappearing in the twilight. The Night Emperor removed the black crown from his head, also nodding to the eternal blazing sun, and returned to the Palace of Eternity. Cheek, primordial Demoness, looked on at the crimson crown held by the eternal blazing sun with obvious reluctance, but she finally sighed, turning back and disappearing into the material world. Amon Isis, the Evernight goddess, exchanged glances with the eternal blazing sun, fading away into the obscurity of darkness. The astral world plunged into silence with the departure of the gods, leaving only the eternal blazing sun and the Earth Mother. Under the illumination of the sun, Ocas's appeared before Lilith, immediately embracing her. His arms were lightly quivering. "I am sorry," he mumbled. "I am sorry." "Oh." Lilith got out of his embrace, her hands on his cheeks, making him look into her vibrant eyes. "It's okay. It's not your fault, don't blame yourself." "Still." Ocas's drawled, his arms around her tightening. "I almost lost you." Lilith sighed. She seemed not that affected by all that happened, but her heavily quivering arms told a completely different story. She held the arms of Ocas's. "I am fine now, silly. So put down your worries." Ocas's took a deep breath, calming down. Then, he spoke, his voice low, almost a whisper. "I will make Salinger pay," Lilith said, sighing. "Let's leave him aside for now. You are a mess, Ocas's. Let go and I will help you." Ocas's looked on in love, silently. He was completely drained and his whole figure was dyed in his own blood. At the same time, bearing the power of the brilliance formed by all the gods was completely and totally life-threatening. This was why no other gods dared to enter the center other than Ocas's, who was the only one able to at least bear the brilliance, as he was the symbol of power. Still, it was completely excruciating for even Ocas's, leaving him completely drained. The only reason he hadn't collapsed yet was only due to his sheer will and overwhelming concern for Lilith. Ocas's finally nodded, his eyes dimmed, and his figure withered, collapsing on Lilith. Lilith immediately caught him and carried him back to Earth, leaving the desolate astral world. Few hours later, Trier. The bustling city of Sun was completely deserted with no living soul in sight. The sky was marked with dark clouds with lightning flashing down on Earth from time to time, rumbling the entire city. Caucasus sat at a table outside the restaurant, reclining in his chair. He was completely recovered with the goddess of life herself treating him. It was too close this time. If not for him obtaining a Rhodes beforehand, everything would have been lost. His beloved. He clenched his hand, golden blood dripping down on the ground, melting everything. Here. Lilith appeared before him, holding 2 cups of coffee, passing one. Just the way you like it. Caucasus put on a smile, pressing down his emotions, taking the coffee. He discreetly waved his hands, cleansing the blood on the floor. Then, he took a sip of the coffee, letting his thoughts fly, to distract himself. The war of the gods may have ended, but the war on the land is still going on. His church was confronting the Abraham family, purging them, while most of his angels marched towards the Hornassus Mountains with the Church of Evernight Goddess. How is the situation? Lilith asked in between sips, still not bringing up her situation. Fine. Caucasus said, Abraham family is almost purged. They put up quite a resistance though, even taking out the final card, the scroll of the god. Wasn't that created by the creator? Lilith asked, surprised. Yes, Caucasus replied. The creator visualized it into existence, infusing it with a shadow of the authority of God. Blaze prayed for me after they used that. And I sent down divine punishment and destroyed it with most of the Abraham family. He paused. Antigonus family, though, the situation turned complex. Amon-Isis still didn't slay Antigonus. Lilith asked, accurately inferring from his words. No. Caucasus shook his head. She almost succeeded, but my call and the situation forced her to descend into the astral world. He suddenly closed his eyes, brows furrowing. Immediately, he stood up from the seat and gulped down the hot coffee in one go. What happened? Lilith asked, standing up with him. There is a situation in Hornassus Mountain. I need to go. Amon-Isis is already on the way. He extended his hand, shaking it in front of her, after noticing her actions. You are not coming. It can be as dangerous as what happened a few hours ago. All the more reasons I should come. Lilith said, adamantly. Trust me on this, Lilith. Caucasus said deeply, holding her hand. Lilith finally sighed before taking out pure black crystals from her gown and passing it to him. Here. Take this. These are my tears. It contains my authority as well as uses it to summon me. She said, solemnly, don't hesitate, Caucasus, if things get worse. I can take care of myself. Caucasus nodded, receiving her tears. Then, he leaned in for a light kiss, his figure breaking away into light particles. Wait for me. His voice lingered in the air as the particles faded away, leaving Lilith alone in the desolate city. Hornassus Mountain. The crimson brilliance seeped through the white clouds, illuminating the main peak of Hornassus Mountain. The armies of the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun and Evernight Goddess occupied the plains like an ocean, troop by troop, company by company, huddled together, marching towards the nation of night ruled by the Antigonus family. However, they suddenly stopped. The crimson brilliance of the moon burned away the darkness, revealing a gigantic demonic wolf perched on the top of the peak. Its rage-filled laurel black eyes looked down on the armies. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 156, Antigonus. Hornassus Mountain. The home of the illustrious family of Antigonus, the survivors of the Dark Era, was besieged by the Church of the Evernight Goddess and Eternal Blazing Sun, sounding the symphony of the end. The armies marched, company by company, troop by troop, soldier by soldier, their armors clanging, their weapons shimmering, their boots stamping, under the crimson sheen of the moon. At the front, Ariana, the angel of concealment, and Blaze, the angel of miracle, rode, leading the army towards the nation of the night. The main peak of Hornassus Mountain was shrouded in an ethereal grey fog, obscuring the main palace of Antigonus. Blaze Larson felt a tinge of dread spreading through his body at the sight of the grey fog. It made him recall every terrible and horrifying event that he had faced. The harrowing murmurs that haunted him throughout his life rang again in his eyes, louder and louder, almost pounding against his mind like a beast awakening. A hand was placed on his shoulders. Tranquility filled his body, heart, and soul. The murmurs died away into obscurity. Blaze didn't dare stare straight at the grey fog anymore. Unlike others, it affected him deeply at just the sight. An unrestrainable instinct of convergence arose within it. A terrible guess formed in his mind after he went through all the secrets and esoteric knowledge in his mind, the Spheroid Castle. His thoughts were interrupted. Ariana handed him a badge with the symbol of stars and night, whispering. Lady has bestowed her power on it. It will help you. Blaze nodded gratefully, taking it and inserting it into his armor. The aura of night shrouded his figure. Then, he turned and looked at Ariana. The situation can turn dire at any time. Put all the soldiers to sleep at a moment's notice. As if to confirm his words, the entire main peak of the Hornassus mountain trembled heavily. The gleam of crimson moonlight burned away the grey fog, revealing a gigantic eight-legged demonic wolf, which looked down on them with her rage-filled laurel black eyes. It was the mother of the sky, sister of Antigonus, in mythical creature form. She howled, her head held high to the crimson moon. The air became eerie and dreadful. Ariana laid down her ground, the darkness receding back into herself. The armies behind her had already been put to sleep, and thus were unaffected by the mythical form of Mother of the Sky. Then, Ariana and Blaze exchanged glances, praying to their gods while dismounting from their horses, their weapons in hand, gazing up into the raged eyes of the Mother of Sky. Mother of Sky took a step back, her back leaning back, as if about to leap from the mountain to the ground, and streaks of darkness exploded around her figure. Blaze and Ariana entered a state of absolute serenity, their eyes gleaming brightly in light. Just then, someone interrupted their fight before it could even begin. Two divine figures descended from the different sides of the sky, heralding night and day with just their presence. It was the Evernight Goddess and the eternal blazing Sunday. The Mother of Sky howled in sheer rage at the sight of the Evernight Goddess, though the striking fear in her was evident to all. But it quickly turned resolute. She blocked the path of the two gods. She looked straight into the divine eyes of the gods, declaring, "You shall not pass." In the sky, the Evernight Goddess looked on the Mother of the Sky in silence and indifference. Immediately, the Mother of Sky was erased under absolute suppression. Her eyes filled with hatred stayed on the Evernight Goddess before vanishing in stillness. The eternal blazing sun just watched the entire process without interfering, before turning and nodding to Blaze. Then, the gods descended on the main peak, their figures fading away in light and darkness into the towering castle of Antigonus. Blaze and Ariana turned and looked back at the sleeping army, walking them up under the divided sky of night and day, the sun and moon. Outside the main throne room, Occuses and Ammonices descended directly without wasting any more time. The will of the Lord of Mystery should have already awakened further in Antigonus. They didn't just barge into the throne room because something obstructed their path. It was the divine kingdom of the Fool, and the various concepts and laws of reality within it tinkered and reassembled, forming an absurd path ahead of them. The divine kingdom of Fool is very hard to break through with brute force, as tampered rules may produce different effects that even gods may not see coming. Though it might not affect them that much, it definitely will delay them. Ammonices and Occuses exchanged glances, nodding at each other. They didn't speak, as every second counts from now on. They stepped into the ludicrous path of the divine kingdom, their figures emanating an infinite amount of light and darkness, instantly shining across the entire divine kingdom. The darkness and light were different. The darkness was mixed with crimson moonlight, saturating it into crimson darkness, while light was filled with white lightning, dyeing it into purest light. The tampered concepts showed different effects in a farcical manner. Space. Time. Fate. Everything was trying to affect them, trying to obstruct them. However, the combined might of the purest light and the crimson darkness immediately annihilated the entire reality within the divine kingdom, the tampered rules and concepts destroyed with it. Immediately following that, Ammonices and Occuses turned into streaks of light and darkness, disappearing into broken reality. In the throne room of the castle, which was shrouded in ethereal grey fog, Occuses and Ammonices appeared, their figures still bathed in light and darkness, forming a layer around their figures, protecting them from the grey fog. However, the protective layer was already collapsing upon contact with the grey fog, corrupting it. Antigonus sat in the center of the room, his body engulfed in maggots and covered in dark hair. Above him, there was endless grey fog, thicker and condensed. Within it, a blue door was faintly visible. It was Sophria Castle. Antigonus was in very bad condition. The will of the Lord of Mysteries had already started to completely awake within him. It won't be long before the Lord of Mysteries revives, using Antigonus as a vessel. It also caused a projection of the Spheroid Castle to appear in the material world. If not for them being gods, Occuses and Ammonices would simply lose control in the presence of the Sophria Castle. However, the power of Sophria Castle summoned into reality was very low than its true might, allowing Occuses and Ammonices to resist it. This happened due to the fact that Antigonus was actively resisting the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries, rather than giving in and submitting to it. But by the looks of the thickening grey fog, his resistance is obviously weakening. Ammonices and Occuses immediately acted without giving any time for the grey fog to react. Their authorities were fully unleashed. Their figure appeared near the Antigonus, shattering reality in their path. Infinite light and endless darkness descended on the collapsing figure of Antigonus. The authority of darkness instantly made Antigonus enter eternal sleep while also suppressing the awakening will in tranquility. Meanwhile, the authority of light and lightning combined, surging into Antigonus with absolute tyranny, also suppressing the awakening will. Caucasus has an edge when it comes to suppression, as tyrant authority is known for suppression, only second to death. Antigonus, whose consciousness was already on the verge of fading away, noticed the help. With the last of his strength, he resisted the awakening will even more. With the excretion of their authorities, the grey fog began to surge restlessly towards them in an attempt to stifle their efforts. Time ticked on. Caucasus and Ammon-Isis looked withered, their figures drenched in sweat and their eyes dim. However, they didn't relent in their efforts against the terrifying will that was trashing their authorities, though the weakening under their combined suppression was already evident. Finally, Caucasus and Ammon-Isis raised their hands, and their authorities in the body of the Antigonus morphed into a colossal spear and a massive SYTX, aimed at the weakening will. In a thunderous boom that reverberated across all of reality, the awakening will of the Lord of Mysteries went dormant as Antigonus entered eternal sleep. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 157, Seal. The Throne Room, Hornassus Mountain. A resounding boom that seemed to reverberate across all of reality, the awakening will of the Lord of the Mysteries went dormant and Antigonus entered eternal sleep. The grey fog that shrouded the entire room faded away in obscurity. The blue door in the middle of it shone lightly before disappearing with the grey fog, leaving an eerie silence. Caucasus and Ammon-Isis descended to the ground, sitting near each other, their backs on the wall, facing the sleeping Antigonus. They looked haggard and drained. That went well. Caucasus said breathlessly. Really well. Ammon-Ines weakly laughed. Yeah, it did. It went a lot better than I expected too. Even though they were completely drained due to squeezing out all their power to suppress the awakening will of the Lord of the Mysteries, this situation was far better than many terrifying possibilities and outcomes, one of which could be that the Lord of the Mysteries, using his connection to Sapphira Castle, managed to draw more power from the castle and trap them in a lock of space and time. However, many such possibilities were prevented from becoming reality only due to the active resistance of Antigonus. It can even be said that without Antigonus, they would most likely have failed and the Lord of Mysteries would have been resurrected. Let them live. Caucasus said abruptly. You are generous. Ammon-Isis raised her brows. Not generous. Just fair. Caucasus shook his head. The situation of Antigonus may be beyond hope until someone chosen by us tries to ascend to the Fool. After that, if he managed to possibly live through it by some miracle, let him live with his sister. You can just tell Olivia, the mother of the sky, the truth about this. He finally sighed. In the end, about their lives, it is your decision. This is just a suggestion. Ammon-Isis looked at the sleeping Antigonus in silence, without saying anything further. Meanwhile, Caucasus took out pure black crystals from his pocket. They were the tears of Lilith, which contained her power. He crushed them, releasing the power of light on them, which bathed them in an ethereal green glow, healing and returning them to their optimal condition within a few moments. Finally, their dimmed eyes regained their brilliance. Then Caucasus took out 2 cups of coffee from his kingdom, passing one to Ammon-Isis. You always keep them ready, don't you? Ammon-Isis chuckled, taking the coffee in her hand. The ethereal and ever-present black gauze over her face faded away, revealing her otherworldly and beautiful face. Caucasus smiled, raising the cup towards her. You will never know. They clinked them together lightly, drinking the coffee in comfortable silence. Caucasus was indeed somewhat surprised when Ammon-Isis removed her gauze that she had always worn since she became a god. Before that, even though she still wore it, it wasn't ever present like after she became a god. Maybe her humanity has increased. However, Caucasus didn't bring this up. Ammon-Isis said, breaking the silence. I will let them live. Her humanity had indeed increased. Caucasus immediately raised the cup towards her again. Ammon-Isis lightly smiled, clinging her glass with his. Then, they finished the remaining coffee, standing up and walking towards the throne, observing the situation of Antigonus. It's bad. Caucasus finalized. Even though we managed to suppress the will of the Lord of Mysteries and forcing it go dormant, the damage is already done. The psyches of Antigonus and the will of the Lord of the Mysteries are almost stitched together. This means he has established a connection with Sapphira Castle. Ammon-Isis finished for him, frowning. Yes. Caucasus nodded, taking a breath. There is a possibility of recovery of the Lord of Mysteries in the future through this. He turned and suggested. We should seal him and always make sure of his state. Let's do it, then. Ammon-Isis raised her hand. A phantom of a crimson moon surrounded darkness and materialized in her hand. Caucasus also raised his hand, drawing an emblem of the sun with a clear sky in the fabric of reality using light as a medium. After finishing it, he waved his hands, making the emblem turn corporeal and emerge from reality like a real sun. Then, Caucasus and Ammon-Ines exchanged glances, before letting the sun and moon leave their hands and ascend. The golden sun and crimson moon passed through the ceiling of the castle, ascending higher and higher until they reached the sky above Hornassus Mountain. The sun and moon swirled around each other, emitting infinite brilliance and bathing the entire peak of the mountain. Then, they vanished, leaving only an empty peak. The main castle and town, which were perched on the top of the mountain, disappeared with the sun and moon. In the throne room, Aucasus and Amonines pressed their palms on the throne of Antigonus heavily, sealing everything. The seal of the sun and moon. Amonines used her authority of concealment to completely separate the reality of the peak from the world, while the authority of the Order of Aucasus took control of reality, infusing it with their laws and rules. To put it simply, they created an entire new dimension, sealing it away from the earth. The seal had their authorities of knight and tyrant, who were constantly suppressing Antigonus. And the authority of light, order, and the moon made Aucasus and Amonines aware of any small change within the new realm. Aucasus and Amonines finally took their palms off the throne. In that place were the sacred emblems of the eternal blazing sun and ever-night goddess. The seal was done. They finally looked at the sleeping figure of Antigonus. That's it. Aucasus remarked. We sealed away the entire fate of the full pathway. In a way, yes. Amonines frowned. But there are still many unknown variables when it comes to pathways of mystery. Regardless, one thing is certain, the Lord of Mysteries will be born from the path of fool or error. Aucasus said, looking into her laurel black eyes. We should just make sure that the fool wins in the end. There are no suitable candidates on the pathway of the fool, other than Blaze. Amonines was deep in thought. No. Aucasus shook his head, sighing. Even though I very much want Blaze to ascend further. You and I both knew that isn't possible. Amonines jerked her head up, looking deeply at Aucasus. The Lord of the Mysteries left behind many plans for his resurrection. For now, we only know that he sealed all the spherotes within the western continent. But what is it to say there isn't another plan? He was a pillar after all. Aucasus revealed solemnly. Get to the point, Aucasus. Amonines said sharply. Haven't you already noticed that a sequence one characteristic of the full pathway is missing? Aucasus said patiently. I think the Lord of the Mysteries left behind a plan for the pathway of the fool. It will reveal itself in the future. Now that we have sealed the entire fate of the full pathway, we will be the first to know if there are any abnormalities immediately. Amonines looked at Aucasus deeply, who just gazed back. Then, she said, so what you suggest is that we leave the entire thing up to the whim of the Lord of the Mysteries and hope for the best? No. Aucasus chuckled. We make the best of the plans of the Lord of Mysteries. The Lord of Mysteries is already dead, and his remnant is weakening. He cannot stop our tampering. Amonines was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. We will see through this. Aucasus smiled. Then, he gestured forward, let's leave this place already. Their figures were bathed in light and darkness, as they began to teleport towards Trier. Again, there are still unresolved issues in the Mysteries pathway. Bethel. I already laid out a plan for him. He will be returning soon. We will deal with him then. You mean the Abraham family? Yes. And then they were gone, leaving the throne room in eerie silence. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 158, Repercussions. May 5, 1122. It was a day that went down in the annals of history. The day that dynasties and empires changed and collapsed. The Purge, they called it. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun launched a cleansing of the crown. It was a day of blood, fire, and betrayal. Screams of sorrow, pain, and hatred filled the entire Tudor Empire, shrouding everything in despair and death. Scorching blood dyed the lands in between in an act of purge. The crack between the crown and the church was already evident. Many expected a civil war, but nobody could guess the scourge of the crown itself. In their thunderous action, the crown was annihilated. The factions and loyalists to the crown were captured and sentenced to death without mercy. The angel families of Abraham and Antigonus were purged overnight. Their entire family history and legacy went into ruin. Meanwhile, the Tamara family betrayed the crown almost immediately, siding with the church, thus surviving the purge, while existence of the Amon family was ignored, purposefully. The war ensued all night and day. The angels themselves were said to have fallen in the final battle against Abraham family. But in the end, the strongest angel family was still destroyed under the divine punishment of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. The Eternal Blazing Sunday. It was even said that the Blood Emperor was killed by the Sun God himself, sending down a blot as a world just to take down the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor died. With it, the crown collapsed the very next hour. In a bloody fortnight, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun took complete control of the Tudor Empire. The news and details of the purge were spread from ear to ear. Only the high-sequence Beyonders even had a chance of knowing the actual facts, while the low-sequence only heard the filtered story. The facts and details kept changing with each passing story. However, at the end of the day, one thing was clear to all. The Tudor Empire had ended. May 6, 1122. As chaos and blood filled the Tudor Empire, the rest of the world was not much better. It wasn't only the Blood Emperor who had fallen but also the Black Emperor. The Solomon Empire nearly collapsed, but True Creator held together what was left and managed to stabilize the situation. The True Creator also ordered his armies to withdraw from the front lines, breaking off his alliance to the death. Despite the fact that two emperors had fallen overnight, the situation on the northern continent had not changed significantly. The three empires that ruled the continent still remained. Meanwhile, there was a surprising unity among the churches of the gods. Even though the churches fought shoulder to shoulder in the dance of the living and the dead. But something was different this time. It was as if the gods themselves had put aside their differences and decided to unite to deal with the threat of death. May 7, 1122. The 6 Orthodox churches announced their unprecedented alliance officially to the world, joining hands together to deal with the threat of death. May 8, 1122. The rising sun cast a glow across the empire, which was still rife with chaos and disorder, as the ramifications of what had happened a few days earlier were felt throughout the empire. In the city of the sun, Aucuses sat inside a restaurant, drinking coffee with a newspaper in hand. The bright embers of the sun illuminated the papers that were all about the happenings of the purge. It was an amalgamation of opinion, news, questions, and debates. But none of the information was against his church, they just crucified and vilified the crown. The freedom of the press. It's non-existent in the world. Everything is controlled by the churches of the gods and the crown. The false news was released to calm the chaos and disorder that had been wrought on the empire. The entire economy of the empire was blown away, which was just one of the repercussions. Aucuses looked out the window at the city. The city of the sun was shrouded in a heavy and depressing atmosphere. The people, regardless of their status and birth, huddled together in a long line to get relief food from the church. Their figures were withered and their eyes dim. The sun god frowned, his gaze sweeping across the empire, spotting similar scenes all over the empire. The situation was not improving, despite their relief attempts. It is only deteriorating further. Many have already given up on everything after facing so many desperate times in their short lives. They are beyond salvation. As he swirled the coffee in his hand, his thoughts drifted. The orderly world was too fragile with the presence of the gods. The second epoch was a chaotic and dark era. Throughout this time, there was no civilization. Then, in the third epoch, the era of hope and peace, human civilization formed and development began. The gods during this era were suppressed by the Creator and had to follow his rules. Thus, peace always existed throughout the epoch despite the differences and hatred. Finally, the fourth epoch, the era of the gods, where gods ruled supreme over the orderly and civilized world. And they were affecting everything. Trunsoist wasn't really wrong when he said gods were the source of chaos in the human world. They indeed were, from the perspective of humanity. The progress of human civilization was completely halted due to the repeated wars between gods and angels. The world was wailing. Aucuses can clearly feel it. There was a limit to how much civilization could bear before it came crashing down in anarchy. However, Aucuses wasn't worried that much. The era of the gods is coming to an end. The gods will have to depart from the eyes of the gods sooner or later. The fall of Salinger will mark it. He had already sent a message for everyone to convene after the chaos of the deaths of the Blood Emperor and Black Emperor, to deal with Salinger. They can no longer remain passive in the war. Aucuses finished the coffee, focusing on the empire. The empire is still in chaos. His church was dealing with the repercussions and was already forming plans for the establishment of a new puppet government under the control of his church. Order and balance are absolutely necessary to curb the chaos. Blaze had already sent him a slew of proposals for the government's approval. He had yet to approve of any of that. Meanwhile, Lilith left to the Trunsoist Empire to deal with the problems on her side. The war affected everyone. He finally put the cup down on the table, looking ahead. The door to the restaurant opened. Blaze walked in with a solemn expression. He said at the sight of him. "My lord, there is a situation." "Where?" Aucuses asked, noticing the solemnity of Blaze. "Royal Palace." Blaze said, his tone heavy. "It is Sylvia Abraham, my lord." Hearing that, Aucuses immediately raised his hand and waved, without showing any surprise. He can already somewhat guess what happened with Sylvia Abraham. Then, they disappeared in a flash of light. Royal Palace. Aucuses and Blaze descended into an empty corridor with a silver door at the end. His eyes immediately narrowed at the door. He sensed an aura emanating from within the door. It was an aura that he was so familiar with, for it was the depraved aura of the mother goddess of depravity. Up to 10 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/Aaron Fraser. Chapter 159, Bane of Primordial. Trier, Royal Palace. Aucuses turned and looked at Blaze, after inspecting the door. Noticing this, Blaze immediately briefed, keeping it as short as possible. We are cautious as you advised. As soon as I sensed the same aura that permeated across the world during the night of the blood moon, I told everybody to withdraw. We didn't enter. Then, I immediately came to inform you. Leave, Blaze. Aucuses said, turning. Blaze nodded and left without asking any further questions. Aucuses walked towards the door. He could still feel the trace of authority left by Alitza on the door, which was dissipating. The Blood Emperor imprisoned Sylvia Abraham, Bethel Abraham's granddaughter, within the door for many decades after she disobeyed him. She went through a lot locked in here under the hands of Alitza Tudor. The only reason that she hadn't lost her sanity yet was that she was a mythical creature. With the death of Alitza, Aucuses re-established his golden order across the empire, taking control of reality. Then, he erased all the authorities of Alitza throughout the empire. His order and Trunsoist separated after the War of the Gods finished. With that erasure, the lock on the door was gone. Aucuses opened the door, his eyes getting solemn. Anything resembling a pillar must be taken seriously, otherwise, one may not know how or when to fall or become corrupted in the end. It may be too late to regret it by then. Creak. The crimson moonlight seeped out of the opening door, illuminating his somber expression. In the glare of the moonlight, he saw a room that was as normal as one could come across, a room with no problems or abnormalities, a room with a woman who sat peacefully on the reclining chair, gazing out at the ethereal crimson moon through the stained window. Everything looked normal, even abnormally normal. The silver-haired woman turned, noticing his entrance, revealing her face. That immediately broke the normality predating the room. Her eyes were all red, with crimson blood steaming down her deformed cheek, which was filled with bloody gore just like the rest of her face. The crimson moon enlarged and expanded, occupying the entire window. The moonlight seeped through the transparent glass, dyeing everything in crimson. She opened all of her mouths, muttered. You are here, the special one, the bane of the primordial. Her voice was unbearable. It was like an amalgamation of all the blasphemous sounds of the cosmos. This was a voice Aucuses could never forget. It was the voice of the mother goddess of depravity. Aucuses immediately pointed his finger at the corrupted woman. Numerous law symbols emerged from his figure, spreading across the crimson reality of the room. He didn't dare waste time or respond to the mother goddess of depravity, who was speaking through Sylvia Abraham. The mother goddess of depravity didn't seem to mind and continued. Her voice grew louder and twisted with each word. The changer is what you are, but it doesn't matter much in the end. You will not be able to change the inevitable even with your future might. Rejoice with what little time you have left, before the true end arrives. Boom. The entire room was immediately bathed in golden light as the law symbols fused with reality, expelling the influence of the cosmos. The crimson was immediately shattered. The gigantic crimson waned in golden light, burning and blazing, turning into a golden sun. She opened her mouth and cackled loudly, her laughter shaking and dimming the sun itself. Then, everything went silent. The connection with the cosmos was severed. Sylvia Abraham raised her head under the auric glow of the sun. Her body was collapsing into flesh and blood. However, she didn't seem to feel it, desperately standing up from the chair. She ran towards him, her figure slowing, burning in golden embers of sunfire, while saying, her voice laced with desperation. Please save my grandfather. He is near the moon. I know who you are, the great and merciful sun god. With your mighty power, you can save him, can't you? She cocked her collapsing head, lunging at him. Aucuses avoided her, looking at her in silence. She fell on the floor, blood splashing. Then, she turned and looked at the silent Aucuses and roared, Why? Why don't you just help? My grandfather was right about you. Why do you always just watch as the world suffers and burn with all your power? Why? The sun burned Sylvia and the entire room brightly with golden flames, purifying. Why? 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 Sylvia bellowed. Aucuses looked at the mad woman in silence and indifference before walking out of the room. He closed the door as the entire room was consumed in golden flames, incinerated into oblivion. Boom. Everything went silent. Aucuses sighed, walking forward through the corridor. Bethel should be coming sooner. Sylvia Abraham was corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity through her blood relationship with Bethel Abraham. She was the only remaining direct descendant of him. Now, she is dead. Bethel will know it. He will return to Earth no matter what. Family was everything to Bethel. Now that everything has been destroyed by Aucuses, he will come back from the cosmos. Caucasus will be waiting at his doorstep. Bethel was too much off variable to left in cosmos, his authority can even hasten apocalypse. Caucasus had done this not to save the world, but to protect his love from the bloody clutches of the mother goddess of depravity. And the words of the mother goddess of depravity, the bane of primordial. He just sighed, walking out of the royal palace. The embers of the golden fire erupted from within the closed door and speared across the royal palace, burning down the entire palace into ashes. He walked out of the collapsing castle, looking ahead at Blaze, who was waiting for him. Caucasus said, gesturing Basie to follow down the road. I have taken care of the problem. The rest of the mess is up to you to solve. Blaze nodded, accepting his order univocally. Then, he said with slight hesitation, my lord, the Empire. Caucasus interrupted, looking ahead. Brief the general situation, Blaze. Blaze began, his eyes somber. My lord. In the purge, the Abraham family was annihilated. Meanwhile, the nation of Antigonus was also destroyed. The two most fiercest and loyal supporters of the crown were removed, which completely shattered the already broken crown. The government collapsed with that. The church had already taken matters into its own hands, handling everything temporarily. But it won't be enough in the long run, my lord. Caucasus took out a document from the space. Let it be a monarchy. Republic is out of question. He looked into Blaze's eyes. The power of the Empire from then on should always rest on the rest. The times are changing, Blaze. I don't want more chaos to grow in the Empire. So, the crown shall fall on the head of someone who is loyal to me. He handed the document to Blaze. I detailed everything that was needed for the new Empire, including the ruler I chose. Implement it accordingly. Blaze took the file and nodded, while Caucasus continued. From now on, slowly reduce the exposure of the extraordinary to mortals. My lord, you mean to? Blaze said, surprised. Yes. Caucasus said, I mean to separate the extraordinary and ordinary into different worlds. They may belong and live on Earth, but it cannot be their fate in the end. I am just returning them to their rightful place. This is the most important step, Blaze, if we want to stop the chaos from ever growing to this scale again. I will implement your orders immediately, my lord. Blaze said, without raising questions or doubts. Finally, Caucasus said, as his figure slowly broke into golden particles. Call Lucas from the front line, it is about time he promoted to King of Angels. And, Blaze, the name of the Empire shall be the Intis Empire. Chapter 160, Fall of Stars. The stars sparkled brilliantly in the night sky. Amidst them sat Amon Isis, her eyes shut, enveloped in an ember of serenity, her back against the dark expanse. It almost felt like an illusion, but there were traces of weariness etched on her divine face, slowly fading away. The seal of Antigonus had nearly drained her. The encounter with the Lord of Mysteries was desperate and perilous. He would have awakened despite the restraining efforts of herself and Caucasus, but it was Antigonus himself who held the Lord of Mysteries back. Their efforts were secondary. Without Antigonus, the Lord of Mysteries would have risen and reclaimed the Sapphira Castle, and all would have been lost under the weight of a pillar, but Antigonus was there, allowing himself to be sealed by them. Let him live, Caucasus had insisted. He deserves it. The eternal blazing sun wasn't wrong, but for Amon Isis, this whole situation was much more complex. She would rather not revisit those past, dark times, but Antigonus, he truly deserved it. Amon Isis blinked her eyes open, a monumental resolve taking hold. With that, the final traces of weariness vanished from her face, replaced by a resolute calm that filled her entire being. Raising her hand, she sought to summon Olivia, the mother of the sky and the lone surviving sister of Antigonus. The mother of the sky was still in Conc element, slumbering under her sway. Amon Isis chose to start rebuilding the bridges with Olivia, despite the seeming futility of it all. What was lost, was lost. What was decided, was decided. What was reaped, was reaped. What was destroyed, was destroyed. Yet, there was no harm in trying. As she extended her hand to beckon Olivia, a ripple of spirituality emerged within her, unseen but palpable. Her gaze shot up to the stars, gleaming in the velvety night. Among the billions, one moved with unusual speed, urgency, and anger, hurtling towards Earth. This star shone a brilliant blue, much like Earth, but what set it apart were streaks of crimson trailing from it, like the light of blood moon. They were minuscule, nearly vanishing when focused upon, almost like a mirage, but the goddess knew they were anything but illusion. She immediately grasped the catastrophic gravity of the blue-red star's descent upon Earth. Oh, Bethel. Amon Isis muffled her mouth with her hand, releasing a quivering, haunting sigh. So it truly is. The brightest star of this era had plummeted. Caucasus reaffirmed her and other Orthodox gods about the worsening situation, all of them gathered within the dark confines of her divine kingdom. Sylvia Abraham, the eternal blazing sun reported, his voice weighed down by grimness and foreboding. The granddaughter of Bethel was discovered by my angel, her essence tainted and consumed by the depravity of the crimson moon. I tried to cleanse her, but she was beyond redemption. Her very being now belongs to the crimson moon. And she's not alone, many beyonders of the door pathway have shown signs of corruption in unison over the past month. Even now, as I speak, with Bethel drawing near, the corruption within the door pathway intensifies. It is faltering, its king of angels slipping gradually into the grasp of the mother goddess of depravity. If we do not act swiftly to thwart her, the door pathway will be ensnared in her dominion, and even the other pathways of mysteries, the fool, and error will be vulnerable to her malevolence. We can't kill Bethel, Lilith's voice cut through the heavy air, determination in every word. Her words reverberated off the shadowed walls of tenebrous heaven. The corruption in him won't let him fully fall. So, we bind him. A seal that'll keep him chained, powerless and impotent. He's the linchpin, the key to Mother Goddess of Depravity's bid for control over the mysteries. Her eyes swept the table, locking with the bright, divine gazes of her peers. They lingered on Amon-Isis and Aucus's, unwavering as she laid down her terms. Even if we can't end him, we can't let her anchor find its ground. Amon-Isis wasted no time. Time was their enemy now, and everyone here knew that. She accepted the proposal of Lilith, bypassing the usual debates. Seal Bethel. All in favor. Votes were unanimous. The god of steam and machinery, the god of combat, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the Earth Mother, the Night Emperor and the eternal blazing sun, each hand lifted in assent. The Evernight Goddess, too, joined the consensus. 7-0, she announced, a finality in her voice. Her eyes locked onto Aucus's, the mightiest god standing as one. Bethel will face us, and we'll seal him. But stay vigilant. We might need you at any moment. Astral world. Before the vast barrier that separated Earth from the cosmos, Aucus's and Amon-Isis stood, their divine forms appearing minuscule against the backdrop of boundless space. With the cosmos came the piercing gazes of outer gods, their grotesque and otherworldly shapes swirling and materializing from the celestial bodies they'd tainted, patiently awaiting the day the barrier would crumble, granting them access to the ultimate prize. All their eyes fixated on the two gods at the cage's edge. What do you reckon is on their minds? Amon-Isis mused, her inquisitive tone slicing through the gathering heaviness. As they observe us, pondering how we meet their gaze without flinching. Oh, likely nothing, Aucus's wryly chuckled, his laughter momentarily dispelling the tension. They might harbor anger and disdain, but in the grand scheme, we're inconsequential to them. Just a fragile barrier keeping us apart. Once it crumbles, they'll engulf us, either slaying or subduing us if we haven't ascended by then. They understand that, so they won't give us much thought. That's. Amon-Isis breathed out, her heart wavering as the boundlessness of the cosmos pressed upon her. Pessimistic. Aucus's prompted, his smile unwavering. Amon-Isis lightly smiled, returning her attention to Aucus's. I was going for truth, her heart heavy, yet it didn't sink. But you are right, it is also pessimistic. At that moment, the crimson moon rose from behind the barrier, its blood-red light illuminating the entire solar system and beyond in an instant. Its surface writhed with eyes that blinked in grotesque unison, mouths contorted into unholy utterances, and tongues that slithered and coiled in abominable patterns. Every inch of its fleshy, watery exterior seemed to pulse with a sickening rhythm, as if it were a living, breathing nightmare that loomed larger and larger before Aucus's and Amon-Isis. Its crimson presence seemed to expand and fill the cosmos, as every star in the universe flickered with a bloody light for a fleeting moment. From within the heart of this eldritch monstrosity, a voice emanated, a voice that resonated with a perverse kind of wisdom, a knowledge beyond mortal comprehension, even divine. Futile. So futile. All will fall in the true end. Amon-Isis and Aucus's stood before the mother goddess of depravity, their forms bathed in the eerie, bloody light of the moon. The haunting silence that followed her declaration spoke volumes about the impending future. Yet, the Evernight goddess pressed on, her smile re-emerging beneath the gory sheen. Indeed, it's truly pessimistic, she murmured, locking eyes with the eternal blazing sun, shining with determination. But we will slay them. Yes, the eternal blazing declared with a grin, a gleam of anticipation in their eyes, dismissing the seething anger and fiery glares around them. Every last one of them. From beyond the crimson moon, the blue star tinged with red streaks finally emerged, hurtling towards Earth, capturing the undivided attention of all. Twisted, maniacal laughter reverberated around the solar system, shaking the very fabric of reality as the star drew nearer to the barrier. Aucus's and Amon-Isis turned in unison, their figures glowing with an intense brilliance as they transformed into their mythical creature form. From the Evernight goddess's ribs and waist, a pair of dark, fur-covered limbs sprang forth. Behind the shoulders of the eternal blazing sun, massive bird wings unfurled, each feather ablaze with white, purifying flames. In the 6 arms of the Evernight goddess, 2 cradled a crimson moon, 2 held an empty fog, and the last pair remained eerily still. In the dazzling arms of the eternal blazing sun, a white electric spear crackled to life. Their pupils narrowed, adopting an almost animalistic intensity, yet when they spoke, their voices retained a hint of humanity. "We will triumph." Their transformation completed in the blink of an eye, they hurtled towards the very brink of the barrier, their authority surging forth, ready to confront the impending blue-red star. As they neared, the star's form solidified, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man. Initial impressions hinted at his age, his features exuding an air of old-world refinement. His hair, a dark void, speckled with a scattering of white strands. Yet, what truly commanded attention was the blood-red curtain that clung to him, defying the starry waves that sought to tear it asunder. He was none other than Bethel Abraham, Mr. Door and the guide of endless cosmos. Bethel Abraham finally breached the barrier. His eyes flung open, wide with a tangible sense of foreboding. They were like cerulean waves, layered upon each other, reflecting the colossal figures of Aucuses and Ammonices, dwarfing even Earth itself. Their weapons and authorities were fixated at him with an intensity that sent shivers coursing through him. Yet his eyes gleamed defiantly, raging with a crimson sheen, and his countenance hardened in haunting blaze. In a response that spoke volumes, Mr. Door raised his arms, splaying them wide. His index fingers zeroed in with unerring precision on two stars, gleaming defiantly against the cosmic abyss. It was as if he held them in his grasp, a display of power that resonated deeply through the void. Then, with a graceful sweep, he directed them towards the eternal blazing sun and the ever-night goddess. The stars propelled through the abyss of space, closing the infinite distance in a breathtaking, instantaneous descent. They crashed into their celestial targets, rendering the imposing figures of gods infinitesimal in comparison. Chapter 161, Chains. Bethel actually hurled stars at them, literally summoning celestial bodies from the far corners of the cosmos and hurtling them directly into the barrier, within an instant at that, and those stars were almost as colossal as the sun. It was genuinely astounding that Bethel was able to achieve such a feat, despite not being a god. The sheer finesse and power of his attack stood out the most, for he may be king of angels with all the uniqueness and characteristics, but there were still heights he couldn't scale, actions he couldn't perform, replications he couldn't achieve, all until he ascended to the sequence 0 of the door pathway. And yet, here he was, performing one of those very feats right before their eyes. And this meant one thing, and one thing only, the worst, the most devastating possible outcome: Bethel was in the throes of ascension into godhood. His authorities were nearly reaching the hallowed level of divine. In fact, this didn't surprise Aucuses as much as he hoped. After all, the final, climactic step of the apotheosis ritual for becoming the door was to return to their home, an ultimate anchor that would forever hold them fast in their ever-wandering existence. In that moment of enlightenment, Aucuses was flooded with a profound understanding of the mother goddess of depravity's sinister intentions, should corrupted Bethel find his way back to Earth, completing the final, fateful step of his apotheosis ritual and ascending to godhood. Not only would the mother goddess hold dominion over the door pathway, but she would also have Bethel as an unbreakable anchor to breach the weakened barrier and descend into Earth unabated. Even if Aucuses and Ammonices managed to seal Bethel away, it was but a fleeting respite, a mere delay in the inevitable. In a future where the Lord of Mysteries would inevitably come into being, Bethel would have to be set free, providing countless opportunities for the mother goddess to manipulate, to shape, and to descend. It was a diabolically perfect scenario for her, no matter the outcome. With a sudden surge of haunting realization, as the dashing star unfurled its brilliance before him, he beheld the twisted, blasphemous mouths of the crimson moon. They seemed to lift, ever so subtly, in a mocking dance, as if she could grasp his innermost musings, as if she derived amusement from their feeble, hopeless, futile resistance. Aucuses ignored her. With his actions and thoughts moving at light speed, he turned away from her to meet the dark and veiled eyes of Ammonices, which held a touch of realization as well. He didn't know how much of her intentions Ammonices managed to deduce, but what mattered most now was stopping Bethel from ever reaching Earth. They could worry about the future afterwards, as everything was hanging on the axis, even more than they initially considered. A shared understanding surged between them in an instant, their bond ran deep enough that intentions were crystal clear, needing no words. A single glance and they leaped into action. In perfect sync, the Evernight goddess and eternal blazing sun raised their hands together. From her ebony-furred hands, the previously dormant fog burst forth, swiftly shrouding everything in sight, including Bethel and the twin stars he'd summoned. That fog embodied the very essence of the darkness pathway, coiling around everything it touched in the comforting embrace of concealment. In tandem, the eternal blazing sun, his hands poised before the hurtling stars, radiated a fervent luminescence that mirrored the impending cataclysm, mere meters from their celestial forms. He tapped into the calamity authority bestowed upon him by the tyrant pathway, letting it surge forth onto the plummeting stars. Instantly, the space itself seemed to throb with his power, and an intense heat emanated from his mythical form. The once massive stars now shimmered with an unstable brilliance, teetering on the edge of a cataclysmic detonation that threatened to consume the solar system and all the surrounding star systems, reducing everything within to basic atoms. But Aucuses couldn't allow it. Right on the heels of invoking calamity authority, he wielded his order authority, deftly manipulating the chaotic energy surges from the collapsing stars. His will manipulating them to converge and focus solely on Bethel. Meanwhile, the ominous dark fog of Evernight continued its relentless advance, swallowing their surroundings, devouring collapsing stars. The sole entity untouched was Bethel, desperately striving to escape yet ruthlessly restrained by the Evernight goddess. Each attempt to open a door for teleportation, to reach Earth or anywhere else, was cruelly thwarted by her authority of misfortune, rendering his chances of success tragically abyssal, or by her authority of negativity, turning the space into a maelstrom almost beyond his control. The thick fog drew nearer, pulsating and resonating, akin to the voracious maw of a cosmic beast, poised to engulf him. It became painfully evident that Bethel's prior attack had been a mere diversion, a fleeting moment to keep the gods occupied, allowing him a chance to slip past them and reach Earth in one swift move. It might have succeeded if he weren't facing the Evernight goddess and the eternal blazing sun, who operated with seamless coordination, amplifying their already formidable powers to corner Bethel entirely. Bethel abandoned attempts at teleportation, now focusing on confronting the encroaching dark, foreboding fog. His crimson eyes ignited into a brilliant silver blaze, irises transforming into a silver serpent devouring its own tail. He extended his hand, poised to tear the fabric between him and the looming fog. Meanwhile, a fraction of his attention remained fixed on Aukas's, apparent in the subtle tension when the stars he hurled froze and grew unstable. Another replicated authority blossomed around Bethel, signaling a countermeasure against Aukas's. Yet Aukas's, swift as ever, outpaced both Bethel and Amon-Isis. He channeled all the power and energy of supernovas toward Bethel, ensuring he alone bore the full brunt of it. And then Bethel detonated. A searing, blinding ocean of light erupted from his figure, engulfing the entire solar system and beyond. On Earth, warring armies froze in terror, and even the most apathetic Beyonder stared wide-eyed in sheer disbelief as the night transformed into an overwhelming day of scorching brilliance. The searing blaze consumed them all in a cataclysmic surge of heat and blinding radiance before they could even muster a gasp. Desperation and panic swept through the ranks, attempts to shield themselves proving futile. Screams and cries of disbelief echoed in the chaos. Yet, inexplicably, none were affected in any way by the blinding brilliance, all and everything except Bethel, just as the eternal blazing sun had intended. And the ocean of light disappeared as swiftly as it appeared, for the exploding figure of Bethel was finally consumed by the ominous fog of Evernight goddess. Immediately, Amon-Isis fiercely pulled all the battlefield into concealment, constructing a different space, a dimension in and of itself, to sharply separate Bethel from the world and cosmos, to where she would be the one to rule the space, not Bethel. She was still being painstakingly meticulous because Bethel hadn't fallen, despite bearing the full brunt of 2 supernovas. At the last moment, before his body exploded either due to the fortunate replicated authority of Wheel of Fortune pathway or just driven by the usual cautious and cowardly instinct of Beyonders of Mysteries pathways that acted on its own, Bethel miraculously managed to conceptualize himself, turning into an ethereal creature to avoid the terrifying onslaught of Aukas's. But the silver lining was, even gods couldn't face such an attack without taking damage, much less a king of angels. It didn't matter if he was so close to godhood. His conceptualization couldn't provide much help at all. Ultimately, Bethel had almost entirely been suppressed by them. But there was still the corruption of Mother Goddess of Depravity that could introduce unforeseen developments, so Evernight resolved not to take any chances, unleashing all her authorities to claim the space in the dimension under her control completely. The reckoning, final moment was here. Bethel stood on the precipice of losing all semblance of control, his mangled form a grotesque tableau of oozing shining blood and entrails. Some parts of him resembled nothing more than writhing, squirming vermin, slipping and quivering, melding and entwining, all driven by the singular, desperate purpose of reconstitution. To either elevate his torment or to exacerbate it, a curtain of deep crimson clung to his shattered figure, preventing him from collapsing into utter ruin and assisting him in the gruesome task of reassembly at a horrifyingly rapid pace. He knelt in the heart of an abyss, surrounded by unending darkness that appeared to stretch into eternity. His seared hands gripped his blood-soaked hair with agonizing force, his disfigured face pressed into his knees. From his mouth spilled forth a macabre mixture of gleaming blood, wriggling worms, and his own viscera, each tainted in a vivid shade of crimson. They squirmed and writhed as if imbued with a grotesque semblance of life, each one a nightmarish entity unto itself. Darkness began to writhe and slither, almost with a sinister deliberation, encircling Bethel. His eyes snapped open, a fiery chasm of crimson, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks, carrying traces of sorrow, anger, and grief, too many emotions for the darkness to contain. Begone. He howled, his voice contorted and fractured, yet pulsating with an undying force. Immediately, Bethel's form exploded in a dazzling display of radiance, akin to turning himself into the very heart of the sun, a force determined to obliterate the encroaching darkness. Yet the brilliance emanating from him, while blinding, lacked the purity and magnificence of the sun. Instead, it was a ghastly, twisted glow, tainted with a malevolent, crimson hue. In response, the darkness withdrew completely, recoiling as if repulsed by the corrupting light. Just then, a thunderous voice boomed forth from the encompassing darkness, resonating from every conceivable direction, pulsating with fury and revulsion. "I am the sun," the voice thundered, a declaration imbued with a terrifying intensity that sent golden streaks slashing through the darkness. Burn, pretender. Bethel's brilliance was instantly snuffed out, replaced by a searing conflagration of white, a cleansing fire that consumed him from the inside out, setting his very soul ablaze. He let out a wail, a shriek of unadulterated torment, a sound that curdled the blood. Yet he refused to succumb, for the crimson curtain dulled the purifying blaze of the sun, his searing, liquefying eyes straining towards the streaks of molten gold, his scorched mouth contorting into a macabre grin as his lips moved. Degeneration. From behind Bethel, the crimson curtain unfurled, revealing an eerie upside-down cross manifesting on its surface. Replication is forbidden here. The thundering voice boomed once more, carrying the same unyielding force, a command imbued with order and law. The streaks of gold within the encompassing darkness grew even more pronounced and dense. The nascent upside-down cross promptly disintegrated, the curtain enveloping Bethel once more. With darkness suppressing his spatial dominion and gold thwarting his replication abilities, he was now more constrained than ever. Still, the crimson shroud offered a glimmer of support. Yet, the resounding voice showed no inclination to afford him any further opportunities. Space rejects your dominion. Reality itself repels your existence. Escape is but an illusion. One by one, these decrees were imposed upon Bethel, encasing him in unseen yet unyielding chains, until he cowered and trembled weakly on the darkened ground. As if these agonizing laws weren't sufficient, obsidian, foreboding chains extended from the darkness, hoisting and ensnaring him amidst the very heart of the abyss. To combat the malevolent influence of the bloody curtain coursing through Bethel, a mirage of twinkling stars and a radiant golden sun materialized above him, twirling upon themselves and casting their luminous rays downward, bearing the essence of purification and serenity. In the end, Bethel floated still, his head hung low, and his hands splayed wide, his legs pressed together, all tightly bound in chains, both metaphysical and literal. His form was utterly broken and shattered, marred and scarred, corrupted and twisted. Finally, Mr. Door had been decisively suppressed and sealed by the eternal blazing sun and the Evernight goddess. A/N, I know there wasn't really much of a fight. It was just Bethel being smashed and demolished by Aucuses and Ammonices. But considering Aucuses is already a dual pathway god here, Ammonices holds the moon authority as well, to a considerable extent. They are the strongest gods in the world now, right with the true creator. So Bethel hadn't really had much going for him from the very beginning, other than the crimson curtain. Hope you liked it, regardless.